In August, the air in Guangdong province was so thick and sticky it felt as if one could wring water from it. The sun at 4 in the afternoon was still scorching, baking the rubber track of Zhongshan Sports School and giving off a distinctive burnt smell. Su Hao regained consciousness amidst a clamor of voices. The back of his head felt the hard, solid touch of the rubber track. His eyelids were too heavy to lift, and every muscle in his body ached as if it had been dismantled and reassembled. He's awake. His eyes moved. Scared me to death. He collapsed right by the track, face all pale. It's all because Coach Ning Debao called him in this morning, probably to drop him. After half a year of training, not a single result. Last invitation elimination in the first round. Alas, he came with Su Bingtian, and that Su Jr. already ran 11.7 seconds in the 100 meters at the last provincial invitation. All right, stop talking. Su Hao abruptly opened his eyes. The glaring sunlight made him squint instantly. What came into view was a sky so blue it seemed surreal, and a few young faces dripping with sweat showing concern or curiosity. The face closest to him was exceptionally familiar, still bearing the youthful innocence of a teenager with healthy wheat-colored skin, now filled with worry. Brother, how do you feel? Still dizzy. The youth spoke in Cantonese with a strong Zhongshan accent. Su Hao's heart tightened sharply. This is Su Bingtian at 16, the future Asian flyer who would shake the world. But as Su Hao's consciousness gradually cleared, he quickly realized something was off. The person before him was indeed the Su Shin often seen in later news, but much younger and more naive. He looked around 15 or 16. Soon memories flooded into his mind like a tide. Su Hao, a soul from the future, was a former track and field athlete who ended his career early due to injury unknown to the world. Now he was reborn back in 2005, inhabiting the body of this same Su Hao at Zhongshan Sports. The original owner of this body, overwhelmed by Coach Ning's suggestion to quit, pushed himself too hard during afternoon training, suffered heatstroke, and fainted. I am fine. Su Hao propped himself up on his arms and sat up, his throat dry and itchy. He looked around. The worn-out track, the simple training facilities, and these young but energetic teammates, all bearing the distinctive marks of a Chinese sports school in the early 2000s. Just then a cold mechanical voice rang in his mind, detected strong unwillingness and obsession in the host meeting. Binding conditions. Strengthener's heart system activating. System binding successful. Newbie mission released. Please run with all your might. Make this your starting point or the final dance of being forced to leave. Mission requirement: complete a full effort run. System. Su Hao was slightly stunned, then a blazing fire ignited in the depths of his heart. The dream he couldn't fulfill in his past life. Now this life he had a chance to start over. At this moment, a middle-aged woman in sportswear with a stern face pushed through the crowd and approached. It was Coach Ning Debao. Seeing Su Hao sitting on the ground, she frowned and spoke with a softened tone after a hint of self-blame. Su Hao, how do you feel? Want to go to the medical room and lie down for a while? What I said this morning was a bit harsh, but you have to know your limits. Training isn't about pushing yourself to death. Su Hao looked up, his gaze directly meeting Ning Debao's. He knew that this sharp-eyed coach would later discover Su Bingtian, even though initially some thought Su Bingtian was too short to have a future. But without Coach Ning, there would be no Su Shun in later generations. And Coach Ning was not the kind of coach prevalent in that era who pushed athletes to death. It was common knowledge that around this time in his past life, many domestic coaches still believed in, if you don't die from training, then train to death, thinking if you weren't fast enough, you just didn't work hard enough. In fact, any sport requires not only talent, but also technique. For example, Su Shun. If Coach Ning hadn't noticed that he was not tall, but well-proportioned with a long stride, and thus developed targeted running techniques, there would not be Su Shun later. Yet at this moment he saw disappointment in Ning Debao's eyes, but also a trace of reluctance. But just then Su Hao suddenly straightened his body completely. The motion prompted Su Bingtian beside him to instinctively reach out to support him, but Su Hao gently waved his hand to stop him. Coach Ning. Su Hao's voice was hoarse from weakness, but carried an unyielding firmness. I'm fine. I want to run one more time. Right now? Please time me. Ning Debao was stunned. The surrounding teammates also fell silent. This kid just woke up from heatstroke and wanted to run. Nonsense. You just woke up, what run? Ning Debao subconsciously refused. Looking at Su Hao's pale but unusually determined face, she sighed inwardly. He was still a kid feeling provoked. She softened her tone. If you want to run tomorrow. Rest up first. No, right now. Su Hao insisted, his eyes burning. Coach, please time me just once. I can still run. I really can. Seeing a radiance in Su Hao's eyes that he had never seen before, Ning Debao swallowed the words at the tip of her tongue. She hesitated, then turned to a nearby student and softly ordered, go call the school doctor to wait by the track. Then she turned to Su Hao. All right, just one. What do you want to run? 200 meters or 400 meters? She asked this mainly because Su Hao had previously focused on these two events, though his results were mediocre. Su Hao took a deep breath. In his past life, he specialized in the 100-meter sprint, delving deepest into explosive starts and starting techniques. Although the original owner of this body was considered poor in explosiveness, perhaps due to rebirth, and the system, he felt a strange power surging inside him. He said decisively, 100 meters. 100 meters? Ning DeBeo was again surprised. In Su Hao's training records, 100 meters was just supplementary practice. His start and first-half acceleration were always weak. But on second thought, running 100 meters was a shorter distance, less burden for Su Hao, who just recovered, compared to 200 or 400 meters, at least less likely to cause big problems. She nodded. Fine, 100 meters. Don't push yourself. Stop immediately if you feel anything wrong. Su Hao nodded heavily. He took off his outer training jacket, revealing an undershirt already soaked with sweat, and slowly walked towards the starting line. Su Bingtian silently followed behind him and whispered, "Brother, how good luck." At this moment, the still very young Su Shen looked at Su Hao with some sympathy. He knew Su Hao had been talked to that morning. But track and field, especially sprints, depended heavily on talent. Either you had it or you didn't. Su Hao stood before the starting line, crouched down, and pressed his fingers against the rough rubber track. The memories of his past life intertwined with the unfamiliarity of this body, but in his heart, there was only one thought: run. Run regardless. Ning DeBeo raised the starting pistol, looking at Su Hao's back, still a bit shaky, but exceptionally focused. She shouted, "Ready, set, bang." The moment the gunshot rang out, Su Hao exploded off the starting blocks. His start was not perfect, even a bit stiff, but a strange force surged from his feet, propelling him forward. A gentle breeze blew across his face, and the feeling made Su Hao's eyes widen involuntarily. In his past life, after an accident, he gave up track early, spending most of his life in a wheelchair. But as he stood on the track again, he thought he would be unskilled, yet once he truly started running, he felt a force pushing him forward. 30 meters, 50 meters. His speed increased. His movements were struggling, but filled with a tenacious grit. The wind whistled past his ears, and the world seemed reduced to the red track and the white finish line ahead. 70 meters, 90 meters. Sprint. Su Hao gritted his teeth and threw himself over the finish line with all his might. He supported himself on his knees, gasping for breath, sweat raining down onto the track. Feeling his lungs heaving with great gulps of air at this moment, Su Hao felt an unprecedented reality. Newbie mission complete. Reward distributed, skill explosive, start LV10-100. Effect at the start of the sprint, obtain a slight boost in burst speed for 1 second. Su Hao, are you out of your mind? Coach Ning practically sprinted over her face, even darker than before. She grabbed Su Hao's arm as he bent over, gasping for air after crossing the finish line. Her fingertips could feel the scorching heat and rapid heartbeat beneath his young skin. You just fainted from heat stroke, and now you're pushing yourself like this. Your body is your own. Coach Ning's voice was frantic and angry, laced with lingering fear. What if something happened to this kid under her watch? How would she explain to his parents? Other team members gathered around. "Brother, how you okay? Your face is so pale. Take a break, drink some water. Don't push yourself." Su Bingtian squeezed to the front, unscrewed his own water bottle, and handed it over, brows furrowed, eyes filled with genuine worry. "Brother, how, take it easy, have a drink." He looked at Su Hao's dry lips and couldn't help muttering, "Brother, how, I know you're unwilling, but life has more than one path. Your health comes first." Su Hao took the bottle and took small gulps. The cool water slid down his burning throat, slightly soothing the pain in his lungs. He raised his head, face still flushed from exertion, but flashed a grin at Su Bingtian. Sweat dripped from his temple down to his jaw. "Tianzi, thanks." He panted, voice hoarse, yet carrying a strange brightness. "You're right, there are many." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the red track beneath his feet and the shoddy training equipment in the distance, finally settling on his own slightly trembling but powerful legs. In his heart, he silently added, "But in this life, I'm destined to clash with this track to the very end." A smile lingered on his face, but his eyes held a stubborn certainty that Su Bingtian had never seen before. It was nothing like the look of a teenager who had just been advised to quit. Coach Ning watched him, her earlier annoyance gradually replaced by complex emotions. She let go of his arm, looked at his stubborn profile, and sighed inwardly. She had seen so many kids like this, fired up when they entered, crushed by reality, leaving either bitter or lost. Track, especially sprinting, could be so cruel. The ceiling called talent was hard and despairing. She squeezed the stopwatch in her hand. The metal casing was hot from the sun. When Su Hao crossed the line, she had unconsciously pressed the button. Now she looked down at the dial. Hand time 12. 7 seconds. The last ripple of hope in Ning DeBeo's heart settled. Sure enough, though the number looked decent, if converted to electronic timing, it would probably be over 12. 9 seconds. This result was only below average in the sports school, let alone for competitions. It seemed that burst of effort was just the kid's last vent of unwillingness. Good, let him run this once, let out the frustration. Later she would talk to him properly, and maybe he could let it go. She looked at Su Hao again. He was about 16 or 17, slightly taller than Su Bingtian with longer legs. But Coach Ning knew his stride frequency had always been a stubborn flaw. As for endurance, it was only so-so. He had mainly run the 200m and 400m because his speed endurance was relatively decent compared to his terrible absolute speed. Technique could be polished, but some things really couldn't be forced. Switch to the 100m. Ning Debao shook her head inwardly. The 100m was an even greater touchstone of talent than the 200m or 400m explosive power neural reaction speed muscle fiber type. These were etched in the genes determining most of the ceiling. Technique. Of course, there was start, arm, swing, mid-race, finish. All had technique. But when everyone's technique was polished to a certain level, it came down to that gulf of hundredths of a second. And Su Hao's explosive power talent was poor. Su Hao, Ning Debao spoke, her voice softening into a mentor's persuasion. Come over, let's talk. Su Hao wiped his face with his vest, walked up to Coach Ning, his back straight as a rod. I understand your feelings, Coach. Ning Debao organized her words. But as you can see, track, especially sprinting, sometimes effort and determination aren't enough. Ning Debao organized her words, trying not to sound too harsh. But as you can see, track, especially sprinting, sometimes effort and determination aren't enough. You're young, only 16. There are countless possibilities ahead. Sports school isn't everything. Take care of your body, learn something. Even if you don't run track, you can go to college or learn a trade, still make something of yourself. I've seen many trainees like you. After they left, they found broader horizons. She spoke what she believed was right and kind, her last responsibility to mediocre students. But Su Hao shook his head, interrupting, Coach, I understand what you mean. His gaze was clear without expected excitement or dejection. But I still want to try. Try once more. Just once. This time I'll give it my all. Coach Ning frowned. She looked into Su Hao's eyes. No anger, no confusion. Only a clarity and persistence that puzzled her. Su Hao, I saw your result, 7 seconds. She showed him the stopwatch, her tone helpless. That's even slower than your previous times. I know you're unconvinced, but the fact is. I want to run once more. Su Hao's voice was low but resolute. Just the 100 meters. Last time. If it's still no good, I'll accept it. Coach Ning stared at him for several seconds. The surrounding team members held their breath, watching. Su Bingtian wanted to say something, his lips moving, but in the end, he remained silent, only watching Su Hao with concern. Finally, Ning Debao let out a breath, as if in compromise or resignation. She waved her hand. Fine, if you want to test, then test. But Su Hao, you're not a kid anymore, you know what's what. This is the last test. You need to be clear about the outcome. Afterward, we need to talk about your plans, understand? Yes, coach. Su Hao nodded, a hint of bitterness on his face, but his eyes remained strikingly bright. Go to the start. Ning Debao raised the starting pistol again, her tone flat. Adjust your breathing, don't rush. Tell me when you're ready. Su Hao turned and walked to the starting line. His steps were steadier than before. He could feel that despite his fatigue, the skill icon burst start LV1 floated quietly in his mind. Brother Hao, go for it. Su Bingtian shouted from the sidelines, clenching his fists. He didn't know why Brother Hao was so stubborn, but he respected that stubbornness. They were all young. Who didn't want to let loose? The other team members fell silent, watching with complex eyes as Su Hao crouched down and pressed his fingers to the track again. But because it had been too long since his past life as a sprinter, he was still a bit rusty on running posture and technique. Yet the fierce determination to fight remained, along with an indescribable focus. This time it was either success or failure. No room for error. This time there was no starter pistol. Coach Ning simply waved her hand, and Su Hao's leg strength exploded as he kicked off the start line. This time it wasn't stiff, but a charge that was raw yet exceptionally decisive. Almost at the moment of kicking off with a thought, the newly acquired skill lit up naturally, without any operation burst start. A faint but distinct surge of warmth exploded from the soles of his feet, as if injecting an extra boost of propulsion into his legs. The first step off the starting line was surprisingly faster than usual, and the transition to the second and third steps felt remarkably smoother. Not even a second, but for Su Hao, who originally struggled with his starts, and Coach Ning, who was closely watching him, this slight difference felt like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. Coach Ning's eyes twitched slightly. Su Hao on the track was completely immersed in his run. The wind whistled past his ears as the rough plastic track quickly receded beneath his feet. He diligently coordinated his breathing and arm movements, tapping into the not-outstanding explosive power of this body. Meanwhile, certain muscle memories and rhythms from his past life, steeped in years of sprinting, seemed to gradually merge with his body. 30 meters, the acceleration was decent faster than before. At 50 meters, entering the middle phase of the run, the speed gained began to slowly dissipate. 70 meters, there was a slight slowdown, even a drop. 90 meters. Sprint. Su Hao gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his neck, using every last ounce of strength to push his chest toward the finish line. After crossing the finish line, he staggered forward a few steps before stabilizing himself, bending down with his hands on his knees, his chest heaving violently, sweat dripping like rain. Ning DeBeo was looking down, her brows tightly knitted, lips pressed into a straight line, her expression shifting from confusion to surprise, and then to a kind of incredulous disbelief. The surroundings were very quiet, only the sound of Su Hao's heavy breathing and the faint chirping of cicadas. Su Bingtian couldn't help but jog over, first checking on the breathless Su Hao to ensure he was okay, then turning to Coach Ning, cautiously asking, "Coach, how long did Hao run?" Ning DeBeo seemed not to hear, still fixated on the stopwatch. "Coach," Su Bingtian called out again. Only then did Ning DeBeo slowly lift her head, looking at the breathless and soaked Su Hao with a complex expression. After checking the stopwatch again, her voice carried a barely detectable dryness and shock. 7 seconds. What? Su Bingtian tilted his head. The wind was a bit strong, and he didn't hear clearly. Ning DeBeo ignored Su Bingtian and continued to look at the stopwatch in her hand. The time recorded was 7 seconds. Considering the reaction time error, if measured electronically, it would likely be between 8 and 9 seconds. This performance was quite impressive for a student in this age group at a sports school, enough to qualify for some regional youth competitions. The key wasn't just the number itself, but the improvement. From the earlier 7 seconds to this time of 7 seconds, a full second of enhancement. And this was achieved under conditions where he had just recovered from heat exhaustion. How could this be possible? Could it be that she had misjudged him before? This kid might actually be a good candidate for the 100 meters. Perhaps he just hadn't realized his potential before, or had been training in the wrong direction. No, that wasn't right. Ning DeBeo's mind raced. Su Hao was someone she had personally recruited. At that time, all the basic tests had been conducted. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, they had been tested multiple times. At the time, this kid's speed endurance was decent, but absolute speed and explosiveness were relatively average, so she had suggested he focus on the 200 and 400 meters. Though it later proved that his talent in these two events was also limited and hard to excel. How could he suddenly run 7 seconds in the 100 meters? If he trained systematically and optimized his technical movements, his results would surely improve. What if he switched to training for the 100 meters? An astonishing thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of Ning DeBeo's heart. She scrutinized Su Hao once more. His height and arm span were advantageous compared to Su Bingtian. His running posture just now, although there were many issues, reaction time, middle phase technique, arm movements, hip movement, all were not quite standard, still had that drive and reminded her of Su Hao's speed at the start. This kid's starting speed is much better than before. His stride frequency in the first half was quite fast, almost comparable to Su Bingtian. But he couldn't maintain it later on. It was still a matter of explosiveness. Regardless, this made her see another especially the start, though still a bit awkward. The initial few steps, that sense of springing forward, felt like a completely different person from before. Could it be that she almost missed out on a good candidate for the 100 meters? Ning DeBeo's heart involuntarily quickened. She suppressed the swirling thoughts, trying to sound calm as she addressed the no-catch the air breath. Su Hao, come here. Su Hao straightened up and walked to her. Ning DeBeo pointed to the track during the run. Just now, how did you feel? Starting, middle phase, final sprint. Where did it feel smooth? Where did it feel awkward? Su Hao pondered briefly, combining his past experiences and recent sensations. He replied, the start felt a bit faster than usual, but the push-off still didn't feel quite sufficient. During the middle phase, my arm movements felt a bit chaotic, my core wasn't very stable, and I lost some power in the latter half. My sprinting lacked focus. Ning DeBeo's eyes lit up more and more with each word. This description, although rough, hit the nail on the head, and it didn't sound like guesswork. How had she not noticed that this kid could think while running? It should be noted that previously, when Su Hao trained for the 400 and 200 meters, technique played a significant role. If Su Hao had great technique, he could continue to pursue it. Good. She nodded, her serious expression softening a bit, even carrying a hint of faint expectation. Now on my command, adjust your breathing. We'll measure again. This time don't think about anything else, just focus on the following points I'll mention. When you push off the start, concentrate on the balls of your feet. Feel like you're stepping on a spring. During the middle run, keep your arms and elbows hidden in front and hands tucked in behind. Tighten your core. In the last 30 meters, grit your teeth, increase your arm swing, and press forward. Do you understand? Su Hao took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Understood, coach. However, just a moment later, seeing the stopwatch display 11:79 again, Coach Ning's face gradually 11:79. Considering the speed drop due to Su Hao's previous physical exertion was understandable, but it could be confirmed that Su Hao indeed possessed potential in the 100 meters. Coach, how many seconds did Hao run? Why don't you let him try again? During this time, I could give him some pointers, and maybe. Watching Su Bingtian come over with an anxious expression, Coach Ning shot him a glance, shaking her head internally. Yet she still smiled and scolded, "Do you need to worry about this? Rest assured he doesn't need to leave." The timer shows 11:79. Last time it was 11:7. This score is enough for him to remain at the sports school, but the direction will need to change. Saying this, Ning Debao ignored Su Bingtian and walked towards Su Hao. Watching Coach Ning walk away, Su Bingtian stood there in a daze. 11:79. Damn. He widened his eyes looking at Su Hao, who was panting not far away. Did Hao suddenly figure it out? Coach. At the sight of Ning Debao approaching, Su Hao instantly straightened his spine. Ning Debao smiled. No need. I'm not afraid of exhaustion. Su Hao quickly shook his head. Reborn into this life, he felt an inexhaustible surge of energy within him. Indeed, but balance remains essential. Tell me, would you consider switching to the 100-meter sprint? I saw your times just now, both under 12 seconds. Impressive. Yet your posture and form still lack refinement. With dedicated polishing, securing level 2 certification would be well within reach. Ning Debao spoke earnestly, as if anticipating youthful hesitation, and added, "Shall I visit your home later to speak with your parents in person?" No need. I choose the 100-meter sprint. Su Hao shook his head decisively. Though he'd sensed an immediate boost in speed after activating the skill, uncertainty lingered. He hadn't yet confirmed the precise time. Now that he knew the exact figure, it meant the system was undeniably real. In between 200 meters, 400 meters, and 100 meters, the choice was clear. A 1-second burst start enhancement offered negligible gains over 200 meters or longer. Its true value lay in the 100 and even 50-meter sprints. My memories of short-distance training from my past life have grown hazy. My recent attempts were almost certainly flawed in form. With corrected technique and targeted training for explosive power, reaction time, and acceleration, his speed could rise further still. Even with only this single ability at present, diligent effort would easily secure level 2 certification, or even level 1. Su Hao mused inwardly. Very well, if you're certain, rest today. Tonight I'll draft a customized training plan. Tomorrow we begin. Coach Ning patted Su Hao's shoulder and ambled away with a warm smile. And though this student struck him as unusually enigmatic, possessing anomalies defying conventional logic. For instance, though Su Hao had secretly trained the 100-meter sprint before, his primary focus remained the 200 and 400-meter events, rendering his entire training methodology fundamentally incompatible. Thus, without altering his existing regimen, achieving such a time in the 100-meter sprint admitted only one plausible explanation. Su Hao's latent talent had finally surfaced. It remained perplexing. Yet Bolt himself had long competed exclusively in the 200-meter event before claiming victory in his very first 100-meter race, clocking an astonishing 10.3 seconds. Where does reason reside in such feats? Ning sprinting raw talent reigns supreme. Forget artifice and ornamentation. Talent alone can overpower technique, and when talent merges with mastery, one ascends to the pinnacle of humanity. And the 100-meter sprint stands as the crown jewel of all sprints. Yet she cast one last glance at Su Hao, then towards Su Bingtian, and sighed softly. The 100-meter sprint. And initially she'd held greater hope for Su Hao. After all, among Chinese athletes, 200 and 400-meter sprints remain viable. The 100-meter sprint, however, has long been deemed a forbidden zone for East Asians. Still, she hoped both students would flourish. Achieving even level 3 or level 2 certification would ensure stable careers as local coaches upon retirement. Meanwhile, Su Hao remained blissfully unaware of Ning Debao's ruminations, his full attention riveted upon the system. Ending. Congratulations, host. You have completed the heart of a champion beginner quest. Current occupation sprinter. In main quest, compete in your first official race and acquire your next ability. Side quest, defeat the current or future Olympic champion or any world record holder in direct competition. Reward random acquisition of one of their abilities. Advanced quest, detected specialization in the 100-meter sprint. Unlock upon winning your first official 100-meter race. Gazing at the interface, Su Hao exhaled softly. Relieved the system possessed continuity, not a fleeting one-time malfunction. After all, if reincarnation itself could occur, nothing else seemed implausible. Bro Su. Coach said you ran 11:79. Did heaven shut 2 windows only to crack open a narrower one? A familiar voice rang out, and moments later Su Bingtian sprinted over and slung an arm around Su Hao's shoulders. Seeing Su Bingtian, so young, so unformed, Su Hao froze. Wait, wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Old Su, your phrasing is ambiguous. I ran 11:79. That's no narrow slit. It's a celestial aperture. Su Hao grinned broadly. Su Bingtian blinked, struck by an unfamiliar aura radiating from Su Hao. Before, Su Hao, disheartened by poor results and overshadowed by his junior brother's early achievements despite entering the sports school earlier, had grown increasingly withdrawn, estranging them both. Old Su. What's wrong? And nothing. I just mean, you're truly wonderful, brother Su. You seem far more cheerful now, just like before. Su Bingtian flashed a shy, radiant smile. But brother Su, I'm not mistaken. He grew solemn, then resigned. Your 2 and 400-meter times were actually quite solid. If you'd pushed, but the 100-meter sprint. Honestly, I'm uncertain even for myself. That's why I trained both 1 and 200 meters. You know how it is. Su Hao understood instantly. And this was 2005. Bolt that anomaly hadn't yet entered the 100-meter arena. The event remained firmly dominated by European and American athletes. The Asian record for East Asians stood at precisely 10 seconds, set by Japanese sprinter Hiroshi Ito in 1998. Into most media outlets, then the 10-second barrier represented an absolute racial ceiling. Black sprinters had breached it decades earlier. Jim Hines 9.95 seconds at the 1968 Mexico City Olympics. Though sub-11-second performances were already appearing at elite levels, the absolute vanguard remained inaccessible, not just to East Asians, but even to most Caucasians. By Su Hao's memory, China wouldn't match that 10-second mark until 2013, merely tying Ito. Not until 2015 would this very man shatter it, becoming the first East Asian to pierce the 10-second barrier, demolishing the myth of racial limits forever. Currently, China's top 100-meter sprinters hovered near 10.25 seconds, indeceptively close to 10 seconds. Yet in sprinting, each tenth of a second represents a quantum leap. Hear me, old Su, do you believe East Asians will one day break the 10-second barrier? Su Hao asked, smiling, as Su Bingtian frowned beside him. 10 seconds. Who? You? Su Bingtian scoffed outright, then grimaced. I've got decent results in the 100 and fair ones in the 200, but clearly the 100 suits me better. I'll grind this path relentlessly. 10 seconds. Unthinkable. If I someday run sub-11, I'll count it a triumph. Su Hao said nothing more. The disbelief in Su Bingtian's eyes rendered argument futile. Indeed, people of this era carried fierce pride, especially after Lu Xiang's emergence, which galvanized national confidence. Yet they also acknowledged a crucial distinction: hurdles versus pure sprinting. Hurdling retained significant technical nuance, whereas the 100-meter sprint distilled athleticism to its essence, raw, unadulterated talent. That was the prevailing consensus, and as a reborn soul, Su Hao rejected it utterly. And talent mattered, but technique mattered equally. The god of sprinting possessed no peerless genetic gift measured against those dazzling black athletes. His innate endowment fell markedly short. Like other Chinese sports disciplines at this stage, training remained largely unrefined. Yet once technique was prioritized, no barrier proved insurmountable, no victory unattainable. Bro Su, I still find your 11.79 hard to swallow. How about a friendly race? Su Bingtian suddenly grinned. Reading his expression and tone, Su Hao, the elder soul, recognized it instantly, the irrepressible fire of youthful competitiveness. Agreed. Let's go now. It aligned perfectly with Su Hao's intent. He yearned to test himself against the legend of this era, and victory would complete the side quest. Losing held no shame. He was after all facing the god of sprinting. Looking at Su Bingtian's youthful and increasingly radiant smile, due to victory, Su Hao felt no discouragement. Instead, he experienced a sense of solidity and a subtle excitement. The gap was evident, but it was precisely because of this gap that there were goals to chase and surpass. More importantly, he subtly shifted his thoughts, directing his attention to the system panel that only he could see. Sure enough, a new line of prompts quietly appeared. Ding. Congratulations to the host for fully engaging in a competition on the 100-meter track. Though defeated, your honor remains, and the practical experience is invaluable. Rewards: experience points 10. Experience points can be freely allocated to existing skills for skill level enhancement. Su Hao's gaze immediately locked onto the progress bar behind launch start LV1. The original 0-100 had now turned into 10,100. He attempted to concentrate his consciousness on that 10 points of experience, and indeed a subtle warmth seemed to flow through the invisible channel, infusing into the skill icon. The progress bar gently jumped, changing to 10,100. Indeed, it works. Su Hao felt a rush of joy. This system was even more pragmatic than he had imagined. Not only did it reward task completion, but also daily sparring and competitions. Regardless of winning or losing, as long as one gave their all, they could gain experience points to enhance their skills. Although this time it only granted 10 points, far from the 100 needed for an upgrade, it undoubtedly pointed out a clear path to becoming stronger. Competing with others, especially against strong opponents, could yield experience and skill improvement. And elevating skill levels could likely result in more significant acceleration effects or longer durations. If LV1 provides a 1-second speed boost, then what about LV2? Could it be 1, 5 seconds, or even 2 seconds? Just thinking about it made Su Hao's heart race. He instinctively lifted his head, gazing intensely at Su Bingtian, who was also observing his expression. However, at this moment the look in Su Hao's eyes did not seem like he was looking at the opponent who had just defeated him, but rather like he was gazing at a sparkling experience pack. Su Bingtian, about to say a few words of comfort or encouragement, felt an inexplicable chill from Su Hao's gaze, causing the hairs on his arms to stand up. He scratched his head puzzled and asked, why are you looking at me? Losing once is nothing, you really ran fast. I was shocked at the start. Su Hao's smile became increasingly friendly as he stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Su Bingshan's shoulder with considerable force and an enthusiasm that brooked no refusal. Xiao Tian, I accept defeat wholeheartedly. However what? Su Bingtian felt a bit uneasy being embraced, and Hao Guess' expression seemed oddly strange. But I am not satisfied. Su Hao patted Su Bingshan's back vigorously, looking both pained and spirited. You ran fast, but I believe I can run faster. So Xiao Tian, help your senior brother out, shall we? Have another race. Right now? Let me find my rhythm again. Another race. Su Bingtian was taken aback. They had just finished racing, and Hao Guess' enthusiasm was overwhelming. However, looking into Su Hao's genuine fiery fighting spirit and the long-lost brightness and urgency on his face, Su Bingshan's momentary confusion was replaced by joy. Hao Gu had truly changed in the past. After losing a competition, even if he didn't say it, he would be down for a while. Now he was not only undeterred, but became more courageous, actively seeking another match. This was the Hao Gu he remembered from when he first entered the sports school, full of drive. Let's race. Of course, let's race. Su Bingtian perked up, patting Su Hao back in return. Hao Gu, you can race as many times as you want. But this time I won't go easy on you. Who said you should go easy? Su Hao replied with a laugh, releasing his grip and starting to warm up his wrists and ankles. Give me your all, and let me see just how big the gap really is. Watching the two boys instantly filled with competitive spirit and enthusiasm, the surrounding team members also became excited again, gathering around to witness another exciting match. Not far away, under the shade of a tree beside the track, Coach Ning Debao did not leave immediately, but crossed his arms, watching Su Hao and Su Bingtian from a distance. Her brow furrowed slightly as if deep in thought. At that moment, Coach Yang from the sports school walked over with a cheerful smile. Coach Ning, congratulations. Coach Yang spoke with unreserved admiration and excitement. Your eye for talent is unmatched. You discovered Xiao Tian before, and now Su Hao. Remarkable. I was just beside them, and that kid ran a hand-timed 11 seconds 7. Steady. How long has it been since he switched to the 100 meters? It's almost like he's a different person. At this rate, if he trains well for 3 months, he might just make a splash in the open competition in Guangdong province. Even just to see the world would be good. Ning Debao, upon hearing this, turned to look at Coach Yang, her face showing little joy, but instead she sighed softly. 11 seconds 7. Quite unexpected. She acknowledged, her gaze returning to Su Hao at the starting line, who was earnestly stretching and warming up his joints. But I know this kid's foundation, his explosive power and absolute speed have indeed been shortcomings in the past. Suddenly having such progress. She shook her head, her tone carrying the caution characteristic of a seasoned coach. It could be a result of accumulation leading to a sudden breakthrough, or it may just be a momentary state. In athletics, especially in the 100 meters, results have to stabilize to be credible. And there are only 3 months left. She paused, lowering her voice a bit. The standards for participating in the open competition are not low, and the competition is fierce. Su Hao's current results qualify him to participate, but achieving a ranking is difficult. What he needs is a solid foundation to consolidate his techniques and stabilize his results rather than rushing into major competitions and facing setbacks. Moreover, the performance leap brought by switching events is sometimes only temporary, requiring longer observation and refinement. Coach Yang caught the meaning behind Ning Debao's words, and his excitement slightly cooled as he nodded. That's true. Coach Ning, you have thought this through. It's necessary to observe further to see if he can maintain this state. Just as the two were conversing, a strong voice from the starting line called out, Coach Yang, could you please help us with the signal and timing again? Coach Yang smiled and responded, nodding at Ning Debao before quickly walking over. However, Ning Debao did not move, remaining in place, her gaze penetrating and distant. Her eyes first swept over Su Hao's young face, which appeared particularly vibrant due to excitement and concentration, then slowly moved down to his old sweat-soaked tank top, finally settling on his feet. He wore a very ordinary pair of white canvas shoes with edges that had begun to peel. The shoe's surface had turned pale from washing, indicating they had seen better days. In the sports school, while not every student could train in professional spike shoes like Su Hao's, which were so old and seemed to lack cushioning and support, were not common. Coach Ning's eyes flickered slightly. She recalled some information she had learned before. Like Su Bingtian, Su Hao came from an ordinary rural family in Zhongshan with very average economic conditions. Su Bingtian's family also scrimped and saved to support his training. But at least Su Bingtian had achieved some results and his parents were willing to continue investing despite the sacrifices. However, Su Hao's situation might be even tighter. She remembered that when he first arrived at the sports school, his luggage was very simple. Previously, when Su Hao trained for the 200 meters and 400 meters, his requirements for running shoes might not have been as stringent. But now that he had switched to the 100 meters, every aspect of starting pushing off and sprinting had higher demands for his footwear. A pair of well-fitting grippy shoes that provide good feedback, even if just training shoes, could significantly help with results and injury prevention. Would changing this kid's shoes improve his performance? She hesitated, but then smiled and shook her head. Let's watch for a few more days. Besides, does training for the 100 meters really help? In her heart, she was also unsure. She was the least supportive of training for the 100 meters because it would only help someone mix it up domestically. Even just making a name in the Asian circuit was difficult. After all, how many years has it been since even the Japanese athlete's Asian record was broken? The afterglow of the setting sun gilded the entire track of the Zhongshan Sports School with a warm golden hue as the daytime heat finally began to recede and the evening breeze brought a hint of coolness. Huff, huff, cough. I can't go on. Really can't. Su Bingtian lay sprawled on the grass beside the track, his chest heaving violently, his face flushed, and his forehead drenched in sweat, strands of hair sticking to his skin. He felt as if his lungs were rasping like a broken bellows, and his legs were so weak they seemed not to belong to him. Since the afternoon, he could not recall how many 100-meter races he had run against Hao Ge. 10 races. 15 races. At first he managed just fine, even with a bit of a coaching mindset, but as time went on he increasingly felt something was amiss. That guy Hao Ge seemed tireless. Every time he burst across the finish line, catching his breath and drinking some water, he quickly rallied to shout, "Let's do it again." In contrast, he felt his energy being slowly drained and his speed inevitably declined. In the last few races he had even been overtaken by Hao Ge. "Su Hao? You beast." Su Bingtian struggled to raise a finger, pointing at Su Hao, who stood beside him, also drenched in sweat, but clearly still steady on his feet, even his eyes shining, his voice gasping again. "One more 100 meters. I'm just a dog." He truly felt exhausted and had lost his temper. The usually reserved and somewhat dull Hao Ge seemed to have flipped a switch of madness today. No, not madness, but cunning. That damn guy was relying on the speed and endurance foundation built from his 200 and 400 meter training to play the endurance game with him. Su Hao bent down, hands on his knees, looking at the collapsed junior brother with an unabashedly mischievous grin. "What's wrong? Are you scared? Our Zhongshan's #1 flyer is giving up already." "Scared? I'm scared of you, ghost." Su Bingtian, upon hearing this, nearly lost his breath, sitting up abruptly, disregarding his image, glaring. "How can you say that? You're clearly just cheating. Relying on your previous 200 and 400 meter experience, you have a bit better endurance and are playing the waiting game with me. If it weren't for my stamina lagging behind and my steps feeling heavy, could you have won those last 2 races? If you're brave, let's have a fair contest again tomorrow once I've recovered." He was truly worn down to the point of losing his temper. The excitement that had arisen from his senior brother's sudden vigor had now turned into a mix of anger and amusement. However, deep down he also breathed a sigh of relief. Hao Ge being so spirited indicated that he had truly come back to life, and his fighting spirit was frighteningly high. This was a million times better than his previous lifeless demeanor. Su Hao chuckled, extending his hand. "All right, tomorrow it is. But it's agreed, if you lose, don't just lie here cursing." "Who's cursing?" Su Bingtian mumbled, but still grasped Su Hao's hand, using it to help himself up, his legs still a bit shaky. He brushed off the grass clippings on his clothes, glanced at Su Hao, and muttered softly, "Monster." Su Hao paid no mind to his junior brother's complaints, his focus mostly on the system panel visible only to him. Ejection start LV1 80,100. The results of an afternoon of sparring were impressive. Experience points had surged from 10 to 80, just a step away from the 100 points needed to level up. Moreover, this validated his previous conjecture: sparring with others, especially competing against someone like Su Bingtian, who was clearly stronger than him, was the best shortcut to gaining experience points. Additionally, he had figured out some rules. First, daily training could also yield experience, but minimally. Sprinting 100 meters would only yield about 0.01 points, accumulating slowly. Secondly, competing against the same person would result in diminishing returns in experience points. For example, in the first 3 races against Su Bingtian, he consistently earned 10 points each time, but starting from the 4th race, it dropped to 8, then 5, then 3. Until the last 2 races, when he only got a pitiful 1 point, or even 0. It seemed the system encouraged him to continually challenge new opponents or stronger ones rather than just milking the same opponent. Furthermore, the opponent's skill level directly affected the experience gained from the first encounter. In the afternoon, not only had he pestered Su Bingtian, but he had also challenged several other classmates with decent track records at the sports school. The best-performing classmate in their first race against him provided 8 experience points, but the second time it sharply dropped to 4. Most of the other classmates hovered around 5 and 3 points. Clearly, the stronger the opponent, or the closer their skill level to his, the greater the experience gained from defeating them or engaging in full-on sparring. Conversely, if the opponent was far weaker than him, the experience from their first match would be pitifully low. Su Hao even speculated that once he improved further, these classmates from the sports school would likely no longer provide any experience points. However, there are still quite a few people in the sports school I haven't competed against. Su Hao calculated in his heart, his gaze sweeping over the other figures still training or preparing to leave the track. Even if I only challenge those at the top, a few rounds with each should be enough to raise ejection start to LV2. I wonder what changes LV2 will bring. Thinking of this, he felt elated, pulling Su Bingtian closer as he was still brushing off his legs. Let's go, it's almost dark, time to head home. We'll settle this tomorrow. Who knows who will settle with whom? Su Bingtian shot back defiantly, but his body was already obediently following Su Hao toward the school gate. At the entrance of Zhongshan Sports School. At this time, many parents of day students were already waiting at the entrance with bicycles, motorcycles, and occasionally a few cars, composing a common scene from the late 90s to early 2000s in the urban-rural fringe. Su Hao quickly spotted a woman standing under an old banyan tree. She wore a faded floral shirt, ordinary dark pants, and cheap plastic sandals. Carrying an old cloth bag, she appeared somewhat slender. Yet despite her plain attire, her well-defined features and a hint of scholarly aura set her apart from the surrounding environment. It was evident that she must have been a beautiful girl in her youth. Su Hao had looked in the mirror that afternoon. His current face combined youthful sharpness with ruggedness. Just his face alone could elicit exclamations from others, with its heroic brow and bright eyes. Clearly this was a good gene inherited from his mother. A pitiful woman who once got admitted to university, but was forced to abandon her studies due to family debts, marrying early to pay them off. Yet she was also fortunate. Her husband Su Jiangua, the father of Su Hao, was a simple, taciturn farmer. To outsiders, Su Jiangua appeared dull and indecisive, but at home, especially in front of his wife Yang Min, he possessed a simple wisdom and unconditional support. Yang Min loved to read, so Su Jiangua quietly noted down the titles of the books. Whenever he went to the town, or even to the provincial capital to sell produce, he secretly used the money he had saved for household expenses to buy the books his wife had mentioned, wrapping them carefully in old newspapers and presenting them to her like treasures. Even though Yang Min knew that their son Su Hao was not cut out for studying, she believed he had a natural talent for running and insisted on bringing him to the sports school despite the family's pressure. Su Jiangua said little, merely working harder and even quitting smoking to support this choice. Their family was not wealthy. In fact, it could be described as impoverished. In order to provide for Su Hao's nutrition at the sports school, Yang Min secretly borrowed money from her sisters and close friends, accumulating debts quietly. Su Hao, the original owner, vaguely knew some of this, but his youthful nature, overwhelmed by his own frustrations and shame, prevented him from thinking too deeply. Now, with a mature soul, Su Hao felt the emotional connections of this body heavy yet burning within him. Mom. Su Hao raised a smile and quickened his pace towards her, his voice infused with the unique vitality of a boy his age, yet with a newfound brightness and confidence. Yang Min turned her head at the sound, and upon seeing her son, a smile instantly appeared on her face, though it seemed somewhat forced, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion of hesitation and unsaid words with a hint of redness that was barely noticeable. How are you done with training? Are you tired? She asked, naturally reaching out to take the training bag from Su Hao's shoulder. Not tired, not tired. Su Hao sidestepped her, not allowing his mother to help, and instead excitedly said, Mom, let me tell you, Coach Ning had me switch to training for the 100 meters today. I ran really well, and I even raced against Xiao Tian several times this afternoon and won. He exaggerated a bit, hoping to make this mother whom he had just met for the first time happy. However, the smile on Yang Min's face grew even more strained, and a flash of nearly uncontainable sadness and panic crossed her features. She nodded hurriedly, her voice tense. Oh, okay, that's good. Training for anything is fine. Her gaze drifted, unable to meet her son's bright eyes. Su Hao's heart sank. His mother's reaction was off. At that moment, Yang Min's heart was filled with a cold. While waiting for Su Hao at the school gate that afternoon, she unintentionally overheard a few parents waiting for their children chatting. Have you heard? That boy Su Hao from the sprint team seems to have been talked to by Coach Ning and is being advised to quit. Is that true? Wasn't that kid training for quite a while? Alas, it seems he has no results. Last time, he didn't make it past the first round of the competition. That kid from their village, Su Bingtian, who joined half a year later, is actually doing really well with results already. That's a pity. Oh, I heard his family is also not well off. If he gets kicked out. Those whispered remarks pierced Yang Min's heart like needles. At that moment, she felt a buzzing in her ears and her hands and feet turned cold. Kicked out. How was being advised to quit. How much pressure had she endured to send her son to the sports school? The complaints from her in-laws, the incomprehension from her own family, the gossip from the villagers. Although her husband supported her, his silent sacrifices were visible in his increasingly hunched back and the early graying of his hair. For that little bit of nutrition money, she had to lower her head to borrow debts, each entry noted in a small notebook like a stone pressing on her heart. She always told herself and her son, just work hard, having something to look forward to is enough. But if he can't even stay in the sports school, then what is that hope? Is it her reckless stubbornness dragging their already impoverished home deeper into the mire? Hearing her son excitedly talk about switching to the 100 meters and running well, her first reaction was not joy, but boundless bitterness and doubt. Could it be that Coach Ning was just being kind, offering a last bit of comfort because he felt sorry for the child? Or was Hao forcing a smile to avoid worrying her? Looking at her son's face devoid of any shadow of gloom and his eyes shining much brighter than before, her heart ached like it was being cut by a knife. She wanted so much to believe her son, but she feared more that this was merely a fleeting dream, and upon waking a harsher reality awaited. Tonight her husband would again stay up late to help someone transport goods, and she had only a few crumpled bills left in her pocket. How was she going to come up with enough for her son's meals for the following week? Just then another woman's cheerful voice rang out nearby. Min Jia. Are you waiting for Hao? Our Xiao Tian just came out too. It was Li Xiaoying, the mother of Su Bing. She was also dressed simply, but her expression was bright, and as she looked at Su Hao and her son walking side by side, her eyes sparkled with unhidden happiness and pride. She hurried over, warmly grasping Yang Min's hand. Min Jia, I heard from Xiao Tian that Hao was amazing today. He ran so fast. Coach Ning even praised him for having potential. It's great for the two kids to work hard together and challenge each other. Yang Min, held by Li Xiaoying, felt the warmth and genuine joy flowing from her hand, which somewhat melted the ice of her numbness, yet it was replaced by deeper bitterness and helplessness. She forced a smile and replied softly to Li Xiaoying, yes. That's good. As long as the kids are well. Li Xiaoying was Yang Min's close friend. After all, they were both daughters-in-law of the Su family, and in a way Su Hao's family and Su Bingtian's family were related. Moreover, since both families had children practicing sports, the two middle-aged women had a relatively good relationship. Yet how could Li Xiaoying not see the weight behind Yang Min's smile? She immediately recalled the gossip she had vaguely heard before and clearly understood the difficulties Yang Min faced. She squeezed Yang Min's hand firmly, her voice softening with comfort. Min Jia, don't think too much. The kids have their own paths, and as parents we can only support them as best as we can. Hao is a solid child. Perhaps he just hadn't found his direction before, but look at him now, so spirited. Heaven won't let down hardworking children. Things will get better. Yang Min looked into her friend's sincere eyes, then at her son, who was already laughing and playing with Su Bingtian, radiating vitality. The strong facade she had been holding up began to crack, and her eyes welled up with warmth. She hurriedly lowered her head, using the motion of brushing her hair to wipe her eyes. When she looked up again, her smile finally carried a bit more authenticity, although it still bore traces of fatigue. Yes, I know. Thank you, Xiaoying. Su Hao witnessed the interaction between his mother and Aunt Li, clearly noticing the fleeting tears in his mother's eyes and the effort she made to suppress her sobs. He didn't point it out, instead turning around his back to his mother and vigorously rubbed his slightly sore nose. Why am I being so sentimental? After all, they were just family he had just met. Su Hao thought to himself, yet looking at this woman who resembled his mother from his past life by about 70 to 80%, his heart felt inexplicably sore. Mom, Su Hao suppressed his deliberately exaggerated excitement, his voice slowing while his gaze fixed intently on Yang Min. Coach Ning came to talk to me today, but it wasn't to drop me. She told me to switch to training the 100 meters. She thinks I have more potential in the 100 meters. This afternoon, I timed myself several times. The results were really good. Hand-timed, I can hit around 11.7 seconds. Coach Ning said I should work hard. There might even be a chance to compete in the Provincial Open in 3 months. Yang Min listened, her fingers unconsciously clutching the strap of the old cloth bag. Her son's words were logically coherent and specific in detail. They didn't sound like offhand comfort. But 11.7 seconds. Though she did not grasp the exact standards, she had heard from Xiaoying that Xiaotian once ran 11.7 in a competition, a very respectable time. How could he really run that fast? Or was he simply saying it to put her mind at ease? How Mom knows you're sensible. Yang Min's voice dropped, tinged with pain. But you don't have to do this. I'm fine, really. If the training is too hard, or, well, think of other ways. She didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was plain. She feared he was swallowing his hardships without complaint, more afraid he would force himself because of the family's pressure. Just then a slightly hurried voice came from the school gate. Su Hao. Wait. Su Hao's mother is here too. Perfect. Several turned toward the sound and saw Coach Ning hurrying out of the sports school, sweat beading at her temples as if she'd jogged to reach them. She first nodded to Su Hao, then her gaze fell upon Yang Min, her face breaking into a warm yet solemn smile. Someone called out, "Coach Ning." Su Hao's eyes lit up. "Hello, Coach Ning." Yang Min hurriedly greeted her, feeling awkward. The tension in her chest tightened. The coach had come out in person. Could it be to speak of dropping him? Sweat began to prick her palms. Ning Debao stepped closer, glanced at Su Hao, then said to Yang Min, "Mrs. Su, may I take a few minutes of your time? It's regarding Su Hao's training." Yang Min's heart sank. She forced a smile. "Please tell me Coach Ning is Hao." "It's like this," Ning Debao interrupted the worst of her guesses, his tone clear and assured. "As for today's training, I suppose Su Hao has told you. I wanted to confirm in person that Su Hao has indeed shown surprising potential and rapid progress in the 100-meter sprint. His previous training focus may have been somewhat off, but now that he has shifted to the 100 meters, I personally am very optimistic about his development over the coming months." She paused, glancing at the conspicuous worn canvas shoes on Su Hao's feet, then continued, "Therefore I hope, and I recommend, that Su Hao remain on the team and focus primarily on the 100 meters. If his subsequent training keeps pace and his results stabilize, I'll recommend him for the U Provincial Athletics Open in November. It would be an excellent opportunity for experience." Yang Min froze, staring blankly at Coach Ning, then at her son, as if she hadn't heard clearly. You mean, Hao really can't? You're not just consoling him?" she asked, voice trembling. "Of course not," Ning Debao responded with certainty and a tinge of professional emphasis. "The results are real. He ran them. This afternoon he timed himself several times consistently under 11.8 seconds, a very rare achievement for someone just beginning specialized 100-meter training. More importantly, his training attitude and comprehension have improved qualitatively compared to before. Mrs. Su, you've raised a hard-working, perceptive young talent. Mom, see, I didn't lie to you." Su Hao seized the moment, feeling full of gratitude toward Coach Ning. At that moment, Su Bingtian, standing beside Li Xiaoying, nodded vigorously in corroboration. "Auntie Yang's senior brother, Hao was fierce today? He ran really fast. I almost couldn't match his start." "Coach Ning is right. Senior brother Hao will surely make it in the 100 meters. The young man's words were imbued with unquestionable sincerity. He was genuinely happy for his senior brother. Li Xiaoying smiled and draped an arm around Yang Min's shoulder. "Sister Min, you can relax now, right? Coach Ning said so. If both children keep working, we'll be set to reap the benefits." Yang Min looked at Coach Ning's resolute expression, listened to the sincere words from Su Bingtian and his mother, and met her son's startlingly bright eyes. The enormous weight pressing at her chest seemed to split with a sudden crack. Her eyes flushed instantly. Not with sorrow this time, but with overwhelming excitement and relief. She bowed her head abruptly and wiped her eyes hard with the back of her hand. When she lifted her face again, it bore a genuine, radiant, almost foolishly joyful smile, and the fatigue of recent days seemed to meld away under that expression. "Thank you, Coach Ning. Thank you." Yang Min's voice choked with gratitude. "Our Hao. Sorry, we will absolutely support him. We'll make sure he trains properly." Watching the hope ignite in Yang Min, Coach Ning couldn't help but sigh softly, feeling a twinge of complicated emotion. She fully understood the Su family's finances, more strained than Su Bingtian's. Her words effectively offered the family a clear hope that they would need to increase their investment. "I don't know whether this is helping them or merely adding another burden," Ning Debao thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over Su Hao's lean but upright figure and the stubborn spark in his eyes. "But since there's a possibility, it should at least be tried. Otherwise, it's unfair to the child and to the family who are gritting their teeth to support him. I hope the boy can truly make good of it." Coach Ning tucked away her thoughts and smiled gently at Yang Min. "Mrs. Su, you are welcome. It's my duty. By the way," she added almost casually, "Su Hao's training intensity will increase, and there are some equipment. I noticed his shoes are quite worn. If your family can afford it, consider getting him a pair of dedicated running trainers. They needn't be expensive. An entry-level pair from a reputable sports shop for 200 or 300 yuan will do. They'll help protect his ankles and provide better grip, reducing the risk of injury. Of course, this isn't urgent. Take your time to consider it." Her words were tactful but clear. Yang Min understood immediately. She glanced at her son's shoes and hurriedly nodded. Yes. "Thank you for the reminder, Coach Ning. Well remember." After a few more pleasantries, Coach Ning returned to the sports school. On the way home, dusk deepened and the streetlights came on one by one. Yang Min walked closely beside her son, her smile never fading, as if trying to make up for all the joy that had been missing these days. She glanced at Su Hao from time to time. The radiance in her eyes was something he had never seen. How, if your father knew, he would be so happy." Yang Min's voice brimmed with lightness. "He went to help with work in the neighboring town today. He'll probably be back late. Once we're home, I'll go to the corner shop to send him a message." No, we'll call the team leader directly. I have to make him happy too. She chattered on as if she could already see her husband's simple face break into a smile upon hearing the news. Mom, no rush. Dad's working, we can tell him later. Su Hao felt a warm glow savoring his mother's unadulterated happiness. He could feel his mother's steps were much lighter than when they had come. That won't do, such good news must be told early. Yang Min insisted, her steps unfaltering. The two walked along the familiar street, passing shop after shop. The scent of cooking drifted from eateries, a grocery store radio crooned Cantonese opera, bicycle bells tinkled as they passed. Suddenly Yang Min slowed, and then stopped. Su Hao halted too, and looked at his mother in puzzlement. Mom? Yang Min didn't answer immediately. Her gaze passed over Su Hao and fixed on the bright, wide glass display window of a shop by the road. Su Hao followed her line of sight. It was a Jinsu sports shop. In the window, the lights shone brightly. Plastic mannequins dressed in vivid sportswear posed mid-run or mid-jump. And in the most prominent spot of the window, several running shoes were displayed. Under one silver-blue pair with a lightning emblem on the side stood a small price tag. 289.00. Her gaze locked onto that figure. The smile that had been radiating across her face gradually settled into something heavier. The smile didn't vanish, but it grew heavier and more complex. 289 yuan. It was almost equal to half a month's hard-earned wages from her husband's carrying work. In the early morning, the rubber track of Zhongshan Sports School still held the dew from the night. On his feet were no longer the old canvas shoes with worn-out edges and smooth soles, but a brand new pair of silver-blue running shoes. The lightning-shaped logo on the side reflected slightly in the morning light. The breathable mesh fabric allowed for airflow, and the rubber particles on the sole provided a clear grip that could be felt even through thin socks. These shoes felt light. Running in them would surely be comfortable. Yet a heavy weight lingered in Su Hao's heart. How good. New shoes. Cool. Su Bingtian jogged over, his eyes lighting up as he circled around Su Hao, his tone filled with genuine envy. Did Aunt Yang buy them for you? Very nice. Su Hao stood up, smiled, and said little else. So how do they fit? Shall we have a little competition? Su Bingtian was eager to try, still remembering the humiliation of being outperformed yesterday, waiting to redeem himself today. Just as Su Hao was about to agree, a crisp clapping sound rang out from the side of the track. Gather around. Everyone come here. Coach Ning Debao stood at the edge of the track, looking more serious. The team members quickly gathered around. Ning coach scanned the young faces, cleared his throat, and spoke clearly. Two things, listen carefully. First, in 1 month, the school will organize an internal selection assessment. The purpose is to finalize the participant list for the Guangdong Province Athletics Open in November. A low murmur arose from the crowd. The Open was one of the highest-level events for youth athletics in the province, a crucial stepping stone to a higher stage. Ning Debao raised his hand to quiet them down and continued, although the Open allows athletes who meet the standards to register individually, the school hopes to send the most competitive students through selection. Additionally, he paused, glancing at several students with different main events. Those who pass the selection, if conditions permit, the coaching staff will suggest that you take on additional events in the Open, such as the 100 meters, 200 meters, or long jump and relay, depending on personal circumstances, to gain more competitive experience and bring more honor to the school. The idea of taking on extra events made many students' eyes light up. It meant more opportunities. The second thing. Ning Debao's voice rose slightly, his gaze becoming particularly sharp. Similarly, in 1 month, the provincial athletics coaching staff will come to our Zhongshan Sports School for an inspection. Provincial teams. The mere mention of those words ignited the blood of all the youths. The previously murmuring crowd suddenly erupted with excitement. Excitement, yearning, and disbelief were evident on everyone's faces. The provincial team. That was the starting point of a professional system, the dream hall for countless sports schools. Better training conditions, more professional coaches, higher-level competition opportunities, and even a stepping stone to the national team. That's right, the provincial team. Ning Debao nodded affirmatively, his gaze slowly scanning Su Bingtian, Su Hao, and other outstanding team members. This inspection is not just to observe our internal selection. If anyone shows enough potential and form to impress the provincial coaches during the selection or in the training over those days, they might be absorbed into the provincial team early for more systematic training. Wow! At this, even the most composed students couldn't help but exclaim. Getting into the provincial team early. It meant a leap to success, a chance to open up a brand new and much broader career. Su Bingtian clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his arms slightly bulging, his face reddened with excitement. He pressed his lips together tightly, but the light in his eyes was bursting. Su Hao was also jolted by the news. The provincial team. He hadn't expected the opportunity to come so quickly. He instinctively glanced at the excited Su Bingtian beside him and whispered, "You really want to get into the provincial team?" "Of course." Su Bingtian replied without hesitation, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. Who wouldn't want to? Once you get into the provincial team training competition and experiences are all different. That is a true starting point. But as he spoke, his excitement slightly waned, shaking his head and lowering his voice. However, it's just a thought. The provincial team selection is too difficult. Our sports school hasn't had anyone directly favored by the provincial team for years. Me? Probably no chance. Su Hao fell silent. He recalled his previous life memories. Indeed, Su Bingtian did not enter the provincial team in 2005, but rather in late 2006, after being absorbed due to outstanding performance in the provincial games. Currently, Su Bingtian, although his talent was beginning to show, was still in a developmental stage, and his performance was unstable, which made it normal for the provincial coaches to overlook him. What about himself? Su Hao quickly calculated in his mind. With a system to assist the experience and determination of a rebirth, plus a month of intense training. Was there a possibility to seize this inspection opportunity from the provincial team? He didn't know, but inside his chest a fire had already ignited. If there was a chance, he had to fight for it. After the meeting ended, the team members dispersed, but each face carried an unprecedented sense of urgency and excitement. The training atmosphere on the track was noticeably different. Ning Debao walked straight up to Su Hao with a notebook in hand. Su Hao, come here. This is the preliminary training plan adjusted based on your performance yesterday and physical test data. She opened the notebook, which was filled with times and events. You previously focused on the 200 meters and 400 meters. You have a foundation in endurance and speed endurance, but the 100 meters requires instant explosive power start reaction and acceleration in the first 30 meters, which are your weaknesses. So this month your training focus must shift completely. She pointed to the plan. In the morning, focus on explosive power training. Weighted squats, box jumps, resistance, sprints, short distance, shuttle runs. In the afternoon, technical refinement and speed training. Starting practice reaction to the gun, repeated sprints of 30 meters and 60 meters, emphasizing improvements in arm swing, hip drive, and ground contact techniques. In the evening, core strength and aerobic recovery. Your movement framework is there, but the details are rough and the power efficiency is low. All of these require thousands of repetitions to form muscle memory. Su Hao listened attentively, constantly nodding. Coach Ning's plan was very specific and hit the nail on the head. This was exactly what he needed. Additionally, Ning Debao closed the notebook, looking at Su Hao. I have a general understanding of your family situation. Take good care of these shoes and don't let them go to waste. Concentrate 100 during training to avoid unnecessary injuries. Your time may be more pressing than others. Do you understand? Understood, coach. Su Hao nodded emphatically, his heart burning with determination. In the subsequent training, Su Hao transformed himself into a machine. During the morning explosive power training, while others did 3 sets, he gritted his teeth and pushed for 4 until his legs trembled, almost unable to stand. While doing weighted squats, he imagined his feet stepping on springs, the feeling of launching off the ground in an instant. During box jumps, he aimed for each jump to be more explosive than the last, reaching higher in the air. In the afternoon's technical training, he practiced his start, repeatedly listening to simulated gun sounds of various rhythms until his reaction time to the gunshot was minimized. For the 30-meter sprints, he repeatedly experienced the body posture during the run, the angle of arm swing, the range of hip drive, and the sensation of power during the ground contact. Coach Ning was constantly correcting him from the side, and he absorbed every bit of guidance like a greedy sponge. Sweat streamed down his chin, leaving dark marks on the track. His muscles ached, his lungs felt fiery, but his gaze was astonishingly bright. He could also see on the system panel the experience point for explosive start LV1 steadily, but slowly increasing with each all-out sprint and targeted training. 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. Little by little. During a break in the afternoon training, Su Hao had just completed a set of resistance sprints, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. Su Bingtian strolled over with a water bottle, a mischievous smile on his face. How good, have you rested enough? Today's payback for yesterday's humiliation must happen. Shall we have another round? Su Bingtian warmed up his wrists and ankles, eager to go. He had recovered well and was back to his confident self. Su Hao straightened up, wiped his sweat, and looked at this best opponent and experience source before him, smiling. Sure, I wouldn't want anything more. Nearby, Ning Debao, who was guiding other team members on arm swing techniques, noticed the commotion and looked over. Su Hao called out, Coach Ning, could you help us with the starting signal and timing? Ning Debao nodded, putting down what she was holding and walking over. Sure, I don't want you all to just bury yourselves in hard training. Appropriate competition and sparring can not only motivate each other, but also help cultivate a competitive mindset in advance. As she moved, many nearby team members who had just finished a set of training or were resting curiously gathered around. Su Hao and Su Bingtian were now the most talked about matchup in the sprint team. Su Hao approached the starting line, crouched down, and pressed his fingers against the rubber particles. just as he adjusted his breathing and focused all his attention on the gun. Ding. Explosive start LV1, 100,100 experience points are full. Do you want to upgrade? Here it comes. Su Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart and decisively thought, upgrade. A warm flow more evident than any previous experience surged from the soles of his feet, quickly spreading through his legs, and finally quietly integrating into the depths of his muscle memory. Explosive start upgrade successful. Current level LV20100. Effect significant speed enhancement in the first moment of the start. The higher the proficiency, the more stable the enhancement effect. 1 seconds. The enhancement time increased by 0.1 seconds. Seeing this value, Su Hao was not disappointed, but rather delighted. After all, one should not underestimate a 0.1 second improvement in athletics, especially in the 100 meters. The further one goes, the more challenging it is to improve. Even within 11 seconds, let alone 0.1 seconds, every 0.01 improvement is a significant leap. Now it's 0.1. Does that mean that once the explosive start is fully upgraded, it can provide a total improvement of 2 seconds? Thinking of this, Su Hao couldn't help but clench his fists. 2 seconds. Even if he didn't improve at all afterward, just this skill alone would be enough for him to run under 11 seconds, reaching a standard of 10.7 seconds, which in today's era would be incredibly competitive in the country. Su Hao suppressed his wild joy and looked at Su Bingtian beside him, who was also crouched down in a serious and focused starting position, a smile creeping onto his lips. Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. The skills you possess, I'm going to take them for myself. He hadn't forgotten about the side quest. System side quest: challenge the current or future Olympic champion record holder and win to randomly draw one of their skills. Su Bingtian, the future Asian record holder, undoubtedly met the criteria. The two stood at the starting line, gathering their focus like cheetahs ready to pounce. Ning Debao stood nearby, raising her arm, her gaze sharp. On your marks. Su Hao took a deep breath, shifted his weight forward, and concentrated fully on the sound of the gun. Bang! In the instant the gun went off, a familiar warmth surged beneath Su Hao's feet, more intense and powerful than when he was at LV1. The launch start LV2 was activated. The moment his feet pushed off the starting block, he distinctly felt a powerful thrust explode from below, combined with the excellent grip feedback of his new running shoes, propelling him forward as if he were being launched, starting faster and more fiercely than ever before. The wind howled past his ears, and the scenery on both sides rushed backward. Charge! He roared inwardly, casting aside all distractions and fully immersing himself in this brief 100 meters. The new shoes provided not only psychological reassurance, but also physical support and rebound, allowing him to push off the ground more forcefully and smoothly. He could feel that these shoes were converting the explosive power gained from the launch start skill into forward speed more efficiently. So fast. Su Hao's start is incredible. Gasps of astonishment erupted among the onlookers. On the starting line, the silvery blue figure shot forward almost simultaneously with the gunshot, the reaction time visibly swift, and during the first 30 meters of acceleration, he managed to push ahead of the acknowledged fast starter Su Bingtian by a noticeable half a body length. Even during the peak speed phase from 30 to 50 meters, Su Hao led by nearly a full body length. Su Bingtian felt a shock in his heart. In that moment when the gun fired, he felt a blue shadow dash past him, creating a gust of wind that stung him. He had only experienced that feeling of being overtaken so suddenly when facing a few of the top peers in the province. How could he be so fast? In the midst of his shock, Su Bingtian's competitive spirit was completely ignited. He gritted his teeth, desperately swinging his arms and driving his hips, striving to maximize his advantage of a rapid stride and working hard to close the gap. As they entered the second half after 60 meters, Su Hao clearly felt his speed starting to wane, and the issue of fatigue began to show in the latter part. Meanwhile, Su Bingtian, relying on more stable running technique and speed maintenance ability, gradually caught up. 70 meters, 80 meters. The two figures were almost neck and neck. 90 meters, crossing the finish line. The two almost crossed shoulder to shoulder, making it difficult to discern who was first. After crossing the finish line, Su Hao stumbled forward a few steps before barely stopping, his hands on his knees, chest heaving violently, lungs burning painfully, with sweat instantly soaking his temples. Beside him, Su Bingtian was in a similar state, bent over, gasping for air, his face filled with disbelief. The surrounding teammates were dumbfounded, and the scene fell into silence, only broken by the heavy breathing of the two. Ning Debao looked down at the stopwatch in his hand, first appearing astonished, then replaced by overwhelming shock. After confirming the numbers on the dial several times, he raised his head, his voice trembling slightly. Su Bingtian 11 seconds 60. Su Hao 11 seconds 63. Only 0.3 seconds apart. Wow. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted. 11 seconds 63. Su Hao. My God. Wasn't it 11 seconds 7 before? This improvement is too exaggerated. Can a new pair of shoes make such a difference? Is the stopwatch broken? Ning Debao listened to the discussions around her, feeling the shock just as much as they did. She knew better than anyone that the stopwatch was not broken. The explosiveness Su Hao displayed at the start and during the first half was something she had never seen in him during her coaching. Could it be that a suitable pair of running shoes combined with finding the right event transformed him completely? If this child had focused on the 100 meters from the start, his current achievements would probably not pale in comparison to Su Bingtian. She looked at Su Hao, her eyes fiery, yet filled with deep regret. While this is interesting, Chun Haijian said, crossing his arms and slightly raising his eyebrows. With his keen eye, he could see more clearly. He turned to the principal of the Zhongshan Sports School, Wang, and Coach Zhang beside him. Principal Wang, Coach Zhang, what's the name of that young man in the blue shoes? Principal Wang, also captivated by the intense competition earlier, paused at the question and looked at Coach Zhang. Coach Zhang, an experienced coach in athletics for many years, was familiar with the athletes, as after a moment of thought he replied, "Oh, his name is Su Hao. He is from the same village as Su Bingtian and entered the sports school 6 months earlier than him." Previously, while he had been mainly training in the 200 and 400 meters with average results. "I heard he tested the 100 meters yesterday and showed improvement, but I didn't expect such a significant increase." Coach Zhang also found it hard to believe. Transitioning from 200 and 400 meters. Chun Haijian nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he struggled a bit in the latter half. The speed maintenance was weak, typical issues when transitioning events. However, he shifted the conversation, pointing out the crux. His reaction time at the start was slow. Slow. Principal Wang and Coach Zhang both looked at him. Yes, Chun Haijian held up 2 fingers to demonstrate. "I estimate Su Bingtian's reaction time is under 0.2 seconds, which is decent among his peers. But for Su Hao," he shook his head, "it's about 0.28 seconds, or possibly more. 0.28 seconds compared to 0.2 seconds on the 100-meter track. That 0.1 second gap is often a chasm apart." Chun Haijian continued, "Main team members in the province generally have their reaction times between 0.14 to 0.18 seconds. The national team has stricter requirements, typically around 0.14 to 0.15 seconds. Top international athletes can even stabilize around 0.12 seconds. Reaction time relies partly on talent and partly on relentless training. Su Hao clearly has a noticeable shortcoming in this regard." Principal Wang and Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, recognizing that he had pinpointed the core issue at a glance. However, Chun Haijian's gaze shifted back to the panting Su Hao, his eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation. His explosiveness in the first half, especially during the start and acceleration, was impressive and impactful. That is his advantage. But the fatigue in the latter half and the technical connection and speed endurance clearly reflect the foundation of having trained in the 200 and 400 meters, which has not fully transitioned yet. He seemed to recall something and asked, "How old is this child?" Coach Zhang calculated, "He should be about a year older than Bingtian, turning 16 this year, almost 17. 16, almost 17. Chun Haijian frowned slightly, letting out a soft sigh. At this age, it's not particularly early for a 100-meter athlete. Moreover, since he primarily trained for the 400 meters, his physical development and muscle type may already be somewhat fixed. Now he is switching to the 100 meters. Although there are highlights in explosiveness, there are many technical details that need to be corrected, especially in hip drive technique. He is taller than Su Bingtian with longer legs, theoretically giving him a greater stride advantage, but he needs better hip drive technique to leverage it. It's a pity if he had focused on the 100 meters earlier or had engaged in targeted explosive and starting training sooner." He left his sentence unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Su Hao has talent, but he started late and transitioned late, leaving a significant uncertainty about how far he could go in the future. Principal Wang sensed Chun Haijian's regret and quickly smiled. "Haijian, your insight is sharp and you hit the nail on the head. But the kids are still young. The future is unpredictable. How about we go over later and give them some pointers? Especially Su Hao, let him know where his issues are, which would also provide him with a direction to work towards." Chun Haijian looked at the 2 youths on the track who had already caught their breath and were conversing, thought for a moment, and shook his head with a bitter smile. "Let's skip it. I'm just muddling through in the country. I don't have much to offer them in terms of guidance. On the track, Hao. Brother Hao, have you taken your medicine?" Su Bingtian finally caught his breath, straightened up, and looked at Su Hao with a ghostly expression. 11 seconds 63. "Yesterday you were still at 11 seconds 7. Just a night with new shoes, you." Su Hao also calmed down, feeling his legs, which were still a bit weak, but filled with strength, and he was quite satisfied with the effect of LV2 ejection start. In response to Su Bingtian's astonishment, he smiled and half-jokingly replied, "The new shoes are great, good grip, and comfortable to exert power. Besides, is there a possibility that your brother Hao has always been impressive, but was just delayed by the 200 and 400 meters? He patted Su Bingshan's shoulder with a teasing tone, yet his eyes were particularly serious. Shout on, be careful, maybe one day, it'll really surpass you. Su Bingtian looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar confidence in Su Hao's eyes, momentarily speechless, then smiled and punched Su Hao's chest. All right. I'm waiting. But next time it'll definitely be me who wins. The two exchanged smiles, the sparks of competition crackling in the air, yet the bond of friendship grew even stronger. In the following days, the track and field team at Zhongshan Sports School, especially the sprinters, deeply realized what it meant to be obsessed with practice. Su Hao seemed tireless. After completing the high-intensity training plan set by Coach Ning, every day his greatest joy was to challenge others. Classmate, do you sprint? How about a 100-meter race? Senior brother, looking at those thigh muscles, your explosive power must be good, want to compare. Junior brother, don't run away, it's just one race, it'll be quick. At first, he only challenged athletes from the same group or nearby events. Later on, the scope gradually expanded. Anyone who looked like they could run a bit on the playground, whether they were training for middle-distance events or just casually jogging, even students from academic classes who came to exercise occasionally, could be enthusiastically stopped by Su Hao for a challenge. A legend quickly spread in the sports school. The sprint team had a crazy guy named Su Hao who would challenge anyone to a 100-meter race, smiling widely when he won and getting even more fired up when he lost, insisting on racing again until he won or they collapsed. At first, the team members found it novel, then they were at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and finally, they instinctively wanted to avoid Su Hao when they saw him coming. However, in Coach Ning's eyes, this kind of crazy sparring, though somewhat unfair, greatly sharpened Su Hao's competitive mindset, starting reaction, and on-the-spot adaptability. On the system panel, the experience points for ejection start were slowly but steadily increasing. Although the benefits from challenging the same person multiple times diminished sharply, Su Hao's wide net approach compensated for it. Soon it was said that everyone who could run at the sports school had been challenged for experience. Finally, 3 days before the internal selection competition, ding. Ejection start upgraded successfully. Current level LV4 50100. Effect significant speed boost in the initial moment of the start for 1. For seconds. From LV1 to LV4, the total time improvement reached 1. For seconds. This was undoubtedly a tremendous leap. Su Hao could feel that the speed and smoothness of his starting acceleration had reached an entirely new level. Time flew by amidst sweat and running, and before he knew it, it was the day before the internal selection competition. Coincidentally, it was the sports school's bi-weekly break, and Su Hao returned home. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was much more relaxed than usual. His mother Yang Min had cooked 2 delicious dishes, and his father Su Jiangwo unexpectedly came home early without overtime. How do you feel confident about tomorrow's selection competition? Su Jiangwo took a small sip of cheap loose, white wine, concern etched on his dark face. Though he was not talkative, he always kept his son's matters in mind. Su Hao was picking at his food, nodding. Dad, Mom, don't worry, I'll be fine in the 100 meters. He thought for a moment and felt he should give his parents some reassurance lest they be too surprised by the results tomorrow. Isn't the provincial team coach coming to inspect tomorrow? I estimate. I'll most likely be selected. As soon as these words were spoken, the dining table fell silent. Yang Min paused in her action of serving food. Her eyes brightened for a moment, but then dimmed again as she smiled and put a piece of meat in a Su Hao's bowl. You child, always saying big words to comfort us. It's not that easy to get into the provincial team. Our school hasn't had anyone directly selected by the provincial team in years. If you can make it through the selection and participate in the public competition, I'd be happy. Su Jiangwo also chuckled, shaking his head. Exactly, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just run well and do justice to yourself and your efforts. And there's no need to compare with that kid Xiao Tian. He clearly didn't take his son's words seriously, even though he wished to show off a bit in front of old Su, that is Su Bingshan's father, but thought better of it. This is also why Su Hao quickly accepted his parents. They were genuinely very open-minded. Looking at his parents' happy yet disbelieving expressions, Su Hao opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed back more words. It's fine, let's wait until tomorrow's results come out and give them a surprise. He said no more and focused on eating. Yet he silently brought up the system panel in his mind. Aside from ejection start LV4, there was also a new icon that quietly appeared on the panel, Mr. Big Heart LV10100. Effect in a formal competition environment. Depending on the importance of the event and one's mental state, it can slightly enhance concentration and stability, reducing the probability of mistakes. The higher the event level, the stronger the opponents, and the greater the environmental pressure, the more significant the effect. Current estimated effect. In critical moments of competition, it could provide about a 0.05 to 0.2 seconds mental advantage, indirectly affecting performance. Note the effect of this skill is more reflected in mental aspects and state adjustments with no direct boost to absolute speed. Su Hao understood in his heart. This skill is equivalent to a competition-type talent. The bigger the competition, the more stable one can be, and the less likely one is to perform poorly due to nerves or pressure. In a 100-meter race where victory often hinges on mere tenths of a second, a stable mindset, even one that can exceed normal performance, is sometimes more valuable than a simple attribute boost. It's not too bad. Su Hao sighed inwardly. This thing remained in an unactivated state, and it seemed he could only wait for the upcoming public competition. Indeed, this is the skill he acquired from Su Bingtian, obtained after initially defeating Su Bingtian with a strategy of endurance. However, this skill had been in a gray, unactivated state, and Su Hao had never paid much attention to it. By the way, Su Jiangwo took another sip of wine and said, tomorrow after your exam the school should be giving a few days off, right? I still have to go to the construction site. I'll have your mom pick you up. I got it, Dad. Su Hao nodded. As night fell, the small Su family house was warmly lit. Su Hao lay in bed listening to his parents' low voices in the next room, chatting about nothing more than tomorrow's grocery money, his father's wages, and next month's expenses. Mundane and trivial, yet it brought him immense peace. He closed his eyes and sank into the system space. The LV4 ejection start icon glowed faintly, while the newly appeared Mr. Big Heart icon appeared calm and reserved. Tomorrow will be the moment to test the results of his month-long, intense training. Hiss. It really hurts. Su Hao winced, clutching his knee. The growth phase is really tough. He understood the growth phase very well. It was crucial for every athlete. For instance, the training methods before the growth phase had to change during the growth phase, whether in training methods or running techniques. Moreover, the growth phase is not just about changes in training methods and techniques, but also the constant pain that is ever present. On one hand, there is pain caused by rapid growth, and on the other hand, one must endure the fatigue and pain from high-intensity training. Additionally, during the growth phase, weight will uncontrollably increase, which will also affect competition test results. In a sense, the growth phase can also bring about psychological barriers. After all, for every athlete striving to be faster and stronger, it is unbearable to see their hard training yield increasingly poorer test results. Deep down thoughts of slackening off, or even avoiding tests and training, can become uncontrollable. There are not a few athletes who end up damaged during the growth phase, which is a manifestation of failing to navigate through the growth phase, akin to undergoing a tribulation. Huff. I hope Mr. Big Heart can activate tomorrow. Su Hao took a deep breath. He was currently in a critical period of growth, and his results had been fluctuating. He was confident about the public competition spots, but he still felt uncertain about the provincial team spots, which was why he hadn't made it clear to his parents earlier. No matter what, just do it and finish it. Don't think too much. Sleep early to maintain my condition. Selection competition, provincial team inspection. Here I come. At 6:30 m. Zhongshan was bathed in a delicate morning light, the air still clinging to the humid warmth characteristic of Guangdong's autumn. Su Hao felt the firm, reassuring grip of rubber granules beneath his soles, a subtle anchor that steadied his nerves. Mother Yongmin stood at the school gate wearing a slightly festive red dress, faded from repeated washing and stylistically outdated, yet her face betrayed deep concern and a faint, almost imperceptible tension. Beside her, Li Xiaoying, the mother of Su Bingtian, smiled warmly as she urged her son, relax and run naturally, just like any ordinary training session. Got it, Mom. Auntie, we're off. Su Bingtian replied with energetic confidence, giving the strap of his training bag a firm tug. Su Hao turned back and offered his mother a calm, reassuring smile. Don't worry, Mom. His gaze lingered on the fine lines around her eyes, slightly softened compared to a month ago, and he clenched his fist silently. The two boys walked side by side across campus. Bro, Su today, got any confidence? Su Bingtian nudged Su Hao playfully with his shoulder and winked, feigning nonchalance, though a taut undercurrent flickered deep within his eyes. He felt reasonably secure about securing a spot in the open tournament, but the provincial team, that belonged to an entirely different realm. Su Hao shrugged candidly. An open tournament slot. I'll give it everything I've got, there's a chance. As for the provincial team, he paused, recalling the wildly fluctuating times from his private trials and the still dormant grayed-out icon of his Mr. Steady Heart skill. A wry smile crossed his lips. It's down to luck. You know how unstable I've been lately. He spoke truthfully. Over these past 2 weeks, his body had undergone palpable changes. His height seemed to have surged again, yet with it came dull, persistent joint aches and an inexplicable stiffness in his muscles. In private tests, his best efforts flirted with 11.5 seconds on off days, even 11.9 seconds felt like a grueling struggle. This roller coaster volatility was precisely what made the growth spurt phase so grueling. Uffed, keeping secrets from me. Su Bingtian scoffed, clearly unconvinced, assuming Su Hao was merely being modest. He slung an arm over Su Hao's shoulders. I know you too well. You always play your cards close to your chest. Still, let's be real. The provincial team is nearly impossible. Rumor has it that across the entire Guangdong province this year, fewer than 5 sprint prospects qualify for direct entry into the provincial sprint squad. Zhongshan Sports School hasn't had such an opportunity in years. He sighed, a breath heavy with both yearning and sober awareness of reality. So then, Su Hao smoothly steered the conversation elsewhere, smiling. Our goal today is unified lock down those open tournament tickets. No exceptions. And the provincial team. If fate grants it, so be it. If not, we'll rise again next time. Exactly. Let's settle it fairly. On the open tournament track. Spurred by renewed resolve, Su Bingtian slapped Su Hao hard on the back. I've been waiting for my chance to redeem myself. The atmosphere today felt markedly different. Unfamiliar sedans lined the school gate, and distant assembly whistles echoed from the direction of the track field. The two exchanged a glance. Playfulness vanished, and quickened their pace toward the entrance. Meanwhile, inside the sports school's conference room, the mood was hushed and serious. Principal Wang of Zhongshan Sports School, Coach Ning Debao, and several other senior staff members sat with 3 representatives from the Guangdong provincial track and field team. Leading the delegation was Coach Zheng of the provincial team, 40 years old with sun-darkened skin and piercing incisive eyes, one of the chief selectors for sprinters. The other 2 were an assistant coach specializing in physical assessment and a young data recorder. Principal Wang beamed with practiced enthusiasm, extolling the school's recent efforts and achievements in track and field, highlighting standout athletes, especially Su Bingtian and Su Hao. Coach Zheng nodded politely, interjecting occasionally with precise technical questions, yet his expression remained placid, betraying no strong impression. During a brief pause as Principal Wang took a sip of water, Coach Zheng exchanged a fleeting glance with his assistant and almost imperceptibly shook his head. Old Wang hasn't changed a bit. Always singing praises, never mentioning setbacks, Coach Zheng murmured softly, laced with quiet resignation. Zhongshan Sports School. It's not that I'm unwilling to grant favor, but truly they haven't produced a single promising prospect in years. How did they rank in track and field at last year's provincial games? Didn't even crack the top 8 if I recall correctly. The assistant flipped open his briefing notebook and whispered, worse than that. Over the past 5 years, only one athlete sent by Zhongshan Sports School ever joined the provincial team's training squad, and was soon dismissed for failing to meet performance benchmarks. In Guangdong's provincial hierarchy, Zhongshan simply lacks the depth or results. Not even comparable to first-tier institutions like Guangdong Weluan Sports School or Shenzhen Sports School, let alone trailing behind Zhuhai and Foshan Sports Schools. Truly elite talent still emerges almost exclusively from the training system of Urshitu Sports Training Center. Coach Zheng rubbed his temples. Guangdong is a powerhouse province in sports, but our strengths lie in diving, gymnastics, badminton. Track and field, especially men's sprinting, has long been our Achilles heel. Yes, decades ago we had legends like Yuan Guoqiang, but those are ancient history now. Today only Chen Haijian and Yin Hanzhao hold the line. Behind them, a yawning void. Not merely a generational gap, more accurately a legacy never truly forged. The young staff member leaned in quietly. Pressure from above is mounting too. Next year's national games, the upcoming Asian Games preparation cycle. It's already looming. If our sprint squad fails to deliver results, soon funding and resources will shrink further. Coach Zheng sighed, his gaze drifting out the window toward the increasingly animated track field. So while this visit is officially routine, leadership sent us here, clutching a fragile hope that perhaps, just perhaps, we'd uncover a hidden gem. I heard they have a boy named Su Bingtian. He ran 11.7 seconds at the provincial invitational earlier this year. At just 16, the assistant nodded. Yes, according to the dossier, Su Bingtian shows the greatest potential. But he's young, still navigating the growth spurt, and his performances remain volatile. Others. There's also a Su Hao. He recently switched to the 100-meter dash and has shown improvement. Yet he previously trained in the 200 and 400-meter events. His foundation isn't pure, and he's nearly 17, slightly older than ideal. Su Hao. Coach Zheng mentally scanned the name, drawing a blank. Well, let's hope. If Su Bingtian stays consistently under 11.6 seconds today, he warrants development. And if he brushes 11.5, that would be a genuine surprise. Just then, Principal Wang returned, beaming. Coach Zheng, esteemed guests, the time is upon us. Shall we head to the track field? The students are ready for internal selection trials. We sincerely welcome your expert guidance. Coach Zheng collected his thoughts and restored his professional smile. Principal Wang, you flatter us. We're here to learn. Let's go. Let's see how these young athletes perform. The group exited the conference room and strode toward the vibrant, echoing track field. Sunlight streamed down, gilding the fresh lanes and illuminating every youthful face alight with aspiration. Su Hao stood before the starting line, performing final dynamic stretches. He could feel his heart pounding, strong yet rhythmically urgent, within his chest. Stealthily, he summoned his system interface. The icon for catapult starred LV4 gleamed brilliantly, while Mr. Steady Heart LV1 remained stubbornly ominously gray. Everything hinges on this one attempt. Su Hao drew a slow, deep breath. The selection test is about to begin. Under the makeshift sunshade on the playground, Principal Wang rubbed his hands together, a smile on his face, yet his gaze frequently darted towards Coach Zheng and others from the provincial team, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He quietly pulled Ning Debao aside, lowering his voice with a hint of urgency. Coach Ning, to be honest today, I don't expect much from the other events in our school. When it comes to the 100 meters, it's all about Su Hao and Su Bingtian. We must make a strong showing, otherwise the leaders from the provincial team will come all this way, and we won't make a splash at all. My old face. Sigh. Ning Debao understood the pressure on the principal. The provincial team's evaluation is an opportunity and a test for the school. Good results lead to resource allocation and enhanced reputation. If the results are mediocre, who knows if they will even come back next time. She pondered for a moment and spoke frankly. Principal, I have some confidence in Su Bingtian. He hasn't hit the most challenging phase of his development yet, and he transitioned to the 100 meters early, making his technical shift relatively smooth. His training condition has been quite stable lately. If he performs normally today, he should be able to run within the range of 11.5 to 11.6 seconds, which shouldn't be a problem. Principal Wang's eyes brightened. 11.5 seconds. Is there hope? Yes, but it depends on the day of the event, Ning Debao conservatively estimated. His best time has touched the edge of 11 for seconds, but it's still not stable. If he can pull it off today, that would be a pleasant surprise. And what about Su Hao? Principal Wang was more concerned about this unexpected variable. Upon mentioning Su Hao, Ning Debao revealed a faint wry smile, shaking her head. This kid, I really can't say for sure. He's at a critical point in his development, his bonus response is significant, and his results fluctuate like a roller coaster. Moreover, he transitioned late, and his technical details are still being refined. I haven't dared to conduct formal tests on him lately, fearing that the large fluctuations in his results would hurt his confidence. As for how he performs today, it really depends on his adjustment and luck. She paused and added, however, this kid has a strong spirit and resilience. Sometimes he can muster a lot of determination in big competitions. Principal Wang felt uneasy, the spark of hope dimming a bit, and he could only sigh. We'll leave it to fate. I just hope it won't be too embarrassing. At this moment, Ning Debao seemed to suddenly remember something and whispered, by the way, Principal, Su Hao not only signed up for the 100 meters, but also for the 60 meters. 60 meters? Principal Wang was taken aback. The 60-meter sprint is relatively rare in formal competitions, both domestically and internationally, more often set up as a training event or for specific competitions. In the internal selection competitions of the sports school, those who sign up for this event have always been few in number. How is he for the 60 meters? Any insights? Ning Debao did not answer directly this time, but wore a somewhat mysterious yet expectant smile. Principal, although there are not many competitions for the 60 meters, this kid might be able to give you and the provincial team's coaches a little surprise. Oh. Principal Wang raised an eyebrow, looking at Ning Debao's determined expression, feeling a bit of his anxiety dissipate. He looked back at the list, and then at Su Hao, who was warming up in the distance, and mused, a surprise. Let's hope so. If there can indeed be a surprise, that would be great. However, this year our school has, besides Su Bingtian, finally added another promising candidate for the 100 meters. In this year's Provincial Open competition, our 4x100-meter relay team might just be able to assemble a decent squad, unlike last year, where we were eliminated in the preliminaries. In the waiting area beside the track, the atmosphere was far less tense than on the leader's side. Su Hao was carefully completing his final stretches, working on his ankles and knees. The soreness and heaviness from his development phase still lingered, but perhaps due to the atmosphere of the formal competition or the potential hidden boost from the skill Mr. Big Heart. In a formal competition setting, he felt more stable than in the previous private tests, and his focus was particularly sharp. Su Bingtian approached, nudging him with his elbow, a teasing smile on his face. How go look at you quietly signing up for the 60 meters too. What, haven't you had enough of the 100 meters? You want to compete with me in the 60 meters too? Su Hao finished a set of high knees, breathing steadily, turned his head to look at him, and smiled. What are you scared? The 60 meters require a good start and explosive power. Who knows, it might be my strong suit. Scared? Su Bingtian scoffed, his youthful competitiveness easily ignited. The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. You might be able to compete with me in the 100 meters with your endurance, but in the 60 meters, explosion and start are my specialties. Yet there was a hint of pride in his heart. Recently, Hao Ge has been improving rapidly. The development phase seems to have less impact on his explosive power in the first half of the race, and he might even have an advantage due to his increased height. But the 60 meters, that's still my domain. From the start to the sprint, it's all about absolute speed and reaction. In this aspect, I have my pride. Su Bingtian thought to himself. Undeniably, Su Hao had displayed absolute dominance in the first half of the race before him. But he didn't think he would lose. Besides, Hao Gu was at a crucial point in his development phase. Seeing the confident spark in his junior's eyes, Su Hao felt not anger, but rather endearment. This is the spirit an athlete should have. A thought crossed his mind, and he suddenly said, Xiao Tian, it's boring to only compare numbers. How about we make a bet? A bet? What are we betting on? Su Bingshan's interest was piqued. Su Hao displayed a meaningful smile and lowered his voice. Let's bet on the 60 meters and the 100 meters races. We've both signed up. In the two competitions, whoever wins more rounds will be the winner. The loser will help the winner with 2 months of cultural homework. How about that? Homework? Su Bingshan's eyes widened instantly. Zhongshan Sports School combines academics and sports, and although the homework load is not as heavy as that of an ordinary high school, it is definitely not light. For those like them who invest most of their energy in training, homework is practically a nightmare, second only to injuries. Just the thought of being freed from 2 months of homework made Su Bingshan's heart race. But then he thought, since Hao Gu dared to propose this bet, he must have some confidence. But would he really lose? Su Bingtian quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind. Hao Gu's development phase is unstable. Even if he is not as good in the 60 meters, he has the advantage, and in the 100 meters, he has an even greater chance in the second half. It seems like he has the upper hand. Greed and confidence quickly overwhelmed caution. Su Bingtian gritted his teeth and extended his hand. It's a bet. Whoever backs out will be a dog. No, whoever backs out will have to call the other dad in the future. It's a deal. Su Hao shook his hand firmly, his smile radiant. He has great confidence in his explosive power for the 60 meters, especially with the combination of LV4 launching start. The 100 meters may still have variables, but for the 60 meters, he is determined to win. Although he hasn't specifically trained for the 60 meters, he has certainly tested it many times with Coach Ning over the past month. All participants for the 60 meters, please come over to gather. Prepare for testing. Ning Debao's voice came through the loudspeaker, interrupting the two's transaction. Su Hao and Su Bingtian exchanged glances, both seeing the fierce fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Let's go, son, and watch how I teach you. Su Bingtian playfully threw out a remark and turned to run towards the gathering point. Don't cry later, Su Hao jokingly chided as he followed. On the track, the participants for the 60-meter test were gradually taking their positions, with Su Hao and Su Bingtian among a total of 6 competitors. Due to the low number of participants, the results would be determined directly in one final round. Coach Zheng of the provincial team, accompanied by Principal Wang, moved to the best observation spot near the 60-meter starting line. Holding a notebook, Coach Zheng's sharp gaze swept over the several young athletes at the starting line, lingering a moment longer on Su Bingtian and Su Hao, who wore silver and blue running shoes. Is that Su Bingtian? The taller one next to him is Su Hao? Coach Zheng asked the assistant coach. The assistant coach glanced at the list and nodded, saying yes. The one in the red vest, number 7, is Su Bingtian, and the one in the blue vest, number 9, is Su Hao. Coach Zheng grunted in acknowledgement and fell silent, merely crossing his arms and leaning slightly forward, displaying a focused demeanor. His gaze particularly roamed over the athletes' starting postures and physical conditions. At this moment, the starter was already in position. Due to the high cost of electronic timing devices, they were only available at provincial and national training bases, as well as major competitions. The internal selection tests at the sports school still relied on traditional hand timing. 3 timers stood at different angles of the finish line with stopwatches in hand, striving to minimize errors. On your marks. The starter elongated his tone. On the starting line, the 6 athletes almost simultaneously bent down, their feet firmly planted on the starting blocks. Although the training conditions at the sports school were limited, important tests provided simple starting blocks and their hands pressed against the rough plastic track. Su Hao took a deep breath, clearing his mind of all distractions. The soreness in his knee, covered in plaster, felt as if it were shielded at this moment, while the sound of the wind and the surrounding noise quickly faded away. In his world, there remained only the short 60-meter track beneath his feet and the gunshot that was about to sound. The skill launch start LV4 was primed and ready to activate. And that gray icon of Mr. Big Hard LV1 seemed to flicker slightly the moment the starter shouted. Su Hao had no time for further thoughts. All his focus was on the auditory nerve endings. Beside him, Su Bingtian's eyes were sharp as an eagle, his body taut as a bow. Coach Zheng's gaze was calm, while Principal Wang held his breath. Ning Debao clenched the clipboard tightly in his hands. The entire playground seemed to freeze in that moment. Bang! The sharp crack of the starter's gun shattered the temporary stillness of the playground. At the starting line, 6 figures shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Almost the instant the gun fired, Coach Zheng's gaze, like a precise caliper, locked onto the 2 adjacent figures on the outermost lanes. Su Bingtian in red number 7, and Su Hao in blue number 9. Su Bingtian's reaction was quite good around 0.2 seconds, which is excellent among his peers. Coach Zheng quickly whispered to the assistant coach beside him, a skill honed over many years, that one next to him, Su Hao. Before he finished speaking, his brow furrowed instinctively as he made a subconscious judgment. Slower. The start reaction was estimated to be over 0.25 seconds, clearly a shortcoming. However, before he could fully articulate his last word, his gaze suddenly sharpened and the rest of his thoughts got stuck in his throat. On the track, the blue-vested figure number 9, who had indeed started slower than Su Bingtian by almost half a body length, seemed to have installed rocket boosters at his feet. An explosive force erupted from the soles of his feet in the next moment. Launch start LV4 activated with full force. A remarkable speed increase of 1 for seconds magnified to the extreme in this crucial stage of 60 meters that relied heavily on the initial explosion. At the same time, Su Hao distinctly felt that the previously slightly glowing icon of Mr. Big Heart LV1 had suddenly become clear and stable at the moment of the gunshot, muscle explosion and intense concentration, flooding his body with an indescribable sense of calm and focus, isolating the discomfort from his developing body, the surrounding noise of the venue, and the slight distractions of victory and defeat. In his eyes, only the rapidly approaching finish line remained. Push, push, push. Su Hao's strides were astonishingly large, combined with the frenzied initial speed brought by launch start and the extreme focus granted by Mr. Big Heart. His takeoff was powerful and thorough, his hips clearly driving forward, making him resemble a blue arrow slicing through the air. Go. How go. Charge. Xiaotian. Catch up. On either side of the track, all the watching students, regardless of whether they were specializing in athletics, were ignited by this sudden burst of speed and spontaneously began to cheer. But their cheers quickly turned into a unified gasp. Wow, so fast. Is that Su Hao? He's overtaking. He's going to overtake. Just 20 meters later, that blue figure, who started slightly slower, had actually closed the gap with the leading red figure through its terrifying acceleration ability. At 30 meters, the blue figure had completed the overtaking, and the lead was visibly increasing. At 40 meters, 50 meters, Su Hao was like a true blue lightning bolt, carving a dazzling trajectory on the short straight, leaving Su Bingtian and the other 4 athletes far behind, riding ahead. This acceleration. The assistant coach responsible for physical training couldn't help but gasp, whispering, such explosive power in the first half. This stride. The hip drive is very thorough. This speed. Coach Zheng had already put down his crossed arms, leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the leading blue figure, the notebook in his hand clenched unconsciously. The young staff member beside him was even slightly agape. This speed. Coach Zheng calculated quickly, his voice tinged with uncontainable astonishment. The interim running speed from 30 to 50 meters is definitely among the top 10 for his peers nationally. No, possibly even higher. His final time for this 60 meters hand-timed is likely around 7. A hand-timed 7.2 seconds for 60 meters is already an impressive feat for students of this age and training conditions. This meant that the electronic timing would likely fall between 7.3 and 7.4 seconds, already possessing the strength to compete for medals in national youth competitions. Principal Wang beside him was stunned, his mouth slightly agape, forgetting to close it. He never expected that the little surprise Coach Ning spoke of would be such an astonishing one. This is no surprise, it's simply a shock. He instinctively turned to look for Ning Debao, only to find her also gripping the clipboard tightly, her face equally filled with astonishment. Clearly, Su Hao's performance had exceeded her expectations. Whoosh! At the finish line, Su Hao crossed first with a decisive advantage, the powerful inertia propelling him several meters forward before he gradually slowed down. He placed his hands on his knees, adjusting his breath. Although it was only 60 meters, the expenditure from such an intense burst was still considerable. He quickly glanced at his system panel, where the icon of Mr. Big Heart LV1 had stabilized and lit up, and the experience points jumped from 0-100 to 50,100. It seems that performing well in the official competition can indeed enhance the proficiency of this skill. Following closely, Su Bingtian was the second to cross the finish line, his face showing little of the disappointment of losing, but rather filled with astonishment and a surge of competitive spirit. The other 4 athletes followed one after another, the performance gap clearly visible. Soon the timers at the finish line completed their checks, and the sports teacher responsible for announcing the results picked up the microphone, his voice echoing through the playground. The final results for the 60-meter test. The playground instantly fell silent. First place, on number 9, Su Hao, 6.99 seconds. Second place, on number 7, Su Bingtian, 7.28 seconds. Third place. Wow. 6.99 seconds. Hand timed at 6.99 seconds. He broke the 7. After a brief moment of silence, the playground erupted into cheers. Gasps, whispers of disbelief, and exclamations of wonder filled the air. Even Coach Zhang from the provincial team, who had sensed something was amiss, wore a look of astonishment. 6:99 seconds. A hand-timed subs even. The assistant coach exclaimed that electric time could very likely be between 7:1 and 7:15 seconds. This child's explosive power, over 60 meters, and speed for the future are remarkable. At this age, he is undoubtedly at the top level in the country. Coach Zhang let out a heavy sigh, his gaze towards Su Hao completely transformed, the previous indifference and scrutiny replaced by fervent admiration. He nodded vigorously. That's right. This result has the potential to win in some national youth 60-meter competitions if luck is on our side. The key is he's only 16. No, nearly 17, but considering his previous training focused on the 400 meters, his transition and talent. He paused, glancing at Su Bingtian's results, his tone softening. Su Bingtian ran 7:28 seconds. Hand time, the electric time, would be approximately 7:4 to 7:5 seconds, which is also impressive. He has a good chance of finishing in the top 3 in provincial competitions. With their complementary technical characteristics observed earlier, one with unmatched explosive power and the other with good rhythm and relatively mature skills. Both are promising talents. He glanced at the results of the other competitors behind, the best among them barely clocking 7:5 seconds, while the rest were all above 7:6 seconds, gaining a clearer understanding of the overall level of the Zhongshan Sports School sprinters. Besides these two suddenly emerging twin stars, the other athletes clearly showed a significant gap. But this is already enough. This assessment was definitely worth it. Principal Wang was grinning from ear to ear, rubbing his hands together, overwhelmed with excitement and unsure of what to say, repeatedly telling Coach Zhang, "Coach Zhang, look. Are the kids doing well?" "Yes, absolutely." Coach Zhang rarely displayed a smile. "Principal Wang, your school has truly hidden treasures this time. Especially this Su Hao, achieving such a time in the 60 meters, his explosive power and acceleration capability are undoubtedly top-tier talent. However, we still need to see the 100 meters. After all, the 60 meters isn't considered a mainstream event." He shook his head, yet felt some anticipation, believing that if he excels in the 60 meters, he wouldn't be far behind in the 100 meters. At this moment, Ning Debao briskly walked over to Su Hao and Su Bingtian, who had just caught their breath. Her face bore an unmistakable look of joy and satisfaction as she firmly patted Su Hao's shoulder. "Well done, kid. You ran incredibly well. 6:99 seconds, far exceeded my expectations. Keep up this momentum." She then turned to Su Bingtian, encouraging, "Bingtian, 7:28 seconds is also impressive. You performed very steadily. Don't be discouraged, there's still the 100 meters. Adjust yourself for the next round. The 100 meters is the main event, the key to whether you can catch the provincial team's attention." Both nodded earnestly, their eyes determined. Su Bingtian, having lost one match, felt his competitive spirit burn even brighter. Ning coach reminded them of a few precautions before turning to arrange the upcoming 100-meter test. Once Ning coach left, Su Hao turned to Su Bingtian, wearing that familiar, slightly mischievous smile, pointing with his finger. "In the 60 meters, I won the first round. So don't forget about the month's homework, son." Su Bingtian's expression darkened, but the bet was something he had agreed to himself, and in front of everyone he couldn't back out. He held his head high, snorted, "Don't get too smug. It's just one round. There's still the 100 meters. I'm definitely going to beat you. At that point, well, call it even, and the homework will cancel out." "Is that so?" Su Hao raised an eyebrow, moving his wrists and ankles, feeling the stable mindset and surging power brought by the Mr. Big Heart, his smile growing more radiant. "Then he'll be waiting for it. However, wanting to beat me can't just be done with words." He looked up, his gaze directed towards the starting line of the 100 meters. There the staff had begun setting up. The more significant test was about to commence. One thing Ning coach was not wrong about the 100 meters. That is the true battlefield. The afterglow of the 60-meter sprint still coursed through his veins as Su Hao calmed his breathing, savoring the brief yet intense experience of running. The effects of Mr. Big Heart exceeded his expectations. Not only did it eliminate the muscle delays and joint soreness brought by growth, but it also provided a wonderful sense of detachment that blocked out external distractions and internal thoughts, leaving only the pure focus on running. In this state, the power of launch start LV4 was fully unleashed during the 1. For seconds of explosive acceleration, he felt like a stone thrown with full force cutting through the wind. More crucially, in this competitive state, his body seemed to have broken through some kind of bottleneck, performing at a level even better than in daily training. Is it because of the skill description that says can slightly enhance focus and stability based on the importance of the event and one's mental state? Su Hao pondered to himself, "This selection competition is undoubtedly significant for me. It seems that as long as it's a competition of personal significance, Mr. Big Heart can be activated." Moreover, after completing the 60 meters, Mr. Big Heart's experience jumped from 0 to 50. Although it's not particularly high, it confirmed that formal competitions can enhance this skill. Additionally, Launch Start also gained 30 experience points just now. Oh, it seems that skills receive a good experience boost in important competitions. What if it's in higher level, more important events? Will the experience gain be faster? Will the effects be stronger? A faint anticipation began to stir in Su Hao's heart. However, the focus now is on the 100 meters. He collected his thoughts, his gaze fixed on the 100-meter starting line, which was being remarked. The victory in the 60 meters and the skill validation gave him confidence, but the 100 meters posed the real challenge, the key to whether he could capture the provincial team's attention. At the edge of the stands, Principal Wang quietly pulled Ning Debao aside, his excitement not yet fully faded, and asked in a hushed voice, "Ning coach, how fast can Su Hao run in the 100 meters? You really had no idea at all." Ning Debao looked at Su Hao, who was warming up in the distance, her smile turning more bitter. "Principal, I truly don't know. His condition has fluctuated too much this past month. When he's good, he can touch the edge of 11.5 seconds, but when he's not, I don't even dare to time him, afraid a poor result will affect his mentality." However, she shifted her tone, her voice firming. "The 60 meters have already proven his talent and explosive power. Even if he doesn't perform well today in the 100 meters with this 60-meter result and his age, he is undoubtedly a promising talent worth investing resources in. If the provincial team has a long-term vision, they should be able to see this." Principal Wang nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Indeed, even if the 100 meters is slightly lacking with the 60-meter King Bomb in hand, Su Hao's future is worth looking forward to. He glanced over at Coach Zheng from the provincial team and noticed that the others were also quietly discussing, their eyes occasionally sweeping towards Su Hao, clearly weighing the significance of the 60-meter performance in their hearts. The 100-meter test was about to begin. The number of participants was significantly more than in the 60 meters, divided into two groups. Undoubtedly, Su Hao and Su Bingtian were placed in the strongest first group. In front of the starting line, the atmosphere was even tenser than during the 60 meters. This is the main event, the true measure of sprinting prowess. Coach Zheng from the provincial team closed his notebook and said to the assistant coach beside him, "The 60 meters focus on explosive power, while the 100 meters assess overall ability. Su Hao's slow reaction at the start will be magnified in the 100 meters. Let's see how he maintains speed and endurance in the second half. Su Bingtian's technique is relatively mature. It all depends on his condition today. I estimate that if Su Bingtian puts in some effort, he can reach around 11.3 seconds hand-timed. Su Hao has shown signs of slowing down after 40 to 50 meters. If he doesn't lose too much speed in the second half, finishing within 11.5 seconds would be considered a success." The assistant coach nodded. If he can really finish within 11.5 seconds, combined with that terrifying 60-meter performance, even with a slow start, he will definitely be someone worth cultivating. Ready, set, bang. The gunshot rang out again. 8 figures shot forward like arrows released from their bowstrings. As Coach Zheng had anticipated, Su Hao's starting reaction was still visibly a beat slower than Su Bingtian's. A reaction time exceeding 25 seconds is almost a fatal disadvantage at the 100-meter dash. However, the ejection start LV4 unleashed its power once more. The terrifying initial acceleration instantly compensated for the sluggish reaction time, allowing him to catch up with the fastest starter Su Bingtian by around 30 meters. "Here it comes again," gasps arose from the stands. That blue flash once more exhibited a dominating explosive power on the track. "Damn, not again." At this moment, Su Bingtian, who was almost neck and neck with Su Hao, silently cursed. One must understand that in such close proximity on the track, it is easy for a competitor to be influenced by someone nearby. 40 meters and Su Hao held a slight lead. At 50 meters, his advantage expanded to half a body length. But after 60 meters, changes began to emerge. Su Hao clearly felt his power in the latter part of the race beginning to wane, and maintaining speed became increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, Su Bingtian, with more stable technique and rhythm, began to slowly close the gap. At 70 meters, the gap shrank to negligible levels. At 80 meters, the two were nearly neck and neck. This time, everyone noticed that Su Hao seemed to have firmly maintained his speed without a significant drop. "Oh!" Even Coach Ning couldn't help but exclaim lightly. 90 meters. To the finish line. Su Hao, with the last vestiges of his strength, was the first to press his chest over the finish line, closely followed by Su Bingtian, who crossed just a hair's breadth behind. Huff. Huh. Su Hao leaned on his knees, gasping for air, his lungs burning. He could feel that in the last 20 meters his technique had faltered, with problems in the coordination of his arm swings and hip drives, relying solely on willpower to push through. Fortunately, whether it was due to the influence of the big-hearted man, he managed to temporarily shield himself from the effects of growth pains. Under the stimulation of this ability, Su Hao felt as if he were running at his peak state. Yet even so, the flaws in his sustained speed capacity in the latter part of the 100 meters were still glaringly evident. However, the effect of big-hearted man still existed, allowing him to feel fatigued, yet mentally clear, able to calmly analyze his gains and losses. Soon the results for the first group were announced. First group, Su Bingtian 11 seconds 29. Su Hao 11 seconds 38. 11 seconds 38. Hand-timed. Su Bingtian 11 seconds 29. This result once again elicited a wave of quiet gasps from the audience. Although not as shocking as breaking 7 seconds at 60 meters for two 16 or 17-year-olds, especially for Su Hao, who had only been transitioning for just over a month and was still in a growth phase, this was an outstanding performance. Coach Zhang from the provincial team firmly checked off Su Hao's name, a satisfied expression on his face, slow start reaction, some chaos in the latter part of the technique, and issues with energy distribution. But his talent is evident. At this age, with this training background, hand-timed at 11 seconds 38, the electronic timer would likely be between 11 seconds 5 and 11 seconds 6, coupled with his potential for future growth. Definitely worth close observation. The assistant coach added, Su Bingtian performed even better. Hand-timed at 11 seconds 29, the electronic timer probably around 11 seconds 4, with relatively solid technique and a good sense of rhythm. He is a promising prospect. The two have complementary styles and differences, if well nurtured. Coach Zhang nodded. Let's wait for the second round. If they can maintain their form, or even improve. He left his sentence unfinished, but the expectation in his eyes was evident. Hearing the results, Su Hao felt a sense of relief. 11 seconds 38, though only hand-timed considering his struggles in the latter part, this result already exceeded his own expectations. Ding. Reward ejection, start experience 20. Ding. Big-hearted man experience 50. 50 experience points. A thought crossed Su Hao's mind. Just a few days ago, his ejection start experience had reached 50. During the previous 60-meter competition, aside from the 50 experience points from the big-hearted man, he also gained 30 points from the ejection start plus the current 20 points. As expected, the panel showed that the ejection start had already evolved to LV5. At the same time, the big-hearted man also upgraded to LV2. The skill enhancement from the big-hearted man was somewhat vague, but subtle changes appeared in the enhancement range for large-scale competitions. For instance, the previous enhancement range of 0.5 seconds to 0.2 seconds, Su Hao estimated that in such a non-standard competition, it would at most activate the lowest tier of enhancement. Now it had changed to an enhancement range of 0.06 to 0.21 seconds. Not much, but in special circumstances like an international competition, this enhancement might be maximized. Su Hao did not underestimate any 0.1 seconds of enhancement. Moreover, this was 0.2 seconds. It was fine now, but if he were to breach the 10-second barrier, such an enhancement would be terrifying. Furthermore, the most direct benefit from the big-hearted man was the immunity to minor injuries, mental states, and various negative conditions during competition. That was the most frightening aspect. For instance, Su Hao felt the pain from growth spurts. He sensed that perhaps the current competition was not too formal, hence he could still feel it, unable to fully shield himself, but it was already quite remarkable. As for the enhancement from ejection start LV5, it was straightforward. The total enhancement changed to 1.5 seconds. Su Hao felt invigorated. Just in time. After a brief rest and adjustment, the second round of the 100-meter test began. The 100 meters were relatively stringent, with 2 rounds of testing to select the best. Perhaps stimulated by Su Hao's performance in the first round, or perhaps the warm-up from the first round had fully activated their bodies in the second round. The state of all the competitors seemed to have improved. On your marks, set, bang. The gunshot sounded. This time, whether it was because Su Hao was in an excited state, his reaction was a tad quicker than usual at the start, but he was still far behind Su Bingtian. In the first 30 meters, Su Hao's performance was even more terrifying. Damn. Watching Su Hao overtake him in an instant, creating a gap of more than a body length, Su Bingtian was left stunned. Not again. At 40 meters, 50 meters. Su Hao struggled to maintain his speed during the run, the big-hearted man, keeping his mindset stable as he summoned every ounce of strength. At 60 meters, his speed began to wane, but it was slower than the first round. His technique held up better under the limits. 70 meters, 80 meters. Su Bingtian closed in again with his impressive latest power, but this time Su Hao held firm. 90 meters. Sprint. The two nearly crossed the finish line simultaneously. It was hard to distinguish who was first with the naked eye. After crossing the finish line, Su Hao felt his legs go somewhat weak, but a feeling of exhilaration flooded his entire body. He glanced at Su Bingtian beside him, who was also looking over. Both their eyes held a spark of shock and competitive spirit. The results were quickly announced. Second round, first place number 9 Su Hao 11 seconds 17. Second place on number 7 Su Bingtian 11 seconds 25. Third place 11 seconds 17. Su Bingtian 11 seconds 25. The entire crowd erupted in astonishment. In the second round, both athletes shattered the 11.3-second barrier. Especially Su Hao. He improved by a staggering 0.21 seconds from his first round time. Clearly they held back in the first round. Meanwhile, Su Bingtian also achieved his personal best. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Coach Zhang of the provincial team couldn't contain his enthusiasm, his face alight with exhilaration. Su Bingtian is impressive too, holding firm under pressure and still surpassing his own limits. These two young men possess truly world-class mental fortitude and competitive composure. Headmaster Wang beamed so broadly he could barely close his mouth, while Coach Ning exhaled deeply, a look of quiet satisfaction softening her features. Su Hao gasped heavily, yet his heart burned with fierce intensity. The synergistic effect of Level 5 Rocket Start and Ironheart Gentleman far exceeded his wildest expectations. More importantly, he had just proven, despite being deep in his growth spurt, that he could deliver outstanding results in an official competition. He glanced at Su Bingtian, who was likewise panting hard, then flashed a grin and raised two fingers. The second race, the 100 meters, is mine too. That makes 2 wins outright. So don't forget those 2 months of homework, son. Su Bingtian wore a dejected expression, but he conceded defeat wholeheartedly, especially stunned by Su Hao's blistering 11.17 seconds in the second round. He slumped forward, waving listlessly. Yeah, I accept the wager. But brother Hao, how on earth did you do it? Did you deliberately hold back in the first round just to toy with me? His brow furrowed in bewilderment. Even if Su Hao had peaked in the second round, such a dramatic leap seemed implausible. After all, wasn't Su Hao right in the most grueling phase of his adolescent growth spurt? As the two spoke, Coach Ning approached briskly, her joy unmistakable, and behind her walked provincial team coach Zhang. Su Hao? Su Bingtian. Coach Ning's voice trembled slightly. Come here. Coach Zhang of the provincial team has something to say to you both. Su Hao and Su Bingtian snapped upright, their eyes locking onto the provincial coach. His complexion sun-darkened, his gaze piercing and incisive. Coach Zhang swept his gaze across them both, lingering a moment longer on Su Hao, before speaking in a low, resonant voice. Su Hao. Su Bingtian. Your performance today was exceptional. Truthfully, it surpassed our evaluation team's expectations. He paused, watching their eyes ignite with sudden hope, then continued. After deliberation, the provincial track and field team's sprint division has decided to extend an opportunity to you both. We invite you to undergo a 1-month trial training program with the provincial squad, concluding with the Guangdong Provincial Track and Field Open. During this period, accommodation and meals will be fully covered, and you'll receive guidance from a more specialized coaching team. Should your performance remain consistently outstanding throughout the trial, and should your results at the Open meet our qualifying standards, you will have the chance to join the provincial team, permanently undergoing systematic elite-level training. So what do you say? Su Bingtian practically leapt into the air, disbelief and euphoria warring across his face. He punched the air, his voice cracking with raw excitement. Yes, I accept. Thank you, coach. Thank you. The provincial team. A trial invitation. He knew precisely what it meant. It was the platform he dreamed of, the very threshold of his aspirations. Yet Su Hao, after the initial shock and elation, felt a ripple of doubt and incredulity stir within him. A provincial trial invitation, now? According to his memories of his past life, Su Bingtian wouldn't earn selection to the Guangdong provincial team until late 2006, next year, following his standout performance at the provincial games. It was only autumn 2005 now. Though Su Bingtian's talent was beginning to surface, his hand-timed results hovered around 11.211.3 seconds. His electronically timed performances likely lingered near 11.5. As for himself, he'd only recently transitioned to sprinting, his results volatile and inconsistent. Logically, neither their current performance level nor its reliability warranted such urgent interest from the provincial squad. Could it be because of him? Because of his anomaly, this explosive power and extraordinary potential in both the 60-meter and 100-meter sprints, far exceeding what was expected for his age and training background, had drawn the provincial team's special attention. Had his presence inadvertently accelerated Su Bingtian's entry into their radar? Was the butterfly effect already unfolding? Su Hao. Coach Zhang called again, noticing his dazed silence. Su Hao jolted back to awareness, suppressing the tempest raging inside him. A perfectly calibrated expression of exhilaration and gratitude lit his face as he nodded firmly. Yes, I accept. Thank you, coach, for this incredible opportunity. I'll give it my absolute all. Regardless of the reason, this was a golden chance, a vital stepping stone to a higher stage. He had to seize it, tight and unyielding. Coach Zhang studied the two radiant youths before him. Even his stern countenance softened into the faintest smile. Good. Coach Ning will inform you, and your families, of the specific arrangements. Remember, once you enter the provincial team, everything starts anew. Competition will intensify, standards will rise. Grasp this opportunity with both hands. What Su Hao didn't know was that his and Su Bingtian's early inclusion stemmed primarily from Coach Zheng's conversation with Coach Ning and Headmaster Wang, who told him Su Hao's 100-meter time had been a mere 11.7 seconds just 1 month prior, and that he'd only recently switched disciplines. A month, just 1 month, to achieve such progress. Whether he could sustain it remained uncertain, but such raw talent alone was more than enough to warrant provincial scrutiny. After all, the 100-meter dash belonged to prodigies, where innate gifts could effortlessly erase years of relentless effort. That was the unyielding reality of the sport. Hence the widespread belief, widely accepted even among many of his countrymen, that no East Asian athlete could break the 10-second barrier in this era. For in this event, talent truly reigned supreme, though later it would be proven that technical mastery too could significantly elevate performance. That evening, the entrance to Zhongshan Sports School bustled more than usual. It was the first mini-holiday following the selection trials, and many local parents had arrived early to pick up their children and discreetly inquire about how the trials had gone. Yang Min and Li Xiaoying stood beneath the familiar old banyan tree, surrounded by small clusters of other parents chatting animatedly. Naturally, the topics revolved around the recently concluded trials and the provincial team's evaluation. "Did you hear? The provincial team sent representatives today," whispered a middle-aged woman in a floral shirt, leaning in conspiratorially. "They were watching right there on the track." "So what if they came?" scoffed a man puffing a cigarette beside her, his tone laced with weary familiarity. "Our school? Track and field? Well, let's just say expectations are low. Families with real talent and the means to invest sent their kids off long ago to Ursha Island or Wayluan Sports School. Those who stayed behind, mostly just testing the waters, or..." He trailed off, but his meaning hung unspoken in the air. "Exactly. Provincial selection isn't easy. I heard Guangdong's track and field program has never been strong. Swimming, diving, badminton, that's where we shine. To make a name in sprinting, nearly impossible." Another parent added, his words tinged with sober realism and quiet uncertainty about his child's future. Yang Min listened silently to these murmurs, and the small flame of hope kindled by her son's earlier stellar 100-meter performance flickered uncertainly in the breeze. Indeed, athletics in Guangdong province is not strong, and the Zhongshan Sports School is hardly considered a stronghold in athletics. The provincial team, that is far too distant for ordinary families like theirs. She even noticed that there were few parents around discussing the provincial open competition. More were concerned about whether their children could graduate smoothly or find a relatively stable job as a physical education teacher or coach. She couldn't help but poke the arm of Li Xiaoying beside her, her voice low and tentative. "Xiaoying, do you think? Is there any chance this year that Xiao Tian might be noticed by the provincial team?" After asking, she felt that her words were a bit far-fetched. Li Xiaoying, who was looking towards the school gate, turned her head upon hearing this, her face wearing a calm smile, shaking her head. "Min Jie, to be honest, it's difficult. Xiao Tian himself said that the standards for the provincial team are very high, and he probably has no chance this year. However, he is still young. If he practices for another year or two, perhaps there will be an opportunity. Of course, that is uncertain." She paused, her tone more candid. "Actually, when I first sent Xiao Tian to practice running, I didn't expect him to make it to the provincial team or the national team. Mainly, I enjoy running myself, and the child enjoys it too, so he should just run. Winning awards or making it to the provincial team are just bonuses. You know how it is in Guangdong province. Athletics is not strong. In the future, if Xiao Tian really struggles with his studies, as long as he can make a living through sports, perhaps becoming a physical education teacher or a grassroots coach, I would be content." Li Xiaoying's words were very pragmatic, reflecting the most basic hopes of many ordinary sports parents. The pinnacle of competitive sports is too narrow, and only a few exceptional talents can stand there. Most children ultimately return to a mundane life. Yang Min listened, and her unrealistic fantasies gradually quieted down, replaced by a wry smile of resignation. Indeed, what are their conditions? They lack money and connections. The child practices sports, just hoping to find a way out. Many athletes who achieve results often have a strong family background or unique connections. For their son Hao Hao, if he can graduate smoothly from the sports school and become a physical education teacher, it would already be a good outcome. Previously, when Hao Hao mentioned that he might enter the provincial team, it was probably just the child's high aspirations trying to comfort her. Thinking of this, she made up her mind that when she saw her son later, regardless of the results, she must comfort him well and not put too much pressure on him. Just then, a commotion came from the school gate as the participants of the selection competition streamed out in small groups. Yang Min and Li Xiaoying immediately stood on tiptoe to look. Soon they saw the two familiar figures, Su Hao and Su Bingtian, walking out with their arms around each other, both smiling as they animatedly discussed something, the atmosphere looking relaxed and even overly excited. Yang Min's heart skipped a beat. This child. She quickly walked over, grabbed Su Hao's arm, and hurriedly said before he could speak, How you're out. You must be tired, right? It's all right, the results of the competition don't matter. What's important is participation. You are still young. There will be many opportunities in the future. It's okay if you didn't make it this time. Let's work harder next time. Don't be disheartened. Her rapid-fire reassurances left Su Hao momentarily stunned. Su Hao blinked, looking at his mother's face, which was a mix of worry, pain, and forced comfort, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Mom, what are you talking about? What do you mean by not making it? Why be disheartened? Yang Min was also taken aback. Didn't they not make it? Then, how did the selection go? How did you run? She asked cautiously, her gaze darting between her son and Su Bingtian. Beside them, Su Bingtian could no longer suppress his laughter. He nudged Su Hao and turned to the two mothers, his face brimming with excitement and pride. Aunt Yang, Mom, we ran really well. Hao Ge came in first in the 60 meters and first in the 100 meters too. And he deliberately elongated his tone, watching the two mothers' expressions become tense before announcing loudly, The provincial team coach has taken notice of us. We're going to the provincial team for trial training in a few days, until the provincial open competition ends. If we perform well, we can stay in the provincial team. What? Yang Min and Li Xiaoying almost simultaneously exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide, their expressions shifting from confusion to incredible joy. Really? The provincial team? Trial training? Li Xiaoying grabbed her son's arm, her voice rising by several octaves. Yang Min felt her head buzzing, slightly dizzy. She looked at her son, then at the excited Su Bingtian, and finally at the equally thrilled Li Xiaoying. A wave of immense joy washed over her, instantly drowning out her previous anxiety and worry. The provincial team. Trial training. Her son was really, truly noticed by the provincial team. He wasn't just comforting her, what he said was real. Su Hao confirmed, his face glowing with a smile, though he appeared more composed than Su Bingtian. That's great. That's great. Li Xiaoying was so happy she clapped her hands, her eyes slightly reddening. Yang Min, meanwhile, tightly grasped Su Hao's hand, her lips trembling, unable to find the words, only nodding vigorously, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. The news spread like wildfire, quickly circulating among the other parents at the school gate, eliciting a chorus of envy and congratulations. In the midst of the complex gazes from the surrounding parents, Yang Min and Li Xiaoying straightened their backs for the first time, their faces radiant with uncontainable joy. That evening, the modest home of the Su family was filled with a long-lost, almost festive atmosphere of joy. Yang Min specifically went to the market and resolutely bought a full pound of beef. This was an absolute luxury she would typically never allow. She remembered Coach Ning saying that athletes, especially those growing and undergoing intense training, need to supplement protein the most. Now that her son was going to trial training with the provincial team, nutrition had to keep up. The iron pan on the stove sizzled, the aroma of scallions and ginger wafted through the air as thinly sliced beef quickly stir-fried, the soy sauce bubbling vigorously, filling the entire room with a rich, meaty scent. At the dining table, Su Hao was genuinely hungry. The high-intensity competition and sustained excitement took a huge toll on him. He picked up his bowl, and paired with the stir-fried vegetables and the especially precious soy-braised beef his mother made, he dug in heartily. That plate of beef seemed to decrease at a visible rate. More than half had already gone into his stomach. Yang Min sat across from him, initially immersed in joy, smiling as she watched her son eat, but as she kept watching, her eyes began to widen. She had cut a full plate of beef thinking it would be enough for the family to eat 2 meals. But after just one meal, the plate was nearly empty. Not only had the beef almost disappeared, but Su Hao had also already polished off 2 or 3 bowls of rice. And Su Hao looked like he wasn't full yet. How? Eat slowly, don't choke yourself. Yang Min was both heartbroken and surprised. Is it enough? Should I go fry you some eggs? Su Hao swallowed the tender beef in his mouth and smiled sheepishly. It's enough, Mom, it's enough. I just ran a bit hard today and am particularly hungry. He understood that this was not just hunger, but a natural energy demand from his body after growth and intense training. Of course, Su Hao always felt that his appetite had never been this big before. It likely had to do with the system. Moreover, going to the provincial team would certainly increase the training volume and intensity. This kind of appetite would probably become the norm. At that moment, the door swung open, and his father, Su Jiangwo, returned home covered in dust and fatigue. He had gone to the neighboring town to help out, and had hurried back early to witness his son's selection competition. Dad, you're back, Su Hao greeted. Su Jiangwo nodded, put down his toolbox, washed his hands, and sat at the table. He didn't rush to pick up his chopsticks, but instead looked at Su Hao, his eyes filled with inquiry. How was today? Yang Min immediately took the opportunity to speak, excitedly repeating the news about the provincial team's trial training, her tone brimming with pride. Su Jiangwo listened, his dark and plain face first showing surprise, then slowly relaxing his wrinkles, his mouth widening into a smile, until he burst out laughing, revealing his slightly yellowed teeth stained by smoke. Good. Good lad. You've brought honor to our Su family. He slapped his thigh forcefully, standing up in excitement. Such a great occasion, we must celebrate. I need to call your uncle and second uncle, as well as your grandfather and uncle. Let's pick a date, set up a couple of tables, and celebrate properly. Yang Min nodded repeatedly, her face glowing with excitement. Yes, we should celebrate. Those people used to gossip behind our backs. Now they must see how successful our Hao has become. She had held back her frustration for too long, and at this moment, she felt a sense of relief. Seeing that his parents had already begun discussing which relatives to invite and where to hold the banquet, Su Hao quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks, interrupting, "Dad, Mom, wait a moment." Su Jiangwo and Yang Min stopped talking and looked at their son. Su Hao organized his words and said seriously, "Dad, Mom, Coach Zheng from the provincial team said this is just a trial training, not a formal selection yet. We have to wait until the public competition is over, and based on our performance during the trial training and the results of the competition, they will decide if we can officially stay. Right now, it's still just the beginning. If we boast too early, what if? What if in the end we don't get to stay? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" His words made sense. Su Jiangwo and Yang Min's enthusiasm felt like cold water had been splashed on them, and they calmed down a bit. They exchanged glances and saw agreement in each other's eyes. Hao is right. Su Jiangwo sat back down, took a sip from his cup, and nodded. I was too eager. A trial training. That's already a significant opportunity. It proves my son has the ability. But indeed, until it's finalized, we should just share this joy among ourselves and not announce it to others yet. Yang Min also suppressed her excitement, but the smile and pride in her eyes remained undiminished. Okay, I will listen to you. We won't hold a banquet, we can just have a nice meal among ourselves. However, she looked at Su Hao, her tone becoming serious. Hao, once you are at the provincial team, you must strictly follow the coach's instructions, train hard, and get along well with your teammates. This opportunity is rare, we must seize it, and we cannot bring shame to our parents, nor can we disappoint Coach Ning and the provincial team leaders. Mom, Dad, you can rest assured. Su Hao nodded earnestly, his gaze resolute. I will definitely give it my all. The next few days of vacation were somewhat difficult for Su Hao and Su Bingtian. Having grown accustomed to the regular routines and intense training at the sports school, suddenly having free time felt uncomfortable. On the first day, they even planned to fish by the village river and climb the back mountain to relive their childhood fun. But sitting on the grass by the field, watching the sunset dye the rice fields golden and feeling the evening breeze carrying a hint of rice fragrance, they exchanged glances and saw a trace of boredom in each other's eyes. Why do I feel like just sitting here is more tiring than running 400 meters. Su Bingtian pulled a blade of grass and chewed it, speaking indistinctly. Su Hao nodded in agreement. My bones feel restless. He moved his wrists and ankles. He couldn't suppress the urge to run and sweat. On the system panel, the experience points for ejection start and big-hearted hadn't changed in a long time, which filled him with a sense of anxiety about wasting time. How about this? Su Bingtian spat out the grass stem, his eyes brightening. Shall we go to the school playground? It's not far and Coach Ning should still be there. Let's go. Without hesitation, Su Hao jumped up, patting his backside. The two rode their bicycles back to the sports school and indeed found Coach Ning Debao organizing equipment on the empty track. Seeing them, Coach Ning was not surprised at all, just smiling. I knew you guys wouldn't be able to sit still. She didn't say much, put down what she was holding, and simply arranged warm-ups and a few sets of maintenance training for them, watching from the side and occasionally giving pointers. After the training ended drenched in sweat, the familiar sense of fulfillment and fatigue finally made the two feel at ease. Before leaving, they solemnly bowed to Coach Ning Debao. Without this coach's persistence and keen insight, they might have long drifted away from the track. Once you go to the provincial team, everything will be different. The training will be more intense, the competition fiercer, and the requirements higher. Coach Ning looked at her two students with pride and earnest expectation. Remember to stay true to yourselves, learn humbly, and train hard. When you face difficulties, think about why you stand on the track. I and the school are waiting for your good news. Thank you, Coach. The two replied in unison, their voices echoing sharply in the empty playground. A few days later, on a morning at the Zhongshan bus station, Su Hao and Su Bingtian stood before the bus that was about to head to the provincial capital, carrying simple bags. Beside them stood Yang Min and Li Xiaoying, whose eyes were slightly red, but holding back tears, along with Su Jiangwo, who had specially taken half a day off. Once you arrive there, listen to the coach, get along well with your teammates, and don't cause trouble, Su Jiangwo said succinctly, patting the shoulders of the two young men with a strong grip that made Su Bingtian grimace. Mom, don't worry about us. The provincial team provides room and board, and conditions will definitely be better than at home. We are just going for training, not going anywhere else. It's very safe. Su Hao tried to lighten the mood. Yes, Mom, you should head back quickly. The bus is about to leave. Su Bingtian urged as well, but his eyes were filled with reluctance. Yang Min stepped forward, carefully adjusting Su Hao's collar, then touched his now slightly rugged cheek. 1,000 words lodged in her throat, finally turning into one sentence. Take good care of yourself, and call home often. As she spoke, she quickly stuffed a small roll carefully wrapped in a handkerchief into the inner pocket of Su Hao's coat, whispering, quickly take this. Poor family, rich journey, don't deprive yourself. Su Hao squeezed it through his clothes, feeling its thickness. It was money. His heart ached, and he wanted to decline, but his mother firmly held his hand. He looked up and saw the unwavering determination and hidden worry in his mother's eyes, ultimately only able to nod heavily, pressing that warm burden tightly against his chest. He knew it was likely money that the family had saved for a long time, prepared for emergencies. The bus engine roared, urging passengers to board. Dad, Mom, Annie, we are leaving. Su Hao and Su Bingtian waved their hands one last time before turning and boarding the bus. The vehicle slowly started moving, and through the window, they could still see their parents and aunt standing by the roadside, continuously waving, growing smaller, until they turned the corner and disappeared from view. Su Hao leaned back in his seat, reaching into the inner pocket of his coat to pull out the handkerchief bundle. Opening it revealed 3 neatly folded 100 yuan bills, brand new, yet seemingly still carrying his mother's warmth. In this era in the Su family, this was undoubtedly a significant sum. He silently tucked the money away and gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, his expression gradually becoming resolute. In the provincial capital Ursha Island, the bus drove across the Pearl River onto this small island in the heart of the river known as the cradle of sports champions in Guangdong province. Amidst the lush trees, a series of neatly planned training facilities and dormitory buildings came into view. The air seemed to be filled with a different atmosphere from the Zhongshan Sports School, one that was more professional and intense. Coach Zheng personally welcomed the two at the entrance, leading them through the gate marked with the Guangdong Provincial Sports Training Base sign. This is the Urshita Training Base, where most of the provincial team's projects are concentrated for training, Coach Zheng introduced as they walked. The facilities are much better than your sports school, with professional rubber tracks, a weight room, and a rehabilitation center. The national team trains here in the winter and sometimes borrows the Huangsuan base. Although it is larger, athletics is not the main focus there. You will primarily be active here from now on. Su Hao and Su Bingtian curiously glanced around. The standard 400-meter rubber track, neatly arranged equipment, athletes dressed in various sportswear bustling about. Everything exuded an air of professionalism and high standards, making them both excited and somewhat apprehensive. Upon arriving at the athletics team's training area, Coach Zheng led them into an office. Inside sat a middle-aged man around 50 with a dark complexion and a spirited demeanor. He was the head coach of the Guangdong Provincial Athletics Team, Mike Wuqiang. Coach Mai, I brought them Su Hao and Su Bingtian, Coach Zheng introduced. Coach Mai glanced up, his gaze sharp as it swept over the two, nodding slightly. Without any extra expression, I've reviewed the materials. I've also watched the testing videos for the 60 and 100 meters. He stood up and said to Coach Zheng, Old Zheng, thank you for your hard work. I'll take care of the rest. He led Su Hao and Su Bingtian to the edge of the training field, clapping his hands and shouted, gather. Everyone come over. The athletes training on the field quickly gathered upon hearing his call. There were about 20 men and women, their ages ranging from 16 or 17 to just over 20. Su Hao quickly scanned the crowd and felt a slight surprise. The proportion of female athletes was noticeably high, and several looked spirited and had a strong presence. On the men's side, the faces were relatively unfamiliar. He searched his memory but couldn't find any familiar faces of renowned athletes. This gave him a more intuitive understanding of the current state of the Guangdong Provincial Athletics Team, especially regarding the men's sprinting situation, which indeed seemed to be a case of the feminine thriving while the masculine declines. It was to be expected. Not to mention the provincial team, the national athletics team, had also seen better performances in women's events in recent years. Oh, Coach, my more newcomers have arrived. A girl with a neat short haircut, healthy wheat-colored skin, and large bright eyes was the first to speak, hands on her hips, sizing up Su Hao and Su Bingtian with a confident demeanor. Two little brothers, what events are you training for? Coach Mai pointed at Su Hao and Su Bingtian. Su Hao and Su Bingtian, one specializes in the 100 meters, while the other competes in both the 100 and 200 meters. They are trial training athletes from Zhongshan Sports School and will train with us for a month in preparation for the upcoming open competition. The 100 meters. Several soft gasps and whispers arose from the crowd. A few veteran team members exchanged glances, surprised. Men's 100 meters. Another tall female athlete curiously looked over. Haven't we had new male sprinters in the team for quite a few years? The last ones were when Hai Jian and Han Zhao were around. Exactly, right now there are only 2 or 3 male sprinters in the team, and they are all veterans. Someone muttered quietly. Su Hao recognized the short-haired girl Tang Xiaoyin, who had spoken first. He recalled that in his past life, she was a standout in the 400 meters and 4x400 meters relay in Guangdong province, and she seemed to have made it to the national team afterward. It seemed she had already established herself in the provincial team. Coach Mai was evidently used to the team's reactions. He raised his hand and pointed to a man standing silently nearby with a lean build and glasses in his early 40s. Old Feng Coach Feng Jichuan. Su Bingtian, you will train under Coach Feng during your trial period. He is responsible for the sprinting events in our team. Experienced, so learn well. Coach Feng Jichuan gave them a slight nod, acknowledging them with a serious expression and few words. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Feng Jichuan. He remembered that in his past life, Su Bingtian's head coach in the provincial team was initially Coach Yuan Wright. Although they did switch coaches later at this time in 2005, could it be that his appearance triggered a butterfly effect, even changing Su Bingtian's coach? He instinctively glanced at Su Bingtian beside him, who was also looking at him, his eyes reflecting some confusion, but more so curiosity and anticipation for the new environment and coach. Coach Mai ignored their thoughts and continued addressing all the athletes, with new members joining. The veterans should set an example, guiding them in training and life. The trial period is 1 month. Well, see the true capabilities in the open competition. All right, everyone disperse. Old Feng, they are in your hands. The athletes responded in acknowledgement and scattered to continue their respective training, but their glances occasionally drifted towards Su Hao and Su Bingtian, the new male sprinting hopes. However, most of them were merely curious, as male sprinters in Guangdong province were indeed rare to see. Coach Feng Jichuan approached the two, adjusting his glasses, his voice steady but authoritative. I am Feng Jichuan, responsible for your training plan and guidance during your trial period. The provincial team is not like a sports school. The training here is more systematic, scientific, and also more challenging. I've reviewed your materials and testing videos. You have potential, but there are also many issues. Starting tomorrow, everything resets, and you will follow my requirements. Any questions? None. Coach Feng. Su Hao and Su Bingtian immediately straightened up and replied loudly. Coach Feng nodded. Today, familiarize yourselves with the environment and settle into your dormitory. But before that, are you two okay with the test? No problem, they shouted in unison. Upon hearing about the test, many athletes who were about to leave halted in their tracks. Even Tang Xiaoyin stood to the side, smiling with her arms crossed, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Old Feng, how fast do you think these two little guys can run? She casually approached Coach Feng's side, as he was currently her head coach, and they had a very familiar relationship. Hearing this, Old Feng rubbed his chin, glanced at the data on Su Hao and Su Bingtian, and shook his head. The data shows that their best previous times are quite good. One is around 11:17 seconds, and the other is about 11:28 seconds, possibly a bit off in electronic timing. But they shouldn't be too far off. They are indeed two promising talents. If cultivated well, perhaps this year, we might see two gifted athletes emerge in the men's 100 meters from Guangdong province. The key is that these two boys are still young, highly malleable. They could very well become the next Chen Haijian and Yin Hanjiao. Wow, that impressive. We might have struck gold. Tang Xiaoyin raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had thought these two little brothers were of average caliber, and the provincial athletics team had been unable to produce strong sprinters in recent years, so they had begrudgingly picked two promising talents to cultivate. Unexpectedly, they actually have some potential. Su Hao and Su Bingtian had changed into the provincial team's standardized training uniforms, standing on the plastic track, feeling the various gazes directed at them. Among these gazes, there was curiosity, scrutiny, a hint of expectation, and a barely perceptible, "Is it really them?" From the Zhongshan Physical Education School. I heard they can run the 60 meters in under 7 seconds and the 100 meters around 11.2 seconds. Is that for real? Coach Zheng personally brought them back. They must have some skills, right? Hey, but we need to see their real abilities. Sometimes the results from the sports school can be misleading. And look at the taller one. I think his name is Su Hao. He looks quite spirited, but I heard he was training for the 400 meters and has only switched for a little over a month. Can he hold steady, eh? Who cares? We'll find out soon enough. Old Feng is measuring himself. There's no way to fake it. Keep it down. Coach Mai is watching. Whispering voices drifted from both sides of the track. Tang Xiaoyin and a few close female teammates stood not far away, watching with interest and arms crossed. The male teammates were also gathered together, their faces showing looks of amusement. Su Hao took a deep breath, suppressing the subtle tension and unfamiliarity with the new environment. He glanced at Su Bingtian beside him and noticed that although his junior brother's expression was fairly calm, his tightly pressed lips and slightly tensed body revealed his inner unease. The atmosphere of the provincial team was completely different from that of the sports school. The sense of competition here was stronger and more direct. Are you all ready? Coach Feng Jiquan held a stopwatch and a record board, his voice calm, as his gaze swept over Su Hao and Su Bingtian. The test is quite simple. It's just a 100 meters run at full speed, and let me see your true level. Ready, Coach Feng? Both replied in unison. Su Hao moved his wrists and ankles, trying to get into the best condition. However, he quickly discovered a problem. The Mr. Big Heart was currently in a gray state and could not be activated at all. His body was still that same body, and the subtle soreness in his joints and slight muscular stiffness from growth were clearly present, not as masked or diminished as before. Is it because this test isn't important? Suhao mused inwardly. Indeed, this was merely an entry-level assessment for the team. While it would influence the coach's first impression and subsequent training plans, strictly speaking, it wasn't an official competition and did not carry the same pressing need to prove oneself. At least in his subconscious, its importance paled in comparison to the selection competition that would determine his qualification for the provincial team's trial. Without the stability and enhancement of Mr. Big Heart, he could only rely on his LV5 ejection start and his actual state. This caused a slight sinking feeling in his heart. At that moment, Coach Feng called over, "Zhang Dong, come here." A young man about 1.8 meters tall, slender, yet with a well-defined muscular build, jogged over. He had a buzz-cut regular features and bright eyes, looking somewhat shy and not very talkative. Zhang Dong, 21 years old, primarily competes in the 200 meters and is currently trying to transition to the 400. Coach Feng briefly introduced him. "You two will run. There needs to be a reference. Zhang Dong, warm up and run alongside them, giving it your all." Zhang Dong nodded, said nothing, and silently began warming up. "Dongzi, can you handle it? Don't lose to these two kids, that would be embarrassing." A teammate of Zhang Dong teased him with a grin. "Yeah, Dong, go show your endurance from the 400 meters and crush them in the latter half." Another chimed in. Even from the female side, Tang Xiao-in cheerfully called out, "Zhang Dong, go for it. Don't let the new little brothers underestimate our provincial team." Zhang Dong's cheeks flushed slightly from the teasing, making him appear even more bashful, but he still earnestly nodded, "I will do my best." Suhao looked at Zhang Dong, searching his memory, but he truly had no impression of this name. It seemed he should be a member of the provincial team who hadn't made a name for himself in the sprinting field in later years. However, since he had primarily competed in the 200 meters and was trying to transition to the 400 meters, his 100-meter level, he shouldn't be too far off, especially considering his age. "Take your positions." Coach Feng personally acted as the starter, his voice short and powerful. Suhao, Su Bingtian, and Zhang Dong crouched behind the starting blocks. Suhao took a deep breath, clearing his mind and focusing his attention on the gunshot and the imminent explosive. Bang! The gun went off. Ejection start LV5 was activated instantly. A powerful thrust erupted from his feet. Suhao's start was still fierce. Beside him, Su Bingtian reacted as quickly as ever, almost launching in sync with the gunshot. Zhang Dong's start, however, appeared even steadier and more experienced, with a strong sense of rhythm. In the first 30 meters, Suhao, with the formidable boost of the LV5 skill, surprisingly matched pace with the quicker reacting Su Bingtian and even slightly led Zhang Dong by half a body length. "Whoa, that's quite a start." A few low exclamations arose from the onlookers. Tang Xiaoyin raised her eyebrows, clearly a bit surprised. Coach Feng's face darkened as he approached the three with a clipboard in hand. He first glanced at Zhang Dong without saying a word, then his gaze softened slightly as it passed over Su Bingtian, though he remained stern. "Su Bingtian, 11 seconds 30. Your performance barely holds up considering you just had a break and your state hasn't adjusted to its best. It's somewhat forgivable." Then his gaze sharpened like a knife, fixing on Suhao's face, his voice suddenly rising. "Suhao, 11 seconds 56. Is this the best you can do?" "Huh." He raised the clipboard in his hand, on which seemed to be Suhao's data from the selection at Zhongshan Sports School. Selection test, hand-timed 11 seconds 17. "Even if your condition has declined, you should at least be at the level of 11 seconds 3. And now you give me 11 seconds 56. That's nearly a 0.4 difference. What have you been doing for the past week? Have you just been eating instead of training?" The harsh reprimand silenced the entire training ground. Everyone was looking this way. "This test is not only to warm you up, but also to let me see your capabilities so I can formulate the subsequent training plan." Coach Feng's voice echoed across the empty field. "And are you trying to hide your abilities from me? Or do you think that once you're in the provincial team you can relax?" "Huh." Suhao opened his mouth, wanting to explain that it was due to the effects of development, but seeing Coach Feng's angry gaze, he swallowed the words back down. An explanation at this moment sounded more like an excuse. "Coach, how go really?" Su Bingtian couldn't help but want to defend his senior brother. "Shut up." Coach Feng suddenly turned his head, glaring at Su Bingtian. "Do you still have the face to speak for him? You ran well, didn't you? 11 seconds 30. In the provincial team, this time is worthless. It's barely acceptable. You two are just as bad as each other. One relies on a bit of talent and has no idea how high the sky is, while the other can't even adjust his condition." He pointed at Suhao, his tone resolute. "Want to talk about development issues? What about it? Which athlete hasn't experienced developmental challenges? Pain, tired, fluctuating results. Is that your excuse? Let me tell you, if you want to eat from the bowl of competitive sports, if you want to make a name for yourself on the professional stage, you have to endure. The more it hurts, the more tired you are, the worse your condition gets, the more you need to practice. Train harder than others. Train until your body adapts. Train until you break through the bottleneck. If you can't even bear this little hardship, if you can't withstand these fluctuations in condition, pack your things and roll out. The provincial team doesn't support idlers, nor does it nurture delicate flowers. Coach Feng's words struck Su Hao and Su Bingtian's hearts like a whip. Su Bingtian, being younger, turned pale with fear, while Su Hao remained calm, though he could only force a look of shame. Unconvinced. Do you think my words are harsh? Coach Feng sneered. Fine, I'll give you another chance. Now immediately run another 100 meters for me. Also, I want to test you on 200 meters and 60 meters. I want to see just how much you can withstand. Under Coach Feng's stern expression, the second round of testing quickly began. Perhaps it was the wake-up call from the first round, or perhaps their bodies had warmed up slightly, but Su Bingtian ran in 11 seconds 28 in the second round of the 100 meters, nearly catching up to Zhang Dong's 11 seconds 26. After finishing, Zhang Dong also let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest, nearly embarrassed in front of the girls and teammates. However, Su Hao's situation was even worse. In the second round of the 100 meters, he only managed in 11 seconds 62, which was even worse than the first round. The subsequent 200 meters and 60 meters tests were even more dismal. His 200 meters was mediocre, and he only ran 7 seconds 40 in the 60 meters, far below his astonishing performance of 6 seconds 99 during the selection. Watching Su Hao's dismal results, Coach Feng's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He crossed his arms and remained silent, but the low pressure radiating from him made everyone hold their breath. Once the tests were all finished, Coach Feng approached the dejected Su Hao, his voice icy. Su Hao, is this your level? If this is your true capability, then I can tell you clearly that if you go to the public competition a month from now, you'll be embarrassed. I'm very doubtful whether you can last until the competition starts during your trial period. He paused, glancing over at the equally anxious Su Bingtian. Su Bingtian, you are slightly better than him, but still limited. In the youth category of Guangdong province, you might still have some competitiveness in the 100 and 200 meters, but relying on that to stay in the provincial team. Not enough. Far from enough. Coach Hao really is affected by development issues. He really is better when he's in form. Su Bingtian still wanted to explain. Development issues are not an excuse. Coach Feng interrupted him sharply, his voice firm. Did you not hear what I just said? Every athlete will encounter bottlenecks, will experience physical discomfort. The strong overcome them, while the weak use them as a cover. If you want me to respect you, if you want to stand firm here, starting tomorrow you will practice until you drop. Practice until you vomit, practice until you collapse, then get up and keep practicing. Do you hear me? Yes, Coach. Su Hao and Su Bingtian straightened their backs and replied loudly, though their voices trembled slightly. Coach Feng snorted heavily, no longer looking at them, and turned to Zhang Dong and the other team members to explain the training arrangements before walking away with a serious expression, clipboard in hand. Once the coach left, the low pressure in the training ground eased slightly. Zhang Dong wiped the sweat from his brow and approached Su Hao and Su Bingtian, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head. Well, Coach Feng can be a bit blunt, but he means no harm. He just really wants to see our men's team achieve results. Don't take it too personally. Tang Xiaoyin also walked over, patting Su Hao on the shoulder with a cheerful tone. Little Su, don't lose heart. Old Feng has a tough exterior, but a soft heart. The harsher he is on someone, the higher his expectations. You should have seen how strict he is when he scolds us. That's really something. She tried to ease the awkwardness with a light-hearted tone. You just got here and haven't adapted to the environment yet. It's normal to have fluctuations in performance. Train well, show him your true abilities, and he'll be happier than anyone else. Other team members also cast sympathetic or encouraging glances. Su Hao lowered his head, quietly digesting Coach Feng's words. He wasn't particularly angry about what old Feng said. He was just a bit frustrated by his lack of control over his own condition. However, one thing Coach Feng was right about: developmental issues are not an excuse. A true champion needs to perform at their level in any condition, or at least have the determination and methods to overcome difficulties. He raised his head, looking at Su Bingtian, who had a similarly grim expression but a stubborn gaze, and then glanced around at the unfamiliar environment and teammates. Indeed, since we are here, what reason do we have not to work hard? In my past life, I had a competitive spirit, but due to physical reasons, I spent my days complaining. Now my body is fine and I have a system. How can I be content without experiencing the world of competition? The crowd at the training ground gradually dispersed, leaving only Su Hao and Su Bingtian still standing in place, their breathing still not calm, their emotions more complex. Coach Feng's merciless scolding was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing the excitement and pride of just entering the provincial team. Su Bingtian lowered his head, unconsciously grinding the plastic particles with his toes, his face feeling hot. However, at this moment, a wonderful sound echoed in Su Hao's mind. Ding. Gained 10 free experience points. Ding. Gained 10 free experience points. Ding. Gained 8 free experience points. Su Hao was slightly taken aback, his low mood somewhat alleviated by the sudden system notification. He quickly brought up the system panel, and sure enough, the previously stagnant experience points had increased by 38. Meanwhile, the experience bars for the skills ejection start and Mr. Big Heart remained unchanged. As expected, Su Hao realized. He had vaguely sensed the pattern of acquiring system experience points before, and it became clearer at this moment. Informal important competitions-related skills, such as Mr. Big Heart and Ejection Start, could directly gain exclusive experience boosts from skills on his panel. However, in informal competitions training or sparring, he could only gain free experience points. This type of experience points can be freely allocated to existing skills, but the method of acquisition is limited. It must be through effective confrontation with new opponents, especially stronger ones. Against the same opponent, the benefits from the first few sparring sessions are the highest, then rapidly decline to zero. Just like when he farmed experience from Su Bingtian, the early gains were plentiful, but later there were almost none. In today's 4 matches with Zhang Dong, 2 were 100 meters, 1 was 200 meters, and 1 was 60 meters. Since Zhang Dong was a new opponent and had decent strength, he was able to provide good experience points each time. The first time even gave him 10 points, just like when he first beat Su Bingtian. Zhang Dong should be at his peak now, right? At 21, focusing on 200 meters, attempting to switch to 400 meters, and can run under 11.3 seconds in the 100 meters, which is still decent in the currently declining Guangdong provincial team. Su Hao thought to himself, clearly aware that farming experience from Zhang Dong was a one-time deal, who after this there wouldn't be much left. After all, his strength and potential were basically set in stone. His gaze involuntarily drifted to Su Bingtian, who was still sulking beside him. But Su Shun is different. A glimmer of light flashed in Su Hao's eyes. He's only 16, still in the developmental stage with unlimited potential for the future. This is a growth-type experience package. As long as I spar with him periodically, I can continuously gain experience points from him. This is a high-quality resource for sustainable development. Thinking of this, the gloom overshadowing him due to the failed test was swept away. How go? Su Bingtian's muffled voice interrupted Su Hao's thoughts. Did we disappoint Coach Feng? Su Hao snapped back to reality, looking at his junior brother's drooping head. He reached out and patted his shoulder firmly, his voice low but filled with determination. Disappointed? Then let him hope again. What's the big deal about being scolded a few times? We came to the provincial team to enjoy ourselves, right? We came here to prove ourselves, to become stronger. With less than a month until the open competition practice. Train hard. By then we'll earn back the face we lost today tenfold. Su Bingtian raised his head, looking at the rekindled flame in Su Hao's eyes. That fighting spirit was also ignited in him. He nodded heavily, wiping his face with determination. Right. Let's train. At the open competition, we must make a good showing. In the following days, just as Coach Feng said, train hard. 2 nearly crazy figures appeared on the provincial team's training track. Although Coach Feng scolded fiercely, he was indeed, as Tang Xiaoyin said, a soft-hearted person with a sharp tongue, especially regarding professionalism. He was extremely responsible. The next day, he formulated detailed and highly targeted training plans for Su Hao and Su Bingtian. The plan for Su Bingtian focused on refining technical details, optimizing starting reactions, strengthening core power, and maintaining speed in the latter part of the race. Coach Feng pointed out sharply that Su Bingtian had a fast step frequency, but insufficient stride utilization, and sometimes had rhythm issues in the latter half. The plan for Su Hao, however, could be described as harsh and even cruel. Your problems are more numerous and troublesome than his. Coach Feng slammed the plan on the table in front of Su Hao, his eyes behind the lenses sharp as a knife. First, the developmental stage. Your skeletal muscles are growing, coordination and strength are changing. This is an objective difficulty, but it is also an obstacle that must be overcome. Your plan will include a large amount of joint stability training, strengthening small muscle groups, and flexibility exercises, aiming to lessen the impact of growth pains on technical movements while helping you adapt more quickly to your new physical state. Second, your technical transformation is not thorough. Your traces of the 400 meters and 200 meters are too heavy. The way you exert force, your breathing rhythm, and energy allocation in the latter half still bear the shadows of middle distance running. From today on, forget everything you used to know. Starting accelerating, running in between, and sprinting. Every segment, break it down and practice it all over again. Especially in hip delivery and ground pulling techniques, you are almost a blank slate. Third, your mentality and state stability. This is the most critical. The large fluctuations in your results indicate that you have extremely poor control over your body and the competition environment. In addition to regular training, I will add interference resistance training and extreme state simulation training. Without solid psychological qualities, even the best talent is useless. Besides that, Coach Feng even set strict standards for Su Hao's diet. Considering the upcoming open competition, weight and body fat need to be controlled, but it cannot affect the nutrition required for a body in a critical developmental stage. The meal plan was precise to the gram and specially formulated by the team's nutritionist. The ratios of protein, carbohydrates, and vitamins had strict requirements, and the greasy high-sugar foods Su Hao used to love were completely off-limits. Before the open competition, you'd better control what goes into your mouth. Every bite must turn into a speed boost of 0.01 seconds on the track. Coach Feng's words left no room for doubt. Thus, Su Hao's daily routine became being dragged up for morning runs and flexibility training before dawn. Mornings were filled with excruciatingly dull technical breakdown exercises, practicing a single arm swing in front of a mirror thousands of times. Afternoons consisted of devilish explosive power, strength, and speed endurance training, often pushing him to the point of muscle spasms and darkness before his eyes. Evenings included psychological relaxation and recovery training. Meals had to be calculated as precisely as completing a task, and before sleeping, he had to replay the scenes of the competition in his mind. Su Bingshan's training load was also significant, but compared to Su Hao's highly targeted, almost transformative plan, his training leaned more towards optimization and enhancement. Sweat became the cheapest adornment, soaking every piece of training gear. The muscle soreness transitioned from unfamiliar to familiar, then to numbness, leaving countless traces of their falls and recoveries on the plastic track. Su Hao had already invested all 38 experience points gained from Zhang Dong into ejection, start advancing the experience bar of this core skill a little further. Besides training, he also craved more sparring opportunities, but the training rhythm of the provincial team was intense, with each player focusing on their own specialties and plans. Formal multi-person tests like that day were rare. He could only seize every opportunity, seeking different people for matches during training breaks, accumulating free experience points bit by bit, even if it was like a mosquito's leg. Time flew by in the grueling practice day after day, and in the blink of an eye more than 10 days had passed. That afternoon, the head coach Lao Mai strolled into the sprint training area with his hands behind his back. Feng Jichuan was holding a clipboard, his brows furrowed as he watched the track. On the track, Su Hao was performing a set of resistance sprint training. He dragged a heavy tire behind him, veins bulging on his neck, his face contorted in a fierce expression as he charged forward, each step echoing on the track. Beside him, Su Bingtian was practicing the gun start, his reaction speed astonishingly fast, leaping out like a cheetah time and again. Coach Mai approached Feng Jichuan, observing the two young athletes training hard, and quietly asked, "Old Feng, how are these two doing? It's been almost 20 days. Have they shown any potential?" Feng Jichuan sighed and shook his head, handing over the clipboard. The clipboard was densely filled with the daily training data and test results of Su Hao and Su Bingtian. He pointed to Su Bingshan's section. "This kid is doing well. He has good understanding, works hard, and his physical condition is steadily improving. Look at his 30-meter and 60-meter split times over the past 10 days, as well as his reaction times at the start. There has been significant progress. His best time in the 100 meters has already approached 11 seconds and 1/10. Although it's not stable yet, the trend is upward. He's a talent that can be molded. With proper refinement, he should be able to secure a decent placement in the upcoming competition." Coach Mai nodded and shifted his gaze to Su Hao's section. Upon seeing it, his brow furrowed. Su Hao's data looked like an electrocardiogram, fluctuating wildly and extremely unstable. His best hand-timed 100 meters 11 seconds and 25 hundredths. The worst time 11 seconds and 72 hundredths. Best time in 60 meters 7 seconds and 0.5 hundredths. Worst time 7 seconds and 55 hundredths. This data fluctuates greatly, with technical execution varying from good to bad. This, Coach Mai pointed at the wildly fluctuating data line, is the large fluctuation due to developmental changes. Feng Jichuan sighed and adjusted his glasses. Developmental changes certainly have an impact, but I think it's not the whole story. He tapped on Su Hao's original events, 200 meters, 400 meters. I've carefully studied his previous training records and competition footage from the sports school. I suspect that his long-term training in 200 meters and 400 meters has led his body's muscle-type power exertion patterns and even energy metabolism system to adapt to the rhythm of middle-distance sprints to some extent. Now being forced to transition to the 100 meters, which heavily relies on explosive power and anaerobic limits, his body is experiencing a strong rejection response. He paused, his tone unusually serious and regretful. Developmental changes are like reconstructing his body, and the foundation he had built from previous training is slightly misaligned. Now trying to build the towering structure of the 100 meters on top of that foundation not only makes the reconstruction process more painful, but the instability of the foundation may result in a poorly constructed building. I previously thought the impact wasn't significant, but now it appears worse than I imagined. If not handled well, his talent in the 100 meters might truly be wasted during this developmental phase. At that point, it would be lucky if he could maintain his current level, let alone improve. Coach Mai's expression became serious. He had seen too many gifted young athletes fade into obscurity due to failing to navigate developmental changes. In track and field, especially in sprints which heavily rely on physical talent, the reality can be quite harsh. Is he aware of this himself? Coach Mai asked. He should have some awareness, but may not fully understand how severe it is. Feng Jichuan looked at Su Hao on the track, who had just completed another sprint and was now bent over, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down. His expression was complex, but this kid is truly giving it his all. I know how tough the plan I said is. Su Bingtian is already quite hardworking, but this kid is even more. He practices until he feels sick, rinses his mouth, and continues training. If he strains a muscle, he deals with it and forces himself to continue the next day. That kind of tenacity makes me feel a bit heartbroken. He closed the clipboard, his voice low. What a pity. Such a great talent for explosive power, such determination. If he can smoothly navigate this phase and completely turn his body around, he could be just as promising as Su Bingtian. But if he can't, Feng Jichuan left the latter part unsaid, but Mai Guoqiang understood. The two fell silent, watching the training ground. As the sun set, it cast a golden hue over the track. Su Hao stood once more at the starting line, preparing for the next set of practice. His figure was elongated, appearing somewhat slender, but his spine was straight. Time flew by amidst sweat and gasps, and soon it was nearly the end of the month. The Guangdong Provincial Athletics Open was just 3 days away. The dormitory at the provincial team training base was a 4-person room, but the other two teammates sharing a room with Su Hao and Su Bingtian had slightly different schedules due to their different events and were already asleep. Only the two beds by the window still had their lamps on, casting shadows of the two boys whispering to each other. How go I feel my condition has really improved. Su Bingtian lay on his side facing Su Hao's bed, his voice barely containing his excitement. Coach Feng's training methods are truly brutal, but the results are really amazing. My reaction time at the start is now consistently around 0.18 seconds, and my running feels much smoother. Yesterday, I tested my 30 meters, and I was 0.1 seconds faster than when I first arrived. He paused, his eyes shining. At the open competition, I feel there's a chance. In the 60 meters and 100 meters, I'm going to give it my all and try to place. Su Hao leaned against the headboard, gently massaging the tight muscles in his calves under the lamp's light. Listening to Su Bingtian, he smiled, but did not immediately respond. The hellish training over the past month had yielded far greater rewards for him than appeared on the surface. Aside from the physical and technical refinement, which although painful had fluctuating results, his greatest gain came from the system. His mind stirred in a light blue panel that only he could see unfolded in his vision. Host, Su Hao, age 16 years, main event 100 meters sprint skills. Ejection start LV7, 10100. At the moment of the start, speed can be significantly increased for 1.7 seconds. Mr. Big Heart LV2, 35,100. In formal competition environments, depending on the importance of the event and his mental state, it can slightly enhance focus and stability, reducing the probability of errors. The higher the competition level, the stronger the opponents, and the greater the environmental pressure, the more pronounced the effect. Current estimated effect at critical moments in competition, it may provide a psychological advantage of about 0.06 to 0.21 seconds, indirectly impacting performance. Free experience points, 12 points, LV7's ejection start. The duration has increased from the initial 1 second to 1.7 seconds. All these achievements were accumulated over the past month, during which he took every opportunity to seek advice and practice with different teammates from the provincial team in various events and levels. From long jump to middle distance running, as long as the other party was willing to demonstrate sprinting, he would eagerly join in. A mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Of course, the main source of experience was still from Su Bingtian beside him. Every few days, he would find various reasons to compete with this growth experience package. Although the experience points he gained had sharply decreased from the initial 10 points to now just 1 point, or even a fraction of a point, every little bit added up was still an important supplement. However, recently the number of new opponents in the provincial team who could provide him with experience points has been dwindling, and Su Bingtian's field of opportunity seems to be getting a bit barren. An open competition. Su Hao pulled his thoughts back, casually taking the lead in the conversation. Xiao Tian, do you think I have a chance if I want to win a championship? Championship? Su Bingtian was taken aback, then burst into laughter, rolling over to face the ceiling. Brother, how don't joke around. I know you are competitive, but a championship. Our provincial open competition, while not comparable to national events, still has many hidden talents. Several of my brothers in sports schools and the youth team from the provincial sports team have some tough competitors. With our current level, even aiming for a top 3 finish would require us to give it our all. A championship. He paused for a moment, his tone filled with concern. And brother, how your condition has been fluctuating over the past month. Coach Feng's face is almost as dark as a pot bottom now. I know you train harder than anyone else, but Su Hao did not refute, continuing with a tone that was calm, yet somehow serious. What if I really win? Su Bingshan's laughter abruptly stopped. He turned his head, trying to discern Su Hao's face in the dim light. Su Hao's expression was calm, his eyes hard to read in the shadow of the lamp, but the certainty in his tone made Su Bingshan's heart skip a beat. Brother Hao, are you serious? Su Bingtian sat up, his voice lowered, filled with disbelief. Su Hao nodded, a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth, revealing a familiar, calculating grin. Yes. So shall we make a bet? A bet? Upon hearing those words, Su Bingshan's face turned pale. The memory of the bet over 2 months' worth of homework was still fresh, and the provincial team's training had kept him so busy that he hadn't even touched a single word of the holiday assignments given by the sports school. Is brother Hao addicted to gambling? But the youth's competitive spirit and curiosity were piqued, and he cautiously looked at Su Hao. What are we betting on? Just to be clear, no homework bets. If I can't finish, I really can't finish. Su Hao laughed, lowering his voice further with a hint of persuasion. Not homework. Let's bet that whenever my shoelaces come undone during a competition, you have to help me tie them. What do you think? Tie shoelaces? Su Bingshan's eyes widened and his face darkened further. He certainly understood this tradition. In the sports school, sometimes if a teammate's shoelaces came undone, a close friend or junior would jokingly help tie them, symbolizing a kind of position that was half joking and half serious. But for him, Su Bingtian, to tie Su Hao's shoelaces in front of everyone, especially in a future large-scale event, wouldn't that make him look like a subordinate? What about his dignity? Brother Hao, this is too much. Su Bingtian protested, holding his neck high. What? Afraid? Su Hao raised an eyebrow, using provocation without reservation. Do you think you want win? Or do you think tying my shoelaces is embarrassing? Who's afraid? Su Bingtian was indeed provoked, sitting up straight. Fine, let's bet. In the open competition in the 60 meters and 100 meters, whoever ranks higher with the higher total score wins. If it's a tie, we'll count the best rank. Do you dare? He felt that this bet was very fair, and he even thought his chances of winning were high. It was true that brother Hao's condition was unstable, while his own progress over the past month had been significant, making it impossible for him to lose. Deal. Su Hao extended his hand, his smile widening. It's a promise. If anyone goes back on their word, the old rule applies. Whenever we meet, we must call each other father. If I won't lose. Su Bingtian said irritably, but the fighting spirit in his eyes had already ignited. Just wait, brother Hao, I will definitely beat you in the open competition. By then, just wait to help me tie my shoelaces in front of the entire team. No, in front of everyone in the competition. I look forward to it. Su Hao smiled as he turned off the lamp. The dormitory fell into darkness, with only the distant lights from the training ground faintly shining in. Su Hao closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system panel. The LV7 icon for ejection start flickered slightly. The open competition. It's time to test the results. He silently thought. He had not forgotten he still had a task to complete to participate in an official competition. I wonder what rewards I will get. The next day in the morning, Su Hao and Su Bingtian, carrying simple luggage, boarded the bus returning to Zhongshan Sports School. They needed to represent Zhongshan Sports School in the group event of the open competition, the 4x100-meter relay, so they first had to return to school to report before heading to the competition venue located in the provincial capital with the school team. Back at the sports school after sleeping for a night, the next morning Su Hao and the others boarded the bus heading to the provincial capital, following familiar classmates from the sports school. On the bus besides them, there were several other selected team members for different events. The atmosphere was somewhat silent, mixed with excitement and tension. Coach Ning was also on the bus. She looked at Su Hao and Su Bingtian, who were sitting together and whispering with a gaze filled with both appreciation and complexity. After a month of training with the provincial team, the two boys had obviously become a bit darker and thinner, but their eyes were sharper and their demeanor was much steadier. How does it feel? Coach Ning walked to their seats and asked softly. Coach. The two quickly greeted her. Su Bingtian quickly said, it feels great. The training with the provincial team was exhausting, but I learned a lot. Su Hao nodded as well. Yes, I gained a lot. Ning Debao looked at Su Hao, hesitating to say something. Through Coach Feng, she had a rough idea of Su Hao's training situation in the provincial team. His training attitude was very serious, even extremely hardworking. But the results fluctuated greatly. She patted Su Hao's shoulder, not saying much, only saying, keep a calm mindset and just perform what you've trained. I have high hopes for you. MHM. Both nodded in unison. The two sat by the window. Suddenly, they noticed their parents and other team members, family members outside, waving them off. Yang Min and Li Xiaoying were squeezed at the front of the crowd, continuously waving at the bus and silently offering encouraging words. Su Jiangwo stood a little further back, just nodding vigorously. Clearly the school had already informed their families about the open competition. Unfortunately, in this day and age there was still quite a distance from Zhongshan to the provincial capital. Last night, Su Hao borrowed the school's phone to call his mother and knew that she wanted to go with him, but Su Hao felt it was, firstly, the open competition schedule was very tight, and secondly, the family was indeed a bit financially strained. If his mother went along, it would definitely incur additional expenses, so he simply decided against it. The bus slowly started leaving the familiar streets behind. Su Hao watched his mother's figure grow smaller in his line of sight until it disappeared. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the bus gradually became lively, with teammates cheering each other on, discussing opponents and speculating about results. Su Bingtian quickly struck up a conversation with familiar teammates. Su Hao leaned against the bus window, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. The scenery outside the window flew by rapidly, just like the sweat and time he had poured out over the past month. The Provincial Athletics Open competition, here I come. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to take it out for a walk. In the sports center, colorful banners fluttered and the sound of voices filled the air. A massive electronic display screen scrolls the words 2005 Guangdong Provincial Youth Athletics Open Championship. The air was thick with the unique scent of the rubber track, the clamor of the crowd, and a thrilling tension and excitement that only large competitions can evoke. Su Hao followed the Zhongshan Sports School team as they disembarked from the bus. Raising his eyes, he was greeted by a surprisingly vast stadium already populated by numerous spectators and teams from various city sports schools. Athletes clad in various colored sportswear darted through the warm-up area, while the announcements frequently reminded participants of the event registrations. Coach Ning clapped his hands, gathering the Zhongshan Sports School team. Pay attention to your events and times. The 100-meter preliminaries are at 2 p.m. this afternoon, the 60-meter preliminaries are tomorrow morning, and the 4x100-meter relay preliminaries are the day after. Remember the process, warm up in advance, and don't miss the registrations. Su Hao Su Bingtian, your events are concentrated. You must manage your time and energy well. Especially you, Su Hao. It's your first competition, so make sure to adjust your mindset, relax, and don't get too nervous. Su Hao silently noted this. The 100 meters and the 60 meters were his main events, while the 4x100-meter relay was a team effort to bring glory to the school. He couldn't afford to slack on any of them. He could feel his heart beating powerfully in his chest, not out of fear, but from a mix of anticipation and eager excitement. In the upper right corner of his vision, the icon for Mr. Big Heart LV2 radiated a faint, steady glow, creating a strange contrast with the surrounding noisy environment, bringing an unusual calm to his heart. Not bad at all, Su Bingtian muttered beside him, his eyes darting around. Although he had participated in only a few competitions, none as grand as this one, he tried to maintain an air of composure in front of the rookie, Su Hao. At that moment, another bus emblazoned with the words Foshan Sports School came to a stop nearby. The door opened, and a group of athletes in matching dark blue sports uniforms descended in an orderly manner, exuding a presence clearly stronger than many school teams. Especially the two boys at the front. One was tall and well-proportioned, around 17 or 18 years old, wearing a confident and composed smile. The other was slightly shorter, but robust with sharp eyes. Coach Ning's attention was immediately drawn to them, and he quietly said to Su Hao and Su Bingtian, "Do you see that? Dark blue uniforms, Foshan Sports School. The tall one in front is Liang Jiahong, Foshan Sports School's secret weapon, who joined the provincial team last year. It said he can now consistently run under 11 seconds, making him a favorite for the 100-meter championship in this open competition. The one beside him is Wen Yong, specializing in the 60 meters and 100 meters. He is also fast, and Liang Jiahong's teammate, as well as a fierce competitor." Liang Jiahong. Su Bingtian blinked. "Coach, we haven't seen him in the provincial team, have we? He was specially recruited by the provincial team last year, but I've heard he's had some family issues recently and has been on leave for a while, so it's normal you haven't encountered him yet." Coach Ning explained, his tone serious. "These two are the opponents you need to pay attention to in this competition. Especially Liang Jiahong. He has a very strong finishing ability and excellent sense of rhythm. Wen Yong-yi, on the other hand, is quick off the blocks and has a fierce start. When facing them, you must maintain your own rhythm and not be thrown off by their pace, otherwise you'll end up in disarray." While he was speaking, the Foshan Sports School team seemed to have noticed them. Liang Jiahong scanned the Zhongshan Sports School flag, then focused on Su Hao and Su Bingtian, approaching them with a smile. Zhongshan Sports School. Liang Jiahong's voice was bright, a refreshing tone between youth and young adulthood as he scanned Su Hao and Su Bingtian, smiling. "I heard your school recently produced a pair of twin stars in the 100 meters. Quite impressive. That must be you two, right?" Su Hao, Su Bingtian. Being called out directly with that slightly teasing, yet seemingly harmless, Twin Stars title, Su Bingtian felt a bit shy and scratched his head, mumbling a, "Hello, Brother Hong." "What Twin Stars? It's all just talk." Su Hao calmly nodded. "Hello, Brother Liang. We are Su Hao and Su Bingtian." Liang Jiahong smiled, waving his hand. "What, brother or not, being a year older doesn't necessarily mean you're stronger. I'm just curious and came over to meet you. I heard about your internal testing at the school last month. It was quite a buzz. Even Coach Zheng from the provincial team mentioned it. I hope to see your performance in the competition. Don't let me down." His demeanor was natural, carrying a sense of composure and slight expectation. After speaking, he nodded at the two and turned back to his team. When Yong Yi glanced over but said nothing. He lingered on Su Hao for a moment before slightly nodding, acknowledging them before leaving. "What are you looking at?" Coach Ning looked at Su Hao and Su Bingtian, not in a good mood. Don't let his friendly demeanor make you lower your guard. The president of Foshan Sports School and our president Wang are not on good terms. Once on the track, they will show no mercy. You two, my expectations for you this time are not high. In the 60 meters and 100 meters, if one of you can reach the finals and secure a top 5 finish, that's a success. If you can manage to take third. She paused, seemingly feeling that the goal was a bit distant, but still said that would be an extraordinary accomplishment, or I'll throw a celebration for you when we return. Her words aimed to lower expectations and relieve the pressure on the two, but they were also based on a realistic assessment. Liang Jiahong and Wen Yong-yi represent the top level of sprinting in Guangdong. Defeating them would be extremely challenging. Not far away, President Wang of Zhongshan Sports School was conversing with a neatly dressed middle-aged man. The man was President Liu of Foshan Sports School, an old acquaintance and longtime rival. "Old Wang, how is your school's lineup this year?" "I see many have come," President Liu said with a smile, though his gaze was scrutinizing. President Wang maintained a professional smile. "It's going well. The kids are all working hard. Your Foshan Sports School is even stronger this year." Liang Jiahong and Wen Yong-yi with their debut, "It seems the championship is out of reach for us." "Hey, one shouldn't speak too soon. Anything can happen in a competition." President Liu feigned modesty, but the pride in his eyes and the slightly raised chin betrayed his true thoughts. "Jiahong is doing well, but the youth still need more experience." "What about your school? I heard you also have 2 kids training for the 100 meters. What are their names?" "Su Hao, Su Bingtian." President Wang's heart tightened, knowing the other party was well informed. He could only nod. "Yes, we have these 2 kids. They just started training not long ago and came to gain some experience." "Gaining experience is great." President Liu's smile widened as he patted President Wang's shoulder, his tone carrying the comfort of someone who had been through it. "It's beneficial for young people to experience major competitions. But old Wang, I must say, in the 100 meters event, relying solely on temporary strength won't cut it. It requires foundation and training systems. In Guangdong, the best talents come from our old powerhouse schools in Foshan and Guangzhou. As for Zhongshan, take it slow, don't rush. If one of you can make it to the finals, that would be a breakthrough." His words sounded like comfort, but were laced with a hidden jab, implying that Zhongshan Sports School lacked the depth to produce top talents. President Wang's smile became somewhat stiff. He could easily detect the underlying meaning in the other. A surge of fiery determination ignited within him. Over the years, the Zhongshan Sports School had struggled to hold its head up in track and field events, constantly squeezed by the Foshan Sports School, both overtly and covertly. This time, 2 promising talents, Su Hao and Su Bingtian, had finally emerged, and he had hoped to take pride in their achievements. However, even before the competition began, the principal from the opposing school had given him a scathing lecture. Watching Principal Liu's smug expression as he pointed out the faults, Principal Wang felt a rush of blood to his head. He took a deep breath, forced a smile back onto his face, and said to Principal Liu, "You are absolutely right, Principal Liu. In a competition, anything can happen. The kids are young and full of spirit. Who knows, they might surprise us old demers." Principal Liu chuckled, dismissively exchanged a few pleasantries, and turned to call over the members of his own team. Principal Wang stood rooted to the spot, watching Liu's retreating figure, then glanced at Su Hao and Su Bingtian, who were not far off listening to Coach Ning's instructions. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly shouted, "Su Hao, Su Bingtian, you two come here for a moment." Su Hao and Su Bingtian, confused, hurried over. Principal Wang looked at the 2 greatest hopes of his school and lowered his voice. "You heard what Principal Liu from Foshan Sports School said just now, right? He thinks our Zhongshan Sports School can't produce any 100-meter sprinters." Su Hao remained silent, while Su Bingshan's eyes betrayed his anger. "I have just one request for you two." Principal Wang raised 2 fingers. "In this public competition, in the 60-meter and 100-meter events, if either of you can finish ahead of Foshan Sports School in the finals, I'll personally reward that person with 200 yuan. Cash. 200. In this era, that was an enormous sum for Su Hao and Su Bingtian, who were still students. Su Bingshan's eyes instantly lit up, but quickly dimmed again. Foshan Sports School had strong competitors like Wen Yongyi and Liang Jiahong, Surpassing them was no easy. Principal Wang paused, observing the changes in their expressions, then extended 5 fingers, his voice lower but clearer. If either of you can surpass Liang Jiahong and Wen Yongyi, finish ahead of either of them, I will personally reward you with an additional 1,000 yuan. 1,000. Su Bingtian gasped, his eyes widening in shock, his breath quickening. Su Hao's heart also skipped a beat. 1,000 yuan in 2005 was nearly several months' savings for an ordinary family. Principal Wang was truly putting in his own money. Principal this. Su Bingtian felt a mix of surprise. Enough with the formalities. Principal Wang waved his hand fiercely, his expression fierce. I just can't stand Liu's smug face. This money comes from my own pocket. It has nothing to do with the school's funds. I ask you, do you have the courage, the determination to fight for it? To earn back some pride for our Zhongshan sports school, and for me as your principal? Su Hao was not particularly concerned about pride. He was much more focused on the principal's promised reward. He lifted his head, his gaze calm, yet piercing, and asked Principal Wang word by word, Principal, what if, by some chance, I won the championship? Championship? Principal Wang was momentarily stunned, and so were Su Bingtian and several other team members who had overheard. Beating Wen Yongyi was a challenge, surpassing Liang Jiahong was a miracle, but winning the championship, that would mean defeating all the top athletes, including Liang Jiahong and Wen Yongyi. This was no small feat. However, looking into Su Hao's eyes, which held no hint of jest, Principal Wang felt a sudden flutter in his heart. He remembered Su Hao's stunning performance in the 60 meters and the glimpses of brilliance in the 100 meters during the selection competition. He gritted his teeth, heavily patted Su Hao on the shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement. Good lad. You've got ambition. If you really can take the championship, no matter if it's the 60 meters or the 100 meters, all the rewards I mentioned earlier will be doubled. No, I will personally give you a big red envelope. You have my word. Principal, you said this. Su Hao's lips curled slightly, his eyes sparkling with an indescribable light. Less talking, let's see if you can win the championship. Principal Wang couldn't help but scold with a laugh. After agreeing to Su Hao, he felt a twinge of regret. Why was he competing with this brat? A championship? He certainly couldn't dare to think that. In recent years, track and field in Guangdong had indeed been lacking in talent, but there were signs of revival. After all, Guangdong was still considered a major sports province, but if one were to suggest that the resurgence of men's short-distance running would occur here, many would immediately think it certainly wouldn't be in Zhongshan. How good, what are you daydreaming about? Su Bingshan's voice snapped him back to reality. This kid had a mischievous smile, nudging him with his elbow. Are you thinking that if you lose, you'll have to tie my shoelaces from now on? Don't worry, you'll make sure you tie them comfortably. Su Hao shot him a glare. Who ties whose laces is still undecided. You better focus on yourself. Don't mess up in the preliminaries and miss the chance to tie my shoelaces. Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? Su Bingtian protested, but the fire of determination in his eyes burned brighter. Time slipped away quietly amidst the waiting and warm-ups. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the 100-meter preliminaries began. Following the directional signs and the guidance of the staff, Su Hao and Su Bingtian entered the designated athlete check-in area. The atmosphere here was different from outside. It lacked the noise of the crowd, replaced by the silent scrutiny between peers and a palpable tension. The air was thick with a mix of turpentine and sweat. Checking ID cards and competition certificates, inspecting the length and specifications of the spiked shoes, signing in on the list, and receiving numbered vests marked with their group and lane. Everything was orderly. Although the domestic track and field scene was still in a state of wild growth at this time, the necessary rules were still in. Boys dressed in various team uniforms were either sitting or standing, some with their eyes closed in meditation, others stretching lightly, while a few quietly conversed with teammates, occasionally glancing at potential opponents. Su Hao could sense many gazes lingering on him, filled with scrutiny and appraisal. He took a deep breath, thankful that at this moment the Mr. Big Heart was playing its role, allowing him to calmly observe his surroundings. Soon the groupings and lane assignments were announced. The preliminaries were divided into 6 groups, each with 8 participants, with the top 2 directly advancing to the semifinals in the afternoon, while the best 4 among the remaining contestants could also have a chance to qualify. Fortunately, we are not in the same group, Su Bingtian sighed in relief as he looked at the posted list. He was in the 3rd group, lane 4. Su Hao was placed in the 5th group, but when he found his name, his brow furrowed slightly. 5th group, lane 8, came Coach Ning's somewhat grave voice from beside him. She and Principal Wang had also arrived nearby, lane 8. The outermost lane. Principal Wang leaned in to look, and his expression turned grim. This draw. Little Su, this lane is not very friendly to you. The outer lane affects visibility, making it difficult to observe the competitors in the middle lanes, and it can disrupt rhythm. Moreover, the 100 meters starting from the curve has a different experience for the outer lane during the start and the first half. Su Hao nodded to show he understood. Lane 8, commonly known as the lonely lane, feels like running in battle alone, making it hard to adjust speed and rhythm by observing adjacent competitors relying solely on one's own feelings and pre-race plans. Coach Ning had already taken out her small notebook, quickly flipping through it, and said softly, "Su Hao, I've looked at your group. There are a few who need your attention." In lane 7, there was Zhou Wei from the affiliated school of Guang City Sports Academy, 18 years old, with a personal best of around 11.2 seconds, known for good endurance in the latter part of his race. In lane 6, there was Chun Ming from Zhuhai Sports School, 19 years old, fast off the blocks, and strong in the first half. These two are your toughest competitors in this group. Additionally, the athlete from Dongguan Sports School in lane 4 is not weak either, but his performance tends to be unstable. She closed her notebook and looked at Su Hao, her tone serious. "Little Su, this public competition has fewer participants than in previous years, so the schedule has been compressed, and there are no re-races set up. After the preliminaries, there will be a direct advance to the semifinals. Therefore, every heat in the preliminaries is crucial. You must ensure you finish in the top 2 of your group to advance safely to the semifinals. If you only come in 3rd or 4th, you'll have to rely on the performance of competitors from other groups waiting for a chance to qualify, which puts you in a passive position and can affect your mindset." Generally, the youth group of the Guangdong Province Athletics Open's 100-meter event determines its rounds based on the number of registrations. When there are many participants, there will be preliminaries, re-races, semifinals, and finals. This year, with a moderate number of participants, the re-races were cancelled, adopting a system of 6 groups in the preliminaries, 2 groups in the semifinals, 1 group in the finals. This means there's less margin for error. Every race must be taken seriously. Su Hao listened quietly, his gaze sweeping over a few figures warming up not far away, trying to match Coach Ning's names to the faces. In lane 7, Zhou Wei was a tanned, muscular young man with a buzz cut, diligently working on his ankle movements. In lane 6, Chun Ming, though not tall, appeared very fit, his eyes lively, as he continuously performed high knee lifts. Indeed, they both looked formidable. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Coach Ning patted Su Hao's back, her tone softening. "Just follow your training rhythm. You have an advantage at the start, make good use of the first half to establish a lead, and then maintain your pace. Lane 8 has its benefits, with no one interfering. Think of it as your usual training, and just run your own race." "Did you hear that?" "I heard, Coach." Su Hao replied solemnly. "Go ahead, warm up well, and get ready to..." Principal Wang also gave Su Hao's shoulder a reassuring pat, his eyes filled with encouragement, but also a hint of barely concealed worry. Lane 8, combined with 2 strong opponents, made Su Hao's journey in the preliminaries look quite grim from the start. Although both he and Coach Ning had confidence in these 2 boys from their sports school. Especially Su Hao, whose performance at the sports school had been even more impressive than Su Bingxian's. However, Su Bingtian had at least competed several times, while this was Su Hao's first experience in a major competition. It's known that many athletes rarely achieve remarkable performances in their first competition. The reason is simple: psychological factors play a significant role during the competition. Su Hao said no more, turning to walk towards the warm-up area. He put on the number vest marked with 9, the bright red digits standing out prominently against the white fabric. As he performed his final warm-up exercises, he sank his consciousness into the system. The launch start LV7 icon flickered quietly while Mr. Big Heart LV2 emanated a reassuring soft glow. He still had some free experience points left, but he temporarily decided not to use them. Preliminaries. "I'll treat every heat like it's the finals," Su Hao silently thought. Although this was his first formal entry into such a regulated competition in both of his lives, having the system made him even more determined to achieve a good ranking. Rationality told Su Hao not to set his expectations too high from the start, otherwise the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. But why not aim for the championship right from the beginning? "I'm young now and I have the system. If I don't go all out now, when will I? If I don't compete now, when will I?" He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. The buzzing sounds from the audience, the noise of opponents warming up, the coach's reminders, Principal Wang's agreements, and Su Bingxian's betting agreement. All these mixed thoughts were slowly cleared from his mind. When he opened his eyes again, all that remained was the red track stretching out ahead of him, slightly unfamiliar. What of the strong opponents surrounding him? His battlefield was right here. "Athletes of Group 3, prepare to take the stage." The staff's voice rang through the loudspeaker. Su Hao stopped his warm-up, his gaze directed towards the starting area, not far away. The competitors of Group 3, including Su Bingtian, were gradually stepping onto the track. The other competitors in the same group, based on their warm-up actions and expressions, appeared relatively average, lacking the sharpness of top athletes. Su Bingtian was placed in lane for the golden lane. He looked very relaxed, even taking a moment to wave at the direction of the Zhongshan Sports School's resting area, eliciting laughter and cheers from his teammates. The referee signaled for the athletes to get ready. The competitors leaned forward behind the starting line, their feet firmly placed on the starting blocks. The starter raised the starting gun. "Get set, ready, bang." The gunshot rang clear, and the 8 figures sprang forth in unison. Su Bingxian's reaction to the start was as quick as always, almost pushing off the starting blocks the moment the gun fired. Around 0.18 seconds, this was his normal level in training. In the first 30 meters, he quickly established a clear lead thanks to his excellent start and stride frequency, pulling ahead of the other competitors by more than a body length. 40 meters, 50 meters. His lead continued to grow. As he entered the mid-race, his technical movements were smooth and stable with a broad stride and excellent rhythm control. It was evident that he wasn't exerting himself to the fullest. It felt more like a high-quality training run at his own. 70 meters, 80 meters. He was already far ahead, even having the energy to glance sideways at the competitors he was pulling away from. In the last 20 meters, he eased off slightly, but still maintained his speed, crossing the finish line first with ease. After crossing the line, he did not bend over gasping for breath like the other competitors, but instead slowed down, taking a few steps to adjust his breathing, a relaxed smile on his face. Soon the massive electronic scoreboard above the finish line lit up with the results: Group 3-1. Su Bingtian Zhongshan Sports School 11 seconds, wind speed 0.3 milliseconds. 2. XX Sports School 45 seconds. 11 seconds. Wind speed 0.3 milliseconds, compliant and valid. A very good electronic timing result, easily securing the group's first place and strongly advancing to the semifinals. Good. The resting area of Zhongshan Sports School erupted with enthusiastic cheers. Principal Wang slapped his thigh vigorously, his face beaming with joy. Coach Ning also let out a sigh of relief, wearing a satisfied smile. Su Bingtian jogged back to the resting area, accepting the water and towel handed to him by his teammates, unable to hide his pride as he leaned closer to Su Hao, saying, "How good did you see that? 11 seconds and 11. That was effortless. Aren't you feeling more pressure now?" Su Hao looked at the results on the electronic screen, feeling happy for the kid. He was not at all surprised that Su Bingtian achieved such a time. You must know that Su Bingtian was about to enter a period of explosive speed in the coming year, especially after joining the provincial team. Now, because of his butterfly effect, this guy entered the provincial team ahead of schedule. Moreover, perhaps due to his own early competition, this guy often trained intensively alongside him. The key is that even without a system, this kid's growth is indeed frightening. Su Hao was a bit puzzled, wondering who the real loser was. He patted Su Bingtian on the chest and laughed. "All right, you little brat, you're in good form. But don't get too cocky, it's just the preliminaries. TCH, you're just jealous." Su Bingtian chuckled, but didn't continue to show off. Instead, he said seriously, "How go, it's your turn soon. Don't be nervous, just run at your own pace. Whether it's lane 8 or lane 8, it's fine as long as there's no one beside you." Su Hao replied, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the fourth group of competitors about to take the stage. Among that group of competitors, he spotted Liang Jiahong, a tall figure wearing the dark blue uniform of Foshan Sports School. "Fourth group athletes, get ready." With the announcement, Liang Jiahong walked calmly towards lane 7. His appearance seemed to subtly change the atmosphere of the entire competition. The audience erupted into even more fervent discussions than before, with many coaches and athletes from other teams turning their gazes toward him. Clearly, many had heard of this figure and wanted to see what kind of results he could produce. "Let's see how Liang Jiahong," Coach Ning whispered to Su Hao with a serious tone. "Observe more, it will benefit you." Su Hao nodded, focusing. Liang Jiahong was doing simple stretches at the starting line, his expression calm and his gaze focused, showing no signs of tension. His warm-up movements were minimal, and he appeared extremely relaxed. The athletes are in position. Liang Jiahong bent down, his posture textbook perfect. His proportions were excellent, with long legs and arms embodying the ideal sprinting physique. "On your marks. Set. Bang." The gun fired. Liang Jiahong's reaction time was incredibly fast, estimated to be within 0.15 seconds, launching with an impressive and fluid motion without a hint of hesitation. In the first 30 meters, he didn't surge ahead like Su Bingtian did with his explosive acceleration, but rather completed his acceleration in a stable, powerful manner, quickly taking the lead with a clear advantage. At 40 meters and 50 meters, as he progressed, his terrifying strength in the latter part of the race began to truly reveal itself. His strides were long, his hips fully engaged, and his foot strikes powerful, his entire running form a perfect blend of strength and beauty, with speed continuously increasing. The gap between him and the other competitors was no longer measured in body lengths, but in meters. 60 meters, 70 meters. He was far ahead, as if participating in a solo performance. His expression remained calm, his gaze fixed on the finish line, his rhythm terrifyingly steady. 80 meters, 90 meters. He didn't even make any noticeable effort to lean across the finish line, simply crossing it at an unbeatable speed, like a blue lightning, leaving the second place a full 7 or 8 meters behind. After crossing the finish line, he gradually slowed down, his expression calm, though his breathing was slightly hurried, revealing the intensity of the previous sprint. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into deafening gasps and applause. Many spectators stood up cheering for this display of absolute prowess. The results on the electronic screen took the cheers to another level. Fourth group. 1. Liang Jiahong Foshan Sports School 10. 89 seconds wind speed 0. 1 millisecond. 2. XXXX Sports School 11. 38 seconds. 3. 10. 89 seconds. Wind speed 0. 1 millisecond, compliant and valid. Preliminaries 10 seconds and 89. This result hit like a heavy stone on every 100-meter athlete present, especially those aiming for good rankings. The smile on Su Bingshan's face vanished, replaced by shock and a hint of bitterness. He had run with all his might to achieve 11 seconds and 11, feeling pleased with himself, while this guy in the preliminaries, seemingly, without fully exerting himself, had already broken into the 10-second barrier. This gap, the resting area of Zhongshan Sports School, fell silent. Principal Wang's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. Coach Ning took a deep breath, his eyes exceptionally solemn. The other teammates exchanged glances, seeing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Is this the strength of the current youth 100-meter champion in Guangdong province? Showing his fangs in the preliminaries, this result would impose significant psychological pressure on the other athletes from various sports schools. Su Hao's heart also skipped a beat. He had anticipated that Liang Jiahong was strong, but seeing it with his own eyes made the impact very direct. That smooth running in the middle part of the race, that terrifying ability to maintain speed. The pressure felt like a tangible tide weighing heavily on Su Hao's shoulders. Liang Jiahong jogged back to the resting area of Foshan Sports School, surrounded by teammates celebrating. He simply smiled faintly, took the water, and his gaze seemed to casually sweep over Zhongshan Sports School's side, briefly lingering on Su Hao. Fifth group athletes prepare to take the stage. The announcement broke the silence on Zhongshan Sports School's side once again. Coach Ning suddenly snapped back to reality, patting Su Hao's back vigorously, his voice dry with tension. Su Hao, it's your turn. Don't overthink. Forget what you just saw. Just run your own race. Remember, your goal is to finish in the top 2 and advance. Do you hear me? Don't let that guy's result affect you. Principal Wang also leaned in, wanting to say something. His lips moved, but ultimately only managed to squeeze out, "Xiao Su, go for it. Don't feel burdened." Su Bingtian also set aside all jokes, clenching his fist tightly. "How go?" Su Hao slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He didn't feel particularly nervous. There was certainly pressure, but looking at the scoreboard, he smiled. It seemed that Mr. Big Heart was becoming more activated as the pressure increased, with the effect becoming increasingly evident. In this moment, as long as Su Hao focused, he could effortlessly enter a state of strange coldness and concentration. Pressure, a little, but more than that was a burning mix of unwillingness and extreme excitement for battle. He turned around, no longer looking at anyone, and stepped toward lane 8. The starter raised the gun. "On your marks." Su Hao took a deep breath, leaning forward as his muscles tensed. Set. The gun was aimed at the sky. Positions. Ready. His body felt like a spring compressed to its limit, muscles tensed to the extreme. The starter raised his arm high, the gun's muzzle pointed ominously at the sky. Now is the moment. Bang! The gunfire erupted. However, almost simultaneously with the shot, perhaps even a fraction of a second earlier, a figure suddenly sprang out from lane 6. A false start. Beep! The sharp, piercing recall whistle almost immediately followed the gunshot, echoing throughout the arena. Su Hao, who had already pushed off with all his strength, felt his body jerked forward by an unexpected inertia and the sudden whistle, nearly stumbling forward. He let out a low growl, his core suddenly exerting force as he abruptly halted his steps, his right foot slamming into the track with a dull thud, barely stabilizing his form as his heartbeat skyrocketed. Damn it! He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his chest feeling tight from the sudden disruption of his breathing. Looking up, he saw that the athlete from Zhuhai Sports School in lane 6 was not Chen Ming, but another competitor who appeared annoyed, raising his hand to signal the referee before slowly returning to the starting line. However, Su Hao clearly noticed that as the guy lowered his head, a barely perceptible smirk flickered across his lips. In the audience area, the Zhongshan Sports School's resting zone. Damn, a false start. Su Bingtian suddenly stood up, his face dark. That one in lane 5. From Zhuhai Sports School. It was intentional. Coach Ning's expression also darkened as she fixated on the apologetic athlete in lane 6, then glanced at the calm and seemingly unconcerned Chen Ming in lane 5, gritting her teeth as she said, the Zhuhai Sports School is trying to use this false start to disrupt everyone's rhythm and disturb their mindset. Her gaze shifted to Su Hao in lane 8, who had just steadied himself and was adjusting his breathing, her concern deepening. Principal Wang also realized what was happening, angrily slapping his thigh. This is too despicable. This is just the preliminaries. Using such tactics. The rules allow for one false start in the same group. Coach Ning took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down and analyze, explaining to Principal Wang and the disgruntled Su Bingtian, and other team members they are just taking advantage of this. By consuming this false start opportunity, they maximize their disruption of threatening opponents in the same group. This is not uncommon in international competitions. Some teams will use substitute athletes for tactical false starts to interfere with their main competitors. I didn't expect they would use it in the preliminaries, she said, shaking her head, her tone filled with helplessness and a hint of anger. I hope Su Hao is not affected to encounter such underhanded tactics in the first competition. On the field, Su Hao slowly straightened up, taking 2 deep breaths to suppress the surprise and anger from earlier. He glanced at the athlete in lane 6, then at the expressionless Chun Ming in lane 5. Tactical play. Psychological warfare. If Su Hao were still the pure 16-year-old he once was, he might have been infuriated or thrown off balance by now. But at this moment, after the initial shock and anger, he felt a profound calm. He recalled countless instances from major competitions he had witnessed in his past life, remembering Lu Xiang at an international event, who, despite being continuously disrupted by false starts from neighboring lanes, ultimately withstood the pressure and won with absolute strength. Competitive sports have always been more than just a 10-second race on the track. The moment one stands at the starting line, the war has already begun. Playing dirty, are we? Su Hao sneered inwardly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. He was now unfazed, for he discovered that after experiencing the sudden disruption and the rising anger, the skill of Great Heart LV2 had not dimmed, instead it shone brighter, as if ignited by a spark. A stronger sense of focus and emotional detachment enveloped him, isolating all external disturbances, the opponent's tricks, and even the earlier moment of embarrassment. His heartbeat returned to a steady rhythm, his eyes coldly fixed on the track ahead. Meanwhile, in lane 5, Chun Ming slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the athletes in the neighboring lanes, especially lingering for a moment on Zhou Wei in lane 7, and Su Hao in lane 8, silently thinking, sorry everyone. The coach said the winner takes all. I'm 19 now, this is my last chance. I must get into the provincial team and achieve results. If anyone is to blame, let it be the rules. He took a deep breath, his expression growing fierce, and focused once more. The tactic was now in play, the disruption had been caused. Next up was his time to shine. Athletes, prepare. The referee signaled for everyone to take their positions again, his tone serious, clearly aware of the obvious tactical false start that had just occurred, yet bound by the rules, he had no right to intervene. The athletes bent down once more, the atmosphere heavier than before, the air thick with suspicion and tension. Having experienced the false start, many became cautious, and their reactions at the start may subconsciously slow down. Su Hao prepared his starting stance again. This time his gaze was even calmer, yet more dangerous. He no longer thought about disturbance or tactics in his world. There was only his breathing, his rhythm, and that. Positions. Ready. Bang. The second gunshot rang out. Almost at the very instant of the gunfire, Chun Ming, in lane 5, shot forth like a released trap. A delayed start. Coach Ning in the audience gasped, her face instantly turning pale. Principal Wang's eyes widened. He dares. Su Bingtian was even more furious, slamming his fist into his thigh. This is too dirty. One false start isn't enough, and now he's delaying the start. Does Zhuhai Sports School have no shame? Wait, if this second delay fails, Chun Ming will be disqualified. A delayed start refers to when an athlete highly familiar with the starter's rhythm and with a gambling mentality launches themselves in the brief moment before the starter pulls the trigger, betting that the gunshot will coincide with their start. If successful, they gain an astonishing starting advantage. If unsuccessful, it's a false start, resulting in immediate disqualification. Of course, the same group has one false start opportunity, but they already wasted it on their disruption tactic. But who would have thought they from Zhuhai Sports School would still dare to delay the start? Oh, and one more thing, this delayed start tactic is limited to before 2010. If it were under the new rules post 2010, any athlete who false starts for the first time would be disqualified. But for now, this is clearly legal and compliant. Is this Chun Ming from Zhuhai Sports School insane? Principal Wang mused, stroking his chin in disbelief. Competitive sports can be so brutal at times. I have some impression of this Chun Ming. He participated in several provincial events before mostly getting eliminated in the first round. Maybe he wants to take one last gamble this year. As she spoke, Coach Ning shook her head with a sigh, her gaze towards Su Hao revealing even more concern. How can this be played? Using false starts and a delayed start tactic simultaneously is fundamentally an unequal match. Sure enough, Chun Ming's start was astonishingly fast, with a reaction time of merely 0.11 seconds, like an arrow released from its bow, rushing out amidst the echo of the gunshot, instantly establishing a lead of over half a body length. 50 meters away, the blue figure from the outermost track has completed an almost full body overtake of Chun Ming. The lead is clearly visible. On the stands, the resting area of the Zhongshan Sports School erupted with long repressed cheers that could almost overturn the roof. Wow, how good is incredible. Su Bingtian was the first to jump up, his face flushed wildly, waving his arms. He overtook. He really overtook. In the 8th lane. He overtook in the 8th lane. Principal Wang exclaimed, excitedly babbling incoherently, as he vigorously shook Coach Ning's arm next to him. Coach Ning tightly clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms, his eyes fixed on the leading blue figure, his lips slightly trembling, wanting to shout, but unable to make a sound, only his chest heaving violently. He won. Under pressure amidst such adverse tactical interference and the most unfavorable lane assignment, Su Hao actually completed the overtake. However, the race was not yet over. At 60 meters, Su Hao struggled to maintain his lead, but he could sense the signs of diminishing strength in the latter half. The effects of developmental issues and a lack of big competition experience leading to slightly immature speed distribution caused his speed to inevitably decline. Behind him, Chen Ming, who had just regained his composure from extreme shock, began to frantically chase down Su Hao, relying on his richer competition experience and his already impressive lane traceability. Shame, unwillingness, and a hint of panic from being overtaken by a newcomer fueled his last burst of energy, driving his legs forward. At 70 meters, the gap was reduced to half a body length. At 80 meters, they were nearly neck and neck. The audience's hearts raced, their countless gazes focused on the two competing figures. At 90 meters, crossing the finish line, Su Hao and Chen Ming almost shoulder to shoulder pressed their chests over the finish line in an order difficult to discern with the naked eye. After crossing the finish line, the immense inertia propelled both of them forward for several more meters before they barely came to a stop. Su Hao leaned on his knees, gasping heavily, his lungs burning painfully, sweat instantly blurring his vision, with his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. He could feel his leg muscles trembling slightly. The extreme sprint in the last 20 meters had nearly drained all his energy. Beside him, Chen Ming was in a similar state, bending over and gasping heavily, his face pale from exertion and dread. He turned his head and stared incredulously at Su Hao, as if trying to see what this monster, who had suddenly surged from the 8th lane and almost caused him to stumble, truly looked like. Soon the electronic display screen prominently showed the final results of the 5th Group 1. Chen Ming, Zhuhai Sports School 11. 0.72 seconds, wind speed 0. 5 milliseconds 2. Su Hao, Zhongshan Sports School 11. 0.73 seconds, wind speed 0. 5 milliseconds 3. Zhouwei Guangzhou Sports Institute Affiliated Middle School 11. 15 seconds, wind speed 0. 5 milliseconds 4. 11. 0.72 to 11. 0.73. A mere 0.001 seconds difference. The wind speed is compliant and the results are valid. Wow! The entire venue erupted. This result, this difference, this pre-race full of twists and turns instantly ignited the enthusiasm of all the spectators. Countless people stood up and applauded, cheering for this thrilling showdown. My goodness! Just 0.001 seconds. 1,000th of a second. The Zhongshan Sports School athlete in the 8th lane was incredible. Facing the false start and pressure, he almost turned the tables. Chen Ming's win was too risky, nearly a disaster. That's Su Hao. I've never heard of him before. When did Zhongshan Sports School produce such a talent? The resting area of Zhongshan Sports School was in complete uproar. 11 seconds 07. How Guyu ran under 11 seconds 1. Su Bingtian excitedly swung his fist. Even though he himself had run 11 seconds 11, he believed the value of Su Hao's performance was entirely different. In the 8th lane, tactical interference, overcoming adversity. Good kid. Good kid. Principal Wang was flushed with excitement. Well done. You brought honor to our school. What's wrong with the 8th lane? What's wrong with playing dirty? We speak with strength. Coach Ning's eyes were filled with pride and excitement as she nodded vigorously, her myriad of words condensed into one. Well run. Su Hao, you ran excellently. She understood better than anyone how valuable this result was. She had initially thought that Su Hao would be affected, but unexpectedly the kid held up under such great pressure and still delivered such an impressive performance. At the end of the track, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. Chen Ming looked at the results and let out a long sigh, but there was no joy on his face, only deep apprehension and a lingering sense of embarrassment. He won, but it was too ugly, too lucky. He had almost been overturned by a kid he had never heard of who was 2 or 3 years younger than him. He had heard that the Zhongshan Sports School recently produced 2 good prospects, but he never expected them to be this formidable. How old is this guy? How could his explosive power be so terrifying? On the other side, Zhou Wei, slumped on the side of the track, had an even darker expression, nearly dripping with gloom. He had run 11.2 seconds last year, and this year, after hard training, he could stabilize around 11.9 seconds in the school's tests. His original goal was to advance steadily and even challenge for the group's top spot. As a result, his mentality was completely thrown off by Chen Ming's disgusting tactics, hesitating at the start, disrupting his rhythm, and in the end, he only managed to run 11.15 seconds, placing 3rd in his group. Whether he could be promoted to the semifinals depended on the performance of the other groups. Just then a hand reached out. Zhou Wei was taken aback looking up to see Su Hao wearing the blue vest of Zhongshan Sports School, who had just nearly overturned Chen Ming. The boy's face was still flushed from intense exercise and beads of sweat, but his eyes were clear and his expression calm. You ran well. Su Hao's voice was slightly unsteady from panting, but his tone was sincere. Zhou Wei was startled looking at Su Hao's outstretched hand, then at the calm eyes of the other, and strangely felt some of his frustration and anger dissipate. He shook Su Hao's hand using it to push himself up and said softly, "Thanks. You are even better in the 8th lane under those circumstances." He shook his head, leaving his words unfinished, but his admiration was evident. Su Hao smiled, his gaze seemingly intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over Chen Ming, who was wearing a complex expression, and said in a voice not too loud, but clear enough for those nearby to hear, "It's nothing, it's a competition, everyone uses their own methods. But some people, even if they use all their tactics." He paused, a faint smile on his lips, "are really just that." Chen Ming's face instantly turned red, his fists clenched tightly, but under the gaze of other competitors and staff, he barely restrained himself, only letting out a heavy huff from his nose before turning and quickly walking away. Su Hao returned to the resting area surrounded by teammates amidst another round of enthusiastic celebrations and inquiries. Coach Ning and Principal Wang carefully asked about his physical condition, while Su Bingtian jokingly recapped every detail of the earlier race. All right, let him catch his breath and prepare for the semifinals," Coach Ning said with a laugh, cutting off the others. The 100 meters are on a tight schedule. Heats, semifinals, and finals will essentially be completed this afternoon. Su Bingtian, you too should recover quickly, hydrate, and loosen your muscles. The semifinals are in an hour. The opponents are stronger. Liang Jiahong and Wen Yongyi are both here. That will be the real fight. Both of them nodded, hastily took the sports drinks and bananas handed by teammates, and found a place to sit and recover. At that moment, as Su Hao walked, a series of clear notification tones rang in his mind. Ding. Gained free experience 10. Gained free experience 10. Gained free experience 8. Accumulated free experience 78 points. A single windfall of 78 free experience. Su Hao's heart leapt with joy. Indeed, official competition, especially when facing formidable opponents, yielded far greater gains than ordinary training or sparring. Yet before he could deliberate how to allocate them. Ding. Congratulations, host. Professional main quest, participate in the first official match completed. Quest rewards are being distributed. Unlocked new skill, second stage acceleration, turbo boost, LV10100. Skill effect, an active ability that when activated can replicate and sustain the host's absolute peak speed from any race for 1 second. Cool down 1 minute. As the skill levels up, its duration can be further extended. 2-stage acceleration, turbo boost. Su Hao paused briefly, then a surge of elation rose in him. He quickly grasped the elegance of the new skill. It was not like burst launch, which directly grants a fixed span of enhanced speed. Its essence was to replicate the race's absolute peak speed. Simply put, during a race, for example, if he activated burst launch LV7 and gained a 1.7-second burst of noticeably increased explosive speed, within that 1.7 seconds his velocity would climb to a summit. The role of turbo boost was to, after the burst launch effect ended, perhaps in the middle or latter stages, be activated to force the body to reproduce that peak speed for another 1 second. Though it lasted only a single second, it was a second at peak velocity. By his present estimation, the peak speed after activating burst launch was roughly 10% faster than his usual mid-race average. This 1-second turbo boost might not deliver the immediate transformative leap that a LV1 burst launch does. It would likely shave only a few tenths off his 100m time. Yet at a decisive moment, maintaining those few tenths could be the difference between victory and defeat. Especially when fatigue drags speed down in the final stretch, forcibly extending a 1-second peak is priceless. Moreover, this skill could be used to bridge the burst launch and lengthen the explosive phase, or reserved for the final sprint as a last secret trump. Perfect timing. Su Hao drew a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. His weakness in the latter stages had always been his greatest shortcoming. Now that shortcoming seemed on the verge of being mended. Although the improvement was not as immediate or conspicuous as burst launch, the prospect for this ability was promising. The thrill of the heats and the exhilaration of victory gradually subsided. In the rest area of Zhongshan Tixiao, the atmosphere cooled from feverish excitement to the tense, weary calm unique to a lull between battles. Su Hao and Su Bingtian used the time to hydrate and ease their stiffening muscles. Coach Ning, notebook in hand, seized the precious interval to explain the upcoming arrangements. The semifinals will be in about an hour, Coach Ning said, her voice low but clear. You must understand, the semifinals are divided into 3 heats, 8 competitors, each with the top 2 from each heat advancing directly to the final. There are 8 spots in the final, so beyond the top 2 from each of the 3 heats, the remaining 2 slots will be filled by the next 2 best times among all competitors who did not finish in the top 2. She glanced over them, and her tone grew heavier. So in the semifinals, you must not hold back. I had hoped you could conserve some energy in the heats, but that was wishful thinking on my part. This open meet is intensely competitive. If the heats were like this, the semis and the final will demand constant, relentless fighting. Understood, coach. They answered in unison, faces earnest. Su Bingtian rolled his wrist and looked at Su Hao with that irritatingly cocky grin. Go for the semis, brother Hao. Don't just shine in the heats and choke in the semis. Then he'll be left to tie my shoelaces. Su Hao, still feeling the subtle power of the newly acquired turbo boost in his body, rolled his eyes at him. Relax, I won't forget. He shot back. But you don't end up in a weak heat and then capsize. That would be the real joke. If it's a weak heat, I could make the top 2 with my eyes closed, Su Bingtian replied confidently. Su Bingtian brimmed with confidence. He had controlled his energy well in the heats, and having run earlier in the 3rd heat, he was recovering better than Su Hao. So he had reason to be so cocky. As they spoke, Principal Wang hurried over, holding a freshly printed list, his brow tight, and his expression knocked. The semi-final groupings are out, Principal Wang said, handing the list to Coach Ning, his tone somewhat grave. Coach Ning took it and scanned it quickly. When her gaze landed on the names in a certain heat, her brow instantly knitted, and her face turned unusually serious. She looked up at Su Hao, her expression complicated, words caught in her throat. A few teammates sensed the change in the air and leaned over to see the list. A few muffled exclamations escaped. The previously relaxed atmosphere froze in an instant. Su Bingtian also sensed something wrong and peered over. When he found Su Hao's name in Heat 2 and saw the 2 names listed immediately after it, his smile froze and his eyes slowly widened. Heat 2. Su Bingtian swallowed, his voice altered. He pointed at the list and looked at Su Hao as if seeing a ghost. Bro Hao, your luck. Su Hao felt a cold jolt in his chest, a bad premonition forming. He accepted the list Coach Ning handed him and looked down. Men's 100 meters semifinal groupings. Heat 1. Heat 2. Su Hao Zhongshan Tixiao, Liang Jiahong Foshan Tixiao, Wen Yongyi Foshan Tixiao. Heat 3. Su Bingtian Zhongshan Tixiao. The death heat. Su Hao's name stood starkly alongside Liang Jiahong, who had run 10:89 in the heats, and Wen Yongyi, who had clocked 10:98, placed together in the same semifinal heat. Moreover, according to the convention of lane assignments, the strongest competitors usually occupy the central lanes. This means that Su Hao, standing on the track, is likely to be flanked by 2 formidable athletes from the Foshan Sports School. This, even with the enhancement of the Mr. Big Heart, Su Hao felt a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. After fighting tooth and nail in the preliminaries to clock 11.7 seconds, he had hoped to make a breakthrough in the semifinals, only to face the 2 biggest bosses of the competition. Furthermore, based on the preliminary results, Wen Yongyi was nearly 0.1 seconds faster than him, while Liang Jiahong was almost 0.2 seconds ahead. This gap, according to his analysis of turbocharging this skill, is supposed to grow stronger as Su Hao's own strength increases. But right now, Su Hao estimated that this skill could at most provide him with a gain of a few tenths of a second. However, a difference of nearly 0.1 and 0.2 seconds is not easy to make up. Coach Ning took a deep breath, forcing herself to analyze calmly. In the second group, Liang Jiahong and Wen Yongyi are in a league of their own. Unless there's an unexpected turn, the top 2 from this group will be them. The remaining final spot needs to be contested among the rest of the competitors from the remaining 3 groups who did not place in the top 2. The uncertainty here is just too great. Coach Ning's expression turned pained. She realized that Su Hao's luck was truly unfortunate, while Xiao Tian seemed to have the luck of the draw. In Su Bingshan's 3rd group, even if he could only run under 11.2 seconds, he would still advance as the group leader. But for Su Hao, even if he ran 11.1 seconds, he wouldn't even make the top 2. Looking at Su Hao, her eyes filled with helplessness and a bit of reluctance. Xiao Su, your goal is to give it your all and achieve your best performance. Then, it's a matter of luck. If your time ranks in the top 2 among the remaining competitors from other groups, you have a chance to be a substitute for the finals. This was put delicately, but everyone understood the implication. It was nearly impossible to break into the top 2 in the second group. The only hope was to achieve an exceptionally high score, and then pray that the competing substitutes from other groups performed poorly. Principal Wang side patted Su Hao on the shoulder, wanting to offer some words of comfort, but he didn't know where to start. This lottery draw was truly unfortunate. The third group, where Su Bingtian was placed, was clearly the most evenly matched, with Su Bingshan's preliminary time of 11 seconds, giving him a strong chance to advance. But Su Bingtian cleared his throat, his initial shock turning into sympathy mixed with a hint of concealed relief. He leaned closer to Su Hao, speaking in a tone that was both teasing and earnest. Brother, how you see sometimes choice is more important than effort. I with my good luck ended up in the easy group. As for you, well, good luck. Aim for a substitute. He paused and added another jab. As for tying your shoelaces. Sigh, it seems like fate, Brother Hao. Don't be too down next time, definitely. Su Hao looked at his smug expression, then glanced at the two glaring names on the list. The momentary surge of pride and expectation he felt from gaining a new skill was now like a balloon pricked by a needle, deflated and replaced by frustration and resentment. The death group. Liang Jiahong, Wen Yongyi. 11. 7 seconds against 10. 89 and 10. 98. Just thinking about the gap was despairing. Even with the turbocharging, can maintaining peak speed for 1 second erase a gap of nearly 0. 2 seconds? Clearly not. Moreover, Su Hao suspected that Liang Jiahong and Wen Yongyi still had some strength left in reserve. A strong sense of crisis and urgency gripped Su Hao's heart. He didn't want to concede defeat so easily, nor did he want to fall in the semi-finals and gamble on the slim chance of being a substitute. He still wanted to reach the finals and compete against the strongest opponents on the highest stage. He also wanted to win that championship, claim the principal's reward, and win the bet with Su Bingtian. Damn it, let's go for it. Give me a boost. Taking a deep breath, Su Hao immediately called up the panel, his gaze fixated on his 90 points of free experience. He also glanced at the skill panel. LV7 30100, launch start LV2 85,100 Mr. Big Heart. This showed the experience growth of his skills after the preliminary round. Training and sparring can indeed gain free experience points, but in this formal competition, skills can also gain experience simultaneously. However, it may have been due to the relatively high level of the launch start skill that he only earned 20 points of skill experience in the preliminaries. But Mr. Big Heart was different. This skill directly gained 50 points of experience, leaping from 35 to 85. 90 points of free experience, that's enough. Su Hao's goal was clear. Without hesitation, he chose to allocate experience points to launch start. Soon launch start evolved to LV8. The speed enhancement increased from 1.7 to 1.8, a boost of 0.1. Now he should be able to run under 11 seconds. Moreover, the faster his peak speed, even a simple enhancement to the launch start level would slightly improve the effect of the turbocharging skill. This time the actual speed increase might be over 0.1 seconds, but it still wasn't stable. He didn't know how much Liang Jiahong and Wen Yongyi were still hiding. Men's 100-meter semifinal. First group of athletes prepare. The broadcast pulled Su Hao's thoughts back to reality. He and Su Bingtian stopped their actions and looked at the track. The first group's competition quickly began. Ultimately, their familiar competitors, Chun Ming and Zhou Wei, advanced as the first and second of their group. Chun Ming clocked 11.7 seconds, while Zhou Wei finished in 11.9 seconds. After advancing, both visibly relaxed, especially Zhou Wei, who had emerged from the gloom of the preliminaries. Not bad, both of them made it through. Su Bingtian muttered, his gaze drifting towards the imminent start of the second group, which was the death group, where Su Hao was. Second group athletes prepare to hit the track. Su Hao checked his shoelaces one last time, tying them tight, taking a deep breath as he stepped toward the athlete's tunnel. He walked to his lane, which was relatively close to the edge, but significantly better than the 8th lane in the preliminaries. Just as he stood still behind the starting line and began some simple stretches, competitors from the 5th and 6th lanes approached simultaneously. The 6th lane belongs to Wen Yongyi, who still appears robust and fierce with sharp eyes. He walks over to Su Hao and scrutinizes him up and down, speaking directly. You did well in the preliminaries, 11.7 seconds. However, the semifinals are different. Su Hao calmly looks at him and nods. I understand. I will give it my all. Wen Yongyi seems somewhat surprised by Su Hao's calmness, slightly curling his lips, saying no more before turning back to his own warm-up. Next, the figure in the 5th lane approaches. It is Liang Jiahong. He still wears that composed and cheerful smile, but deep in his eyes there is more scrutiny and seriousness than before the preliminaries. Su Hao, it's good to see you again. Liang Jiahong begins with a smile, his tone as familiar as that of an old friend. I watched the preliminaries, lane 8. Despite the tactical interference and pressure, you almost turned the tables. Impressive. He gives a thumbs up, his admiration appearing sincere. You flatter me, senior brother Liang. I was just lucky, Su Hao replies modestly. It's not luck, it's skill. Liang Jiahong shakes his head, speaking earnestly. At your age, I wasn't as accomplished as you. Your explosive start is quite remarkable, and with your height, your future is boundless. He pauses, scanning the entire arena, his gaze finally returning to Su Hao's face, his voice calm, but carrying an undeniable certainty. Run well, Su Hao. You are still young. The future stage is vast and belongs to you. That said, this semi-final, this final, for now still belongs to us old-timers. Just give it your all and showcase your talent. After saying this, he pats Su Hao on the shoulder and turns back to his fifth lane to begin his final warm-up preparations. Su Hao watches Liang Jiahong's departing figure, feeling an even stronger battle spirit ignite within him. Ultimer, how old are you? Didn't expect you to be quite the hidden gem. Su Hao mutters to himself. Nearby in the area of the Zhongshan Sports School, Principal Liu of the Foshan Sports School has unknowingly strolled over to Principal Wang's side, wearing that infuriating smile. Old Wang, look, your school's little Su is on the field, Principal Liu says with a smile, his gaze falling on Su Hao in lane 7. The young man seems quite spirited. It's his first time participating in a provincial competition, right? Making it to the semifinals is already excellent. Young people, it's all about participation and gaining experience in the first go. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. He then shifts his tone, seemingly casually lamenting, unlike our little Liang and little one, when I discovered little Liang's talent in the 100 meters, how old was he then? Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. Every competition opportunity must not be wasted. We must give our all to strive for the best rankings. So haha, I'm afraid this time little Su might face some setbacks. These words were like a knife stabbing deep into Principal Wang's heart. Originally, he was already fuming about Su Hao being drawn into a death group, and now, with Principal Liu's consolation, his face turned red, a rush of blood surging to his head. Liu, big head, stop being so sarcastic. Principal Wang suddenly stands up, his voice rising by several degrees. Who is accumulating experience? Our little Su is here to achieve results. I believe our little Su can make it to the top 2. Oh. Principal Liu raises an eyebrow, his smile widening, full of unabashed mockery. Old Wang, are you that confident? How about we make a bet? Let's wager on whether little Su can make it to the top 2 in this group and advance directly to the finals. We'll take that bet. Not scared of you. Principal Wang, now enraged, responds without a second thought. Good. Refreshing. Principal Liu immediately follows up, his eyes narrowing into slits. I remember there's a jar of top-grade dancong hidden in your office cabinet, something precious. If little Su doesn't make it to the top 2, Principal Wang's heart skips a beat. That jar of tea was something he had fought hard to acquire, something he usually didn't even let himself drink much. But having said that, with so many eyes on us, how can I back down? He straightens his neck and grits his teeth, saying, fine. If he makes it to the top 2, what do you say? If he makes it to the top 2, Principal Liu seems to have never considered this possibility, pausing for a moment, then casually waving his hand. If he makes it to the top 2, he'll give you our sports school's set of physical examination equipment. It's worth more than your tea. Deal. Deal. Principal Liu, satisfied, walks back to his own school's area with his hands behind his back, leaving Principal Wang standing alone, watching Liu's smug retreating figure, glancing at Su Hao on the field, suddenly feeling a wave of guilt and weakness, slowly sinking back into his chair. Beside him, Coach Ning watched the entire process, shaking her head, helplessly, inwardly sighing. Principal, when will you be able to change this habit of losing every bet? Haven't you suffered enough losses? To Principal Liu. She knew Principal Wang was overly protective and had been provoked, but this wager was perhaps too impulsive. Su Bingtian paid little attention to the outside. His entire focus was on Su Hao on the track, his hands involuntarily tightening into fists, silently urging, come on, Hao, go. Make it to the top 2. Directly advance. We'll meet in the finals. We may not have a chance at the championship, but at least we can be each other's seniors. Not far away, in the exclusive viewing area of the provincial team, head coach Mai Guoqiang walked over, surprised to see Coach Feng Zhichuan intently staring at the starting area for the second group. Old Feng, isn't the women's 400 meters preliminaries about to start? Don't you need to go check on little Tang? Coach Mai asks. Coach Feng Zhichuan doesn't turn his head, pointing to lane 7. Look at that kid. Coach Mai follows his finger's direction and recognizes Su Hao, even more surprised. Oh, Su Hao, wasn't he? He wants to say that he was facing a bottleneck with fluctuating states, but the words stop at his lips because he catches a glimpse of the large screen nearby, which displays the results of the athletes from the preliminaries. 11:073 seconds, wind speed 0.5. Coach Feng Zhichuan seems to know what he is about to ask and directly relays the data, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. He himself is unaware of preliminaries lane 8, disturbed by tactics, yet able to run this kind of result. 11:07. Coach Mai is genuinely surprised this time. I remember this kid. Didn't he perform so exaggeratedly during the provincial team's tests? Coach Feng Zhichuan nods, his gaze still locked on Su Hao, watching him calmly completing his final warm-up with focused eyes. Maybe I misjudged him. Or perhaps this kid is a competition-type athlete. The more important the formal competition, the more it can inspire. Coach Mai nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Such athletes, though rare, did indeed exist. Pressure was not a burden to them, but fuel. However, his gaze swept across the other competitors in Su Hao's heat, lingering briefly on Wen Yongyi in lane 6 and Liang Jiahong in lane 5, before shaking his head with quiet regret. His talent is genuine, but his luck truly abysmal. This semifinal draw, direct qualification is nearly impossible. Merely posting a strong time and securing a reserve spot would already count as success. Feng Jichuan remained silent, his expression deeply puzzled. Because this was utterly preposterous. Head trained him to exhaustion. Yet now in competition the boy erupted like a supernova. Was it possible the lad had been feigning weakness all along? Wait, that made no sense. Why conceal anything during training, especially in front of one's coach? What could possibly be worth hiding? Still, if the boy had been concealing anything at all, this was likely the extent of it. Surely these raw metrics couldn't be concealed either. At that thought his eyes drifted once more toward the figure on the display screen 11:073. Meanwhile on the track the starter raised his pistol high. On your marks. Su Hao leaned forward, lowered his center of gravity, and tensed every muscle. His body coiled like a fully drawn composite bow. Set. The muzzle pointed skyward, piercing the azure expanse. On your marks. 8 figures bent simultaneously. The air above the starting line thickened into ironclad stillness. Wen Yongyi in lane 6 shifted slightly, then murmured low enough for only his neighbor in lane 5 to hear, "Brother Liang, what's your target time today? Give me a straight answer. How about letting me take first in this heat? After all, we're both guaranteed advancement." Brother Liang gazed steadily ahead, a faint right twist lifting one corner of his mouth as he replied softly, "Don't joke. Haven't you noticed that young man beside us watching like a hawk?" Wen Yongyi instinctively glanced right to lane 7 where Su Hao stood poised, eyes sharp, body taut as a leopard moments before the pounce. He snorted dismissively, "Brother Liang, you're kidding. He'll admit the kid has raw talent." The 11:07 in prelims proves his explosive power off the line, but the semifinals. He'll need to break 11 seconds first before even thinking of racing us. Brother Liang offered no reply, only fixed his calm, unwavering gaze upon the track ahead and murmured, "Yongyi, focus. A semifinal is still a race. Don't treat it lightly." Wen Yongyi, seeing his composure, quickly shed his playful demeanor and refocused. Their brief exchange drew little attention. Yet both were no unknowns, and their presence alone weighed heavily upon the other runners in the heat. Set. The gunshot cracked like thunder. Almost simultaneously with the report, Liang Jiahong in lane 5 and Wen Yongyi in lane 6 exploded from their blocks, polished, instinctive, and flawlessly timed, their reaction times hovering near 0.15 seconds. Their starts were swift, seamless, and brimming with raw power, nothing short of perfection. Within the first 10 meters, their superior reaction and initial acceleration had already pulled them half a body length ahead of the rest. The gap yawned open, sudden, staggering, suffocating. Many runners felt their nascent resolve douse instantly, as if drenched in ice water. Was such ferocity truly necessary? Yet the very instant that overwhelming lead solidified, a violent, savage, almost lawless gust of wind erupted from Wen Yongyi's right rear. What a... Wen Yongyi jolted inwardly. His peripheral vision caught only a blurred streak of blue, like a leviathan rising from abyssal depths, surging forward with brutal, unrelenting acceleration from the outer lane. It was lane 7, the youth from Zhongshan Sports School. Thump, thump, thump. Each footfall struck the track with deep, resonant force like war drums beating in time. Su Hao's catapult start LV8 ignited in full fury. Within his 1.8-second acceleration window, his legs unleashed astonishing power. His stride immense, his hip drive explosive, his entire being transformed into a cerulean javelin hurled at full velocity, cleaving the air, hurtling forward with unrestrained might. At 20 meters, he drew level with Wen Yongyi. At 25, he surged past, gaining half a body, and yet Wen Yongyi hadn't even reached his peak acceleration phase. His earlier ease had vanished, replaced by stunned disbelief. His start reaction was clearly slower, but this mid to front end acceleration, was he even human? Even more astonishing for Wen Yongyi and the entire stadium was that the blue streak, having overtaken him, showed no sign of slowing, pressing onward with unstoppable momentum toward Liang Jiahong at the front. At 30 meters, the blue runner's shoulder aligned with Liang Jiahong's waist. At 35, they were virtually Liang Jiahong leading the pack sensed the disturbance behind him and smiled faintly within. So Yongyi's playing for real now, after just offering to let me win. No, this sensation. He flicked an infinitesimal glance over his right shoulder. Not Wen Yongyi. It was the blue figure. Su Hao, from Zhongshan Sports School. He was actually closing in. Damn, what sorcery was this? So fast. Liang Jiahong's eyes sharpened. Any trace of condescension evaporated, replaced by the electric thrill and solemn focus of a true rival. He held nothing back, core tightened, arms swing widened, pushing his already extraordinary speed Yet Su Hao, riding the tempestuous early advantage of his LV8 catapult start, forced his way past Liang Jiahong, between 40 and 45 meters, a resorthin, breathtaking surge. Though the lead measured mere centimeters for that singular suspended instant, the cerulean figure led the field. Wah-wah! The stadium erupted. Gasps crashed like tidal waves from every tier. He passed him. Unbelievable. Su Hao passed Liang Jiahong. Did I see that right? Lane 7. That kid. Passed Liang Jiahong. That start acceleration, it's monstrous. Liang Jiahong's start was already elite. How did he surpass him? Who is this youth from Zhongshan Sports School? In the Zhongshan Sports School warm-up zone, holy hell. Bro Hao is legendary. He passed Liang Jiahong. Su Bingtian shot up from his seat, face flushed crimson, arms flailing wildly, as if he himself were sprinting down the track. Principal Wang sprang to his feet, gripping the railing before him so tightly his knuckles whitened, eyes wide, and unblinking, whispering hoarsely, remarkable boy, he really passed him. Coach Ning, equally awestruck, observed with a coach's discerning eye. Her expression a complex blend of elation and concern. Xiao Hao's front half explosive power far exceeds what he showed during the sports school trials. What happened to him this past month? This acceleration, simply indescribable. The provincial team's viewing area. Coach Feng Jichuan abruptly leaned forward, his eyes, behind his spectacles, locked onto the blue-clad figure surging ahead on the track, his usual stern expression replaced by sheer astonishment. Beside him, Chief Coach Mai Guiqiang drew a sharp, involuntary breath. That start, that acceleration over the first 30 meters. Coach Feng's voice trembled faintly. The speed in this first half alone ranks among the nation's absolute elite. This young man. Chief Coach Mai recovered his composure and murmured, Feng, you said he thrives under competitive pressure, but this performance is leagues beyond anything he's ever shown in training. This isn't merely entering peak form. It's as if he swapped engines entirely. On the track, the race raged on. At 50 meters, Su Hao still held a narrow lead. But Liang Jiahong had fully settled into his rhythm. His formidable core strength, flawless mid-race technique, and extraordinary speed retention now surged to the fore. He moved like a precision-engineered machine, each stride powerful, efficient, and unerringly steady. Su Hao, meanwhile, began to feel that familiar fatigue rising from deep within his body and from the technical limitations of his latter stages. Under this intense head-to-head pressure, it manifested unmistakably. His velocity inevitably waned while Liang Jiahong's remained unshakable, steadily, almost imperceptibly increasing. At 55 meters, Liang Jiahong drew level. At 60 meters, he overtook, reclaiming the lead. At 65 meters, his advantage widened to half a body length. At 70 meters, it approached a full body length. A wave of regretful sighs rose from the Zhongshan Sports School section of the stands. Coach Ning exhaled softly, concern deepening in his gaze. It's still the latter stages. The weakness remains glaringly apparent. Su Hao's technique and endurance, especially his ability to sustain speed under extreme duress, paled markedly against a competitor of Liang Jiahong's caliber. To have reached this point already far exceeds all expectations. Principal Wang's earlier elation subsided. Watching the widening gap and recalling his wager with Principal Liu, his thoughts drifted uneasily toward the tea caddy, now throbbing faintly in his mind. Su Bingtian felt silent, fists clenched tight. Though he knew his brother had already achieved the miraculous, seeing him overtaken in this charged atmosphere left a heavy, suffocating weight in his chest. He'd been utterly swept up in the moment, so immersed, so exhilarated. And then, just as the thrill peaked, gone. One Yongyi, trailing in third, choked on the dust kicked up by the two leaders ahead, his frustration mounting with every stride. His imagined duel alongside Liang Jiahong had dissolved into a solitary chase, inhaling exhaust fumes from not one but two racers, especially Su Hao, whose opening stretch had been nothing short of explosive, as if fueled by some forbidden stimulant. Yet beyond 50 or 60 meters, Liang Jiahong's dominance appeared unassailable. His rhythm remained flawless, his posture unwavering. To most spectators, the outcome now seemed inevitable. That Su Hao had pushed Liang Jiahong to near full capacity, and even seized temporary leadership, was itself a feat worthy of honor, defeat notwithstanding. Then, just 20 meters from the finish line, on lane 7, the blue-clad figure, whose velocity had seemingly peaked, even begun to wane, suddenly ignited as if an internal floodgate had been violently wrenched open. Secondary acceleration turbo boost LV1 activated. No light, no sound. Yet within Su Hao's perception, a familiar yet ferocious power erupted violently from deep within his leg muscles. This was no new force, but the raw, unfiltered replication and sustained maintenance of the absolute peak speed he'd achieved at 40-odd meters during his catapult start. His thighs, already burning with fatigue, felt as though flooded with high-pressure steam, exhaustion momentarily swept aside by a torrent of surging strength. His stride frequency did not markedly increase, but each push-off intensified, each hip drive extended further, and the sheer visceral sensation of speed lifted once more, on top of an already blistering pace. At 80 meters, the gap between him and Liang Jiahong ceased widening. At 85 meters, it began shrinking, visibly dramatically. What a... Liang Jiahong's heart lurched. He felt it unmistakably. The presence behind him, previously left far behind, now flared back to life, with startling sharpness and swiftness, closing in at terrifying speed. How could he possibly have reserves left in the final stretch? How could he accelerate again at this moment? A fresh wave of gasps erupted from the stands, louder, more stunned than before. He's accelerating again. Su Hao is accelerating again. Heaven above, he can surge in the final stretch. He's catching up. Look, he's caught up. Coach Ning clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. Principal Wang shot upright, once more, neck craning forward. Su Bingtian's jaw dropped, his breath forgotten. At 90 meters, Su Hao's shoulder drew level with Liang Jiahong's. In the final 10 meters, the two figures became twin bolts of lightning, racing side by side, their order indiscernible to the naked eye, hurtling toward the finish line. They crossed the line. Immense inertia carried them far beyond before they gradually slowed to a halt. Su Hao braced himself on his knees, chest heaving violently, sweat cascading like rain. His vision swam with darkness. The last 20 meters turbo surge had drained him to his very marrow, his lungs burned with searing agony. Yet he forced his head up, gazing toward the electronic display above the finish line. Liang Jiahong too panted heavily, staring at the screen. His habitual composure shattered for the first time, replaced by shock and a flicker of lingering dread. Wen Yongyi crossed third, his expression complex as he watched the two ahead. Those few seconds of waiting stretched agonizingly like an eternity. At last the results flashed. Semi-final Group 2. 1. Liang Jiahong Foshan Sports School, 10. 90 seconds, win 0. 2 milliseconds. 2. Su Hao Zhongshan Sports School, 10. 91 seconds, win 0. 2 milliseconds. 3. Wen Yongyi Foshan Sports School, 10. 99 seconds, win 0. 2 milliseconds. 4. 10. 90. 10. 91. A difference of just 0. 1 second. Boom. The entire sports center erupted. Gasps, roars, thunderous applause, and piercing whistles merging into a deafening euphoric cacophony. From an underdog in Heat 8 of the preliminaries, nearly claiming first in his group, to challenging Liang Jiahong, heated in the semifinals, and clocking 10. 91 seconds, a just 0. 1 second shy of becoming Guangdong Province's top youth sprinter. The crowd exploded with fervor. A routine race could never rival the electrifying passion unleashed when an unexpected champion rises on the field. In that instant, every spectator in the stands etched into memory the tall, youthful runner, radiant with confidence and sunlit charm. Good heavens! How could someone so handsome, so tall, and so astonishingly fast exist? 10. 91 seconds. That vivid crimson numeral on the electronic screen seared itself on Su Hao's retinas. His ragged breathing had yet to settle, his lungs scorched, his legs trembling with acidic fatigue, but every ache was drowned beneath a tidal wave of exultation and fulfillment surging uncontrollably from his chest. I ran in 10. 9 seconds. No, it was 10. 91. Just a tiny bit off. Su Hao leaned on his knees, staring at the results, his heart racing from the extreme sprint and the lingering fear. His original expectation was merely to give it his all and secure a backup position, and he had even mentally prepared himself for that. Yet the LV8 explosive start combined with the turbo boost at the critical moment had pushed him to this height. Direct qualification. He faced off against Liang Jiahong, losing by only 0.01 seconds. This outcome far exceeded his most optimistic pre-race expectations. It was worth it. All the devilish training over the past month, enduring the tortures of growth spurts, being scolded mercilessly by Coach Feng in the provincial team, and being annoyed by dirty tricks in the preliminaries. All the effort and frustration were worth it when he saw that 10.91. Just then a familiar notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Explosive start, experience 30. Current skill level LV8, 30,100. Ding. Big-hearted man, experience 50. Big-hearted man, level up. Current level LV3, 35100. Effect enhancement in a formal competition environment. Current effect estimate: in crucial moments, it may bring a psychological advantage of about 0.07 to 0.22 seconds, indirectly affecting performance. Ding. Gained free experience 20. Ding. Gained free experience 20. Ding. Gained free experience 8. Ding. Gained free experience 8. Ding. Total free experience gained 90 points. A series of experience notifications left Su Hao dazzled. The explosive start increased by 30 points, leaving 70 points to reach LV9. The big-hearted man received a whopping 50 points of experience, breaking through from LV2, 85,100, to LV3 in an instant. The effect range was also enhanced to 0.070. 22 seconds. This slight improvement might make a world of difference in higher-level competitions. What surprised him even more was that due to the strong opponent, the free experience gained this time was as high as 90 points. Before he could carefully calculate how to distribute these 90 points of free experience, the system notifications weren't finished yet. Reward free experience 100. 100 points. Another 100 points of free experience credited. Adding the previous 90 points, his total free experience now reached 190 points. A wave of riches. A true fortune. Su Hao felt his breath quicken. With these 190 points, he might just push the explosive start all the way to LV10. How good. How good. Amazing. 10.91. Wow. 10.91. Su Bingtian rushed over like a gust of wind, hugging the still-breathing Su Hao, excited to the point of incoherence, patting him hard on the back. Did you see? You directly put that one Yongyi in third place. You almost flipped Liang Jiahong. So fierce. So damn fierce. Su Hao was dizzy from his shaking and pushed him away with annoyance. Easy there. I might break a bone. Huh. I got a bit too excited. Su Bingtian released him, but the excitement on his face did not diminish. He winked and lowered his voice. How good. It's stable now. Direct qualification. See you in the finals. Hee, but as for the championship, it seems a bit uncertain. Liang Jiahong is indeed a freak. But don't worry, I'll definitely keep an eye on him in the finals. Get lost. Su Hao laughed and scolded, but his mood was excellent. At this point, Liang Jiahong had also adjusted his breathing and walked over. The shock on his face had faded and he regained his composed demeanor, yet his gaze towards Su Hao was entirely different, filled with serious scrutiny and unabashed admiration. Su Hao. Liang Jiahong extended his hand. Su Hao shook his hand, feeling the strength and warmth of the other's palm. Impressive. Liang Jiahong was succinct, but sincere. I admit I underestimated you before. Your explosiveness in the first half was unique among those of your age in the country. That final sprint was also remarkable. He paused, looking sharply at Su Hao. In the finals, recover well. I'm waiting for you. At that time, let's have a proper competition. I hope you can bring out an even better state. This was not the kind of encouragement that carried a sense of seniority, but rather a formal and equal invitation to battle. Admit that in Liang Jiahong's heart, Su Hao was no longer a potential newcomer needing care, but a competitor worthy of his full attention. Su Hao met his gaze without flinching, nodding firmly. Okay. See you in the finals. Liang Jiahong smiled and nodded at Su Bingtian beside him before turning to leave. With Su Bingshan's support, Su Hao slowly walked back to the rest area of the Zhongshan Sports School. Along the way, he received countless looks of shock, envy, and curiosity. Many athletes and coaches from other teams were whispering about this rising star. How good. Amazing. So cool. 10.91. My goodness. Our school is about to produce a 100-meter sprint star. As soon as he returned to the rest area, he was immediately surrounded by ecstatic teammates, their overlapping congratulations and admiration nearly drowning him. Principal Wang squeezed in vigorously, patting his shoulder, his old face blooming with joy, forgetting all about the previous concern over that jar of tea leaves. Good boy. You really did it. You've made me proud. Huh. Direct qualification. Let's see what Lu Danileo has to say. I'm definitely getting that equipment. Coach Ning also stood by, unable to hide her happiness and excitement, but she remained composed and waited for everyone to calm down a bit before asking with concern, how do you feel? Is there anywhere in your body that feels uncomfortable? That final sprint must have taken a huge toll. Su Hao took a few sips of the functional drink his teammates handed him, caught his breath, and shook his head. I'm fine, coach, just a bit exhausted. Ooh, I should recover after resting a bit. Your greatest advantage is your youth. You recover quickly. Coach Ning nodded, but her brow furrowed slightly. However, the schedule is too tight. The preliminaries, semifinals, and finals are all crammed into one day, which is a huge test for your stamina. You must have given it your all in that semifinal run, exhausting a lot of energy. In just over 2 hours, it will be the finals. It's hard to guarantee you can maintain that peak state. She looked at Su Hao, her tone gentle, yet carrying a sense of realism. But it's okay. You made it to the finals and secured second place in your group, which has already created history for our Zhongshan Sports School. In tonight's finals, just run freely and do your best. Your goal is no longer just to qualify, but to aim for the best placement possible. With your performance today, if you can maintain your stability in the finals, and if luck is on your side, aiming for third place is not impossible. She paused, realizing her expectations might be excessive. She couldn't help but add, of course it's alright even if you don't place. Your performance today has already been impressive. Adjust well. Tomorrow's 60-meter dash is where you truly have an advantage. With your explosive start in the first half, you can definitely achieve a good placement, or even aim for first. Principal Wang chimed in. Yes. Coach Ning is right. Xiao Su, don't feel pressured. Just run freely in the finals. If you can get third, I'll give you a big red envelope. Even if you can't make it, just bring back a medal for our school in the 60 meters. It's a pity that the 60 meters isn't considered a mainstream event in major competitions. Otherwise, with your explosive start, you could even make it into the national team. As coach and principal offered their parting words, Su Hao felt a warm glow well up inside him. Coach principal. Rest assured, he lifted his head, his gaze clear and resolute. I'll rest well and fine-tune my condition. The final, I'll give it everything I have. He still had 190 points of unallocated free experience. Wen Yongyi was no longer his match. As for Liang Jiahong, Su Hao sensed the other likely held something back, but even at his peak he could not possibly surge much faster. Perhaps, just perhaps, this final would truly be a contest worth fighting for. At that thought his heart pounded uncontrollably. In the Zhongshan Sports School's rest area the atmosphere blazed with festive fervor. Su Hao stood at the center of attention, surrounded, like a star basking in the collective elation. As he steadied his breath he keenly sensed the hollow ache of exhaustion within his body, and beneath it a faint electric exhilaration. On his system interface, the 190 points of free experience shimmered with seductive brilliance, a fortune capable of instantly reshaping the battlefield. His mind raced. Should he gamble everything on a single leap, pushing catapult start to its theoretical level 10, or proceed cautiously bolstering other skills, or reserve the points as contingency against unforeseen variables in the final? No hesitation. Go Alan. Without further deliberation, Su Hao resolved to upgrade catapult start once more. Meanwhile, not far away in the Foshan Sports School's rest zone, the air hung heavy and still. Principal Liu paced back and forth across the cramped space, hands clasped behind his back. His earlier smile had vanished, replaced by a subtle simmering frustration. Losing the wager to old Wang, a full set of equipment, stung, but what unsettled him more was how absurdly lucky old Wang had been. Jiahong. Principal Liu halted mid-stride and turned toward Liang Jiahong, who was wiping sweat from his brow with a towel. His voice dropped low, yet carried unmistakable gravity. Tell me honestly, did you hold anything back in the semi-finals final sprint? Beside him, when Yongyi paused mid-sip, ears pricked. Liang Jiahong lowered the towel. His usual composure softened slightly. After a moment's quiet reflection, he nodded candidly. For the first 30 meters, yes, I conserved energy. I assumed Su Hao, though explosive, would falter in the latter stretch. There was no need to burn myself out from the outset. He paused, brows knitting faintly, his tone growing somber. But the moment he overtook me at 40 meters, I held nothing back. That second acceleration in the final 20 meters, it was uncanny. Today's form allows me at most a further improvement of 0.01 to 0.2 seconds, landing me around 10.88 or 10.89 seconds. That is my absolute limit. 10.88. Principal Liu weighed the number, then recalled Su Hao's terrifying 10.91. His expression darkened further. A gap of 0.3 seconds on the 100-meter track often looms like an uncrossable chasm. Yet sometimes it collapses in an instant, one misstep, one transcendent burst. Could Su Hao himself have held something back in the semifinal? This question drew a longer silence from Liang Jia. He recalled Su Hao's unnatural second acceleration over those final 20 meters. Not the product of prudent pacing, but rather the desperate, buried detonation of a last resort. Yet, who could swear that wasn't his very limit? I'm not certain. Liang Jiahong finally shook his head, his voice edged with a wariness he himself barely registered. In preliminaries, he ran 11.7 seconds. In the semifinal, he shattered into 10.91, a gain of 0.16 seconds. Such a leap was staggering. If he'd held back even slightly in the semifinal, he left the sentence unfinished. The implication hung sharp and chilling. Principal Liu's face had gone as black as a scorched wok. That damn stroke of luck for old Wang. How had that underfunded, resources-starved, pedagogically outdated school, lacking qualified coaches, modern equipment, and even a coherent training system, managed to unearth a prodigy like Su Hao? And Su Bingtian, though marginally less gifted than Su Hao, was unquestionably an elite prospect. At just 16, he consistently clocked 11.1 seconds, breaking into the 10.5s, even touching national elite standards lay well within his reach. Should these Zhongshan twin stars truly rise, what role would Foshan Sports School play in Guangdong's youth track and field scene over the coming years? The thought alone left a sour tang in his mouth. Still, envy aside, victory in the final was non-negotiable, not merely for honor but for the provincial and even national team resources that would follow. He would not allow Zhongshan Sports School to eclipse them. Jiahong. Principal Liu spoke again, voice dropping lower, still laced with ironclad resolve. In the final there can be no margin for error. We must secure the championship. Liang Jiahong raised his eyes, meeting the familiar steely glint in the principal's gaze. A suspicion stirred, but he asked anyway. Principal, what do you mean? False start feint. 2 words, crisp and cold. Liang Jiahong's pulse lurched, his expression shifted subtly. Principal, that's risky. Chen Ming has also qualified for the final. As you know, he employed false start feints in preliminaries. even used premature launches to unsettle rivals. With both in the same heat, only one false start per athlete is permitted. If both he and Chun Ming attempted the feint simultaneously and both triggered early, he trailed off. The meaning was plain: under the rules the second offender would be disqualified outright. It was pure gamble, betting either that Chun Ming would refrain or that his own timing would prove sharper. At 19, Liang Jiahong was several years older than Su Hao and Su Bingtian, but in sprinting the golden age spanned 22 to 28. His career lay long ahead, major opportunities would abound. Was it worth risking disqualification and annulment of his result for a provincial open championship? I acknowledge the risk. Principal Liu waved a dismissive hand, cutting off the objection, his tone seasoned with hard-won authority and unyielding conviction. But risk is relative. You possess greater experience than Chun Ming and a keener instinct for the starter's rhythm. Your success rate is higher. Moreover, should a collision occur, disqualification isn't guaranteed to fall upon you. Step back. Even if disqualified, it costs only this one race. Yet if that boy from Zhongshan claims the crown, what damage would that inflict upon our school's reputation and your own confidence? He stepped forward, locking eyes with Liang Jiahong's voice now laced with seduction and pressure. Jiahong, consider this open championship is your crucial springboard toward the national youth championships, even the national games trials. How pivotal is a dazzling championship performance for your trajectory? Would you truly let a young man 3 or 4 years your junior wrest the title from your grasp? Do you accept that? Liang Jiahong fell silent. Each word struck deep. Accept it. Never. He acknowledged Su Hao's raw talent and fierce spirit, and even admired his tenacity, but surrendering the hard-earned supremacy he'd built step by arduous step, that he could not do. And Jiahong, don't burden yourself unduly. A false start feint is a technical skill, not misconduct. And if you master it consistently, it becomes simply part of your craft. This indeed was truth. Flawless execution of such a feint demanded genuine mastery. After a moment's reflection, Liang Jiahong conceded. The maneuver was audacious, yes, but fully permissible within the rules. After a moment of inner struggle, Liang Jiahong slowly nodded, his voice somewhat dry. I understand, Principal. I will act according to the situation. Good. Principal Liu finally revealed a hint of a smile, patting him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I believe in your abilities. Stay steady, the championship will surely be yours. After giving instructions to Liang Jiahong, Principal Liu's gaze shifted to the silent Wen Yongyi. Yongyi. Principal Liu's voice regained its calmness. Your performance in the semifinals was somewhat off, but it was influenced by Su Hao. In the finals, I have a task for you. Wen Yongyi's heart tightened, sensing a bad premonition. Principal, please. If in the grouping later you are assigned next to Su Hao or nearby on the track, Principal Liu fixed his gaze on him, speaking each word clearly. Find a way to interfere with him. It shouldn't be too obvious, just small actions, or create some minor compliant noises during the preparation. In short, apply some pressure and interference on him. Do you understand? Interfere. Wen Yongyi's pupils constricted. This was very different from merely competing in skill and courage. Interference. This was almost a direct targeting of the opponent, resorting to underhanded tactics. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue, to say that this violated the spirit of sportsmanship, to say that he could be warned or even penalized by the judges. But the oppressive and dissatisfied gaze from Principal Liu made him swallow the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He recalled how he could receive focused training at the sports school, thought of the resources and connections the principal held, and envisioned his future prospects. He lowered his head, avoiding the principal's gaze, and squeezed out a difficult syllable. Yes, Principal. I understand. It's good that you understand. It's all for the school, and for your own benefit as well. Principal Liu nodded in satisfaction and reminded him to take care of his health and adjust his condition with some platitudes. After saying this, he glanced at the 2 students before him, sighing inwardly. If he could, he wouldn't want to do this. It's just that they desperately wanted this glory at the sports school. Why could a sports school in a prefecture-level city still have 2 outstanding students in an era when short-distance athletics in the country was generally not performing well? Perhaps these 2 still couldn't break into the world competitions, but the reason the sports school could achieve this was recent. A few years ago, the sports school finally secured the title of the first batch of high-level athletics training bases, and in the same year, it was awarded the youth sports club by the general administration. These are both an honor and a resource. Only with enough attention can more resources be obtained, and with more resources, more talented individuals can be cultivated. We cannot afford to lose. Principal Liu sighed inwardly. Old Wang, don't blame me. The resources for athletics, especially the 100 meters, are limited. The higher-ups focus more on other events that are easier to secure medals, so the resources are scarce, and we can only fight hard for them. Your 2 young talents are still young, and their potential should be better than Liang and the others. Because they are young, they have time to wait. He had no choice. Competitive sports are inherently cruel. If he were facing an international event now, he might concede more to Su Hao because Su Hao had better talent. But this was just an internal small-scale event. He had to consider his own side. Su Hao sat on the bench in the resting area, his eyes slightly closed. Others thought he was trying to recover his strength, but they didn't know that his consciousness was immersed in the shimmering system panel before him. 190 points of free experience. With a flash of thought, Su Hao hesitated little and directed all his attention towards launch start. LV8, 30,100. This level had already granted him a burst of explosive start that could astonish even Liang Jiahong. But what about after LV8? What would LV9 and LV10 be like? That moment of transformation from stillness to peak kinetic energy, if it could be a bit faster, a bit fiercer. Add points. Put all of it into launch start. With focused intent, 190 points of free experience surged like a flood into the experience bar of launch start. Launch start LV8. Launch start LV9, 201,000. The upgrade notification chimed in his mind, accompanied by a clearer and more intense wave of warmth than any previous experience, instantly sweeping through Su Hao's limbs, especially the muscles, tendons, and soles of his feet, as if countless tiny electrical currents were surging, reorganizing, and strengthening beneath his skin. This was not a brute force accumulation, but a deeper understanding and optimization of the explosive starting capability of the body. The recruitment speed of muscle fibers, the efficiency of nerve signal transmission, the angle and timing of the push-off. Countless subtle adjustments and enhancements were quietly completed under the system's extraordinary power. LV9. Su Hao opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance fleetingly flashing in the depths of his pupils. He gently moved his ankle, feeling the increasingly surging power lurking in his legs. But why is the experience required for LV10 so much? Could it be that level 10 has some special aspect? Looking at the daunting requirement of 1,000 experience points, Su Hao couldn't help but marvel silently. However, he was too lazy to think about it for now. The enhancement brought by LV9 had already filled him with unprecedented confidence for the upcoming start. Although it's still not enough. He licked his slightly dry lips, casting his gaze towards Liang Jiahong, who was being advised by the coach in the distance, his fighting spirit rising. But it's enough to give it a shot. Just then, an announcement came over the intercom about the finals contestant assembly. Brother Hao, it's time. Su Bingtian hopped over like a rabbit, unable to conceal the excitement on his face, but there was also a hint of seriousness in his eyes before the finals. This is the final match, let's give it our all. Let Liang Jiahong see that our Zhongshan Sports School is not to be trifled with. Su Hao stood up, feeling the abundant power within him and the lingering tingling from the upgrade, smiled. Didn't you say that if I don't make it to the top 3, the bet doesn't count as a loss? Cough, cough. Su Bingtian choked for a moment, then quickly retorted, well, of course, you were fierce in the semifinals, but the finals are different. Everyone will go all out, and the physical toll is great. Liang Jiahong, that monster surely has something up his sleeve, and that Chenming kid is likely still hiding tricks. How could it be so easy to make it into the top 3? Is that so? Su Hao remained non-committal, giving Su Bingshan's shoulder a firm pat as he took the lead toward the entrance passage. Then he'll show you what it means to get into the top 3. His voice was calm, but Su Bingtian sensed a hint of undeniable determination within that calmness. He was taken aback watching Su Hao's back, muttering quietly, damn, how does Brother Hao's aura feel different this time? Could he really overturn Liang Jiahong? No way, no way. As he looked at Su Hao's familiar grin, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Because upon careful reflection, it seemed that every time Brother Hao grinned, he could unleash a wave of explosive growth. It shouldn't be the case. Why did the nurturing phase affect Brother Hao so much, yet during the crucial moments it seemingly had no effect at all? The two entered the tunnel one after the other, joining the other 6 finalists already assembled. The atmosphere instantly turned grim and taut, thick with an unspoken tension, like the silent, smoldering residue of gunpowder hanging in the air. Few exchanged words, most were engaged in final warm-ups or regulating their breath, their glances occasionally locking. Each a quiet appraisal, a probing assessment. Liang Jiahong glanced at Su Hao, his gaze lingering for a moment before offering a slight nod in greeting. Yet deep within his eyes burned a fiercer, more resolute combat intent than even after the semifinals. When Yongyi deliberately avoided eye contact with Su Hao, lowering his head as he quietly stretched his wrists and ankles, the tight press of his lips and the faint rigidity in his movements betrayed his inner unrest. Su Hao observed it all impassively, his expression unchanged, silently attuning himself to his body's condition and fine-tuning his breathing rhythm. Meanwhile, in the prime spectator section of the stands, Principal Wang and Coach Ning encountered Principal Liu, who happened to be walking over. Old Wang, Coach Ning, congratulations. Principal Liu wore his customary smile, as if entirely oblivious to having lost a set of equipment in their wager. Young Su Hao has truly delivered us a stunning surprise. A semi-final time of 10. 91 seconds, nearly dethroned our own Jiahong. Truly the younger generation is formidable, formidable indeed. Principal Wang beamed inwardly, his face alight with delight, yet outwardly remained modest. Oh, not at all. Not at all. Pure luck, sheer luck. This boy Su simply dares to push his limits, and happens to have fortune on his side. Nothing compares to your Liang Jiahong, steady, reliable, the very embodiment of a champion. I'd wager the gold in tomorrow's final belongs to him, without question. Oh, one shouldn't speak so definitively. Principal Lu waved a hand, his smile unwavering. On the finals track, anything can happen. Su Hao's momentum is surging and Bing Tian is also in peak form. Your Zhongshan Sports School holds not one, but two strong cards this time. Our Jiahong faces tremendous pressure. His tone was calm, even admiring. Yet Principal Wang couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the old man today. Normally at moments like this, Big Head Lu would already be jabbing barbs disguised as compliments, trading veiled jabs with him. Why such unnatural serenity today? Hey, Bald Lu, are you quite all right? Principal Wang eyed him suspiciously. Did losing that equipment send you into a daze, eh? Huh, just a set of equipment. Do you take me for such a petty man? Principal Lu laughed heartily, clapping Principal Wang on the shoulder. Keep your eyes on your athlete. The final starts shortly, and I must return to our section. Wishing you both luck. May both young men deliver outstanding performances. With that, he genuinely turned away, his warm smile intact, and strode calmly back toward the Foshan Sports School seating area, leaving Principal Wang and Coach Ning exchanging bewildered glances. Has this old fox undergone a personality transplant? Principal Wang rubbed his chin, his brows knotted tightly. No, when things run contrary to nature, mischief is surely afoot. He's definitely hatching some scheme. Coach Ning nodded gravely. I too sense something unusual about Principal Lu today. Whatever trick he's plotting. Principal Wang's smile vanished, his gaze sharpening as it swept down to the athletes now filing onto the track, especially to that figure clad in blue. I trust Su Hao. This boy possesses uncanny qualities. He clocked 10.91 seconds in the semifinals, so who knows? In the final he might just bring home a golden prize. Yet despite his confident words, a faint shadow of unease lingered between them. Unresolved, unshaken. They both knew at the finals level, especially when competitors' abilities were this finely matched, any external factor or subtle psychological fluctuation could sway the outcome. On the track, 8 finalists had taken their positions, calibrating their starting blocks for final preparations. Su Hao crouched in lane 5. Liang Jiahong stood to his left in lane 4, while Wen Yongyi occupied lane 6 directly to his right. Upon seeing the lane assignments, Wen Yongyi's face paled almost imperceptibly. He instinctively flicked a glance toward his coach's section, then swiftly lowered his head and stomped hard on his starting block, as if venting some pent-up emotion. Liang Jiahong drew a deep, steady breath. His gaze sharp as an eagle's locked onto the empty finish line ahead, while his fingers unconsciously tapped a subtle rhythmic pattern against the track surface, searching, memorizing, anchoring himself to a precise cadence. Su Hao shifted his center of gravity forward, his feet firmly planted on the starting blocks. The unparalleled sense of unity between himself, the blocks, and the track, granted by his level 9 catapult start skill, had never felt so vivid, so absolute. He closed his eyes, listening once more to the powerful, steady beat of his heart, and feeling the rush of blood surging through his veins. The roar of the crowd faded into silence, the world narrowed to this single expanse of pristine white track, and the distant victory-defining finish line. On your marks. The starter's elongated command echoed crisply across the stadium via the loud. 8 figures coiled like leopards moments before the pounce, muscles, top bodies poised, energy coiled, and ready to explode. At that very instant, while the 8 finalists held themselves like drawn bows suspended in breathless anticipation, the starter's pistol, on a relatively forward section of the grandstand, with an excellent vantage point, a young woman in a light gray casual jacket and backpack fumbled hurriedly in her bag for a notebook and pen. Her name was Sun Xiaomin, an intern reporter for the provincial newspaper Southern Track Field Weekly. Renowned within the industry for its rigorous data-driven coverage, the publication ranked among the few domestic print media dedicated exclusively to track and field. Yet for newly graduated Sun Xiaomin being assigned to cover the Guangdong Provincial Youth Track Field Open, a regional event, and specifically the men's 100-meter sprint, a discipline long lacking mainstream attention in China, carried a quiet sense of disappointment. After all, veteran reporters at the paper were vying for interviews at the national games, the Asian Championships, or even the World Championships. Events like this were often treated as perfunctory obligations, meriting only a passing mention buried deep in the paper's margins. Few made it just in time. Sun Xiaomin exhaled, wiping the fine sheen of sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. Several seats beside her remained empty. For a provincial youth track meet, particularly the men's 100 meters, a sport whose domestic popularity had long hovered at lukewarm levels. Filling 1/3 of the stands counted as a respectable turnout. Just as she opened her notebook, a slightly hoarse voice sounded beside her. Well, Southern Track Field. A fresh face. New hire. Sun Xiaomin turned to see a man in his early 30s wearing a leather jacket and a short beard appraising her press badge. Around his neck hung his own credential from the New Sports Express, a publication leaning more toward mass-market sports coverage and entertainment. Hello. I'm intern reporter Sun Xiaomin, she replied, politely nodding. An intern, huh? The male reporter smiled knowingly, stifled a yawn, and tilted his head toward the Foshan Sports School supporters section. Listen, kid, take my advice. There's no real story here. If you want something publishable, head over there now. He gestured toward Principal Liu, surrounded by a cluster of deep blue team uniforms. Liang Jiahong of Foshan Sports School is the overwhelming favorite to win this edition. He ran 10:90 seconds in the semifinals. And from my observations, he's holding back reserves of strength. Securing an early interview with his school is the safest bet. Go interview their principal, churn out cliched phrases like aiming for the championship and full of confidence, then pair it with Liang Jiahong's photo. Job done. As for the race itself, he shrugged, his tone laced with the weary clarity of someone who'd seen it all. The 100 meters lasts barely 10 seconds. Blink, and it's over. In the end, the article will boil down to a single-line champion, Liang Jiahong, time XX seconds. Who among the audience truly cares about the process? Better to spend that time polishing tonight's copy into something elegant. With that, he patted Sun Xiaomin's shoulder, shook his head, and ambled toward the rear of the press section, apparently seeking a more comfortable spot for a nap. Sun Xiaomin watched his retreating figure, then glanced down at her blank notebook. The faint thrill she'd felt at being present in person deflated like a punctured balloon, swift and silent. The senior was right. 100-meter sprint vanishes in an instant. Its reporting value is inherently limited, especially at the youth level. Yet the crux lies elsewhere. China's current sprinting performance simply lacks distinction, so public interest remains. Had it been table tennis, basketball, or badminton, even a peripheral assignment would carry genuine journalistic. Her newspaper had likely sent her here as mere protocol, holding no expectation that she'd unearth anything newsworthy. No matter how diligently she recorded, her notes would most likely vanish into obscurity, reduced to a single cold name buried in the newspaper's narrow results column. A familiar wave of powerlessness and disorientation rose within her. Was this truly the sports journalism she loved? Chasing trends, profiling stars, reciting hollow platitudes, again and again. She packed her things and rose listlessly, preparing to follow the senior's advice and head to Foshan Sports School. Yet as she wove through the sparsely populated stands, fragments of animated conversation drifted into her ears. Did you see him? That one in lane 5, Su Hao from Zhongshan Sports School. He ran 10:91 seconds in the semifinals. Good heavens, 10:91. How old is he? He looks barely out of his teens. Rumor has it he's only trained the 100 meters for a month or two. He used to run the 400. Is that even possible? To break 11 seconds after just weeks? He's a prodigy. More than that, he overtook Liang Jiahong outright in the first half. Though Liang pulled ahead later, the gap was merely 0.01 seconds. Tonight's final just became must-watch. Can Liang hold his ground? Will Su Hao work another miracle? Zhongshan Sports School struck gold. Never heard of them excelling in sprints before. Su Hao? That name struck her like a stone dropped into still water, rippling outward across the surface of her thoughts. A teenager, barely a month into sprint training, hailing from the obscure Zhongshan Sports School, who clocked 10:91 seconds in the semifinals and dared challenge the reigning favorite Liang Jiahong. Professional instinct prickled along her spine. Sun Xiaomin froze mid-step. She glanced toward Principal Liu of Foshan Sports School, already engaged in a perfunctory interview with the senior reporter, and then back down to the track. There in lane 5 stood the tall, lean youth in a navy blue singlet, calmly performing his final pre-race preparations, serene amid the restless glances and shifting expressions of his rivals. Without hesitation, Sun Xiaomin pivoted and hurried to an empty seat near the track, close enough to observe lane 5 with crystalline clarity. She reopened her notebook and rapidly jotted down key terms. Zhongshan Sports School, Su Hao, 16 years old, estimated transition from 400m to 100m, 1 month, 10:91 seconds, a dark horse challenge to Liang Jiahong. Her pen trembled faintly with excitement. She ceased wondering whether the paper would care or how much space it might grant. Now she simply wished to bear witness, as a recorder, nothing more, to this race and to inscribe the name of a boy who might fade like mist or rise like dawn. Meanwhile, in the provincial team coach's viewing area, the atmosphere hummed with quiet tension. Head coach Mike Guoqiang strolled over to Feng Jichuan, thermos in hand, following his gaze towards Su Hao in lane 5. Still watching, Feng? Coach Mai asked casually, taking a slow sip of tea. Feng Zichuan didn't turn. His eyes remained locked on Su Hao. Brows knotted, as if wrestling with an unsolvable enigma. He murmured distracted, in a moment. What's got you so deep in thought? Mai chuckled, glancing at his colleague. Still mulling over your protege. He's promising, but no match for Liang Jiahong. A fine effort for a youngster, yet he fell short of the fine. 1091. Feng repeated the number softly, as though anchoring himself to a revelation. Turning at last, his face bore an unprecedented blend of bewilderment and cognitive dissonance. Mai, tell me, how does a runner whose best timed practice result hovers around 11.5 seconds, whose form fluctuates wildly, whose technique bristles with flaws, whose physical maturation visibly impedes consistency, how does he step onto the stage under crushing pressure and deliver an electronically timed 1091? And do it in the death group, pushing Liang Jiahong to the razor's edge of 0.01 seconds. Coach Mai blinked, startled by the barrage. He set down his thermos. What do you mean? What 1091? What are you talking about, Feng? He spat the tea leaves back into his cup, utterly though he'd attended the semi-final, he'd turned away once Su Hao began flagging, and shifted his attention to the women's event just as it commenced. Based on Su Hao's prior performances, his explosive start was indeed extraordinary, but fading in the latter half was routine. Without a decisive early lead over Liang, breaking 11.1 seconds would have been commendable. Yet clearly this was no ordinary outcome. Feng's own expression mirrored his confusion. 1091. That boy Su Hao just qualified for the final, with that time. Boom. At those words, Coach Mai's mind erupted in white noise. When awareness returned, he whipped his gaze toward the scoreboard, only to find Su Hao's name directly beneath Liang Jiahong's in the semi-final rankings, the stark digits 1091 blazing like a brand upon his vision. Was the wind speed verified? Mai suddenly asked. 0.2 milliseconds. Fully compliant, Feng confirmed firmly. The result stands. Mai fell silent, long and heavy. After a long pause, he exhaled slowly. The race is about. Let's watch. Down on the track, the starter raised his pistol. On your marks. Ready. The elongated syllable hung over the stadium like a chant before the reaper raises his scythe. 8 competitors stood like frozen statues, their spines arched and taut as steel, every muscle charged with explosive power, waiting for the decisive moment of release. In lane 6, when Yongyi flicked a quick glance to his right at Su Hao, the boy's profile was sharply defined, his gaze calm and fixed ahead, as if the world around him did not exist. When Yongyi's throat felt dry, he recalled Principal Liu's uncompromising orders, the prospects of his own future, and Su Hao's unreasonable speed in the semi-final. He drew a private breath and let it out slowly, unconsciously rolling his toes against the starting block. Sorry, he mouthed inwardly. But as his exhale reached its midpoint, just before his muscles were about to micro-adjust, bang! The starter's pistol detonated with no apparent warning. No, there was warning. Someone at the razor edge, when most were most focused and tense, had gambled and launched a false start. A sharp, ear-splitting recall whistle overlapped the gun's echo. One Yongyi, who had already driven half a step, felt his surge collapse. He staggered forward, nearly lunging. He scrambled to regain his balance and turned astonished toward lane 3. Chen Ming from Zhuhai Sports School wore a contrite expression as he raised his hand to the referee, then panting shuffled back to the blocks with a faint, poorly concealed smugness. One Yongyi stood frozen. Another trickster. In the Foshan stands Principal Liu's hand clenched on his knee before he exhaled and smoothed his face back into calm. Chen Ming false start. Unexpected, yet not implausible. Fortunately, when Yongyi had not answered with a mirror tactic, or their school might have lost a runner outright. Now it came down to whether Liang Jiahong could successfully execute the controlled hold at the start. One cheered for him in silence. He had faith in Liang. The hold was risky, but the odds favored him. Some athletes practiced this maneuver specifically. Liang had not trained it to the letter, but his sense of timing was consistently excellent. In the Zhongshan section, the atmosphere turned heavy. That Chen Ming again. Principal Wang bristled. He used this in the semifinals. Will he do it in the final as well? Does it never end? Coach Ning frowned, watching the athletes steady their breathing, especially Su Hao, and his worry deepened. Chen Ming. His raw ability clearly isn't enough, yet he resorts to this tactic. It hardly makes sense. Even if he disrupts others, will that guarantee him a top 3? Principal Wang shook his head, his expression grave. Coach Ning, you don't understand. These kinds of competitors know they lack the strength to contest medals, yet they refuse to be eliminated in the first round or finish last. By employing such means, if he can unsettle 1 or 2 fragile opponents and thereby advance a single placing, from 6th to 5th or 5th to 4th, that alone is a victory for him. His target is not the championship, nor even the top 3, but merely to avoid an embarrassing loss and salvage a somewhat presentable record. He paused, looking at Su Hao with a mix of expectation and barely concealed tension. Moreover, he added, this indiscriminate interference is a test for everyone. Su, having come through the semifinals, should be steadier in mind, yet repeated disruptions could still shake him. It all depended on the size of his nerve. After the brief chaos, the runners returned to the blocks. The air felt heavier than before, threaded with irritation. Many faces were stern, starts became more cautious. Su Hao straightened slowly and took 2 long measured breaths. At Chen Ming's false start, Su Hao's ejection start Tansha Chibu LV9 had almost erupted instinctively. Fortunately, he held it back. From now on I must wait until I clearly hear the gun and confirm there are no false starts before I use it. Otherwise the skill will be wasted. Su Hao's expression had soured. Skills had cooldowns, ejection starts cooldown was roughly a minute, brief, yet not negligible. He did not want any accidents. He glanced at Lane 3's bowed Chen Ming, his gaze was calm and untroubled. How Ji, are you all right? Su Bingtian asked softly, his voice full of concern. Su Hao turned and smiled without answering. He pointed with his forefinger at the shoelace on his right shoe, tied tight, immovable. Su Bingtian froze for a moment, then scowled and turned his head. Really? Now you worry about that? The aside, however, dispelled much of his own tension. Athletes ready. The referee's voice rose again, sterner than before. The 8 bent once more. This time many hesitated, the silence before the gun stretched suffocatingly long. Set, ready, bang. The second gunshot cracked. At that instant, or perhaps a whisper of time, even faster, Chen Ming in lane 3 and Liang Jiahong in lane 4, like 2 precision machines triggered by the same final command, exploded forward in near-perfect synchrony. They had executed the controlled hold at the start together. The crowd erupted in astonished shouts. No one expected after a false start disturbance that 2 athletes would dare to hold the start simultaneously in a final. And one of them was the overwhelming favorite Liang Jiahong. Chen Ming held the start too. Liang Jiahong held his start. He's audacious. It's over. Su Hao is in trouble. He's already behind at the start. In the Zhongshan section, Principal Wang and Coach Ning felt their hearts lurch. The intern reporter Sun Xiaomin in the stands shook her head regretfully, facing Liang Jiahong's successful hold. The dark horse's hopes for an upset now seemed vanishingly small. A gap in ability might be made up with will, but beginning more than half a body ahead is almost fatal on a 100-meter straight. In the provincial team's viewing area, Feng Jichuan and Mai Guoqiang leaned forward, eyes locked on the track. Indeed, Chun and Liang's launches were terrifyingly quick, their reaction times estimated around 0.12 seconds or less, within 0.12 seconds, truly near perfect. Especially Liang, his start was fierce and fluid, without hesitation instantly carving out a clear lead and throwing nearly a body length between himself and everyone but the similarly held Chen Ming. Chen trailed closely, but still half a body behind Liang. Principal Liu in the stands couldn't help pumping his fist, relief and a smile breaking across his face. Success. Jiahong's hold was flawless. The title seemed secure. Yet, just as most believed the race decided and Liang prepared to run away, the blue-clad figure in lane 5 delayed, leaving the blocks only around 0.18 seconds after the shot, about 0.18s, he finally pushed off. But the instant his feet left the pedals, ejection start Tansha Chibu LV9 erupted at full force. A force more violent and refined than during the semifinals erupted from beneath Su Hao's feet, as if it could shatter the air. It was not a simple push-off. His entire body transformed into a cannonball, launching forward with an unreasonable acceleration. His start lacked the polished fluidity of Liang Jiahong, yet it was filled with a raw, fierce beauty of power. His strides were astonishingly large, with hips thrusting in an almost exaggerated manner, each step pounding the synthetic track with a muffled cry. At 10 meters, he erased the disadvantage of his reaction time, catching up to all other competitors except Liang and Chun. At 15 meters, he surpassed Wenyongi. Wenyongi didn't even have time to interfere, merely watching helplessly as the blue shadow swept past him before, kicking up dust. He was stunned. Interference. How could there be interference? When I want to interfere, I can only follow behind and eat dust. Chen Ming felt a terrifying gust of wind sweep past him, followed by a blue streak that completely filled his peripheral vision. He was shocked. How could it be this fast? He had even started with a gun press. This guy's reaction was clearly slower. Meanwhile, Liang Jiahong, running in the lead, had already found the best rhythm for the middle of the race. His gaze was fixed on the finish line, completely focused. The slight advantage from the successful gun press transformed into a solid confidence in his lead. In this race, he felt excellent. His start was perfect. He believed he might break through his limits and achieve his personal best, even touching the realm of 10.85 seconds. The championship was within reach. However, just as he had settled this thought in his mind, in the next moment, an unusual, ridiculously fast sound of footsteps like dense war drums clearly came from the track behind him and was rapidly closing in. It wasn't Chen Ming. He was familiar with Chen Ming. This guy's talent was limited. He couldn't possibly run this fast, only getting further behind. Who could it be? Wenyomi. No, that wasn't possible. A familiar young face flashed uncontrollably. Could it be that kid from Zhongshan Sports School again? No, that's impossible. I pressed the gun and gave it my... How could he catch up? Yet that sound of footsteps, that increasingly clear sound of wind cutting through the air, seemed to unambiguously declare the approach of a threat. Liang Jiahong couldn't help but steal a glance to his right rear without disrupting his posture. Then a blue shadow like a lightning bolt flowing against the tide was gradually tenaciously cutting into the air. The footsteps of that figure carried a wildness and sense of power akin to a newborn calf, and surprisingly, were they still accelerating. Liang Jiahong's heart trembled with shock, a chill running up his spine. He growled, his neck veins bulging as he frantically squeezed out the last reserves of strength within him, trying to widen the gap and secure his precarious lead. But that blue figure seemed to ignore the laws of physical exhaustion. After surpassing Chun Ming, its speed showed no signs of diminishing and instead surged forward with an unstoppable momentum, launching a fierce charge towards him. At 30 meters, the shoulder of the blue figure caught up to Liang Jiahong's waist. At 35 meters, they were almost level. On the stand, Sun Xiaomin could no longer contain herself, leaping to her feet, her notebook almost slipping from her grasp as she covered her mouth, eyes wide open, staring intently at the blue lightning that surged upwards. He caught up. Oh my God, he caught up. The explosive power in the first half, it's top tier in the country. Absolutely top tier. The area for Zhongshan Sports School had completely erupted. Principal Wang and Coach Ning, forgetting their age and image, screaming wildly along with the other team members. Su Hao, charge. Overtake him. Overtake him. In the provincial team viewing area, Feng Zhichuan and Mai Guoqiang had also long since left their seats, standing at the railing, their faces filled with shock. Feng Zhichuan murmured, "This starting acceleration, is it nearly on par with the top tier in the country? No, this feels even more impressive. This kid is truly talented." On the track, the final showdown had already entered a white-hot phase just halfway through the race. Liang Jiahong's lead was utterly obliterated. 30 meters. That blue figure, like a dragon breaking free from all shackles, relying on the terrifying acceleration brought by the LV9 launch start, forcibly completed a decisive overtaking of Liang Jiahong near the 30-meter mark. It wasn't a neck-and-neck situation, it wasn't a slight lead, it was a clear lead of more than half a body. Overtaken. Su Hao has overtaken. On the stand, Sun Xiaomin's scream nearly changed pitch. She completely forgot the composure expected of a reporter, losing herself in the same wild excitement as all the other spectators ignited by this scene. The notebook slipped from her hands, falling to the ground, but she paid no mind, her gaze fixed on that leading blue. The rest area of Zhongshan Sports School had gone completely insane. Principal Wang's face was flushed, vigorously waving his arms, shouting something, but his voice was drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Coach Ning covered her mouth, her body trembling slightly from excitement. Immediately after, she and other students from the school cupped their hands around their mouth, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Su Hao! Amazing! Charge! The championship is ours." Though the 100 meters is currently not valued in the country, the 100 meters, the most primal and violent competition mode, is no less capable of stimulating the audience's adrenaline than unrestricted combat. It is no exaggeration to say that every top-level 100 meters event is akin to the F1 of sports. In the provincial team viewing area, Feng Zhichuan and Mai Guoqiang had already stood up, leaning forward, almost about to lean over the railing. Feng Zikin's glasses reflected the rapidly moving figures on the track. The shock on his face had transformed into a near-speechless astonishment. Mai Guoqiang's mouth was agape, unable to close for a long time, oblivious to the spilled tea from his thermos. 30 meters, he overtook. Liang Jiahong was the one who pressed the gun. What level has Su Hao's starting acceleration reached? In that moment of being overtaken, Liang Jiahong's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping its beat. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, the immense shock and humiliation did not crush him. Instead, it transformed into a fiercer, more frenzied unwillingness and fighting spirit. "It's not over yet," Liang Jiahong roared within his heart, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the blue shadow ahead, as well as the increasingly near finish line in the distance. He knew Su Hao's weakness lay in his fatigue during the latter part of the race. If it hadn't been for that bizarre acceleration in the final moments of the semifinals, victory would have rightfully been his. Now, although he had been overtaken, the gap was not too large, just a bit more than half a body. As long as he could endure through the latter half, as long as Su Hao's speed dropped as anticipated, he would still have a chance. It's do or die. Squeeze out every ounce of strength I have. 50 meters. Su Hao's lead expanded to nearly 1.5 body lengths. His speed remained at an exceptionally high level, and the effects of the LV9 launch seemed even more terrifying than anticipated, bringing about a peak speed that was nearly 1. a 9-second boost. But he could feel that the violent thrust was gradually fading and the familiar heaviness started to return to his legs, while the burning sensation in his lungs became increasingly clear. If it weren't for the skill level increase of his great heart skill providing him some assistance, his decline in condition would be the same as before. He's slowing down. He's starting to slow down. Liang Jiahong keenly sensed this and felt ecstatic in his heart. Indeed, the latter stage was his domain. With a low roar, Liang Jiahong pushed his already perfect running technique to the extreme, maintaining a stable stride, delivering powerful hip thrusts, and digging into the ground fiercely. His speed not only didn't decline, but instead showed signs of further improvement. He began to gradually, painstakingly, and tenaciously eat away at Su Hao's lead. 55 meters, and the gap shrank to 3/4 of a body length. At 60 meters, the gap returned to about 1 body length. He's catching up. Liang Jiahong is about to catch up. Indeed, Liang Jiahong is fierce in the latter stage. Su Hao's post power seems a bit insufficient. The gasps from the stands turned once more as many spectators supporting Liang Jiahong reignited their hopes. However, Liang Jiahong's heart sank. The rate of Su Hao's deceleration was far less than he had anticipated. A gap of 1 body length was like a chasm lying between him and that blue figure. No matter how he squeezed his physical strength or optimized his technique, he found it difficult to close the distance even slightly. Moreover, he was horrified to discover that Su Hao's speed, although decreased from its peak, still maintained an incredibly high and despairing level. This was hardly a case of post-power fatigue. Impossible. This can't be. Liang Jiahong roared inwardly. A chill of despair began to spread along his spine. It wasn't that Su Hao's post-power was no longer fatigued, but rather, this guy's explosiveness in the first half of the race had reached a new level compared to the semifinals. He had established a substantial lead before 50 meters. The advantage was so great that even if Su Hao's speed decreased normally in the latter stage, it would be enough to offset Liang Jiahong's strong pursuit. He felt like a race car fully powered up, but starting off late, helplessly watching the monster that had launched ahead from the start, trailing a long flame, gradually drifting further away. 70 meters. The gap still remained at about half a body length. Su Hao's speed was as steady as a rock. Though it did not increase, it showed no obvious decline. Liang Jiahong had given his all with bulging veins in his neck and arms, and his face twisted in exertion and lack of oxygen, yet the distance between him and Su Hao seemed welded shut, unshakable. 90 meters. The final sprint phase. Liang Jiahong gritted his teeth, exhausting the last bit of air in his lungs, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. Bit by bit, really just a little bit, he closed the gap to half a body length, seemingly within reach. But the finish line was right in front. Su Hao could feel the oppressive sensation behind him like a thorn in his flesh, could hear Liang Jiahong's heavy breathing like a bellows, and the sound of his heavy footsteps. In the last 10 meters, the exhaustion of his physical strength and the soreness of his muscles surged like a tide, and his vision began to blur. But he did not panic. The effect of the Great Heart LV3 skill was exerted to the fullest at this moment, forcibly suppressing all negative emotions and extreme physical discomfort, keeping his mind sufficiently clear and focused. Sprint. Cross the line. Su Hao, relying on his last instincts, thrust his chest forward with all his might. Almost simultaneously, Liang Jiahong also made a full effort to cross the line. The two figures, one blue and one dark blue, like two intersecting meteors, charged past the finish line with great force. The enormous inertia caused them to continue forward for several meters before gradually slowing down. After crossing the finish line, Su Hao could no longer hold on. His legs gave way, and he stumbled forward a few steps, finally resting his hands on his knees, bending over to breathe heavily. Sweat poured down his body like a burst dam, instantly soaking him and forming a small dark puddle on the track. His lungs burned painfully, his heart raced violently in his chest, as if it would leap out. His vision began to darken, and his ears buzzed. But he forced himself to lift his head, sweat covering his face. His eyes shone with an unsettling brightness, fixated on the massive electronic display above the finish line. Liang Jiahong also stopped not far away, hands on his hips, head tilted back, his chest heaving violently, his face filled with unwillingness, fatigue, and a hint of lingering shock. He too was staring intently at the screen. Chen Ming in third, Su Bingtian in fourth. Other competitors arrived one after another. Although Wen Yongyi crossed the finish line almost at the same position as Su Bingtian, his complexion was somewhat pale. The entire venue was dead silent. Tens of thousands of gazes were focused on the display screen that had yet to light up. The air seemed to freeze, with only the heavy breathing of the competitors and the suppressed expectant murmurs from the audience. The Zhongshan Sports School, Foshan Sports School provincial team, viewing area reporters. Everyone held their breath. The electronic screen suddenly lit up with bright red text appearing one after another with a stunning power. Men's 100-meter final results: wind speed 0. For milliseconds, 1. Suhao Zhongshan Sports School 10. 76 seconds 2. Liang Jiahong Foshan Sports School 10. 86 seconds 3. Chunming Zhuhai Sports School 10. 97 seconds 4. Su Bingtian Zhongshan Sports School 11. 12 seconds 5. Wen Yomi Foshan Sports School 11. 20 seconds. 10. 76 seconds. Wind speed 0. For milliseconds, compliant and valid. Boom. A wave of sound more intense and longer lasting than any before erupted like a volcano that had been dormant for millennia, instantly engulfing the entire sports center. Gasping, screaming, clapping, whistling, and incredulous shouts. All sounds mixed together, creating a terrifying sound wave capable of overturning the roof. 10. 76 seconds. My God. 10. 76 seconds. Champion. Su Hao is the champion. He defeated Liang Jiahong. Dark horse. A true dark horse. All the way through. 10. 76 seconds. This result in youth competitions certainly broke the youth record of this competition. Not just the competition record. This result could win a medal in national youth competitions. Zhongshan Sports School. Su Hao? Incredible. The audience erupted completely. Many stood up wildly, waving their arms and stomping their feet as if to vent all their shock and excitement. The rest area of Zhongshan Sports School had turned into a sea of joy. Principal Wang's tears streamed down his face as he tightly embraced Coach Ning, then let go, bouncing around like a child, hugging every team member who rushed over. Coach Ning was also in tears, yet her face radiated with a brilliant and immensely proud smile. She looked at the blue figure on the track, still panting, as if witnessing the brightest moment of her coaching career. Although Zhongshan Sports School gained fame later, due to Su Bingshan's rise as Asia's fastest man during this era, the school could be described as having no reputation at all. Despite achieving some results in certain events, forget about winning at major competitions. Even ordinary regional events were hard to claim victories. Previously, Su Bingshan's several competitions had already brought Zhongshan Sports School much joy, but now winning first place in the provincial 100-meter race was almost a historic achievement. Hang up a banner. We must hang a banner when we go back. After crossing the finish line, Su Bingtian felt a bit gloomy for only finishing fourth, but upon seeing the results, that gloom was instantly replaced by wild joy. He shouted, and like a cannonball dashed towards Su Hao, embracing him from behind, as Su Hao was still catching his breath. How go? Champion. 10. 76 seconds. You are the champion. Huh. I knew it. Su Hao stumbled at the sudden impact, nearly falling over. He wanted to push Su Bingtian away in annoyance, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift into a smile, growing wider until it turned into a hearty laugh. I won. I really won. Champion. 10. 76 seconds. This result made him feel a wave of unreal dizziness. He lifted his head and looked towards the stands belonging to Zhongshan Sports School, spotting Principal Wang and Coach Ning, who were both moved to tears, and his teammates celebrating wildly. He waved his hand vigorously. Then he turned his head to look at Liang Jiahong, who stood silently beside him. Liang Jiahong was also looking at him, his earlier bitterness and shock fading away, replaced by a complex calm tinged with bitterness, yet one that could not deny the truth. He walked up to Su Hao and extended his hand. Su Hao shook his hand. Congratulations. Liang Jiahong's voice was slightly hoarse, but clear. 10. 76 seconds. You won, and you won beautifully. I truly admire you. Thank you. Su Hao replied earnestly. You are strong too. You put a lot of pressure on me. Liang Jiahong shook his head, revealing a bitter smile. Pressure. I think it was despair. That explosive power in the first half. Your talent. I can't fathom it. He paused, looking at Su Hao's young yet already resolute face, and said solemnly, Su Hao, see you at the provincial team. I hope there will be opportunities to compete with you again in the future. Next time I won't lose again. See you at the provincial team. Su Hao nodded, new fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Not far away, Principal Liu of Foshan Sports School sat slumped in a chair, his face pale, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He looked at the glaring 10:76 on the display screen. He glanced at the jubilant crowd from Zhongshan Sports School nearby, and the last flicker of hope in his heart was completely extinguished. He lost utterly and completely. But soon he sighed heavily, as if relieved. Sports competition is just like that. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Only results matter. Especially in athletics, particularly in the 100 meters. If you can do it, you will get opportunities. Although many industries in the country have second-generation individuals, backdoor dealings, and underhanded tactics in sports, especially in the 100 meters, this crown of sprinting is among the highest quality projects. There are no players who gain advantages through connections. If you can do it, you can do it. This is like mathematics. If you can do it, it's genuinely valid. Unlike the sea cucumber events, sea cucumbers Never mind, I don't want to mention it. In the provincial team viewing area, Feng Jichuan slowly returned to his seat, took off his glasses, and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes. Ma Guoqiang still stood gazing at Su Hao, who was surrounded by everyone on the field. After a long time, he finally spoke. Old Feng. This kid. It seems we have struck gold. No, we have found a monster. Feng Jichuan put his glasses back on, his gaze behind the lenses sharp as a knife, firmly locking onto Su Hao, nodding slowly. 76 seconds. Wind speed compliant. This result at this age. Notify the higher-ups. Su Hao's trial training will end early. From today onward, he is officially a member of our Guangdong Provincial Athletics Team's men's sprint group. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable decisiveness. Also report to the general administration. This Su Hao needs to be closely monitored. No, he needs to be cultivated with focus. Compared to others, their vision was more professional. Given Su Hao's age and explosive power in the first half, he is not only top-tier domestically, but can even be considered world-class. If properly nurtured to smoothly pass through his developmental phase and allowing him to participate in more competitions to cultivate his on-field experience. Oh no, this kid's mindset on the field is surprisingly good. In the center of the field, Su Hao was still unaware of how his future path had already been altered by this race. He was immersed in the ecstasy of victory and extreme fatigue, with cheers around him like a tidal wave, and in front of him were the excited faces of his teammates and coach. But he knew this was merely the beginning. The champion, with a time of 76 seconds, was the first report he presented to this new world. And his footsteps would not stop here. At that moment, a series of crisp and orderly system notification sounds suddenly rang in Su Hao's mind. Ding. Gained 10 free experience points. Ding. Gained 8 free experience points. Ding. Gained 6 free experience points. Ding. Total gained free experience points, 34 points. 34 points. Su Hao quickly scanned the notifications, understanding in his heart. Compared to the semifinals, the experience points gained from a single opponent this time were noticeably less. On one hand, his own strength had improved, causing a wider gap with most of his opponents, including Liang Jiahong. Thus, the efficiency of gaining experience naturally decreased. On the other hand, Su Bingshan's territory had already been fully harvested, and other opponents had also faced off in the previous preliminaries and semifinals, leading to diminishing returns on experience. Next came the skill experience point acquisition notifications. Mr. Big Heart experience points 20. Current level LV3 55100. Ejection start experience points 10. Current level LV9 301,000. Second stage acceleration turbo boost experience points 50. Current level LV1 50,100. Big Heart gained 20 points, which is acceptable as the level has started to increase and the competition did not significantly enhance the skill experience. As for ejection start, it only gained 10 points, confirming Su Hao's speculation. After LV9, it would be very difficult to gain a large amount of skill experience from provincial youth competitions. Higher level events would likely be needed for stimulation. It seems I still have to accumulate bit by bit, and from now on I must participate in every competition I can. Su Hao said, but the notification seemed not yet finished. Ding. Detected that the host has specialized in the 100-meter track and successfully won the inaugural official 100-meter race championship. Advanced task completed. Task evaluation S as a dark horse, defeating strong rivals and ultimately winning with an extraordinary performance that broke the competition record, showcasing astonishing potential and dominance. Task reward 1,000 free experience points. Su Hao felt his breath catch and his heart skip a beat. 1,000 points. A staggering sum, enough to catalyze a qualitative leap in any skill. Earlier, upgrading LV9 catapult start had cost him 190 points, a sting he still remembered vividly. Now, with 1,000 points suddenly credited to his account, it was as if he had leapt overnight from poverty to prosperity. Yet the system's generosity appeared far from exhausted. Su Hao noticed his mission had just shifted. Advanced mission next phase. Win the 100-meter sprint at any national level track and field competition, youth or senior division. A national championship. Su Hao's gaze sharpened. This was the true trial. Provincial contests offered limited competition. The national stage, by contrast, was an entirely different realm. Here prodigies and seasoned veterans alike would converge, the ultimate crucible to test his mettle. Almost simultaneously, the long-dormant professional main quest updated. Professional main quest toward Asia objective: compete in any continental level track and field event. Asian Championships, Asian Games. Reward: unlock the next professional skill. Continental competitions. The Asian Championships. The Asian Games. Su Hao found none of this surprising. As for the ever-present side quest, defeat the current or future Olympic champion or world record holder and randomly acquire one of their skills. This was clearly a long-term objective, yet equally dependent on stepping onto grander stages to encounter such elite adversaries. Yet this quest seemed less restrictive than it first appeared. If skills could be drawn from opponents, what if that opponent excelled not only in the 100 meters, but also in the 200 or 400 or even 800 meters? Could he then absorb those complementary skills as well? Su Hao murmured the thought aloud. It appeared the system intended no narrow confinement to the 100-meter lane alone. It was late 2005 to 2006 loomed just ahead, followed swiftly by 2007 and 2008, the year of the home soil Olympics. The realization struck Su Hao like lightning. Surely competing before his own people, he ought to claim at least a few gold medals. Yet the moment the Olympics surfaced in his mind, so too did the haunting memory of 2008, the year that still weighed heavily upon the nation's heart. A home-ground Olympic Games, brimming with boundless national hope, ultimately became an unspoken wound not only for track and field but for countless other disciplines. Liu Xiang's withdrawal shattered the spirits of millions. The Chinese track and field team finished with merely 1 silver and 3 bronze medals, though 2 of those were retroactively awarded in 2017 following the IOC's retesting of doping samples from the 2008 Games, elevating 2 female athletes to medal status. In real time, however, China ranked 35th on the medal table, all medals won by women. In actuality, only 3 bronze medals were secured during the Games themselves. The silver and additional bronze came years later through disqualification appeals. As for men's track and field, it was a complete drought, an outright Waterloo on home soil shrouded in profound darkness. The suffocating wave of national disappointment and pent-up frustration, even as a transmigrator, still tightened Su Hao's chest, igniting a quiet, smoldering fury deep within his core. He had been granted a second life, imbued with a system placed upon this very track. Was he truly to stand by and watch history repeat itself? To let millions of compatriots once again endure that searing, soul-deep regret on their own soil? No, never. 1 gold. Far from enough. He would claim 2, 3. He would see the 5-starred red flag rise again and again over the bird's nest, above the 100-meter, 200-meter, and even 400-meter tracks. He would fill that summer night with the resounding anthem of his homeland, and tear asunder with his own hands the shadow that had long hung over Chinese sprinting. Yet almost immediately Su Hao winced inwardly, for one name had surfaced in his mind: 2008, the Beijing Olympics. Usain Bolt, the titan who would soon erupt onto the scene and dominate sprinting for nearly a decade. At times Su Hao genuinely wondered, was he the one truly running on cheat codes? Congenital scoliosis. Only switched to sprinting at 20. Then, like a rocket, he shattered humanity's speed limits again and again. But the thought vanished as swiftly as it arose, drowned beneath a surging tide of fierce resolve. Whoever stood across the line, it mattered not. Once on this track there remained but one goal: fastest. Brother Hao. Champion. 10:76 seconds. You're the champion. Ha ha. Su Bingtian's ecstatic shriek and bear hug yanked Su Hao back from his turbulent reverie. Gazing at his junior brother's flushed, elated face, Su Hao burst into unrestrained laughter, returning the embrace with equal fervor. All pressure, ambition, and hope for the future seemed to dissolve into that single radiant sound. After the celebration subsided, Su Hao sensed his right shoelace had loosened. A mischievous glint flickered in his eyes. He gave a light kick, then glanced meaningfully at Su Bingtian, and then down at his own untied lace. Still riding high on euphoria, Su Bingtian followed his gaze. His grin instantly froze, his lips twitched, and he whispered urgently, How can we please skip this? This is utterly humiliating. Let's go back. I swear I'll tie it for you. 10 times if you want. There are so many people watching right now. Su Hao simply smiled. Silent, yet his eyes spoke volumes. The wager had been made. The debt must be settled here and now. Su Bingtian glanced between Su Hao and the surrounding crowd, spectators and reporters alike, their curious, admiring gazes fixed upon them. His face cycled through crimson and pallor before he gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and, after a furtive glance left and right, dropped to his knees with lightning speed. His fingers darted across Su Hao's racing shoe laces, knotting them tight with practiced, feverish precision. Once done, he sprang upright as if scalded, his neck blazing red, muttering hoarsely, Tied. Done. Su Hao lifted his toes experimentally, feeling the lace pull taut, perhaps requiring a blade to sever. He clapped Su Bingtian firmly on the shoulder, his smile brilliant. Good job. Very secure, though your shalacitying technique still needs work. Before Su Bingtian could retort, Su Hao added slowly, with a distinctly playful inflection, Polish my shoes for me. Polish your shoes. Su Bingtian's eyes widened in disbelief, shaking his head violently. What shoes, eh? These aren't leather. And anyway, that clause wasn't in our bet. Hauge, don't push your luck. Seeing his junior brother's flustered outrage, Su Hao finally erupted into full-throated laughter, lightening the heaviness that had lingered since recalling 2008. He'd merely tossed out a nostalgic meme from his past life. All right, enough teasing. Su Hao composed himself, slung an arm around Su Bingtian's shoulders, and turned toward the Zhongshan Sports School rest area, where Principal Wang, Coach Ning, and all their teammates waved vigorously, their faces alight with unparalleled pride and joy. Let's go, Su Hao breathed deeply. It's time to receive the cheers that belong to us. Su Hao and Su Bingtian were surrounded by their teammates from Zhongshan Sports School as they returned to the resting area, immediately engulfed by even louder cheers and congratulations. Principal Wang rushed over and tightly embraced Su Hao, tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, "Good lad. Good lad. 10 seconds 76. Champion, you've brought immense glory to our school. We'll hang banners for you when we get back. No, we'll cover the entire school entrance." Coach Ning's eyes were also red as he patted Su Hao and Su Bingtian's shoulders, choking up as he said, "Great. This is wonderful. Both of you did exceptionally. Su Hao, you've created a miracle. Bingtian, your 4th place is also fantastic. Our Zhongshan Sports School has truly made a name for itself this time." The teammates helped them sit on the bench, handing out water and towels as if welcoming returning heroes. Su Hao smiled and accepted everyone's congratulations while catching glimpses of excited faces, feeling. At first, Su Bingtian joined in the laughter, but as he listened, he realized that Principal Wang and Coach Ning, along with almost all the teammates around, were focusing their conversations and gazes on Su Hao, praising him for his bravery and how he had made history, making his own 4th place feel rather insignificant. He shot a glance at the nonchalant Su Hao, feeling a mix of anger and coldness. Just then, that guy even shook the tip of his shoe, as if to say, "Why not tie your shoelaces in front of everyone?" Su Bingtian felt frustrated. He still remembered his previous status at the sports school as the favorite. How had he suddenly become a sidekick? Coach Ning, being perceptive, quickly noticed the unease behind Su Bingtian's smile. She walked over and said gently, "Bingtian, don't lose heart. You ran exceptionally well this time, 11 seconds 12, an improvement on your previous best, and you achieved it in the high-pressure environment of the finals, which is very commendable. Together with Su Hao, you've elevated our school's sprinting prowess to a whole new level. You are both twin stars, indispensable to each other. Tomorrow there's the 4x100 meters, so we'll see how well you and Su Hao cooperate then." This was meant to be a sincere comfort, but hearing twin stars and indispensable made Su Bingtian think of Su Hao's glaring 10 seconds 76 compared to his own 11 seconds 12, and his heart ached even more. What twin stars? Now you're all just talking about Su Hao and leaving me out. He forced a smile and nodded. "Got it, coach, I will work hard." At that moment, a slightly nervous but clear voice rang out. "Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. I am Sun Xiaoman, a reporter from Southern Athletics Weekly. May I interview the champion, Su Hao?" Everyone turned to look, and they saw a young female reporter with a backpack, notebook, and pen struggling to squeeze through the crowd, her face flushed with excitement and urgency, her eyes bright and fixed on Su Hao. Principal Wang and Coach Ning exchanged glances, both a bit surprised. Usually in such competitions, reporters would interview the champion, but it often felt perfunctory, asking formulaic questions. It was rare to see someone so proactive and eager to interview a young athlete. "Of course you can, reporter Sun." Principal Wang smiled and cleared a space, giving Su Hao a nod that signaled him to speak well and be mindful of his image. Sun Xiaoman opened her notebook in front of Su Hao, quickly glancing at the keywords she had written down earlier, taking a deep breath, and began the interview. "Su Hao, first of all, congratulations on winning the championship and achieving an astonishing time of 10 seconds 76. This time breaks the competition record for this open meet. Do you know what this means?" Su Hao wiped the sweat from his face and calmly replied into the recording pen held by Sun Xiaoman, "It means I ran quite well today, but that's all there is to it. Records are meant to be broken. Today it's me, and tomorrow it could be someone else." His tone was very natural, without any feigned modesty or excessive excitement, as if stating a simple fact. Sun Xiaoman was slightly taken aback. This answer was completely different from the usual cliched responses she expected from young athletes, like, "I'm very happy thanks to my coach and teammates," or "I was lucky." Very confident, even a bit blandly arrogant. "I learned that you have only practiced the 100 meters for a short time, previously focusing on the 400 meters. With such rapid transformation and improvement, do you have any secrets? Or rather, what do you think is your greatest advantage?" Sun Xiaoman continued to press. "The secret is to train hard." Su Hao replied succinctly, "Advantage. I think it's my mindset. When I'm on the track, all I see is the finish line and myself. How strong the opponent is or how much pressure there is, that's something to consider off the track. Once I'm on the track, overthinking is useless. I just need to run." Sun Xiaoman's eyes lit up as her pen flew across the paper. This statement was direct and full of personality. It lacked the shyness or formality common among athletes his age. "In the finals, you faced Liang Jiahong's explosive start, falling behind at first, but quickly made a comeback in the first half and eventually won the championship. Can you describe how that felt? Did you ever think you might lose?" Su Hao thought for a moment, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Feelings. Not much special. His explosive start was his tactic. I run at my own pace. In the first half I overtook. Well, I may not have reacted as quickly as he did, but I had more confidence during the acceleration phase. Did I think about losing? No, because I didn't have time to think about it. Every second in a race is precious. Wasting it worrying about winning or losing is not as useful as thinking about how to stride longer and increase my frequency. Su Bingtian, listening nearby, couldn't help but be amazed how Guess words were. Too full of character. But thinking about his 10 seconds 76, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. Sun Xiaomin was already feeling excited as she felt she had struck gold. This Su Hao was not only explosive in performance, but also had a unique way of speaking full of strong-mindedness and focus, making it excellent material for reporting. For the last question, Sun Xiaomin tried to keep her voice steady. This is your first provincial championship and a very high starting point. What are your expectations and goals for your upcoming career? For example, national competitions, or even further into the future. Hearing this question, Su Hao straightened his posture, looking calmly at Sun Xiaomin, as if looking beyond her to a broader horizon, his voice clear and firm. Goals. Very simple. To win every championship I can participate in. Provincial, national, Asian, and world titles. Step by step. I'm just getting started. The road is still very long. But since I've chosen this path, I have only one goal: to become the fastest one. Others may think I'm arrogant, but I believe that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier, and an athlete who does not aim for the championship should not stand on the starting line. As his words fell, there was a moment of silence around. Principal Wang and Coach Ning were both taken aback. They never expected Su Hao to utter such bold and somewhat arrogant words. Sun Xiaomin, on the other hand, was completely immersed in euphoria. It worked. This interview was a success. His remarks, combined with his dark horse victory of 10.76 seconds, definitely created a buzz. There's controversy, and it's full of passion. When should young people not be bold? She suppressed her excitement, quickly jotting down Su Hao's last words, then sincerely thanked him. Thank you. Thank you, Su Hao, for accepting the interview. Your words were fantastic. I wish you all the best in your future career and hope you achieve your goals soon. Sun Xiaomin squeezed out of the crowd, feeling satisfied, and her mind began racing with ideas for the report's title and angle. As soon as she left, Principal Wang immediately leaned closer to Su Hao and said earnestly, "Little Su, your words just now. Your ambitions are admirable, but in the future when facing the media you should be a little more cautious and not too blunt. Some reporters, especially those from entertainment tabloids, love to take things out of context and exaggerate. With your current performance, whatever you say just adds to the accolades. But if you encounter some setbacks in the future, these bold claims could easily be turned against you, becoming weapons of attack. You must understand the truth behind the saying, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind." Su Hao understood that the principal meant well, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, he was a man with a system. Being so young, if he didn't act boldly now, would he wait until he was old to do so? Moreover, his earlier words were not only his true feelings, but also somewhat intentional. He smiled at Principal Wang and said, "Principal, I understand your concerns. But I believe that if I'm going to run, I should run with style. I'm not afraid to speak grandly, or what I fear is speaking grandly, but not being able to deliver. I will turn all my words into facts with my results." Hearing this, Principal Wang looked at him with clear and determined eyes, knowing that this kid had his own ideas and that advice would not sway him. He could only shake his head helplessly and pat his shoulder. "As long as you know your limits, that's good. Remember, results are the hard truth. As long as you can consistently achieve good results, whatever you say will be right." He then turned to the matter at hand. "All right, we've celebrated and conducted the interview. Let's get some rest tonight. No staying up late, no wild celebrations. Tomorrow there's the 4x100-meter relay, and you and Su Bingtian are the main players. However, our school's overall strength in this area is not very strong. Although we have you two, compared to the veteran strongholds of Guangzhou and Foshan, there is still a significant gap. I don't have high expectations for you. As long as you can fight for a place in the top 5, that's a victory. It doesn't matter if you don't place, just don't feel pressured. Our school already has a gold medal in the 100 meters this year, which exceeds our task. Your health and future career are far more important than the placement in a relay race. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand, Principal Coach." Su Hao and Su Bingtian replied in unison. Actually, the reason Su Hao wanted to be bold had another layer. He aimed to attract attention away from Xiang Gu as much as possible. If I remember correctly, Xiang Gu's career was cut short largely due to the overwhelming public attention on him. After all, being the top athlete in this period, even before Su Hao crossed over, he could still be considered the best in the hurdles field. Considering the current poor performance of domestic athletics, there's no need to elaborate on how much attention Lu Xiang received. Unless one has an exceptionally strong heart, who wouldn't feel immense pressure? Su Hao just hoped to climb as high as possible, gain recognition, and extend the career of this domestic athletics pillar for as long as he could. I hope this will be useful. Su Hao sighed inwardly. On the way back to the hotel, sitting on the bus, Su Bingtian was still immersed in the celebratory and interview atmosphere, excitedly discussing tomorrow's 4x100 meters with Su Hao. Brother Hao, what do you think our performance will be like tomorrow? Should I run the first leg or the last leg? We haven't practiced our baton exchange much. Oh, we won't drop the baton, right? He chattered away, but noticed Su Hao was gazing out at the night scenery, silent and seemingly lost in thought. Brother Hao. Su Bingtian waved a hand in front of Su Hao's eyes. What are you thinking about? I'm asking you, do you think we can make it into the top 5 tomorrow? Principal said that making it into the top 5 counts as a victory. I think if we work hard, it might just be possible. That guy Wen Yongyi didn't seem to be in good form today, and Chunming School's relay team doesn't seem strong either. Su Hao withdrew his gaze, turned to Su Bingtian, raised an eyebrow, and asked, top 5? Right, didn't the principal say that making it into the top 5 counts as? Su Bingtian was momentarily stunned by the question. Why is your goal just the top 5? Su Hao's voice was calm, but carried a weight that inexplicably quickened Su Bingshan's heartbeat. Why not think about whether we can make it into the top 3? Top 3? Su Bingshan's eyes widened in shock, gasping. Brother, how are you joking? You know the level of our school's relay team. Besides the 2 of us, our other 2 teammates. Just making it to the finals would be good enough. Top 3. That's competing against the monster teams from Foshan and Guangzhou. Their overall strength is too formidable. Su Hao looked out at the neon lights rushing past outside, a smile creeping back onto his lips, one that made Su Bingtian feel a chill run down his spine as he slowly uttered 2 words, champion. What a... Su Bingtian nearly jumped from his seat, his tone shifting, drawing the attention of several teams. Su Hao paid no mind to the other students, instead smiling at Su Bingtian. Then, in response to the puzzled look from his companion, he suddenly said something unexpected. So Bingtian, this is the difference between you and me. You see, you don't even dare to think about winning the championship. But I've been thinking about securing a top 3 finish or even a championship position since a month ago. So right now, I am the champion. And you started off thinking that just making it into the top 3 was enough, so you can't even make it into the top 3. As he spoke, Su Hao feigned a helpless sigh, shaking his head, patting Su Bingshan's shoulder with a serious demeanor. Bingtian, let me tell you something. What is it? By now, Su Bingtian was feeling a bit dazed by Su Hao's words. Considering Brother Hao's astonishing time of 10.76 seconds, he instinctively felt there was some truth to what Brother Hao was saying. Just practice more if you're lacking. However, as soon as Su Hao said this, Su Bingtian was initially taken aback, then completely broke down, unable to refrain from cursing loudly. Damn, Brother, how are you messing with me? Su Bingtian immediately retaliated against Su Hao with punches and kicks, and Su Hao also began playfully sparring with him. But after Su Bingtian calmed down, he still felt that Su Hao was talking nonsense. Champion. For by 100-meter relay champion. Brother Hao must be still half asleep. The next morning, the provincial sports center buzzed with activity once again. However, compared to the fervor of yesterday's 100-meter finals, today's 4x100-meter relay race carried an air of tension and solemnity. In the preparation area at the back, teams from various schools were making their final tactical arrangements. Unlike the dozens of participants in the individual 100-meter event, the 4x100-meter relay demanded a high level of overall strength, with only 8 teams registered: Guangzhou Sports College Affiliated School, Guangzhou Sports, Foshan Sports School, Zhongshan Sports School, Dongwen Sports School, Shantou Sports School, Zhuhai Sports School, and a combined team from the Special Zone. Due to the limited number of teams and a tight schedule, the organizing committee decided to skip the preliminaries and semifinals, with the 8 teams competing in a single race to determine the final standings. This meant that a single race would determine everything. There was no room for error, no opportunity to conserve energy, and no chance for a second attempt. In the rest area of Zhongshan Sports School, the atmosphere was heavy. Coach Ning held a tactical board, her brows furrowed, her expression more serious than ever. She knew very well that if they were advancing in batches with Su Hao and Su Bingshan's individual abilities, they might have a chance to scrape into the finals, with some luck, possibly even vie for a top 5 finish. But now entering the finals directly meant they would face teams that had been rigorously selected for their balanced or even superior overall strength, magnifying Zhongshan Sports School's weaknesses. After all, in team events, weaker teams often didn't even bother to register, and such regional competitions typically had a single round to determine the victor. Coach Ning's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of the 4 team members. In the finals, it's a single race to determine the winner. Our paper strength ranks at most 6th among the 8 teams, possibly even 7th or last. Her words were direct, even somewhat harsh, but it was necessary to help the team face reality and abandon unrealistic fantasies. Without Su Hao and Bingtian, we wouldn't have even registered for the relay this year. Coach Ning's gaze swept over Su Hao and Su Bingtian, filled with both pride and a hint of helplessness. But now that we are here, we must give our all, showcase our abilities, and leave no regrets. She began to analyze the opponent's Guangzhou Sports affiliated school, and Guangzhou Sports are traditional powerhouses with the strongest overall strength, and their individual 100-meter performance averages below 11.5 seconds. Their relay technique is mature, making them favorites for the championship. Foshan Sports School has Liang Jiahong and Wen Yongyi. Although Wen Yongyi's performance fluctuated yesterday, Liang Jiahong's stability and relay experience pose a significant threat to us. Dongwen Shantao and Zhuhai have similar strengths, each with their unique features. The strength of the Special Zone combined team is unknown, but their advancement to the finals should not be underestimated. After completing her analysis, she began laying out the tactics. Our strategy is to maximize the personal advantages of Su Hao and Bing Tian, minimizing the gap between the middle two legs. I originally planned to have Su Hao run the first leg, leveraging his astonishing starting explosiveness to secure a good start and boost morale. Bing Tian will run the last leg, responsible for the final sprint and stability. Her gaze turned to the other two team members, a sturdy boy with dark skin named Xiao Gao and a slightly thin, shy boy named Fei. These two were the only other competitors in Zhongshan Sports School's 100-meter group besides Su Hao and Su Bingtian, who could hold their own, making them the best of the rest. Xiao Gao's best electric timing is 12.1 seconds, while Fei is slightly better, able to run around 11.96 seconds. However, both are already 18 years old. Their talent peaked, and their techniques solidified, making it difficult for them to achieve a qualitative leap. Coach Ning looked at them, her tone softening with reassurance. Xiao Gao, you will run the second leg. Fei, you will run the third leg. I have only two requirements for you. First, give it your all and run to the best of your ability. Second, and most importantly, the baton exchange must be steady. Even if it means being a bit slower, we must not drop the baton. As long as we complete the handover smoothly, we will have succeeded in a significant part. Do not feel pressured. Our rankings are not important. What matters is that the four of us finish this race together and do well. Do you understand? Understood, coach. Xiao Gao and Fei nodded vigorously, but the tension and a hint of barely detectable inferiority in their eyes did not escape Coach Ning's notice. She knew that having them withstand the pressure in such a final was a significant challenge. Just then, Su Hao suddenly spoke up. Coach, can I run the last leg? Coach Ning was taken aback, looking at Su Hao in surprise. The last leg? Why? The first leg is more suitable for maximizing your starting advantage, and the pressure is relatively lighter. Su Hao met her gaze, his tone calm but resolute. The last leg is the crucial leg that determines victory or defeat. It carries the most pressure, but it can also make the most significant difference in closing or widening the gap. I believe Bing Tian can run the first leg well and give us a good start. I'll take care of closing the gap in the middle. Coach Ning furrowed her brows. She understood Su Hao's meaning. Allowing Su Hao to run the last leg meant placing the greatest pressure and hope for a comeback solely on him. If there is a significant gap after the first two legs, Su Hao will face an almost impossible task of catching up, experiencing the despair of watching his teammates struggle while being powerless to turn the tide, as well as the psychological burden of possibly not being able to salvage the situation, all of which would be detrimental to a young athlete's growth and could even undermine his confidence. She did not want this newly blossomed talent to bear such heavy pressure too soon. The last leg could be likened to half a scapegoat position. No, Su Hao. Coach Ning shook her head decisively, her tone leaving no room for disagreement. You will run the first leg. The pressure and uncertainty of the last leg are too great. This is not a burden you should bear. Follow the original plan. Yet Su Hao's gaze remained unyielding. He looked at Coach Ning and repeated, Coach, let me run the last leg. I have confidence. Their eyes met. Coach Ning saw a calmness in Su Hao that belied his age, a determination that was undeniable, even with a hint of something she couldn't quite understand in near certain light. This kid, who is only 16 years old and participating in a major competition for the first time, why does he possess such a powerful heart and sense of responsibility? After a few seconds of stalemate, Coach Ning ultimately conceded, letting out a helpless sigh. Why are you fine? Do as you wish. But remember, regardless of the outcome, do not carry any psychological burden. This is just a relay race. Your future does not hinge on this. Thank you, Coach. Su Hao let out a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across his face. The strategy was thus adjusted. Su Bingtian would run the first leg, Xiao Gao the second leg, Fei the third leg, and Su Hao the fourth leg, which was also the final leg. Watching Su Hao and the other three walk towards the registration area, Principal Wang approached Coach Ning, whispering in complaint, how could you agree to let Xiao Hao run the last leg? The pressure is too great. What if he falls behind by a second, or even two? No matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to catch up, and what will happen then? It could leave a psychological shadow on him. He is the hope of our school for the next 10 years. Coach Ning smiled wryly and shook her head. Principal, I tried to dissuade him, but it was no use. This kid. Has his mind set? Moreover, when he said he had confidence, the look in his eyes made me feel that perhaps he really has his own plans. Principal Wang looked at Su Hao's upright figure, letting out a long sigh. Well, let it be. After the race finishes, regardless of the outcome, we must maintain a positive demeanor. We must praise them if they win, and praise them even more if they lose. We cannot let them, especially Su Hao, feel how important this race is. Their journey is still long. I understand. Coach Ning nodded earnestly. At that moment, Principal Liu of the Foshan Sports School strolled over with a thermos cup in hand, wearing a smile of spring breeze and satisfaction. Old Wang, Coach Ning, congratulations. Principal Liu opened with congratulations, but the teasing tone was unmistakable. Yesterday in the 100 meters, your Zhongshan Sports School made quite a splash. That kid Su Hao is impressive. 10.76 seconds, he outperformed our Jia Hong. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. Principal Wang tugged at the corner of his mouth and replied blandly, Old Liu, you flatter me. It was just luck, just luck. Hey, how can it be just luck? Strength is strength. Principal Liu waved his hand, shifting the topic. However, while the 100 meters relies on individual performance, the relay race emphasizes overall strength and teamwork. This gold medal our Foshan Sports School will surely accept it this year. Jiahong specializes in the 100 meters and relays with rich experience and excellent form. The championship is ours for the taking. If it were any other time, Principal Wang would surely have shot back with a retort, but today, looking at his team, which was clearly top-heavy, and considering the truth in Principal Liu's words, his competitive spirit couldn't rise. He simply uttered a faint and didn't continue the conversation. Seeing his old rival concede so quickly was like a punch landing on cotton. Principal Liu felt utterly bored, exchanged a few polite remarks, and then walked back to his school area with his hands behind his back, full of pride. His gaze fell on Liang Jiahong, who was warming up in the fourth lane, filled with certainty. After all, Liang Jiahong was primarily focused on the 100 meters and the 4x100 relay. On the field, the 8 teams had taken their positions, making final adjustments and exchanges. Zhongshan Sports School was assigned to the second lane, a position that was neither good nor bad. Su Bingtian was repeatedly practicing his starting response behind the starting line, while Xiao Gao and Fei whispered encouragement near the exchange zone, but their tightly clenched fists and occasional glances towards the strong teams revealed their inner anxiety. Su Hao stood quietly in the fourth leg's relay zone, stretching. His gaze swept across the adjacent lanes. The third lane belonged to Guangdi, the fourth to Foshan Sports School, and the fifth to Guangdi Affiliated High School. Indeed, every competitor was formidable. How? Brother How? Just a moment later, Su Bingtian approached, lowering his voice, his face carrying a hint of guilt and reluctance. Can I try to jump the gun this time? My current performance pales in comparison to those strong teams' first runners, and I might even lag behind. If I can successfully jump the gun, perhaps I can gain 1/10 of a second to relieve some pressure from you. Xiao Gao and Fei also gathered around, both wearing expressions of guilt. Brother Hao Tiangu, I'm really sorry this time. We might hold you back. Xiao Gao lowered his head, his voice slightly muffled. Yeah, Brother Hao Tiangu will do our best, but I'm afraid. Fei echoed, his voice growing softer. Seeing the tense expressions and unease in their eyes, Su Hao suddenly smiled. Everyone relax a bit. He patted Su Bingshan's shoulder and looked at Xiao Gao and Fei. Just focus on running, don't think about anything else. As long as you run at your best and smoothly pass the baton to the next brother, that's enough. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3, his voice not loud, but distinctly reaching everyone's ears. As for the gaps in front, you don't need to worry about them. Just run freely and give it your all. He smiled, and the confidence radiating from his smile left Su Bingtian and the others momentarily stunned. The rest, leave it to me. Su Hao's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable certainty. I can't guarantee the championship, but the top 3. He looked towards the distant red track finish line and slowly uttered a few words. I believe it won't be a problem. Top 3. Not a problem. Su Bingtian, Xiao Gao, and Fei were all taken aback, exchanging glances, questioning if they had misheard. Where did Brother Hao get such confidence? This was a 4x100 meter relay. It wasn't a fairy tale where one person could single-handedly reverse their fate, unless he could catch up to others by 1 or 2 seconds like Superman. Otherwise, how could that be possible? All first runners prepare to take the track. The referee's command interrupted their thoughts. Su Bingtian took a deep breath, glanced at Su Hao one last time, nodded firmly, and turned to head towards the starting line. Xiao Gao and Fei returned to their relay zone positions, yet their expressions remained tense. Su Hao stood still, gently moving his ankle and wrist. In his field of vision, he looked at his free experience value. On your marks, set. The starting gun fired. 8 figures shot off like arrows, racing towards the first exchange zone 100 meters away. On the lane of Zhongshan Sports School, Su Bingtian gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open, focusing all his energy on his start and acceleration. In the end, he still chose not to jump the gun. In a team race, a false start could ruin the efforts of the entire team. He couldn't afford to take that risk. His start was rapid and steady with a reaction time of around 0.18 seconds, which was considered good. However, looking around, the first runners from the strong teams beside him were equally formidable. In the fourth lane, Foshan Sports School sent out Wen Yongyi, who desperately needed to prove himself. His start reaction was astonishingly quick, instantly establishing a lead. The Guanti-affiliated high school in the fifth lane and the provincial sports school in the third lane. Nearly all the strong teams had placed their most competitive runners at the start, striving to seize the advantage. Su Bingtian gave it his all, running at his best performance, his stride rapid, trying to close the gap. But when he passed the baton to the already launched Xiao Gao, who was anxiously waiting at the edge of the exchange zone, he clearly saw that he was only in third place. And in first place, when Yongyi had already passed the baton to his teammate, leading him by a full 3 to 4 meters. What made him even more disheartened was that the teams he had initially thought to be weaker, the Special Zone United team and Shantao Sports School's first runner, had also performed exceptionally today, closely tailing him with minimal difference. I'm sorry. After the exchange was complete, Su Bingtian slowed down, watching Xiao Gao take the baton and start to chase desperately, but facing the second leg of those strong teams with an average performance under 11.5 seconds, a Xiao Gao's limit speed of 12.1 seconds felt utterly inadequate. The gap continued to widen. Su Bingtian gasped for breath as he ran back to the sidelines, looking at Su Hao in the distance, his face filled with guilt and reluctance. In the stands within the Zhongshan Sports School area, Principal Wang and Coach Ning had their hearts in their throats. Seeing the first runner only in third place and obviously lagging behind the leader made their hearts sink. When Xiao Gao in the second leg was overtaken one after another by competitors, slipping to fifth and sixth places, the expressions of both became serious. Coach Ning gripped the back of the seat in front of him tightly, his knuckles turning white, nearly unable to watch the situation when a Fei took the baton. The gap had cruelly widened to several meters and was still increasing. Sigh. Principal Wang let out a heavy sigh, averting his gaze, unable to bear to watch any longer. Coach Ning also closed his eyes, despair settling in his heart. Given such a significant disadvantage, what kind of pressure and hopelessness would Su Hao face in the final leg? She began to regret agreeing to let Su Hao run the last leg. Now all that was left to consider was how to avoid a disgraceful defeat. On the track, the competition had entered the most brutal third leg. When a Fei received the baton in the relay zone, Zhongshan Sports School had already fallen to 7th place, barely leading the last place by 2 to 3 meters. Meanwhile, the third leg of Foshan Sports School had expanded their lead to nearly 20 meters. That was a gap so daunting in a 100-meter relay. A Fei's face turned crimson with effort and shame. He desperately swung his arms and moved his legs, trying to run faster, even faster. But the cold ceiling of talent and ability loomed ahead. A speed of 11 seconds and 96 hundredths was clearly insufficient against those fierce opponents. He could only watch helplessly as the figures of his rivals grew farther away, listening to the rush of runners on the adjacent lanes, further widening the gap. When he finally staggered and passed the baton, a symbol of responsibility and hope, to Su Hao, who was poised like a cheetah at the starting point of the relay zone, Zhongshan Sports School had already dropped to last place. The gap to the first place exceeded 30 meters. The gap to the second last place was nearly 10 meters. Brother Hao, I'm sorry. A Fei cried out with a choked voice as he handed over the baton. However, he hadn't finished his words. Su Hao's fingers firmly gripped the baton as the sensation registered. Launch, start, LV9, activate. No hesitation, no complaints, not even a glance at the daunting distance ahead. In Su Hao's eyes, there was only the red and white baton in his hand, and the white line symbolizing the finish line 100 meters ahead. Whoosh! A blue shadow, like a furious dragon finally breaking free from long-held restraints, surged out of the second lane's relay zone. The explosive power at launch was so intense that it caused a Fei who had just completed the baton exchange to stumble. The terrifying sound of footfalls echoed like a dense war drum, instantly drowning out all noise in the stadium. Su Hao has taken the baton. Someone in the stands shouted first. Many instinctively turned to look at the second lane. Then they witnessed a scene they would never forget. That blue figure, after receiving the baton, entered an extreme acceleration state, with hardly any adjustment. His strides were exaggerated, his hips driving powerfully, and his entire posture exuded an unstoppable momentum, as if he intended to tear apart all the air and obstacles ahead. In an instant, he closed the seemingly unreachable 10-meter gap between him and the second last runner, completing his first overtaking. From 8th place, he rose to 7th. He overtook. Su Hao overtook one. In the Zhongshan Sports School area, someone let out a roar of disbelief and elation. Su Bingtian's previously despondent face suddenly lit up with excitement. He jumped up and shouted with all his might, "Brother Hao, go for it. Chase. Keep chasing." Xiao Gao and Fei embraced each other excitedly, their eyes fixed on that blue lightning. But at that moment, the vast majority of the audience and opponents were not paying much attention. It's common for the last place to chase the second last in a relay race, especially for a runner with outstanding personal ability. Many simply thought that Zhongshan Sports School's 100-meter champion could at least regain a little face in the last leg, avoiding a humiliating defeat. However, Su Hao's speed showed no signs of slowing down. At 20 meters, he approached the sixth place like a ghost, and without any doubt completed his second overtaking. Sixth place. At 30 meters, he caught up with the fifth place. That was a runner from Dongguan Sports School who thought he was safe, only to feel a blue hurricane sweep past him and leave him ruthlessly behind. Fifth place. Another overtaking. Fifth place. The gasps from the stands began to swell. Wow, Su Hao is too fierce. So aggressive. Is this the power of 10 seconds and 76 hundredths? No, I feel like he's even faster than before. Some originally neutral spectators began to be drawn in by this frenzied chase, their eyes inevitably following that blue figure. At 40 meters, Su Hao closed in on the fourth place. This time the overtaking was even more decisive. Almost in the instant they ran parallel, he gained a clear lead through superior acceleration and speed maintenance. Fourth place. The entire venue erupted. From 8th to 4th place. 3 people overtaken. From 7 to 3. 4th place. 4th place. Brother Hao. Awesome. Su Bingtian had shouted himself hoarse, wildly waving his arms. Xiao Gao and Fei felt the adrenaline surge, joining the shout. Principal Wang and Coach Ning had already stood up, leaning tightly against each other, their palms, sweating, eyes glued to the track, their faces filled with shock and increasingly fervent expressions. In the provincial team's viewing area, Feng Jiquan and Mai Guochang had also left their seats and stood at the front of the railing. The speed in the first half seems even stronger. Feng Jiquan murmured, his eyes sharp as an eagle behind his glasses. His maximum speed in this last leg definitely exceeds his explosive speed when he won the 100 meters. How is this kid's competitive state getting better and better? How is he doing this? On the track, Su Hao's eyes remained fixed on the finish line. The significant acceleration effect of the launch start LV9 at 1.9 seconds was nearing its end, and the familiar feeling of fatigue began to rise from deep within his legs. At this moment, there were still 3 runners ahead of him. The third place was Chun Ming from Zhuhai Sports School. Chun Ming had a good baton position during the third leg and was now running at his own pace, feeling slightly relieved. There was no hope for the championship. The beast Liang Jiahong was far ahead, but if he could secure a top 3 finish, it would still be a good result for the school. He subconsciously glanced to the sides, not seeing that familiar blue figure, and thought to himself, fortunately that guy hasn't caught up. He's probably still behind, eating dust. Even if he started now with such a gap behind me, how could he catch up? Dream on. As this thought just arose, a ridiculously fast sound of footsteps like the Grim Reaper's death knell suddenly came from the track behind him on the right, closing in at an astonishing speed. What the hell is that sound? Chun Ming was startled and couldn't help but turn his head to look. Then he saw a scene that sent chills down his spine. That blue figure, which he thought was still far away, had already approached to less than 5 meters behind him. Moreover, it was closing in at a visibly increasing speed. How is this possible? Chun Ming's soul nearly left his body. He could no longer care about maintaining his rhythm and desperately increased his arm swings and stride length, trying to create distance. But it was all in vain. At 50 meters, Su Hao was level with him. 60 meters, Su Hao has surpassed. Third place. Third. My heavens. Third. Catching up from 7th to 4th. The crowd erupted once more in a tsunami of cheers and shouts. Many spectators from other schools couldn't help but stand up, cheering for this incredible comeback. Sun Xiaoman at the press box was shaking with excitement, unable to steady her pen, and countless explosive headlines popped into her mind. At this moment, only 2 people remained ahead of Su Hao. The second place was a contestant from Zhuhai Sports School whose strength was impressive, but at this moment his face also revealed astonishment. In first place was Liang Jiahong, who had already crossed the 80-meter mark, holding a significant lead, and the championship seemed within reach. He even had the leisure to glance back, and upon seeing Su Hao had overtaken 5 people to reach third place, and was rapidly closing in on second, a flicker of shock crossed his calm eyes. This guy, is he a monster? Su Hao's breathing had become like a worn-out bellows. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and the effect of his explosive start had completely ended, with his speed beginning to noticeably decline. He was nearly 10 meters behind the second place, and over 20 meters behind Liang Jiahong. In the stands, Principal Wang and Coach Ning held each other's hands tightly, their hearts pounding like drums. To reach third place was already a miracle among miracles. They dared not ask for more. Su Bingtian, Xiao Gao, and Fei hugged each other, jumping and shouting, completely lost in madness. Brother Hao, third. We are third. Su Bingtian shouted with all his might. However, just when everyone thought this stunning turnaround would stop at third place, Su Hao, whose speed had already begun to wane, suddenly narrowed his gaze. Second boost, turbocharge, LV9. Activate. No special effects, no sound effects. But a familiar and powerful force instantly surged into his near-exhausted leg muscles. This was not new power. Rather, it forcibly replicated and sustained the terrifying speed he had at the peak of his explosive start 40 meters back. His muscles, already at their breaking point, felt as if they had been re-energized with high-pressure steam. The feeling of fatigue was temporarily suppressed by a torrent of surging power. His stride frequency did not increase, but the force of each push off the amplitude of his hip movements and the forward momentum unexpectedly surged higher on top of the already high speed. Since there was still such a crucial scene, how could Su Hao possibly hold on to that 1,000 experience points? Naturally, he plunged forward recklessly. Long before the race began, he had already maxed out the turbocharge to LV9. He had hesitated during the point allocation, after all proving to be the most cost-effective skill before the explosive start. But upgrading from level 9 to 10 required 1,000 experience points, which made it seem better to upgrade turbocharge to level 9 first. The level 9 turbocharge directly extended the duration of replicating peak performance to 1.9 seconds. This meant that aside from the initial burst from the explosive start, he could maintain peak speed for another 1.9 seconds. Currently, this upgrade might not seem worth it, but as Su Hao's strength increased, the benefits of this skill would also enhance. He accelerated again. My heavens. He can still push forward. He's caught up. Look. He's under countless shocked gazes. That blue figure surged forth as if an old engine had been revitalized, bursting out an astonishing second sprint in the final 40 meters. Meanwhile, Liang Jiahong had already crossed the 90-meter line, leaving only 10 meters to the finish. The championship was without doubt. 80 meters, just 3 meters behind the second place. 90 meters seemed to level off. At this moment, Liang Jiahong had completed crossing the finish line. Yet Su Hao was still sprinting, accelerating. But the 1.9 seconds of peak state duration was still too short. In the end, he and the contestant from Zhuhai Sports School crossed the finish line almost simultaneously. The immense inertia carried Su Hao far beyond. Su Hao's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the track, his hands propping against the ground, violently retching, sweat pouring from every pore like a stream, instantly soaking a large patch of track. Everything before him turned dark. All he could hear was his own labored breathing like a broken bellows, and the frantic beating of his heart, nearly fainting. Liang Jiahong also staggered a few steps, supporting his knees, bending over to gasp for breath, glancing back at Su Hao, still somewhat shaken. Although he maintained a clear lead in the end, the terrifying performance of Su Hao overtaking from 7th to 6th left him a little afraid. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone craned their necks, staring fixedly at the electronic display above the finish line, awaiting the decisive result. Seconds later, the results flashed. Men's 4x100 meters relay final results: 1. Foshan Sports School 39. 50 seconds 2. Zhongshan Sports School 39. 95 seconds 3. Zhuhai Sports School 39. 96 seconds 4. Guangdi Affiliated High School 40. 12 seconds. 0.01 seconds. Zhongshan Sports School, with a narrow advantage of 0.01 seconds, surpassed Guangdi Shantao Zhuhai and other sports schools to claim the runner-up. Boom. A roar even more intense and longer-lasting than when Su Hao won the 100 meters yesterday completely shattered the sky above the sports center. Screams, cheers, applause, whistles, incredulous shouts. All the sounds mixed together, forming a terrifying sound wave. Runner-up. It's the runner-up. Catching up from 7th to 6th. My heavens. Catching up from 7th to 6th. Su Hao? Su Hao? Su Hao. A miracle. This is a miracle. From last place to runner-up. Am I watching a sci-fi movie? Zhongshan Sports School. Awesome. Su Hao? God. The stands were completely engulfed in a sea of madness. Many people, regardless of whether they knew Su Hao or Zhongshan Sports School, were cheering. After all, this competition fully embodied the spirit of sportsmanship, resilience, struggle, and never giving up. Moreover, such a spectacle undoubtedly stirred the blood of all spectators. The area of Zhongshan Sports School had gone completely wild. Principal Wang was in tears. Coach Ning couldn't help but cheer, and every teammate that rushed forward embraced him, speechless. Su Bingtian, Xiao Gao, and Fei cheered as they rushed toward the collapsed blue figure on the track. Sun Xiaomin stood in the audience watching Su Hao, who was being crazily surrounded by teammates, her face flushed with excitement. This time it was truly worth it. Her fingers trembled with excitement as she quickly wrote a line in her notebook: the rise of the dark horse from king of the 100 meters to a stunning comeback in the 4x100. The 16-year-old Su Hao, with the most frenzied run, heralded the arrival of a new era. She looked at the line of text, then glanced at the young man on the track, who was being helped up by teammates, his face pale, but his eyes still bright, and a strong premonition surged in her heart. This young man, named Su Hao, might often appear on the international stage in the future. Su Hao collapsed on the track, was helped up by his ecstatic teammates, his ears ringing with deafening cheers and the incoherent shouts of excitement from his companions. He barely held himself up, feeling every muscle scream in agony, each breath accompanied by a fiery pain, yet his chest was filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and achievement. Runner-up. From last place 30 meters behind, he chased all the way to second place. Who could have imagined? As he was being supported by his teammates back to the resting area, struggling to calm his tumultuous breaths, a familiar and delightful system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the National Level 3 Athlete Standard. Reward 100 free experience points. Once again exceeding expectations. Additional reward 300 free experience points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the National Level 2 Athlete Standard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching the National Level 1 Athlete Standard. Significant exceeding expectations. Additional reward 600 free experience points. A total of 1,000 points. Another substantial sum. Su Hao was ecstatic, not expecting this hidden achievement task. However, before he could revel in his joy, the notification continued. Ding! Gained 5 free experience points. Ding! Gained 6 free experience points. Ding! Cumulative gained free experience points 28 points. The small gains from other teams during the relay race, though not much, still added up. Next came skill experience launch, start 10 experience points. Current level LV9 140 1000. Mr. Big Heart 30 experience points. Current level LV3 85,100. Acceleration stage 2 turbo boost 10 experience points. Current level LV9 601,000. The experience growth of launch start and Mr. Big Heart was expected. Turbo boost only granted 10 points since it was already upgraded to level 9. Yet the notifications kept coming. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an official 4x100-meter relay race. Reward 100 free experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving second place in the official 4x100-meter race. Reward 800 free experience points. Another 900 points credited. Su Hao quickly calculated national level reward 1,000 points, opponent 28 points, relay task 900 points, total 1928 points of free experience. Adding the remaining points. He thought he should have some left, but regardless, it was nearly 2,000 points of terrifying wealth. I've struck it rich. The exhilaration almost overshadowed the extreme fatigue in his body. Su Hao was seated on a bench in the resting area, sipping a sports drink offered by his teammate, his mind fully immersed in the joy of the system. How good! We must celebrate tonight. Let's go out for a feast. It's on me. Su Bingtian excitedly draped his arm over Su Hao's shoulder, his face flushed with excitement. Order whatever you want. Hot pot, barbecue, seafood, whatever you want. Yes, Tiangu is treating. How Gu was amazing today. We must celebrate. The other teammates chimed in, the atmosphere lively. Years of strict training and dietary control had instilled a yearning in these youths for an indulgent meal. Su Hao smiled and nodded in agreement, though his thoughts were entirely on how to allocate this nearly 2,000 points of experience. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. Launch start, the core skill that had accompanied him since awakening and provided him countless starting advantages, was currently at LV9 140 1000. To reach LV10, he needed 860 experience points. Although it would consume nearly half of his wealth, Su Hao hesitated not at all. Launch start, upgrade me. With a thought, 860 points of free experience flowed into him. Launch start, 860 experience points. Current experience LV9 1000 Experience full. Skill level increased. Ding! Detected that the core skill launch start has reached LV10 max level. Skill undergoes a qualitative change. Launch start evolves into intermediate launch start. Current level intermediate launch start LV 101000. Effect: in the first half of 100 meters, it can reduce the current time by 2 seconds, significantly enhancing explosive speed. Moreover, as the skill is used more frequently, it can subtly correct and optimize the host's starting actions and techniques, bringing them closer to the theoretically perfect form under current physical conditions. 2 seconds. An improvement of 0.1 seconds over the previous 1.9 seconds. More importantly, the effect of correction and optimization. This means that this skill no longer merely provides a temporary burst of power, but can genuinely and continuously improve his starting and early stage techniques. The more it is used, the greater the improvement, potentially transforming the skill's effects into an instinctual ability. This value far exceeds a mere fraction of a second improvement in speed. Worth it. So worth it. Su Hao felt invigorated. Spending those 1,000 points didn't sting at all. The remaining free experience points amounted to approximately 1068. His gaze drifted between Mr. Big Heart LV3 and Turbo Boost LV9. Mr. Big Heart is a passive skill essential for competitions, but to maximize its effectiveness requires a significant competitive stage. Turbo Boost is an active burst skill capable of turning the tide in critical moments, and having just reached level 9, further investment could reveal the threshold for intermediate level. In terms of cost-effectiveness, upgrading Turbo Boost to intermediate level seemed to offer a more immediate enhancement in combat power. However, after a moment of thought, Su Hao made a different choice. Mr. Big Heart upgrade me. He decided to raise Mr. Big Heart to a higher level first, as this skill, though passive, was fundamental to maintaining a stable mindset under greater competition pressure. Moreover, upgrading Mr. Big Heart from LV3 to LV9 requires 515 experience points, which was still within his capacity. Current level LV9010000. Effect enhancement in formal competition environments. At critical moments, it may provide a mindset advantage of approximately 0.09 to 0.26 seconds, indirectly influencing performance. He was confident that if he were to run the 100 meters again, now he could easily break the 10.70-second mark, perhaps even touch the realm of 10.65 seconds. As for the relay, if his teammates could be a little more supportive, the championship would not be out of reach. Just then, Coach Ning and Principal Wang approached, both wearing expressions of barely contained excitement and a hint of seriousness. What caught Su Hao's attention even more was that they were accompanied by a stranger, a middle-aged man. This man appeared to be around 50 years old, maintaining a fit physique without any signs of weight gain, dressed in a simple sports jacket, with a square face and a serious demeanor, his eyes sharp, like an eagle. Just standing there, he exuded an aura of authority that came from years of experience in high-level competitive environments. He was calmly examining Su Hao with a scrutinizing gaze. Su Hao, come, let me introduce you. Coach Ning suppressed her excitement, her tone filled with respect. This is Sun Haiping, the deputy coach of the national athletics team for the sprint events. The national athletics team. The head coach. Sun Haiping. Su Hao's heart jolted. Although he had guessed that this person was of significant standing, he never expected someone of this caliber. He had heard the name Coach Sun Haiping in his past life, a towering figure in the domestic athletics scene known for his rigorous training and keen insight, having nurtured numerous national champions and Asian stars. What was he doing here? Su Hao quickly stood up despite still feeling fatigued. He straightened his back and respectfully greeted, "Hello, Coach Sun." Sun Haiping nodded, his gaze sweeping over Su Hao carefully, particularly lingering on his eyes, posture, and the stable aura he maintained even after intense exertion, before slowly speaking with a voice that was not loud, but full of strength. "Su Hao, I've been watching your competitions these past 2 days. 10.76 seconds in the 100 meters, and you managed to chase down the 7th runner in the final leg. Impressive." He paused and continued, "Your talent, especially your ability to remain composed in critical moments and your willingness to push through challenges, is quite rare. Feng Jichuan and Old Mai have already reported to me in detail about your training in the provincial team and your performance in this competition. There are still many rough edges in your technique. Your energy distribution rhythm in the latter part of the race and the details of the relay all require extensive refinement. But your foundation and spirit are like a precious raw gem." Sun Haiping looked at Su Hao with a warm smile, saying, "I didn't expect to encounter such a promising talent during my visit to Guang Province. However, Su, how would you be interested in joining the national team for training for a while? Don't be nervous, it's just a chance to try things out and see a higher platform in advance. It's also a good opportunity for broader exposure." As soon as Sun Haiping finished speaking, Principal Wang and Coach Ning held their breath, nervously watching Su Hao. They never expected Coach Sun to hold Su Hao in such high regard with this invitation to the national team. Although it was just to go and take a look, it was likely to be similar to when Su Hao went to the provincial team for training, still in a trial state. But given Su Hao's growth rate, the chances of him staying in the national team were quite high. This was a direct path to the national team, a haul that countless young athletes in the country dream of. Su Hao met Sun Haiping's sharp and hopeful gaze, took a deep breath to suppress all his excitement and fatigue, his eyes bright and determined. With a clear and strong voice, he replied, reporting Coach Sun. "No problem. He'll make sure to report on time." A hint of a barely perceptible smile finally appeared on Sun Haiping's serious face. He nodded and patted Su Hao on the shoulder, the pressure neither too light nor too heavy. "Good. Haha, don't be too nervous. Why make it so formal? It's just to go take a look, and you can also meet some seniors in this field over there. It will definitely benefit you. However, you need to recover well and manage your studies when you return." After finishing, he nodded to Principal Wang, and Coach Ning turned and left. "Wow, Brother Hao, Coach Sun from the national team. He personally invited you for a trial training with the national team." Su Bingtian was the first to bounce in front of Su Hao, his eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief and envy, vigorously shaking Su Hao's shoulder. You've made it big. You've really made it big. Once you join the national team and become a national athlete, don't forget about me, bro. Wealth and honor should not be forgotten. Su Hao was dizzy from the shaking, pushed his hand away angrily and laughed, scolding, get lost. It's still too early to say, but it's just to take a look and gain some experience. Didn't Coach Sun say so? However, despite his words, he couldn't hide his excitement. The national team represented a new and higher platform, implying a more scientific training system, stronger competitors, and a stage closer to his dreams. He glanced at Su Bingtian, who was shouting enviously, but he could also see a glimmer of youthful defiance and bitterness in his eyes. The Su Hao from his past life, who never gave up on the field and constantly challenged his limits, was embedded with a strong sense of pride and competitiveness. Su Hao could almost foresee that after returning, this kid would definitely be driven by a strong motivation and his training volume would probably double. However, this was a good thing. A competition would make them all stronger. Su Hao. Coach Ning walked over with a smile of satisfaction on her face, but her eyes were very serious. She looked at Su Hao, her tone gentle yet grave. Coach Sun's invitation is a tremendous recognition of your abilities and a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I am proud of you, but... She paused and said earnestly, in times like this, you must remain clear-headed and avoid arrogance and impatience. The national team training gathers the top talents of the same age from across the country. The competition is far more intense than that of the provincial team. Your talent is good, but your technical shortcomings are also quite evident, and you have not fully passed the development phase. Once you go there, you must remain humble, train diligently, observe, ask questions, and ponder deeply. Remember, opportunities are given to those who are prepared and to those who can remain calm. You must never become complacent or slack off because of a small achievement or an invitation. Do you understand? I understand, Coach. Su Hao replied, his smile fading as he nodded seriously. He knew that Coach Ning genuinely cared for him, and her words were invaluable advice. The national team was a dragon gate. A leaping over it would lead to boundless horizons, but failing to do so could result in being thrown back by even fiercer waves. Haha, alright, today is a day of celebration, so let's not talk about serious matters. Principal Wang waved his hand grandly and declared, celebration feast. We must celebrate. It's on me. Let's find a good place to treat our heroes. Bingtian, save your pocket money for candy. Today the principal is treating. The team members erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. Su Bingtian scratched his head and chuckled, foolishly happy to save a bit. However, Su Hao walked up to Principal Wang, extended his hand, and smiled mischievously. Principal, isn't there something you might have forgotten? Principal Wang was taken aback, then saw the meaningful look in Su Hao's eyes and the silent mouthing of the words bonus. His face twitched, and he clutched his heart in mock pain. You little rascal. You really won't let anything slide. Don't worry. I won't forget you. I'll give it to you when you return with interest. You won't miss out on anything. He spoke with a tone of mock pain, but the smile in his eyes was hard to hide. The honor and reputation Su Hao brought to the school far surpassed the bonus. Treating to a meal and giving a bonus was worth every penny. However, thinking about the expenses to come, Principal Wang still felt a pang of heartache and quickly shifted the topic. Let's head back to the hotel and get ready. There's an awards ceremony this afternoon. Gold medals and silver medals, we must receive them with great fanfare. In the afternoon, at the main arena of the sports center, the award podium had already been set up. Although it was merely a provincial youth open competition, the organizing committee had ensured a sense of ceremony with a red carpet laid out on the podium, fluttering flags, professional award presenters, and etiquette, and an atmosphere of excitement. However, the lengthy speeches from the leaders were a bit hard to endure. It started with cliches with the phrase, our athletes from Guang province have showcased their talents. Fortunately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the half hour of speeches finally came to an end. This is Guang province, had it been in Lu province. The first award being presented was for the men's 100 meters. The champion of the 2005 Guangdong Provincial Youth Athletics Open in the men's 100 meters is. The host elongated the announcement, Zhongshan Sports School, Su Hao. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers, Su Hao took a deep breath, adjusted his clothing, and walked towards the podium with steady steps. He stood at the highest point and turned around. On the second place platform, Liang Jiahong was already standing there wearing a calm smile. When he saw Su Hao looking over, he smiled and gave him a thumbs up, his smile sincere. Brother Liang, thank you. You were impressive too, Su Hao replied with a smile, his tone sincere. Putting aside the fierce competition on the field, he acknowledged Liang Jiahong's strength. Liang Jiahong shook his head with a smile, remaining silent, but a flicker of complex emotions passed through his eyes. There was admiration, yet a hint of bitterness and reluctance lingered within. This gold medal had for the past year or two been almost within his grasp. Each time there was a provincial competition, the podium was his exclusive domain. He never expected that this year Su Hao would emerge, so dramatically snatching away this honor from him. The awarding leader delivered heartfelt congratulatory words, then solemnly placed the gold medal around Su Hao's neck after receiving it from the attendant. The medal felt slightly cool and heavy, carrying a tangible weight. Under the sunlight, the medal reflected dazzling light, illuminating Su Hao's youthful face. Liang Jiahong looked at the medal hanging on Su Hao's chest, his gaze dimming slightly, but quickly regained clarity. It's all right, it's just a provincial competition. Su Hao is strong with terrifying talent, but I am not inferior. The most important thing is, I will soon be going for a national team trial. Indeed, just earlier he hadn't expected that the assistant coach of the national athletics team would happen to be here, adding that his name had already been submitted to the provincial team last year and the coach had a good impression of him. He had even extended a trial invitation. Thinking of this, a wave of strong confidence surged within Liang Jiahong. The national team, that was a world of another level where more scientific training methods and the most intense competitive environment awaited. He believed that there his potential would be maximally developed and his abilities would leap to a new quality. Meanwhile, Su Hao remained in the provincial team, still grappling with the challenges of growth. The training resources and environment were incomparable to what he was about to enter. Su Hao, you are still young. The future may belong to you, Liang Jiahong thought as he looked at the young man beside him. But right now it belongs to me. Next time we meet, the gap between us will only widen. That evening at a well-known restaurant near the gym, a celebratory banquet was in full swing. The celebration banquet for Zhongshan Sports School was lively. A huge round table was filled with sumptuous dishes, fragrant and inviting. Principal Wang indeed spared no expense with chickens, ducks, fish, and seafood in abundance. He even made an exception to allow the athletes to drink a bit of soft drinks, though alcohol was out of the question, as athletes abstaining from alcohol was a must. The young men let loose, feasting heartily, their laughter nearly lifting the roof. Su Hao, of course, was the target of everyone's attention, responding with a smile and welcoming all the compliments. This day felt particularly fulfilling for him. Time rewound to noon that day under the blazing sun. In Zhongshan City, Guang Province, at a newly opened construction site for a commercial building. The roar of mixers, the crisp sounds of steel rebars colliding, and the rough shouts of workers mixed together, composing a symphony belonging to the builders. The air was thick with the smell of cement, dust, and sweat, while the scorching sun mercilessly baked every busy figure. Su Jiangwo was working with a few fellow villagers, tying steel bars on a roof that had yet to be completed. In his 40s, years of physical labor had made him appear older than his actual age. His skin was tanned to a bronze color with deep wrinkles on his forehead embedded with grime that wouldn't wash off. His sweat-stained white shirt had turned gray and a towel which had lost its original color draped around his neck. He bent down skillfully using rough hands and a simple iron hook to secure the threaded steel bars. Old Su, take a break and drink some water. A similarly dark and lean worker, Old Chun, straightened his back, patted his own back, opened a large plastic water jug, and gulped down a few mouthfuls before wiping his mouth and calling out to Su Jiangwo. Su Jiangwo replied with a grunt, stopping his work to take the water jug from Old Chun and drinking a big mouthful. This damn weather is really killing me. While it's already winter in other places, Guang Province is still as hot as ever. Old Chun gasped for breath, plopping down on a nearby pile of steel bars, pulled out a crumpled cigarette pack, popped one into his mouth, but didn't light it. How's your kid doing at the sports school? Hearing mention of his son, a simple and proud smile instantly appeared on Su Jiangwo's tired face, the wrinkles around his eyes easing. He tightened the lid of the water jug, wiped his hands on his shirt, and said, "How's he is doing well. I heard he recently made it to the provincial team and is training under the provincial coaches. Seems like he went to the provincial capital to participate in some competition recently. What was it called? An open tournament or something? Provincial team. Wow, that's impressive, Old Su." Old Chin's eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. That's a provincial team. Your boy is going places. I heard if he makes it to the national team, that would truly be an honor for the family, and he'd be eating off the government's plate. A few other resting workers gathered around, chiming in. Being an athlete is tough. I've heard those athletes really suffer during training. Even if it's tough, isn't it better than us baking in the sun here? If they can achieve results, they'll be at the top. Old Su, if Howsey becomes a champion and gets on TV, don't forget about us old brothers. Exactly. Take us to a big restaurant for a feast. Su Jiangwo listened to his co-workers, half envious and half joking, just grinning without much explanation, but his heart felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey. His son was his pride and the greatest motivation for him to toil under the sun on this construction site. He didn't know what the provincial team truly meant nor how significant an open competition was, but he knew his son loved running and seemed to be quite good at it. That was enough. As for whether he could make it to the national team and become an Olympic champion, he didn't even dare to think about it. It felt too distant. Right at that moment, the foreman oldly shouted from below, "Su Jiangwo! Su Jiangwo! Come down for—" Su Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment, quickly responding, and brushing off the dust from his clothes. He said a few words to his co-workers and carefully stepped down from the scaffolding to the ground. The foreman, Old Lee, was a short and stout middle-aged man standing in the shade next to someone dressed in a polo shirt, slacks, and leather shoes, looking like a small boss. It was indeed Boss Lin, who was in charge of several projects at this construction site. Boss Lin: Foreman, Lee, what do you need from me? Su Jiangwo rubbed his hands nervously, glancing at Boss Lin, and then at the foreman, feeling a bit anxious, thinking he must not have done his job well. However, Boss Lin was completely different from his usual stern self during site inspections, his face beaming with smiles. He stepped forward, eagerly shaking Su Jiangwo's rusty and muddy hand, saying, "Old Su. Oh, Old Su. Congratulations. Congratulations." Su Jiangwo was even more confused by his warm enthusiasm, stammering, "Boss Lin, congratulations. On what?" Foreman Old Lee, grinning from ear to ear, patted Su Jiangwo's shoulder with excitement, saying, "Old Su, you don't know yet. Your son Su Hao won the championship in the province. The gold medal in the 100 meters. And there's also a silver medal in some relay race. Your wife just called the site office and I picked up. Wow, I was so thrilled. Old Su, your son might just become a sports star. Champion. Gold medal." Su Jiangwo's mind went blank, as if he hadn't heard clearly. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Old Lee and then at Boss Lin, asking, "My Howsy? Champion." "Yes, champion," Old Lee exclaimed excitedly. Your wife was so ecstatic on the phone, she couldn't even speak clearly, saying it was broadcast on TV. It's in the provincial news. That's incredible, Old Su. You've raised a golden child. With your son's success, you'll be enjoying a good life. Boss Lin also added with a much gentler tone than usual, "Old Su, I didn't expect that my little temple would hide such a great Buddha like you. With a child achieving such greatness, it's a sign that your ancestral tomb is blessed. This is a joyous occasion that must be celebrated." He glanced at the scorching sun overhead, and then at Su Jiangwo, who was drenched in sweat and dust, waving his hand. "It's just noon, let's go. Old Su, call your fellow workers, let's all go out for a meal. It's on me. Let's celebrate." Su Jiangwo was still in shock from the news of his son winning a gold medal. Hearing this, he instinctively waved his hand, saying, No, Boss Lin, that's too much. I still have work to finish." "What more work is there?" Boss Lin feigned anger, but then laughed, his tone filled with undeniable warmth. "From today on, Old Su, you are officially an employee of our company. You will receive all the benefits of a formal employee. The salary and benefits will be discussed in detail with Old Lee later, and it will definitely be better than what you have now." Formal employee. Su Jiangwo was completely stunned. After working on construction sites for so many years, he had always been a laborer for the contractors, doing odd jobs whenever there was work, and never dared to dream he could join a legitimate construction company. He knew that this was largely thanks to his son. A complicated mix of emotions surged within him: pride, joy, and a tinge of fear and anxiety from suddenly being presented with such a significant opportunity. "Come on, Old Su, stop being dazed." Foreman Old Lee was already calling down Old Chun and the others who had been peeking down from upstairs. "Boss Lin is treating us. Hey, everyone go. Let's share in the joy of the Su family." Moments later, in a luxurious restaurant's private room, Su Jiangwo looked at the beautifully crafted menu, the names and prices of the dishes, making him jumpy. Even a simple vegetable dish cost dozens, let alone the seafood and expensive dishes he had never heard of. He and his co-workers exchanged glances, not daring to say a word to order. Boss Lin, being perceptive, noticed their awkwardness and laughed heartily, taking the menu. "Today I'll take charge. Let's order a few signature dishes to celebrate Old Su." As he skillfully ordered 7 or 8 hearty dishes and beverages, instructing the waiter to serve them promptly, Su Jiangwo still felt somewhat dazed while waiting for the food. It was indeed a good thing that his son had won the championship, but wasn't Boss Lin's attitude towards him a bit too good? However, his doubts were soon answered. He saw Boss Lin smiling as he took out his phone and opened a web page, saying cheerfully, "Look for yourself, check out the news from the provincial sports channel." On the small phone screen, the text slowly refreshed. A striking headline caught his eye: Guang Province's 16-year-old track and field genius emerges, winning both a gold and silver medal at the provincial open competition, staging a miraculous comeback from 7th to 1st. Below it was a somewhat blurry but still recognizable photo of his son Su Hao wearing a gold medal around his neck, standing on a high podium, his face sweaty but bright-eyed, waving at the camera. Sunlight streamed down upon him, and the gold medal reflected dazzling light. Su Jiangwo's hands trembled slightly. Beside him, Boss Lin quietly observed Su Jiangwo. The reason he did all this was naturally due to his instincts as a businessman. After years of doing business, he understood one principle very well. Only by establishing good relationships can one do good business, and of course, if he comes across someone worthy of investment, he should not hesitate and act quickly. Especially for those at the bottom, an investment of $1 now could yield 10, 100, or even 1,000 in returns later. Of course, even if he misjudged later, it wouldn't matter, as he wasn't short on money. There was another reason for his action. Boss Lin, can I call my wife? Of course. Boss Lin smiled and gestured for old Su to feel. Su Jiangwo, trembling slightly, dialed the phone number of the small shop in the village. His family couldn't afford to install a phone while supporting Su Hao's education and athletics. When the call connected to his surprise, it was his wife Yang Min who answered. Hello, why did you pick up the phone, dear? Old Su, I'm so excited right now. I knew you would call me back, so I just stayed at the shop chatting and didn't go. By the way, our son won the championship, the provincial championship. I just heard the coach say he also won a silver medal in the team event. The coach thinks highly of our child, old Su. As she spoke, Yang Min's voice choked up for a moment before she continued. It seems like we really might be turning. Listening to his wife's voice on the phone, Su Jiangwo finally fully believed that his child had won the championship. Although he didn't know how prestigious the provincial championship was, the news would not lie, it had to be impressive. Alright, I'll finish up and come home, hoping to see him when he returns. He did not embarrass our Su family. Su Jiangwo felt that all his efforts had been worth it. The bus traveled for nearly 2 hours on the somewhat bumpy road, finally slowly entering the familiar, yet slightly worn gates of the Zhongshan Sports School. However, the entrance of the sports school today was strikingly different from usual. Before the bus even came to a stop, the thunderous sounds of gongs, cheers, and firecrackers echoed through the windows. Su Hao leaned out to take a look and saw a sea of people at the school gate, a dark mass of heads crowding together. On the railings of the teaching building, along the walls of the school gate, and even on the trees by the roadside, excited students were perched everywhere, each stretching their necks to gaze at the bus. Most eye-catching were the several bright red banners hanging above the school gate, with huge striking characters that were almost intimidating. Warm congratulations to our student, Su Hao, for winning the championship in the men's 100 meters at the 2005 Guangdong Youth Athletics Open. Warm congratulations to our students, Su Hao, Su Bingtian, and others for winning the runner-up in the 4x100 meters relay. Zhongshan Sports School, a cradle of talents. A new star in athletics shining in Nanyue. The red background with yellow letters was particularly glaring under the afternoon sun, radiating a sense of joy and pride that seemed to wish the whole world to know. Su Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth, instinctively retracting his neck, feeling a bit flushed in the face. Beside him, Su Bingtian buried his face behind the seat back, whispering in despair, damn. Is this too exaggerated, principal? Do we really have to be this high profile? How are we going to fit in at school later? However, their ordeal was just beginning. The bus door opened and Principal Wang, beaming with joy, was the first to greet them, followed closely by the equally smiling Coach Ning and a group of school leaders and teachers. Welcome back, our heroes. Principal Wang's voice boomed as he patted Su Hao and Su Bingtian on the shoulders, waving to the other team members inside the bus. You all have worked hard. You are all amazing. The students erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers and applause, with many younger students looking at Su Hao and Su Bingtian with admiration in their eyes. Senior Su Hao. Awesome. Senior Bingtian. So cool. Champion. Champion. Su Hao and Su Bingtian braced themselves and stepped off the bus amidst the crowd. At that moment, Su Hao caught a glimpse of an open space beside the school gate, where a three-wheeled convertible decorated with ribbons and balloons and adorned with a big red flower was parked. There were 2 chairs on the vehicle, and next to it stood a school logistics teacher holding a microphone, looking expectant. That is, a sense of foreboding surged within Su Hao. Sure enough, Principal Wang pulled Su Hao and Su Bingtian over, pointing at the decorated vehicle, enthusiastically announcing, to share this joy with all students and teachers, and to feel the power of sports, the school has specially prepared a float. Little Su, little Tian, you two get on, and we'll take a lap around the school and nearby streets, so everyone can see the champions nurtured by Zhongshan Sports School. No, please, Principal. Su Hao and Su Bingtian almost shouted in unison, their faces turning pale. Su Hao quickly waved his hands. Principal, this is too flashy. It's really not appropriate. Yes, Principal, we just ran a bit and got some minor achievements. There's no need for this. Let's have the other participants go instead. We've already drawn too much attention today. Oh, it's better to let others have this chance. Su Bingtian quickly echoed, thinking about sitting on that convertible like a monkey in a zoo. Being gawked at by passersby made him feel like he was going to die. Seeing their intense reactions, Principal Wang's excitement immediately faded, looking a bit disappointed, but he still tried to reason, what's inappropriate about this? This is an honor. It's motivation. Other schools would want this opportunity, but can't get it. Seeing Su Hao and Su Bingtian shaking their heads like rattling drums, Coach Ning, stifling a laugh, stepped forward to mediate. Principal, the kids are shy. They might not adapt well to this kind of event. How about this? We celebrate simply at school and later organize a group photo with all students and teachers on the playground, with Su Hao and Bingtian holding their medals, taking commemorative pictures with school leaders and teachers, and then each class can take turns for group photos. This way it has a sense of ceremony and can also satisfy everyone's enthusiasm. What do you think? Principal Wang looked at the 2 reluctant champions and then at Coach Ning's side, and reluctantly accepted this compromise. All right, let's do it Coach Ning's way. But the group photo must be taken seriously. The photos should be developed and hung in the most prominent position in the school history museum. Su Hao and Su Bingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement. As long as they didn't have to sit on that embarrassing float, they could take the group photos however they liked. What followed was a grand procedural celebration. All students and teachers gathered on the playground with Su Hao and Su Bingtian pushed to the front row proudly, wearing shiny gold and silver medals, surrounded by smiling school leaders and classmates. The photographer shouted 1, 2, 3 cheese, and the shutter clicked amidst the cheers of the crowd, capturing this historic moment. Afterward, each grade and class took turns to come forward, pulling Su Hao and Su Bingtian for individual photos, as if to share in the aura of the champions. Su Hao's smile started to feel stiff, feeling more exhausted than running a relay race. Su Bingtian wasn't much better off, but seeing the admiration in the eyes of the younger students turned his reluctance into a subtle sense of satisfaction and responsibility. In the gaps between the photos, Coach Ning pulled Su Hao aside and whispered later reporters from the provincial TV station and the city newspaper might come for a brief interview, mainly asking about your feelings during the competition and future goals. Just be prepared, you can handle it casually, no pressure. The key is... She paused, looking at Su Hao with a serious expression. Your current performance is excellent. 10.76 seconds, and you're not far from the national athlete standard of 10.5 seconds. Although you're currently on the provincial team, you might go to the national training team in the future. However, the official national athlete level relates to many practical benefits. For instance, if you reach the national athlete standard, the National Sports General Administration provides a monthly training subsidy. Although it's not much now, about 500 yuan a month, I heard it might increase in a few years. This amount is a tangible help for you and your family. So please don't slack off because of a little achievement. Continue to work hard and strive to qualify as an athlete as soon as possible. Got it? 500 yuan a month. Su Hao's eyes lit up. That's not a small amount in this era. It's equivalent to half a month's salary of an ordinary worker. And it sounded like it would increase in the future. Hearing about the money made Su Hao instantly perk up. Don't worry, coach, I understand. I won't slack off on my goal is to be a national athlete, and then even higher. Su Hao nodded vigorously, his gaze firm, eager for the rewards. After the brief celebration and interview, as Coach Ning had said, it was indeed just a few perfunctory questions before Principal Wang called Su Hao to his office alone. The office was quite simple, but today it was somewhat of an eyesore. At a glance, one would think it was New Year's. The office was filled with banners congratulating Zhongshan Sports School for winning the Provincial Open 100-meter championship and the runner-up in the 4x100 relay. In addition, Su Hao noticed a framed picture on the wall behind the principal's office chair. However, the frame didn't contain a photo, but rather a news article from today's Guangdi newspaper folded to fit the frame size, featuring Su Hao standing on the podium, receiving a gold medal at the provincial competition. Su Hao felt a bit hesitant to look at it. The principal had really put him in an embarrassing position. Principal Wang paid no attention to Su Hao's expression, merely smiling and gesturing for him to sit down, then took out 2 thick red envelopes from the drawer and pushed them in front of Su Hao. "Xiao Su, this is for you." A look of relief and satisfaction appeared on Principal Wang's face as he smiled. "This is the bonus. The school is giving you 10,000 yuan. Don't think it's too little. You know the school's current situation, the funding is tight. However, the honor and reputation you brought to the school this time are priceless. I have already submitted the report. The city and provincial sports bureaus should also have additional rewards, but that will take some time. This part from the school is something I can decide on, and it's given to you first. 10,000 yuan. Su Hao's heart trembled. In 2005, this was definitely a substantial amount. It was equivalent to 1 or 2 years of savings for an ordinary family. He didn't expect the school to be so generous. "Principal, this is too much." Su Hao instinctively wanted to decline. "It's not too much. You deserve this." Principal Wang pressed his hand down his tone, leaving no room for doubt. "Take it. This is the school's goodwill and recognition of your achievements. Moreover, to be honest, with your gold and silver medals and the attention from Coach Sun, our school will have a stronger position when applying for funding and seeking sponsorship next year. As long as you continue to work hard and earn more and higher honors, the rewards the school can offer you will only increase. This is a virtuous cycle." Su Hao looked at Principal Wang's sincere gaze, no longer declining, and seriously put away the thick envelope. The weight was not just about the money, but also a trust and expectation. "This one." Principal Wang pointed to the other envelope, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face as he chuckled awkwardly. "Is the bonus I promised you personally before, but I added some extra to make it a total of 10,000. A bet is a bet, ha." Su Hao laughed as well, taking the envelope. "Thank you, Principal." Together, the 2 envelopes amounted to 20,000 yuan. Su Hao held them tightly, feeling much more at ease. This money was enough to greatly alleviate his family's financial situation, allowing his parents to work less hard and providing him with better nutrition and training conditions. But he also recalled another matter. By the way, Principal. Su Hao put away his smile, his expression becoming more serious regarding the future. If my results improve, I might encounter some commercial opportunities like endorsements or advertisements. What advice do you have on this? Or how does our school or the sports bureau usually handle this? The reason he asked this question was that after receiving this money, he thought of a more practical issue. That is, he had a system and his future was undoubtedly bright, not to say definitely, but he would likely have significant commercial value. In such a situation, it was essential to plan ahead. This question left Principal Wang momentarily stunned. He clearly had not expected Su Hao to think about these matters at such a young age and stage. After pondering for a moment, his expression became serious. Xiao Su, the fact that you can think of these things shows that you are truly considering your future, which is a good thing. Principal Wang said slowly. However, regarding the commercial development of athletes, especially for athletes like you within the system, the situation is quite complex. He stood up and walked to the window, watching the students gradually dispersing from the playground, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. According to current regulations, especially those from the general administration, the commercial value derived from athletes' images and achievements theoretically belongs to the state and the collective. Individuals seeking endorsements or advertisements must go through layers of approval, and the bulk of the earnings usually needs to be surrendered. He turned around and looked at Su Hao. The revenue sharing ratio may vary across regions and events, but it's a common phenomenon for the general administration to take the larger share. Sometimes it's a 50-50 split, and sometimes even a 30-70 or 20-80 split. What athletes can actually take home is very little. Moreover, the approval process is cumbersome with many restrictions on what can be accepted, what cannot be accepted, what clothes to wear, and what to say. All have strict regulations. Some teams, to avoid trouble, simply don't allow their members to engage in any commercial activities. Principal Wang returned to his seat and sighed. I know this is unreasonable and dampens enthusiasm. Some top athletes, despite their immense value, earn very little, instead being bound by various rules and regulations. But this is the current state of affairs. Think about Lu Xiang, you know him, right? In your athletics field, he is so popular now, and his commercial value is incredibly high. But how much can he freely control? Also, if he engages in too many commercial activities, he may face criticism. He patted Su Hao's shoulder. So Xiao Su, don't think too much about it right now. Your primary task is to train and achieve results. As for commercial matters, wait until your achievements truly reach that level. My advice is to try to take the initiative in your own hands. In short, aren't you about to try out for the national team soon? You must demonstrate sufficient strength so that you can negotiate from a stronger position. Try to secure some autonomy, otherwise if things escalate later, it will not only lead to a lot of trouble, but also affect your competitive performance, which would be counterproductive. Listening to Principal Wang's heartfelt, yet somewhat helpless words, Su Hao's heart gradually sank. Indeed, it was as he had learned in his previous life. The early commercial development of domestic athletes, especially regarding the profit distribution with the general administration, had numerous problems and injustices. Many talented athletes' golden periods were severely underestimated and encroached upon. When they finally realized or gained a voice, they often missed the best opportunities. I understand, Principal. Thank you for telling me this. Su Hao nodded, not saying anything more. As he spoke, Su Hao thought to himself that it seemed he needed a trustworthy professional to handle this. Having such a manager to deal with various issues he might face in the future, especially regarding commercial and contract matters, would make things much easier. Just like the Lu Xiang mentioned by the principal. As Su Hao knew from his later life, brother Xiang was quite famous, right? At that time, no one was more famous than him. Throughout his career, he generated at least billions in value from various commercial endorsements. But how much did he actually get to keep? 50. A lot, right? It seems like a significant amount to many, and they would be satisfied with that. But have you ever thought about how many top athletes there are like him? Over the years, only brother Xiang has achieved this. If we were to rank historically significant domestic athletes, to be honest, Yao Ming might still be a bit behind him, but Yao earns much more. Even some NBA stars, even if not superstars, earn more than brother Xiang. However, the importance and value created by athletes of brother Xiang's level are beyond what even superstars can compare. This inevitably brings up some rules from the domestic general administration. For instance, brother Xiang's commercial operations have always been handled by the Athletics Association according to the revenue-sharing agreements. Coaches take 15, the Sports Bureau takes 20, and the Athletics Association takes 15. Moreover, it's outrageous that the Athletics Association signed a multi-billion endorsement contract with brother Xiang, and even when he was injured, he had to participate in competitions because if he didn't, the Athletics Association would face a threefold penalty for breach of contract. In the future, I must find my own agent, and I also need to secure as much autonomy as possible. Su Hao thought to himself. Although joining the national team would limit his autonomy, there were still some things he could negotiate for. Stepping out of the school gate, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the street in a warm orange hue. The bustling celebration had already dissipated, and the crowd at the school's entrance gradually thinned. With 2,000 yuan in prize money tucked away, Su Hao felt his steps were lighter and more assured than usual. As he was about to head home, his gaze caught sight of two familiar silhouettes standing under the old banyan tree across from the school gate. A warmth surged in Su Hao's heart as he hurried over. Dad? Mom? What are you doing here? He reached them, unable to suppress the smile on his face. How's he? His mother Yang Min was the first to rush forward, grabbing Su Hao's arm and scrutinizing him from head to toe as if trying to unearth a flower. Her hands were somewhat rough, but warm and strong. You've lost weight. You seem a bit darker. Was the competition tiring? Did you get hurt? Have you eaten? Su Jingwo approached as well, wearing a sincere and pleased smile. He wanted to pat his son's shoulder, but noticed the dirt on his hands, wiped them on his pants, and then gently patted him. You're back. Yes, it's good to be back. Su Hao replied, Mom, I'm fine. Look, my arms and legs are all intact. He spun around with a grin and patted his chest. It was tiring, but winning made it all worthwhile. I've eaten the school, just had a celebration. Yang Min finally breathed a sigh of relief, though her eyes were She held Su Hao's hand, unable to resist stealing glances at his face, as if she could never look enough. During the days he was away competing in the provincial city, she hadn't slept soundly, fearing he might feel disheartened if he didn't perform well or get injured from pushing himself too hard. Now, seeing her son standing before her whole and radiant, having brought back such great honor, her anxious heart finally settled, replaced by immense pride and excitement. Oh, by the way, Mom, Dad, let me show you something. Su Hao recalled something and casually took out two medals from his sports backpack. This is the gold medal. Yang Min's voice trembled slightly as she reached out, wanting to touch it, but hesitating as if it were a fragile treasure. She had only seen gold medals on television throughout her life, never imagining that one day her own family could have one. Su Jingwo also leaned over, his eyes wide with astonishment. He hesitated for a moment, reached out to pick up the gold medal, weighted in his hand, and then made a move that left Su Hao both amused and exasperated. He opened his mouth and gently tapped the edge of the medal with his teeth. Dad, what are you doing? Su Hao chuckled. Su Jingwo released his mouth, looking at the nearly invisible tooth marks on the medal, scratching his head sheepishly. Isn't that how it's done on TV? I was just checking if it's real gold. It seems a bit hard, but not quite like it. Su Hao laughed as he explained, Dad, this is a commemorative medal issued by the province. It's gold-plated, not pure gold. But next time I'll bring you and Mom back a piece of pure gold. I promise. All right. Su Jingwo grinned widely and carefully placed the medal back in Su Hao's hand. Pure gold must be worth a lot. My son is making a name for himself. Wait for it, Dad. Yang Min also broke into laughter, playfully nudging Su Jingwo. Stop thinking about useless things. Whether it's gold or not doesn't matter. What's important is that my son has made us proud. She took the silver medal, gently tracing the patterns on its surface with her fingers, feeling the cold metallic touch, her eyes moistening once more. Back home, Yang Min busied herself preparing dinner, insisting on making a feast for her son. Su Jingwo sat in the living room holding the newspaper that Su Hao had brought back with the competition news printed in it, squinting his eyes and reading it carefully. Despite not recognizing some words, he was thoroughly engrossed. During dinner, while serving Su Hao food, Yang Min brought up a serious matter. How's he? Your third uncle wants to see you tomorrow along with that boy Bing Tian. He heard that you guys won the championship and the runner-up, and he was overjoyed, saying our old Su family has finally made a name for itself. Not only will there be a banquet, but we also need to make our ancestors happy. Su Hao and Su Bingtian were from the same village and clan, and by generation, this third uncle was indeed one of the most esteemed elders in the village. In the past, for any significant decisions in the village, they would often seek the opinion of the third uncle. Su Hao understood his mother's intentions at once. Initially, he had mediocre grades, but persisted in sports, which had caused his parents to bear criticism in the village, especially since Su Bingtian from the same village had displayed talent early on, becoming the village's hope, which made Su Hao appear somewhat unserious in comparison. Many villagers, including some relatives, believed Su Hao was wasting money and advised him to work and earn money instead. His mother Yang Min had supported him despite facing judgment and gossip, harboring a deep-seated frustration. Now that he had won the provincial championship, Su Hao felt vindicated, and his mother seemed eager to take the opportunity to express her pride in front of the villagers through the third uncle's visit. All right, Mom, I'll get up early tomorrow and go with Bingtian. Su Hao agreed with a smile, feeling a smirk forming in his heart. The next morning, Sujiao village buzzed with excitement. In front of the Su clan ancestral hall in the center of the village, the sound of firecrackers echoed early, with bright red paper scraps covering the ground, and the air filled with the scent of gunpowder and celebration. Upon hearing that Su Hao and Su Bingtian, the two young men who had won medals in the province, had returned, men and women of all ages in the village gathered around, and the open space in front of the ancestral hall was packed with people livelier than during the new year. As Su Hao and Su Bingtian arrived, they were immediately surrounded by enthusiastic villagers. Many uncles and aunts who had only nodded at them in the past, or even discussed them behind their backs, now wore beaming smiles and showered them with compliments. Ahao is back. Incredible. Provincial champion. The pride of our village. I always said that Ahao has been spirited since he was little. He's bound to succeed. Zhang Wo and Yang Min are truly fortunate to have raised such a capable son. Ahao, once you succeed, don't forget about his countrymen. Bingtian is impressive too. Silver medal. Double happiness. Our Su family's ancestors must be smiling down. The crowd parted to make way as the third uncle, supported by several elderly relatives, wobbled over. The elderly man, nearly 80, had white hair and a spirited demeanor, dressed in a neatly pressed zhongshan suit, his face filled with uncontainable excitement and pride. He grabbed Su Hao with one hand and Su Bingtian with the other, examining them up and down, nodding repeatedly. Good, good, all good. You've brought honor to our Su family. May our ancestors be pleased. Su Hao could feel his third uncle's grip on his hand was especially firm. The familiar and unfamiliar faces around them were all filled with sincere congratulations and shared glory. Look, there are those two young men from Su family village who won medals. Remarkable. I heard one took first place and the other second, provincial level honors. Su family has truly produced outstanding talent this time. Our village will stand a little taller in any matter henceforth. Hearing such praise, elder Uncle San straightened his spine even more. The wrinkles on his face softened as if he had shed several years. He led Su Hao and Su Bingtian to the ancestral hall, where they lit incense before the spirit tablets of their forebears. He spoke at length, words of encouragement and high expectations. Though simple and form, the ceremony brimmed with ancient solemnity and profound clan pride. Guangdong province places great importance on such traditions. Though Su Hao harbored quiet resentment toward his family, due to his mother's past hardships, he held no ill will toward the villagers themselves. In Guangdong, clans truly unite as one when crisis arises. Su Hao stood among the crowd, gazing at his mother Yang Min. She had donned a new garment, normally reserved for special occasions. Her hair combed with meticulous care, her face radiant with a luminous, unguarded smile unlike any he'd ever seen. A circle of aunts surrounded her, offering effusive, overlapping praise. Occasionally she glanced his way. When their eyes met, the fierce pride and triumphant uplift in hers warmed his heart and pricked it with sorrow. He knew his mother had waited for this day far too long. Standing beside Su Hao, Su Bingtian watched his brother bask in the center of attention like a star encircled by constellations, while his own accolades, though genuine, were inevitably diluted by comparison. The joy he felt over Hauge's victory thus mingled inevitably with a faint bitterness and an intensified resolve. He clenched his fists silently. Hauge is extraordinary, but I won't fall far behind. Next time I will run faster. Midway through the ceremony, an elder clansman suddenly proposed, Elder Uncle San, Young Hao and Young Tian have brought extraordinary honor to our village. Shouldn't these medals be enshrined in the ancestral hall? A lasting memento to inspire future generations. The suggestion instantly drew enthusiastic support. Yes, let them remain in the hall, glorifying our ancestors and our lineage. When children visit the hall, seeing the medals will stir their ambition to strive. This is our village's glory. It must be venerated. Yet Yang Min's expression flickered subtly. Her son had only just earned that gold medal. She hadn't even savored it fully. Yet now it was to be displayed publicly in the hall. Though honored, she felt a pang of reluctance and feared mishandling or loss amid the bustling, crowded hall. Sensing his mother's hesitation, Su Hao stepped forward and addressed Elder Uncle San and the assembled elders with quiet courtesy. Elder Uncle San, esteemed uncles, leaving the medals in the ancestral hall is both my honor and my duty. Young Hao understands what truly matters. Still, we won't let you bear any burden. Your family's farm work shall be shared by the whole village, and any hardship shall be met with collective support. Elder Uncle San nodded with a gentle smile. Though personally indifferent to where the medals rested, he recognized the symbolic weight a medal enshrined in the hall would indeed elevate the village's prestige. He had not intended to insist, yet Su Hao's willing consent filled him with quiet satisfaction. At that moment, however, Yang Min's face paled. Before she could speak, Su Hao turned, slipped an arm around his mother's shoulders, and murmured with a tender smile, "Mom, it's only a gold medal. Let the village keep it for now. It won't vanish. And I promise you next time I'll bring back pure gold medals. One for you, one for Dad. No, soon you'll wear so many medals around your neck you'll grow weary of their weight." At this, Yang Min laughed, tears welling softly in her eyes, as she gently tapped his shoulder. "Nonsense. Your mother won't tire. No matter how many you win, I'll cherish every single one. But you're far too nonchalant. Winning gold isn't like buying vegetables at the market. How easily do you think it comes? Anyone can boast pure gold medals. Really? Just then someone nearby overheard Su Hao's exchange with his mother. Su Hao recognized him, a notorious idler from the village named Su Guanghai. The man scoffed. Do you really think country folk are ignorant? Pure gold medals. Only Olympic champions earn those. And do you imagine Olympic gold is yours for the taking? His words, blunt, unfiltered, and spoken without restraint, landed like icy water upon the gathering's warm, buoyant mood. Many faces stiffened, elder Uncle San's brow furrowed, and he opened his mouth to rebuke, when Su Hao already turned his gaze calm and steady upon the man. He showed no anger, only a faint, age-defying composure. As the crowd braced for storm, they misread the silence entirely. Then Su Hao smiled warmly. Well said, uncle. You speak wisely. Yeah, so you agree, Su Guanghai began. But Su Hao continued smoothly. Then tell me, what championship have you won? My. Su Guanghai froze. What honor, what title have you claimed to it? Answer me. Su Hao's voice dropped low, yet resonated with chilling clarity across the entire ancestral hall. Su Guanghai's face flushed crimson, then drained to ashen gray. Without letting the man posture further, Su Hao swept a sharp, commanding glance across the assembly and declared, voice ringing, I love my villagers. I, Su Hao, am a son of Su family village. But if anyone doubts me, I will triumph before every doubter's eyes, to prove who is the true champion. Brilliant. Don't listen to that wretch Xiao Hao. You're our village's pride. Indeed. Andy didn't know your talent ran so deep. My earlier ignorance shames me. Now, you are the pride of all our villagers. Cheers erupted. What this young man had said was stirring, bold, righteous, electrifying. Elder Uncle San, leaning on his cane atop the hall's stone steps, watched the vibrant youth at the center of the crowd, his fingers trembling faintly. This was the kind of young man who emerged from Su family village. Meanwhile, Su Bingtian, now nearly invisible amid the throng, gazed upward at Su Hao, bathed in adulation, his eyes shimmering with complex emotion, envy perhaps. But at this very moment, why do I feel a strange rising admiration for Haoga? Amid the sea of gazes, Su Hao remained composed, his expression serene, unwavering, resolute. Inside, he quietly offered an apology to Chen Ming. Yes, he borrowed those words outright from table tennis legend coach Chen Ming. Forgive me, Coach Chen, I've claimed them ahead of time. Guanghai, did I raise you to swagger about like this? If I don't beat some sense into you, you'll soon tear tiles from the roof. Instantly, chaos erupted. A stout, formidable woman charged forward, broom raised high, chasing Su Guanghai through the crowd. Laughter and cheers rose up. Several village men rushed to help restrain the scoundrel. Everyone knew him, while a notorious loafer with a venomous tongue. Yet no one dwelled on Su Hao's earlier vow, not even his mother's earnest hopes. Olympic gold was elusive. To most, those words were simply the fiery, untempered passion of youth. The next day, as dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, Sujia village was still enveloped in a tranquil mist. The door of Su Hao's house was gently knocked upon by a hasty yet restrained knocking sound. Yang Min yawned, donning her coat as she opened the door, only to see Su Bingshan's mother, her good friend, A Ying, standing outside. Li Xiaoying's face was etched with anxiety, dark circles under her eyes indicating a night of poor sleep. Amin Xiao Hao. Has Xiao Hao woken up yet? A Ying spoke in a hushed tone, urgently asking. Yang Min paused for a moment, glancing at the darkened inner room, and lowered her voice. Not yet. The child was utterly exhausted after returning yesterday and had never been one to sleep in. Today I intended to let him rest a bit. But A Ying, what happened? So early. A Ying's anxiety deepened upon hearing this, yet glancing at the quiet house behind Yang Min, she restrained herself, pulling Yang Min outside the courtyard, and then in a choked voice said, It's Xiao Tian. Something has happened to Xiao Tian. Bing Tian. What happened to him? Yang Min's heart tightened. Ever since he returned from the ancestral hall banquet yesterday, he's been acting strangely. A Ying spoke rapidly. In the afternoon, he was practicing alone on the village road. I thought it was good that he was motivated, so I didn't stop him. But after dinner last night, he said he was going out to play with your Xiao Hao, and I didn't think much of it. Yet someone in the village returned from town last night and said they saw him running on the village road from around 7 until nearly 10. In the pitch darkness, how dangerous that was. I thought, let him practice. Maybe he's just caught up in the moment. But this morning, I usually have a habit of morning runs, right? I got up at 6 to call him, only to find no one in his room. The bedding was still cold. Later, old Wang, who went to the morning market, returned and said he saw Xiao Tian running by the riverbank dam at around 4. He returned when it was nearly 6 and Xiao Tian was still running. A Ying's voice was tinged with tears. Amin, tell me, has this child gone mad? How can one practice like this? Even a body of iron can't withstand it. I asked him what was wrong, and he just said he felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to practice more. No matter what I said, he wouldn't listen. Xiao Hao grew up alongside him and knows him best. He listens to Xiao Hao the most. Can you get Xiao Hao to help talk some sense into him? I'm really afraid he'll injure himself. Yang Min was startled upon hearing this. She knew Su Bingtian was diligent, but practicing so recklessly from 4 in the morning until now was clearly abnormal. Aang, don't worry, you'll go call Xiao Hao right now. Yang Min turned to head inside. At that moment, the door to the inner room creaked open. Su Hao was dressed neatly in sportswear, his hair slightly tousled, but his gaze was clear, indicating he had been awake for a while. Mom, Aang, I heard everything. Su Hao walked over, his brows slightly furrowed. He had actually woken up long ago. Years of habit had conditioned him to rise at this hour, and even if he wanted to sleep and he could not. Xiao Hao, you and Xiao Tian grew up together. You're the only one who can talk sense into him. Aang seemed to see a ray of hope and quickly grasped Su Hao's hand. How's he you? Yang Min looked at her son with some concern. Mom, Aang, don't worry, leave it to me. Su Hao gave his mother a reassuring glance and nodded at Aang. He'll go check on him. In his heart, however, he shook his head, secretly knowing without a doubt that this kid was being stubborn. Outside the village on the riverbank, the morning mist had yet to dissipate the air, filled with the moisture of the river and the fragrance of grass. A figure in a blue tank top and sports shorts was trudging along the coarse gravel road, moving forward with heavy and mechanical steps. His breathing was as labored as a worn-out bellows, his chest heaving violently, sweat already soaking through his tank top, clinging tightly to his body. His complexion was slightly pale, his lips cracked, yet his gaze held an almost obsessive focus. He once again dashed past the finish line he had set for himself, his speed now slow enough to resemble a walk. He leaned on his knees, bending over to gasp for air, his vision darkening, a burning pain in his lungs, his legs feeling as though they were filled with lead, each step accompanied by a mournful cry from his muscles. At that moment, a bottle of open mineral water was handed to him. Su Bingtian instinctively muttered a thank you, reached out to take it, and tilted his head back to gulp down a large mouthful. The cool liquid slid down his parched throat, bringing a momentary relief. But the next moment he suddenly realized something was off, turning in shock to see a familiar face with a mischievous grin staring back at him. Who else could it be but Su Hao? How go? Su Bingtian choked slightly, hurriedly straightening up, forcing a strained smile on his face. What are you doing here? I just came to see who it is practicing cultivation here. Waking up at 4 in the morning, are you planning to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to cultivate divine skills? Su Hao raised an eyebrow in jest. Yeah, just practicing, casually stretching my muscles. Su Bingtian averted his gaze awkwardly, his voice lowering. Casually practicing. Su Hao shook his head, his smile fading slightly, his gaze sharp as he looked at him. From yesterday afternoon until 10 at night, then getting up at 4 this morning to practice, until now, your definition of casual seems a bit high. Your mother has been crying out of worry, do you know that? Su Bingshan's body stiffened, his head lowered as he stared at the muddy tips of his shoes, falling silent. Su Hao sighed, stepping in front of him and lightly punching his chest. The force was not heavy, but it carried the unique intimacy and reproach of brothers. We grew up together since we were little, and I know what you're up to just by the way you act. Are you putting on an act with me? Are you feeling discontent since I've won the championship? Are you unwilling to accept that you've been left behind? Su Bingtian suddenly raised his head, opening his mouth to deny it, but upon meeting Su Hao's eyes, all his words of defense were lodged in his throat. He pressed his lips together and lowered his head, once more falling silent. Su Hao looked at the village shrouded in morning mist in the distance, and listened to the sound of the river flowing and the distant crowing of roosters from the village. Xiao Tian, do you know what it felt like back then when I watched you grow stronger day by day, running faster and faster, while I could hardly keep up, let alone surpass you? It was despair. Su Hao's voice was calm, but it bore a penetrating quality. It was the despair of truly seeing no chance at all. At that time, I thought my life was likely to be like this, of pursuing sports was a mistake. When I was advised to quit, it felt like the sky was falling. No, you don't understand. Su Hao shook his head, his gaze directed towards the village shrouded in mist in the distance. That kind of despair can only be truly understood by those who have experienced it firsthand. At that time, I truly had no chance, at least from my perspective. There was not a glimmer of hope. He shifted his focus back to Su Bingtian, his voice growing heavier. And what about you? You had no chance. Su Bingtian was taken aback. You do. Su Hao's tone was resolute. You have plenty of opportunities. You are comparing yourself to me now. But have you considered that if you don't compare yourself to me over 100 meters, just look at your own age. Your current result, around 11.1 seconds, does that make you poor among your peers in the province? You can definitely be considered outstanding, the object of envy for countless others. Su Bingtian was taken aback by Su Hao's sudden words. He stared blankly at Su Hao, still speechless. I admit. Su Bingtian took a deep breath, his voice somewhat dry, finally expressing his thoughts. I admit I am not reconciled. But how good you don't understand my unwillingness isn't just about being surpassed by you. What I can't accept is that during yesterday's relay race, I couldn't share more of the burden with you. I can't accept that you might go to the national team in the future while I might forever remain in the provincial team. His voice grew softer, filled with confusion and fear. I asked the coach, many people have trained their whole lives, yet their limit is just revolving around the provincial team. The national team is too difficult. I'm afraid that in the future, I can only watch your back grow more distant, afraid that we can no longer compete together, afraid that this is how it will be for me. Listening to Su Bingshan's almost cathartic confession, Su Hao fell silent. He could understand this fear, the uncertainty about the future, the doubt about one's own talent limits is a nightmare every athlete experiences. Especially for every athlete during their developmental phase, watching their performance regress rather than progress, that kind of anxiety can be even more terrifying. After a moment, Su Hao lifted his head, looking towards the east. At that moment, the first golden ray of sunlight pierced through the thick clouds and morning mist, casting light on the side of Su Hao's face. At this moment, half of his face was bathed in morning light, as if coated with a layer of divine radiance, his gaze deep and resolute. Su Bingtian stared at this version of Su Hao, momentarily stunned. How Ge seems to shine. Suddenly, a magnetic voice slowly resonated. Xiao Tian, you must remember. Su Bingtian unconsciously held his breath, a strange anticipation and excitement rising in his heart. You don't need to become the next me. Su Hao turned his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at him. What you need to do is to be the best version of yourself. Boom. This statement struck like thunder in Su Bingshan's mind. He trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Su Hao, his heart turbulent. How Ge? How can he speak so well? He seems like the protagonist from a movie. Incredible. A surge of indescribable excitement and admiration instantly engulfed Su Bingtian. He gaped at Su Hao, his eyes sparkling astonishingly. However, in the next moment, a familiar mischievous smile reappeared on Su Hao's face as he leisurely added, because I am the man you can never catch up with, that's why you can't become me. Su Bingtian. How Ge? Damn, you're messing with me again. He was so angry that he jumped up, chasing after Su Hao to hit him. Su Hao laughed heartily and dodged. The previously heavy and oppressive atmosphere dissipated. After a bout of playful chasing, both of them stopped panting. Although Su Bingtian cursed out loud, he was still very grateful to How Ge in his heart. At least with such banter, he truly felt less anxious. Su Hao also ceased his laughter, his expression turning serious as he looked at the panting Su Bingtian and said earnestly, all right, no more joking. To be honest, I have something I genuinely want to impart to you. What is it? Su Bingtian wiped the sweat from his brow, then looked on guard. You aren't going to trick me again, are you? This time it's serious. Su Hao shook his head, his expression rare and solemn. He calmly looked at Su Bingtian and slowly said, only by being persistent in pursuing what seems impossible, focusing on your own goals, can you break through yourself and surpass your limits. His voice was not loud, yet it seemed to carry a unique rhythm and power, each word distinctly reaching Su Bingshan's ears. Remember this phrase. Your current efforts are on the right track, and your desire to grow stronger is also correct. But don't always focus on others, don't chase after a specific person. Otherwise, you will become exhausted and easily lose your way. Focus on yourself. Concentrate on every training session, every breath, every arm swing, and every push-off. Put all your energy into how to be faster than your past self, even if it's just by 0.01 seconds, or even 0.001 seconds. Every breakthrough you achieve, every surpassing you accomplish, is unique and full of value. Su Bingtian listened quietly after a long while. He took a deep breath and smiled calmly. How Ge? Su Bingshan's eyes regained that familiar sparkle. I feel. This makes a lot of sense. It feels. As if these words were tailor-made for me. But I will remember. I won't get stuck in my own thoughts anymore. I will focus more, concentrating on every breakthrough of my own. Su Hao watched Su Bingtian return to his former self, feeling a sense of relief, though he secretly smiled. My friend, I apologize. I merely delivered your future words from an interview ahead of time. I hope these words can continue to illuminate your path in this life, just as they did in your past life. He thought for a moment, then smiled and patted Su Bingshan's shoulder, asking in a half-joking, half-serious tone, Hey Xiaotian, let me ask you something. Do you believe that you could also enter the national team in the future? And this time it might not be long, perhaps next year or the year after. Su Bingtian was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter and shook his head, thinking Su Hao was joking again. How good you're at it again. It's not that easy to get into the national team, is it? I don't even have the confidence to consistently run under 11 seconds. The coach has said that as the 100 meters progresses, it becomes more difficult. 12 seconds might just be my limit. As he spoke, he also felt a bit uncertain. The national team seemed as distant as stars on the horizon, beautiful, but too far away. However, Su Hao merely shrugged and did not elaborate. Yet he thought to himself, my friend, I am not lying to you. 3 days later, as Su Hao woke up, he saw his mother Yang Min already busy packing large and small bags downstairs. Looking at the newly bought suitcase crammed full alongside a massive travel bag that was already half full, and even aside with a snake skin bag, Su Hao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Mom, I'm not going away for good. There's no need to bring so much. Besides, the team has everything I need. I just need to bring basic toiletries and a change of clothes. Su Hao hurriedly stepped forward, but his mother refused, shaking her head. No matter what, this is still a long journey. It's far from here to the capital. Moreover, the climate and soil there are different from ours, and the eating habits are also different. The pickled vegetables and dried fish I made for you are your favorites. Mom, I'm going for training, not moving. Su Hao said with a mix of laughter and tears. And many from the national team are going too. I just need to bring some clothes, bedding, and a few toiletries. That's way too much. Not too much at all. Yang Min avoided her son's hand and insisted on stuffing a large bag of dried fish into the backpack, shaking her head like a rattle drum. When you're out there, it's better to be prepared. It's never wrong to bring more. It's over 1,000 kilometers from here to the capital. Even taking the train takes a whole day and night. Can the environment there be the same as ours? Can the weather be the same? Can the eating habits be the same? She continued speaking while picking up a glass jar wrapped tightly in several layers of plastic bags filled with her homemade dishes along with a small bag of fragrant dried squid. Take these with you. In case you don't get used to the food there, you can eat them with rice to whet your appetite. They're all your Su Hao felt warmth in his heart as he looked at these, but he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Mom, really, it's not necessary. The national team has a cafeteria with great food and a nutritionist prepares the meals. Besides, the training schedule is tight. When would I have time to cook for myself? Everyone eats together in the cafeteria. If you bring these, I won't have space to heat them, and I won't have time to eat them. It's a waste if they spoil. Su Jingwo chimed in from the side. The kid is right, amen. This is the national team. The country wouldn't treat its athletes poorly. I've heard that athletes can't just eat anything while training. If the teammates and coach see him bringing all this, what do you mean by eating randomly? These are all home-cooked meals. Yang Min immediately became displeased. However, she was somewhat swayed by the duo's arguments. Looking at the large bags on the floor, and then at her son, her eyes were filled with reluctance and concern. But Mom is worried that you'll get used to the food there and end up starving and losing weight. Look at you finally gained some weight after being home for a few days. Su Hao heard this and deliberately puffed out his chest, flexing his arm to show off his well-defined, albeit not overly exaggerated bicep. Smiling, Mom, please spare me. I'm training in athletics and need to control my body fat to maintain muscle explosiveness and flexibility. I can't afford to gain weight. Look at my physique, it's just right. If I gain any more, I won't be able to run. And where am I losing weight? Look at these muscles, this frame, I'm solid. He said, patting his firm abdomen. Whether it was due to systematic enhancement or the previous high-intensity training, Su Hao's physique now resembled that of a top-tier track athlete, although still a bit youthful. His height had shot up to just over 1.8 meters with a well-proportioned skeleton, broad shoulders, long limbs, especially his legs, which were straight and powerful with excellent proportions. His muscles were evenly covered. He wasn't a bulky gym-goer, but rather possessed a streamlined aesthetic and explosive power like a finely tuned supercar, graceful when still and fierce when in motion. Yang Min looked at her son's tall, confident figure under the sun, filled with pride, and finally relented. All right, you both make good points. Then, let's not bring the pickled vegetables, but you must take this sweater. It's colder in the capital than here. And this bag of herbal tea your Aunt San gave you, drink a packet when you're feeling hot. Su Hao listened quietly, feeling warm inside. Being at home felt so good. After some consideration, he silently stuffed the pickled vegetables and dried fish that his mom made back into his bag. After sorting through everything, his luggage was finally reduced to a stuffed suitcase and a backpack. Su Hao let out a long breath. Just before leaving home, he discreetly took out 2,000 yuan from the 2,000 yuan prize money he won, leaving the rest under the pillow in his parents' room. The reason he kept 2,000 yuan was mainly because Su Hao wanted to buy a mobile phone for himself. In 2005 and 2006, mobile phone prices were no longer as exorbitant as they were a few years prior, thanks to the chaotic competition among domestic mobile manufacturers. Some mobile phones even dropped below 1,000 yuan. As for spending thousands on a good phone, Su Hao felt it was unnecessary. He knew all too well how quickly mobile phones would be updated and iterated. He decided to spend a few hundred yuan on a phone that could make calls and send texts, saving the rest for emergencies. The sun was just rising above the horizon, casting a golden hue over the small village. Su Hao, pulling his suitcase and carrying his backpack, walked to the village entrance and saw a figure waiting under the old banyan tree from a distance. It was Su Bingtian. How good. Su Bingtian ran over smiling, but his eyes revealed a hint of unhidden reluctance and sadness, which Su Hao noticed clearly. Are you afraid that if I join the national team, no one will bully you anymore? Su Hao teased as usual. If you're so capable, how about we race 200 meters? Let's see who can outdo whom. Su Bingshan's sadness was instantly washed away. However, speaking of 200 meters, Su Hao really couldn't outpace this guy. Even though his body had also trained for 200 meters before, and he had tried practicing in his spare time with the skills bonus, he still couldn't outrun this fellow. Forget it, I'm afraid it'll break your fragile heart. It seems you were almost in tears the other day. Su Hao crossed his arms, grinning mischievously. Besides, I'm not going to get mad at you. Su Bingtian punched his shoulder. This guy's words were just infuriating. He then clenched his fist, a renewed fighting spirit igniting on his face, smiling broadly. How go you go ahead? They'll train hard. Who knows? By the time you come back, I might run under 11 seconds. Then hey, don't get eliminated from the national team. If I get selected for the national team first, and you get sent back to the provincial team, that would be interesting. That's a nice thought. Su Hao laughed and gave him a playful punch. They'll definitely hold my ground in the national team. They'll be waiting for you in the capital. We're brothers. Well, meet again in the national team sooner or later. When that time comes, let's show everyone from other provinces what the twin stars of Guang province are capable of. Su Bingtian nodded vigorously, his eyes bright. How Guess words always ignited the fire in his heart. He was also looking forward to this distant prospect. After all, he knew just how fierce Su Bingtian would become in the future. Once Su Bingtian rises, they would indeed be the twin stars of Guang province. It's just that Su Bingshan's talent had yet to fully manifest. It would take some time for that to happen. If his talent could be showcased soon, perhaps by 2008, they might be able to corner Bolt. Just thinking about having Bolt with Su Hao on one side and Su Bingtian on the other, both being yellow-skinned athletes, made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Su Hao discreetly glanced at the passionate Su Bingtian beside him. This kid is really starting to feel more and more like a passionate protagonist from a hot-blooded manga with impressive pressure resistance. It seems I need to stimulate this kid a bit more. As he thought about this, Su Hao smiled even more happily. Looking at the inexplicably cheerful expression on Hao Guess' face, Su Bingtian felt a chill run down his spine. How go, what are you laughing about? Seeing that familiar mischievous grin on his face, Su Bingshan's expression grew serious, sensing an ominous premonition. Su Hao stood on his toes, glanced at his shoelaces, and said leisurely, "But Bingtian, during the time I'm in the national team, don't let your shoelace tying skills get rusty. Otherwise, if my shoelaces come undone during a competition, who will tie them for me?" Su Hao, I'm going to get serious with you. Su Bingshan's brief feelings of parting and future aspirations were instantly shattered by this remark. He let out a yelp and lunged at him. The two laughed and played around at the village entrance until the sound of a car horn echoed from a distance. Su Hao finally gave this brother who had grown up with him a strong hug and whispered, "I'm leaving ye, take care. Remember what I told you, focus on yourself. How good, have a safe journey." Su Bingtian also stopped playing around and said solemnly. Watching Su Hao board the minibus, which then slowly started and drove towards the bus station in the town, Su Bingtian stood under the banyan tree, waving his hand vigorously until the bus became a small black, disappearing at the end of the road. He lowered his hand, looking at the empty village entrance. The feelings of loneliness and reluctance surged up again, but it was quickly replaced by a more determined resolve. "How go you, rascal, I will catch up to you. When that time comes, I want you to tie my shoelaces for me now. I want you to watch." Provincial Sports Training Center. The bus had already stopped at the entrance, its engine emitting a low rumble. Coach Feng Jichuan stood beside the bus, holding a list, talking to a few early arriving team members. Seeing Su Hao walk over with his luggage, old Feng said nothing more, just clapped his hands and raised his voice. "Is everyone here? Check the list and get ready to board the bus. Move quickly." This time there were a total of 12 athletes selected from the Guang Province athletics team to attend the National Youth Training Camp, which was not a large group. Su Hao glanced around and found that 8 or 9 of them were female athletes, while there were only a few male participants. This also indirectly reflected the current state of men's athletics in Guang province, especially in sprinting, which was indeed in a transitional period. Su Hao carried his suitcase and boarded the bus, instinctively heading towards the back. Just as he reached the middle of the bus, his gaze inadvertently swept over a window seat, and he was instantly sitting in that seat was a familiar figure wearing the provincial team's sports jacket, looking out the window. The side profile was sharp, calm, and it was Liang Jiaohong. Almost simultaneously, Liang Jiaohong seemed to sense the gaze and turned his head. Their eyes met, and both displayed obvious shock. "Brother Liang." "Su Hao," the two exclaimed almost in unison. Liang Jiaohong quickly removed his headphones, his face full of surprise. "How come you're also?" "You aren't." Liang Jiaohong was taken aback, thinking Su Hao would stay on the provincial team for more training. Su Hao smiled, placing his luggage down, and sat down next to Liang Jiaohong. "I was invited by Coach Sun." "Brother Liang, you really kept this under wraps. There wasn't a hint of news before." Liang Jiahong's expression froze at the words, but he quickly smiled and extended his hand. "Haha, it seems we really are fated." Since we didn't get enough competition in the provincial contest, are we going to compete together in the national team? That's good. We both come from Guang province, so we will be comrades from now on. We must look out for each other, work hard together, and show the brothers from other provinces the strength of the athletes from Guang province. Of course. Su Hao firmly grasped Liang Jiahong's hand, his smile sincere. Brother Liang, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Let's spar together and improve together. Meeting an old acquaintance in this northern-bound team, especially someone like Liang Jiahong, who was both a respected opponent and teammate, genuinely pleased Su Hao. It was nice to have someone familiar to challenge and support him in the national team. Looking at Su Hao's bright smile, Liang Jiahong honestly felt a bit depressed, but that feeling quickly dissipated. He had always been a proud person. Previously, he thought he could enter the national team first and widen the gap with Su Hao. Now that he discovered Su Hao was also coming, he felt relieved. Since I can't avoid it, why should I shy away from his brilliance? Suddenly, a stronger competitive spirit surged within Liang Jiahong. Su Hao has good talent, but he is still young and has not yet reached his peak. I have just passed my peak period, and I am now in a golden period of rapid improvement. Once in the national team, with better training conditions, I may not necessarily lose to him. Moreover, having such a strong opponent by my side might even help push me to my limits. Liang Jiahong thought to himself, his gaze becoming sharper and more expectant. He longed to prove that even on the same starting line, he, Liang Jiahong, was still the stronger one. Yo, little Haozi, finally see you. I knew you would definitely be selected. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out. Before Su Hao could react, a sturdy arm wrapped around his neck. Tang Xiaoyin, who had somehow sneaked into their row, leaned over with a beaming smile and gave Su Hao a big hug before releasing him and sitting comfortably in the empty seat in front of him, casually resting her arm on the back of the seat, smiling at him. Sister Tang. Su Hao helplessly rubbed his neck. Be mindful of your influence. Men and women should maintain distance, Sister Tang, he half joked. Hey, little brat, lecturing your sister about propriety. Tang Xiaoyin glared, reaching out as if to pinch Su Hao's cheek, but halfway through she suddenly paused, scrutinizing him suspiciously. Wait a minute, Su Hao, why do I feel? Have you grown taller again? That muscle seems to be much firmer. As she spoke, she actually reached out and poked his exposed arm with. The next moment, Tang Xiaoyin's eyes lit up. Wow, so solid. Not bad, little Haozi, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you've improved. Su Hao had black lines running down his forehead, wondering what kind of bold words these were. Nevertheless, he was somewhat used to it. Sister Tang, born in '85, had just turned 20 this year and was considered a veteran in this youth-dominated team. She was also the big sister of the team. After all, despite her usual cheerful demeanor, her fierce focus and intensity during training and competitions earned her the respect of many male teammates. Last year, she won the women's 400-meter championship at the national championships, as well as 2 gold medals at the Asian Junior Championships. This year, she continued to win gold and silver at the National Games, Asian Games, and East Asian Games, making her one of the undeniable stars and pillars of the Guang Province athletics team. However, Su Hao also knew that despite Sister Tang's outwardly cheerful demeanor, she probably felt considerable pressure. Domestically, her performance was top-notch, but on the Asian and even world stage, her competitiveness was limited. If he remembered correctly, her best performance in her previous life was only competitive in Asian events with little success in the World Championships. It was the same for male athletes, and things were even worse. At least as far as Su Hao knew, from 2005 to 2010, the standout male sprinters in Guang Province were only Su Bingtian and Liang Jiahong. But even in 2010, their peak achievements were only at the Asian Games, and Su Bingshan's peak would not come until 10 years later. This showed that not only did Sister Tang face great pressure, but everyone going to the capital also bore significant pressure. In the province, everyone was a leader in their respective fields, but in the capital, Sister Tang, please don't tease Su Hao anymore. At that moment, Liang Jiahong smiled to smooth things over, showing respect for the team's big sister. Exactly, Sister Tang, we still have leaders on the bus. Another female teammate nearby reminded quietly. Tang Xiaoyin pouted, finally reining it in a bit, but her eyes rolled mischievously, revealing a mysterious smile. She carefully glanced at Coach Feng, who was sitting in the front row, seemingly meditating, before quietly rummaging through her oversized backpack. Su Hao, Liang Jiahong, and several curious teammates nearby widened their eyes slowly. Soon she pulled out a delicate bamboo tea tray, followed by several small white cups, a purple clay teapot, a small jar of tea leaves, and finally, a large thermal cup. Come, since it's boring on the bus, I'll treat you all to kung fu tea. Tang Xiaoyin lowered her voice, but couldn't hide the pride in her tone. Her hands and feet deftly starting to boil water warmed the cups and washed the tea. Authentic Phoenix Dan Song, I brought it from home. Oh no, I brought it out. Keep it down, don't let Coach Feng find out. Su Hao looked at the luxurious set of travel tea equipment in front of him, utterly speechless. Sister Tang, you really don't care about the occasion. Liang Jiahong also couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head, but he cooperatively took a small teacup. The other familiar female teammates also laughed and gathered around. "He'll have a cup too," Su Hao said hesitantly. People from Guang province can't not drink tea. Night fell. The fatigue of the journey still clung to their faces, but what shone in the eyes of more teammates was excitement and curiosity. This was Beijing, the capital, the heart of sports, home to the National Sports General Administration. The shuttle bus had long been waiting. Everyone boarded the bus in an orderly manner, and the vehicle passed through the busy streets, still bustling with traffic at night, with neon lights flashing and high buildings towering. After about 40 minutes, the bus entered a relatively quiet, well-landscaped area, and finally stopped in front of a modest yet sizable apartment building. "We've arrived at the Tiantan apartment." Coach Feng stood up. "Everyone grab your luggage and follow me to check in. Get some rest early tonight. We will gather at 9 tomorrow morning for roll call." The Tiantan Athlete Apartment. This name holds significant meaning for many Chinese athletes. It is not located within the Temple of Heaven Park, but is named because it is adjacent to the training center of the National Sports General Administration, making it one of the main athlete apartments under the administration. It houses more than 10 national teams for athletics, swimming, gymnastics, weightlifting, and table tennis, with over 1,000 athletes, coaches, and staff, making it a miniature sports kingdom. The apartment complex consists of multiple multi-story buildings with complete facilities, including a cafeteria, supermarket, barbershop, medical room, and even a simple fitness area. Although the decor is simple, it is clean and tidy with strict management. Every morning and evening, dedicated buses shuttle between the apartment and the nearby National Sports General Administration Training Center, transporting athletes for training. For Su Hao and the others who had just arrived from the provincial team, everything here felt both fresh and athletes dressed in various colored sportswear with different project logos could be seen hurrying by, and conversations in various accents could be heard. Anyone you casually meet here could be a bronze or silver medalist, or even a champion in some event. At the front desk of the apartment, Coach Feng helped the team members with check-in and distributed room keys. Su Hao and Liang Jiahong were assigned to the same standard double room. "Well, we're really inseparable," Liang Jiahong said with a smile, holding the room card. "That's good. We can look out for each other and chat in the evening." Su Hao was quite at ease. After taking a long train ride, having a familiar person as a roommate was much better than facing a completely unknown roommate. The room was on the 4th floor, not large, but sufficient for 2 people. It had 2 single beds, 2 wardrobes, 2 desks, an old CRT television, and a simple but clean private bathroom. The window faced south, allowing a view of the lights from other buildings in the apartment complex and the hazy night scenery of the distant city. The two of them put down their luggage and let out a long sigh of relief. After sitting on the train for more than 10 hours, their bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Phew. Finally able to lie down, Liang Jiahong threw himself onto the bed near the door, too lazy to take off his coat. Su Hao also felt exhaustion wash over him like a tide, but he still forced himself to stay alert, opened his suitcase, took out his toiletries and a few changes of clothes, and tidied them up briefly. "Let's take a shower and sleep quickly. We have to get up early tomorrow." Su Hao glanced at the time. It was already close to 11. Liang Jiahong responded, struggling to sit up, and began to tidy up as well. Though tired, both of them understood in their hearts that once they arrived here, they were no longer the precious gems of the provincial team. Now that they were here, they would soon enter the national training team, and competition was everywhere. From the moment they stepped through this door, they had to be in their best shape. After a quick wash, they turned off the lights and lay down. The room was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint light coming in from outside the window. Su Hao, Liang Jiahong suddenly spoke softly in the dark. "Moi, what do you think tomorrow's training will be like?" A rare hint of anxiety and anticipation crept into Liang Jiahong's voice. Su Hao paused for a moment, looking at the ceiling, and slowly said, "I don't know, but it will definitely be different from our provincial team. The intensity will be greater, the requirements higher, and the opponents even stronger." "That's right." Liang Jiahong sighed softly, then his tone became resolute. "But we've come this far. Who cares? Let's just train. I refuse to believe that we coming from Guang province will be inferior to anyone else. Right, let's just train." Su Hao yawned, feeling extremely sleepy, and as he drifted off, his eyelids finally closed completely. At the same time, in a hot pot restaurant near the apartment that was still open late into the night, the bubbling copper pot was filled with red oil as Feng Zhichuan sat across from a slightly plump middle-aged man wearing glasses. The man was Zhao Zhengwo, the head coach of the Liaoning province athletics team. The two had been classmates in a coaching training class in the capital years ago and had a good personal relationship. Old Feng impressive, quietly bringing in good talent to the capital. Zhao Zhengwo picked up a piece of lamb with his chopsticks, rolled it in the sesame sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth, speaking with a tone of familiarity and a hint of barely noticeable envy. Feng Zhichuan took a sip of erguo to grimace from the spiciness and shook his head. "What good talent. Just lucky." You and Liaoning have a strong foundation with good talents coming one after another unlike us. Come on, don't give me that. Zhao Jiangwo waved his hand and poured himself a drink. I know you well. If there wasn't something substantial, could you catch the eye of Director Sun, who directly asked for him? I heard he's just a kid who has been sprinting for a few months. His name is Su Hao, right? Amazing, 16 years old, 76 seconds, oh what talent. When Su Hao was mentioned, a smile appeared on Feng Zikan's face, but then his brow furrowed slightly. His talent is undeniable, and he has great competition temperament. He's a type suited for major competitions. But there are also plenty of problems. His technical details are rough, and his energy distribution has issues, and the most concerning part is that he's still in his growth phase. Growth phase? Zhao Jiangwo paused while picking up food, his expression becoming more serious. That could be a bit troublesome. At this time, performance fluctuates greatly. Training too hard could lead to injuries, while training too lightly could waste potential. Have you measured his bone age before? How long do you think it will last? Yes, his bone age matches his actual age, about 16 and a half. The growth phase is expected to last for another 6 months to a year, Feng Zichuan sighed. He could run 76 seconds in this open competition. Honestly, I was shocked. The best hand timing in training is around 2 seconds, and his condition is extremely unstable. I'm worried. This explosion could be overdrawn, or there might be an element of luck. Once he gets to the national team, training will be more systematic and competition will be fiercer. If his performance fluctuates, it would greatly undermine his confidence. I don't know if bringing him to the national team so early is a good or bad thing. Zhao Jiangwo nodded in understanding. The growth phase is a challenging threshold every young athlete must pass, bringing about a decline in coordination due to rapid physical growth, contradictions between strength increase and weight gain, and emotional fluctuations caused by endocrine changes. There are too many uncertainties. Many talented youths have fallen at this stage, becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. But don't worry too much, Zhao Jiangwo comforted, pouring Feng Zichuan more wine. Since Director Sun personally named him, he must have his considerations. Director Sun coached that kid Lu Xiang, didn't he bring him up step by step from youth? He has a wealth of experience. The scientific monitoring and training recovery system of the national team now is far superior to ours in the provincial team. Perhaps going there will help him navigate the growth phase more smoothly. Let's hope so. Feng Zichuan raised his glass, clinking it, with Zhao Jiangwo's downing it in one go. The fiery liquid flowed down his throat, yet could not dissipate the hint of concern etched on his brow. It's just that this kid is ambitious and has big goals. I'm truly afraid that if he faces setbacks. Being ambitious is a good thing. Zhao Jiangwo laughed. Without a bit of bravado, what's the point of training in sports? Especially in the 100 meters, it's a game for the victors. But old Feng, speaking of which, at our age, watching these kids is just like watching ourselves in the past. Who hasn't stumbled their way through? He paused, his tone a bit sentimental. In our Liaoning province now, since the Ma family army disbanded, women's middle distance running has completely collapsed. The economy is also suffering. We can't retain talent. Any promising athletes have been poached by those southern provinces with better economies. The rest of us oldtimers are left holding on to this meager foundation. Oh, it's tough. Feng Zichuan resonated with this. The economy in Guang province is good, but the foundation of athletics, especially sprinting, was once a traditional stronghold, but now it's clearly more of an exterior strength than internal robustness. Over the past few years, the emergence of talents like Su Hao, Su Bingtian, and Tang Xiaoyin has been a pleasant surprise, but it also requires time. It's not easy for anyone. Feng Zichuan handed Zhao Jiangwo a piece of frozen tofu. Come on, let's drink. The kids will start their new journey tomorrow, and all we oldtimers can do is watch from behind and lend a hand when necessary. The rest depends on their own fate. Right, let's see fate. Zhao Jiangwo raised his glass, and the two old coaches who had devoted their lives to athletics infused their hopes, worries, and unspoken words into this cup. The next morning at the national training camp, the facilities in the park are complete with an athletics field, swimming pool, gymnastics hall, strength room. Various training venues are laid out in an orderly fashion. Athletes wearing various team uniforms, hurried by their expressions, focused, their eyes sharp with the intensity of top competitors. Here, leisure and idleness are luxuries. Every minute feels particularly precious. Coach Feng led Su Hao and 12 other athletes from Guang province to a standard outdoor rubber athletic field. Many were already active here, some running, some stretching, others engaging in specialized technical training. Su Hao's gaze swiftly swept across his heart, slightly trembling. Many faces were both unfamiliar and familiar to him. He saw a tall male athlete, Hu Kai, wearing glasses, communicating with a coach on the sidelines. This glasses-wearing speedster from Tsinghua University had just won the men's 100 meters at the Izmir Universiade this year, and is one of the leading figures of the new generation of male sprinters in the country, with comprehensive skills and a promising future, currently in the ascending phase of his career. Not far away, a young man with a strong build and a stubborn look between his brows, Yang Yaozu, was practicing his start. He specializes in the 200 meters. His technical characteristic is a strong finish, making him a backbone of domestic sprinting. What accelerated Su Hao's heartbeat even more was that he saw the familiar figure of Lu Xiang at the other end of the track. He was effortlessly engaged in specialized auxiliary hurdle training, his movements smooth and flowing, his face wearing a focused yet calm expression. At this point in time, Lu Xiang was already an Olympic gold medalist and world record holder, the undisputed banner of Chinese athletics, with a reputation at its peak. Beside him was the down-to-earth Shi Dongping, and the two exchanged a few words from time to time. In addition, Su Hao recognized the female sprinting stars Qin Wangping and Feng Yun, as well as Huang Xiaoxiao, who specializes in the 400 meters and is expected to shine on the Asian stage. These faces that could only be seen on television and in newspapers now appeared vividly before Su Hao, allowing him to truly feel the weight of the national team. "Everyone gather over here," a booming voice echoed. The deputy head coach of the national athletics team, Li Qing, strode over. He was tall and sturdy with a square face that exuded an intimidating presence without anger. His sharp gaze swept over Su Hao and the other newcomers. Director Sun Haiping was also present, appearing calm. "Newcomers, state your names, events, best times, and ages in order." Coach Li Qing's voice was authoritative, carrying an air of intimidation. Tang Xiaoyin was the first to step forward, chest out and head high, not hesitating. Tang Xiaoyin, female, 20 years old, specializes in 200 meters and 400 meters. Best time 23. 5 seconds for 200 meters, 52. 3 seconds for 400 meters. Liang Jiahong, male, 19 years old, specializes in 100 meters. Best time 10. 86 seconds. Su Hao, male, 16 years old, specializes in 100 meters. Best time 10. 76 seconds. The subsequent athletes reported their results in turn, with both males and females' various events. After reporting, many new teammates wore expressions of pride, as it is not easy to stand out in the province. However, the older national team members who had already stopped training and were watching with arms crossed wore amused smiles, some even exchanging sly glances and whispering to each other. Even the usually shy Lu Xiang stood at the back of the crowd, observing this group of youthful newcomers with a meaningful smile on his face. Perhaps seeing the gaze of the younger Su Hao, he nodded slightly in Su Hao's direction and gave a thumbs up, a form of encouragement. Seeing Lu Xiang's gesture, Su Hao felt warmth in his heart and nodded back to this legendary senior. At this moment, Director Sun pulled head coach Feng Shuyong aside and whispered, "This group looks promising, but as for the top tier, it seems there's only one or two who are worth watching. That Su Hao is young and has impressive results, but I'm afraid he might not be stable." Feng Shuyong, with his hands behind his back, scanned the crowd and said lightly, "Whether it's a mule or a horse, you have to take it out for a walk to know. Just reporting results is useless. It needs to be seen in practice and technique, and during competitions." Just then, after hearing all the reports, Coach Li Qing waved his hand. "All right, everyone has a general idea now. Next, we will assign coaches." After a brief arrangement, the respective specialized coaches came forward to lead their teams. Tang Xiaoyin was assigned to a senior coach in the women's sprint team, and the other athletes took their places. Su Hao and Liang Jiahong, both specializing in the men's 100 meters, were unsurprisingly chosen by Coach Li Qing. Su Hao, Liang Jiahong, step forward, come with me. Coach Li's tone was calm. Su Hao and Liang Jiahong exchanged glances and immediately followed. Coach Li brought the two to a relatively empty area beside the track. Old Feng, acting as Su Hao and the other's guardian, confirmed that the other athletes were fine and followed along. Coach Li pointed to the track. "You have 5 minutes to warm up." The two exchanged a glance, feeling doubtful, but still started to stretch. As Su Hao and Liang Jiahong warmed up, Coach Li called out to the veteran athletes, "Hu Kai, Lu Yang, you two come." Hu Kai adjusted his glasses, his expression calm. Lu Yang, a sturdy dark-skinned man, looked like he had great explosion. However, when the two looked at Su Hao and Liang Jiahong, they both wore significant smiles. Seeing Coach Li point out those two individuals especially, Hu Kai's sense of foreboding surged within Su Hao. He wasn't very familiar with Lu Yang, but Hu Kai. This man is currently the most prominent figure in the domestic men's 100 meters aside from a few veterans. This year's champion of the Universiade with a personal best close to the 10:20 mark, possessing mature techniques and rich competition experience, he is in his prime. "Su Hao, Liang Jiahong, are you warmed up?" Coach Li's voice echoed. "Ready, coach." Both answered in unison, though their hearts were taut with tension. Coach Li nodded, and then shouted to the staff in the distance, "You over there, clear the track." He pointed at Su Hao and Liang Jiahong. "You two get on the track." Su Hao was in lane 3, Liang Jiahong in lane 4, Hu Kai in lane 5, and Lu Yang in lane 6. "Run 100 meters, and let me see the quality of this batch of newcomers from Guang province." As he spoke, Coach Li smiled. "You all just stated your best performances. With so many people watching, if your actual performance deviates too much from what you claimed, it won't look good. Of course, don't be too nervous. Oh, just treat it as a normal team test. Not nervous. I wasn't this nervous until you mentioned it. Su Hao cursed inwardly. And who told you to arrange for Hu Kai to be my opponent? He is one of the top sprinters in the country. But soon he calmed himself down, thinking that since he couldn't win anyway, why be nervous? Liang Jiahong's face turned pale and his palms were sweating. At this moment, other new team members from Guang province had already been taken away by their respective coaches. However, seeing the commotion, they couldn't help but gather around to watch from the sidelines. Haozi, Liangzi, go for it. Don't be timid. Show the spirit of Guang province. Losing isn't embarrassing, just don't get scared and fall. It goes without saying that it was Sister Tang who spoke. Nearby, the senior team members from the national team joined in teasing. Old Hu, go easy on them. Don't scare the new kids into tears. Lu Yang, take it easy too, give the newcomers some face. Haha, this is going to be a good show. I bet Hu Kai will at least open a 1-meter gap. Make it 3 meters. The atmosphere became somewhat noisy and lively. Coach Feng also approached Su Hao and Liang Jiahong, whispering, don't think too much. This is just a regular test. Coach's son and Li just want to see your true level technical characteristics and performance under pressure. Just run at your own pace. Winning or losing isn't important. Don't let the sidelines affect you. On your marks. The starter raised the starting pistol. Su Hao bent down, firmly pressing his feet against the starting blocks, clearing his mind, focusing and locking his gaze ahead. Set. Bang. The gunshot rang out. In that instant, 4 figures on the 4 lanes surged forward like arrows released from a bow. Slow reaction. Coach Li Qing furrowed his brows almost instinctively. While all 4 seemed to start simultaneously, a closer look revealed differences. Hu Kai was the fastest, followed closely by Lu Yang, then Liang Jiahong, and the slowest was Su Hao. If Su Hao hadn't already been selected, Coach Li would have thought he was watching a level found at some sports school. For a 100-meter sprinter, the start reaction is crucial, a mere 0.1 second delay can determine victory or defeat. Su Hao's reaction time, in his estimation, was at least 0.03 to 0. For seconds slower than Hu Kai, which is almost fatal in top-level competitions. However, just as Li Qing's brows knitted, the next moment his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, Su Hao, whose reaction was slightly slower, seemed to have pressed some hidden button of fury as his feet left the starting blocks. Intermediate launch, start LV1 exploded with full force. An almost violent, unreasonable initial acceleration burst forth. Su Hao's stride during the start was astonishingly large, his hip drive nearly exaggerated with every step, pushing against the rubber track, which roared as if it couldn't bear the load. His torso leaned forward at a sharp angle, like a sword piercing through the air, wildly thrusting forward. 10 meters. Su Hao erased the disadvantage of his reaction time, nearly leveling with Liang Jiahong. 15 meters. He surprisingly surged ahead, using his terrifying acceleration to force his way into the leading group of Hu Kai and Lu Yang. The 3 figures, Su Hao, Hu Kai, and Lu Yang, displayed a shocking sight of neck and neck from 15 to 20 meters. What? The senior national team members watching from the sidelines couldn't help but gasp. They had seen many talented newcomers, but someone like Su Hao, whose start reaction was clearly slower yet could rely on his monstrous acceleration to catch up and even surpass Hu Kai and Lu Yang within 20 meters, was unparalleled. Hu Kai himself felt the terrifying pressure from his right side. He glanced over in surprise and was taken aback. He initially thought it was Lu Yang, but quickly realized something was off. Or wasn't that the newcomer? The smallest one. Is this year's newcomer this fierce? How can his acceleration be so astounding? This explosive power, is it something someone his age should possess? But being a seasoned veteran, he remained calm, focusing entirely on his rhythm and technique, stabilizing his stride and driving his hips powerfully to steadily push his speed to its peak. Lu Yang was also fired up with competitive spirit, letting out a low growl as he further increased his already fast cadence, attempting to shake off the newcomer beside him. Damn it. Caught up at 20 meters, if I lose in the end, it would be utterly embarrassing. From 20 to 30 meters was Su Hao's intermediate launch, start golden acceleration zone. He pushed the benefits of these 2 seconds to the limit, tightly clinging to Hu Kai, even directly surpassing Lu Yang by half a body length. His running form was filled with a raw beauty of power, though the technical details still showed some roughness. The sheer force of his relentless momentum made all spectators feel their blood boiling. This acceleration, this explosive power. Coach Li Qing's disappointment was quickly replaced by immense surprise as he leaned forward, intensely fixated on every movement of Su Hao. The more he watched, the more bewildered he became. Goodness, how on earth is this possible? With such a slow reaction and poor technique, how can he achieve such acceleration in the first half? It's hard to find a second one among peers in the country. No, even among adults, this explosive start in the first 30 meters is definitely top tier. He wasn't afraid of athletes having flaws, especially someone like Su Hao who was young and had obvious technical shortcomings. Flaws indicate enormous potential for improvement, and someone like Su Hao possessing such terrifying innate explosiveness has an incredible amount of room for refinement. Techniques can be polished, rhythms can be adjusted, but this natural talent for explosive acceleration is something that cannot be cultivated. Not far away, head coach Feng Shuyong and Sun Haiping also halted their conversation, their gazes locked tightly on the track. Feng Shuyong crossed his arms, a rare look of surprise and admiration on his face. Old Sun, what's this kid's name again? Su Hao. This talent is incredible. In the first 30 meters, I don't see him any worse than some European and American athletes. Sun Haiping also smiled, nodding. Right, Su Hao. This kid's greatest asset is that monstrous strength and that frightening acceleration. But as you can see, the technique is rough and his later stages are still immature. However, just like you said, rough technique isn't a problem, it can be trained. With such raw material, we have no worries about failing to sculpt something great. In the 100-meter event, when reaching the top level, while technique is undoubtedly important, fundamentally, it's still about talent and absolute speed. This kid's talent is visibly top tier. As long as the technical framework is established and he smoothly passes through the developmental phase in the future, perhaps he might even have a chance to shine at the Olympics. Not just shine. Sun Haiping's gaze was far-reaching. Old Feng, the Asian 100-meter record, is still held by the Japanese. It's frustrating to watch. If we can develop this kid, not to mention breaking the record, even just reclaiming it would be a significant achievement. He's only 16, the road ahead is long. The two leaders of Chinese athletics watched the blue figure struggling on the track, their eyes ignited with fervent hope. In the domain of men's sprinting, which has long been dominated by Western and even Japanese athletes, any flicker of local talent is worth their utmost effort to nurture. On the track, the race had already passed 50 meters. Su Hao's intermediate launch, start Wozkin's significant acceleration effect, was nearing its end. Although the turbo LV9 was immediately activated after the 40-meter mark, forcibly maintaining a peak speed of 1.9 seconds, the gap began to show when facing a top athlete like Hu Kai. After 30 meters, Hu Kai gradually entered his personal maximum speed state. His running was textbook stable and efficient with no sign of slowing down, instead solidifying his advantage with perfect rhythm and technique. At 50 meters, he expanded his lead to nearly half a body length. Lu Yang, also leveraging his excellent speed retention ability, gradually shook off Su Hao after 50 meters, closely trailing Hu Kai. As expected, Hu Kai crossed the finish line first with ease. Following him was Lu Yang, and then Su Hao, who crossed the line with a fierce roar, his face somewhat grim, and lastly Liang Jiahong, who was red-faced from exertion. After crossing the finish line, Su Hao leaned on his knees, bent over his chest, heaving like an old bellows. But he forced himself to look up at the electronic display above the finish line. The results flashed almost instantly. 1. Hu Kai 10, 32 seconds. 2. Lu Yang 10, 45 seconds. 3. Su Hao 10, 71 seconds. 4. Liang Jiahong 10, 88 seconds. Damn it. Seeing the results of the two seniors ahead, Su Hao couldn't help but curse inwardly. However, he had anticipated his own time of 10:71. After all, this wasn't an official competition. He couldn't activate the big-hearted skill merely relying on LV9's turbocharging and the intermediate launch star to hold on. Thanks to having strengthened these two skills earlier, otherwise he would have likely struggled during this test. Ding. Acquired free experience 70. Current free experience 623 points. The system's notification echoed in his mind, invigorating Su Hao's weary body. 70 points. Competing against athletes like Hu Kai and Lu Yang yielded such rich experience points, far surpassing previous provincial-level competitions. It seems that competing with these beasts isn't such a bad thing after all. 10:71 seconds. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Liang Jiahong stared intently at the numbers on the screen, then abruptly turned to look at Su Hao beside him, his expression a complex mix of emotions. Shock, confusion, frustration, and a hint of self-doubt. He had just given his all, running a time of 10:88 seconds, which was already an excellent performance given his current condition, and it was even close to his previous best time of 10:86 seconds. He had thought that he had passed the developmental stage and was in a period of rapid ascent. This time in the national team, he should at least be narrowing the gap with Su Hao, even if he was temporarily not as good. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. Is this scientific? Isn't this guy still in the developmental phase? How could his progress be so rapid? This is illogical. What a beast. Beep. Coach Li Qing blew the whistle, a broad smile of unrestrained satisfaction on his face as he strode over. He first glanced at Su Hao, then his gaze fell on the notebook in his hand. It recorded Su Hao's self-reported best time 10:76 seconds. 10:71 seconds. Coach Li Qing looked up at Su Hao, his smile growing wider as he patted him on the shoulder. Good kid. Not bad. You still remain humble after joining the national team, reporting a lower score. Remember, don't hide any of your results here, as show them off proudly. The more detailed and clear your data is to our coaching team, the better we can tailor your training plan. Got it. Suhao was panting, forcing a smile. Report, coach. I wasn't being humble. My previous best was indeed 10:76 seconds. This time, perhaps I was just in good form. Good form can't yield a 0.5-second improvement. Coach Li Qing raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. But this kid is good. Not arrogant, has talent, but remains low-key, and his temperament is decent, though he is a bit too humble. After the test, the crowd gradually dispersed. Coach Feng quickly approached. How's it going? Feeling all right? Is there anything uncomfortable? Coach Feng first inquired about his physical condition as a routine. Suhao straightened up, wiped his sweat, and shook his head. I'm fine, Coach Feng. I'm just a bit tired. I just need a moment's rest. Coach Feng nodded, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but lower his voice to ask, Little Su, how did you run so fast this time? 10:71 seconds. That's even faster than in the open competition. It's only been a few days. This question puzzled not only Liang Jiahong, but also left Coach Feng at a loss. He had trained many geniuses and knew that fluctuations in the performance of athletes in the developmental stage were normal, but for someone like Suhao, whose every explosion was accompanied by a significant improvement in results, it was quite rare. Suhao, hearing this, revealed a somewhat shy and innocent smile, scratching his head. Coach Feng, after the last competition, Principal Wang gave me a bonus of 20,000 yuan. Huh? Coach Feng was taken aback. What does that have to do with this? Suhao, feeling a bit embarrassed, continued. After that, Principal Wang said that as long as I could keep getting good results and win championships, there would be more bonuses from the school. His words were heartfelt, coupled with Suhao's simple gaze and slightly shy expression. It was hard not to believe him. Coach Feng was stunned. A bonus? Just because of this reason? Sounds a bit absurd. How can an athlete's progress be directly linked to bonuses? But then again, it seems to make some sense. He had to recall everything about Suhao. He remembered that when Suhao had just entered the provincial team, he had talked to him and asked why he wanted to pursue sports and why he wanted to join the provincial team. At that time, the somewhat naive boy answered very directly. Coach Ning said that if I get into the provincial team, I will have the opportunity to participate in many competitions, and if I place well, there will be bonuses. This kid is actually a money lover. The more Coach Feng thought about it, the more he felt this might be the only explanation. Otherwise, how can one explain Suhao's mediocre performance during training in the provincial team, but then roaring like a tiger in formal competitions with bonuses? How to explain that after receiving the bonus, his training state and competition results improved significantly in just a few days? So this guy has been holding back. Or perhaps he usually doesn't exert himself. When he hears there's money, he's all in. For a moment, Coach Feng looked at Suhao with a mix of helplessness and humor. He patted Suhao on the shoulder, saying earnestly, You kid, how can you value money so much at such a young age? Money is something you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn in the future. As long as you hone your skills and achieve good results, everything will come. What's most important for you right now is to focus on every training session, every competition, solidify your foundation, and refine your technique. But you mustn't get distracted by this little money in front of you picking up sesame seeds and dropping watermelons, hindering your long-term development. Understand? Suhao listened earnestly, then looked up with clear eyes at Coach Feng. Then Suhao scratched his head a bit innocently and honestly, saying, But my dad works hard on the construction. Boom. Coach Feng felt a tightness in his chest, as if an invisible hand had squeezed his heart. Looking again at this clean-eyed, upright youth whose gaze was innocent and pure. What a good kid. I really should be ashamed. Coach Feng felt that he would slap himself in the face tonight while sleeping. He hesitated slightly, but ultimately let out a heavy sigh and patted Suhao's shoulder firmly. Good kid. Train well, and I guarantee you'll earn a lot of money soon. As he spoke, Coach Feng felt a pang of regret. Had he been too neglectful of Suhao before? Watching Coach Feng walk away, Suhao let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't so eager about making money right now, but if he hadn't said that earlier, then the rapid improvement in his abilities would be even harder to explain. Since outsiders think he's a genius, he might as well let everyone believe he's an even greater genius. After all, it's better to let everyone accept him sooner, and with the system, his future abilities will continue to improve. The next morning, Coach Li Qing held a training analysis report that still bore the scent of ink. Suhao, come here. This is your physical test and high-speed photography analysis report from yesterday. Li Qing flipped to a page in the report, pointing to the data and still images. Your issues are similar to what we observed yesterday with the naked eye, but more specific. First, the reaction time at the start. An average reaction time of 0.185 seconds, which is relatively slow among top athletes. This requires specialized training for gun response and adjustments to the starting technique. Second, and most importantly, you are in the developmental phase. Coach Li's expression was serious. Your bone age test shows you are 16 and a half and your height and weight are still increasing, especially the bones and muscle circumference in your lower limbs. This means that your BOTA's center of gravity power chain and even your basic running posture are all dynamic. As he spoke, he pointed to the body measurement data on the report. For instance, your hip joint flexibility and ankle strength are weak relative to your current explosive power requirements. This will affect your hip thrust amplitude and ground contact efficiency, thus impacting your top speed and speed maintenance. Additionally, because you are growing with weight gain and changes in your body proportions, your arm swing angle, thigh folding amplitude, and even the most basic ground contact technique will require targeted continuous adjustments and optimizations. Li Qing looked up, piercingly focused on Su Hao. Therefore, the upcoming training will be very tough for you and highly. Your training plan will not be fixed. It needs to be fine-tuned based on the subtle changes in your body, even on a weekly or daily basis. Perhaps this month you find a certain arm swing angle comfortable and fast, but next month if you grow an inch and gain a few hundred grams of muscle, that angle may become unsuitable and will need to be adjusted. During the developmental phase, if you want to maintain or even improve your competitive ability, you will have to exert several times the effort compared to others to adapt to your constantly changing body. This process will be quite torturous and monotonous and may even lead to short-term fluctuations in performance due to frequent adjustments. Can you endure it? Upon hearing this, Su Hao smiled broadly, thinking, is this the time? Coach, I have no problem. He had long been aware of the troubles of the developmental phase and was mentally prepared. Previously, without a coach to help address this issue, he didn't know where to start, and now that the opportunity was right in front of him, how could he refuse? Moreover, with the system in place and the ongoing optimization of intermediate ejection start, he believed he could navigate this phase more smoothly and efficiently than others. Seeing Su Hao respond so decisively, and without a hint of fear or hesitation, a hint of satisfaction finally appeared on Coach Li Qing's serious face. He was worried that a genius might become arrogant and unable to endure hardship. Su Hao's attitude gave him hope that Chinese men's sprinting could break out of Asia and reach the world. Great. Determination is the first step. Li Qing closed the report, thought for a moment, and asked, since you've decided to maintain high-intensity training and competitive status during the developmental phase, will you participate in next year's U20? A PhD in sports training from the University of Göttingen in Germany, bringing advanced concepts of biomechanics analysis, periodization training, precise nutrition, and recovery back to the country. In the national team, he may not be the most experienced, but he is certainly one of the coaches who pays the most attention to scientific training and is best at devising targeted plans based on the individual differences of athletes. In contrast, some coaches in the team who rely more on traditional experience and have relatively simplistic training methods make Su Hao fear he might be ruined by them. After all, most coaches in the current national athletics team do not possess the professional knowledge that almost all coaches have in later generations. No. It should be said that apart from a few main events like table tennis, the rest are growing wildly. Although there is ongoing exploration, it requires time. Only after several years, or even a decade, will it truly be a flourishing scene. Su Hao thought to himself that there were still a full 6 months until next year's U20 National Youth Athletics Championships. Excluding the Spring Festival holiday, he had at least over 5 months of uninterrupted golden training period. This was not only a critical period for adapting to the national team's rhythm and refining his skills, but also a crucial time for him to stabilize or even enhance his strength during this special growth phase. He had to fight. Time slipped away in the training camp's nearly harsh routine, and in the blink of an eye more than 10 days had passed. The cold winter did not diminish the heated atmosphere on the athletics field, rather it added a hint of madness due to the presence of a certain individual. That kid. How many times did he sprint back and forth in the 100 meters this morning? 30 times. Or 35 times. I don't know, didn't count, but it definitely exceeded 30. I just saw him doing resistance runs over there, dragging that tire. His face was already red, yet he kept pushing hard. My God, is he still in the growth phase? Isn't it said that training volume should be carefully controlled during the growth phase? His training method. Is he trying to kill himself? Not just the 100 meters, you see the time he spends in the strength room exceeds that of Hu Kai and the others. I heard Coach Li added a lot of explosive and core strength training for him alone. What a madman. Similar whispers and discussions occasionally arose on the sidelines near the track and outside the strength room. The center of everyone's attention was always that figure in a blue vest tirelessly running, jumping, bearing weight, and sprinting. Hu Kai and Lu Yang had just finished a set of high-intensity interval runs and were sitting on a bench at the edge of the track resting and hydrating. The two couldn't help but follow the blue figure not far away who was performing tire drag sprints. The tire produced heavy friction sounds on the rubber track as Su Hao leaned forward nearly parallel to the ground, veins bulging in his neck and arms, teeth clenched. Each push against the ground seemed to exhaust all his strength as he slowly but steadily dragged the heavy object behind him. His sweat had already soaked through his vest, releasing faint wisps of steam. TSK. Lu Yang took a sip of water, wiped his mouth, and couldn't help but shake his head. This kid is too dedicated. Just watching this training volume makes my liver hurt. He's still growing. Isn't he afraid of getting injured? Hu Kai adjusted his glasses, his gaze calm, yet scrutinizing. Coach Lee wouldn't assign this without certainty. And look at his movements. Although he's struggling, the technical details are much more standardized than when he first arrived, with his force more concentrated. This isn't just about endurance, it's about enhancing neuromuscular recruitment and technical stabilization under extreme loads. He paused, revealing a meaningful smile, nudging Lu Yang with his elbow. I heard Coach Lee mention that this kid's goal is next year's U20. U20. The National Youth Athletics Championships. Lu Yang was taken aback, then widened his eyes. Isn't this his second official competition? Jumping directly from the provincial competition to the national competition during the growth phase. This kid has quite the ambition. Not just ambition. Hu Kai chuckled, glancing towards the other side of the track where Liang Jiahong had just completed a set of high-intensity frog jumps, supporting his knees and gasping for air, yet his gaze was equally sharp, quickly immersing himself in the next set of training. Did you see? It's not just Su Hao who's pushing hard. That guy who came with him, Liang Jiahong, isn't idle either. After the growth phase, training becomes even more reckless. Little Yangzi, we old team members better not get crushed by these youngsters. That would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's relaxed expression immediately faded. He glanced at Su Hao, who was still gritting his teeth, and then at Liang Jiahong, who was diligently training not far away, and slammed his water bottle down. Damn. After practicing for so many years, am I going to be outshone by these two young kids? I have to train more. Definitely need to train more. Old Hu will add 2 more sets in the strength room tonight. Hu Kai smiled, but said nothing, yet his eyes became much more serious. Competition is always the best catalyst for progress. On the track, Su Hao finally completed his last set of drag sprints. He released the pulling strap, his legs softened, nearly collapsing to the ground, quickly supporting himself on his knees, his chest heaving like a worn-out bellows, producing intense sounds with each breath accompanied by a burning pain. Sweat dripped from his chin, nose, and hair tips, splattering a small dark patch on the track. His vision blurred and his ears buzzed. But he could feel that what was coming from deep within his muscles was not just pure soreness, but also a sense of substantial strength growth. More importantly, under the extreme load of just now, he forced himself to maintain the correct hip angle and ground contact posture, and the optimization of technique brought about by the intermediate explosive start seemed even clearer. Coach Li Qing approached with a stopwatch and a record board, looking at Su Hao, who was in disarray, but still had bright eyes, his serious face rarely showing a hint of satisfaction. The last set was 0.8 seconds faster than the scheduled time. Not bad at all. Li Qing's voice was calm, but those who knew him could hear the approval within. He originally thought Su Hao was just making empty promises and would be lucky to last a week. After all, various growth pains, decreased coordination, and slow recovery from fatigue during the growth period are real torments. Many talents have fallen in the mental grind of this process. Yet over the past half-month, Su Hao's performance completely overturned his expectations. No matter how tough or exhausting the training plan was, Su Hao had never uttered a single complaint. Wherever his muscles ached, he quietly applied patches and appeared on the training field the next day vibrant as ever. He maintained a high level of concentration during training, diligently trying to understand and execute every technical detail adjustment, even if it meant repeating the angle of an arm swing dozens or even hundreds of times without any annoyance. This level of tenacity and discipline, far beyond his age, along with his dedication to training, made Li Qing truly see the immense potential in sculpting this rough gem into a masterpiece. Take a 10-minute break, hydrate, and replenish electrolytes. After lunch, come to my office. 8. I will help you with muscle relaxation and fascia treatment. This afternoon's training will focus on starting reactions and core stability training. Your starting reaction time must stabilize within 0.170 seconds this week. Li Qing assigned the upcoming tasks with an undeniable tone. Yes, coach. Su Hao gasped and nodded vigorously. Days flew by in this cycle of training, recovery, analysis, adjustment, and retraining. Autumn turned to winter, and winter yielded to spring. In the blink of an eye, over 5 months had passed. The calendar had flipped to May 2006. Even during the new year, Su Hao only spent a week at home before hurriedly returning to the capital. His parents understood this very well. Even after the new year, the couple took a 20-hour hard-seat train ride from Guangdong to the capital. In these months, Su Hao's trial period had long since ended, but his performance earned unanimous recognition from all the coaching staff. Although he had not yet proven himself in an official competition, no one in the entire athletics team would question his qualifications to stay here, thanks to his visibly significant progress and relentless hard work over these months. His life strictly followed a trajectory between the dormitory cafeteria and training field, monotonous to the extreme, yet fulfilling to the utmost. Mornings usually consisted of explosive and quick strength training sessions. Rapid push-ups, standing long jumps, continuous one-legged hops, lightweight quick high flips, and clean and jerks. Additionally, continuous hurdle jumps, squat jumps, and weighted frog jumps for lower body explosive strength training were mandatory every day. Downhill runs, tailwind runs, and tire drag runs combined special speed and endurance training, constantly challenging his limits. Every training session felt like being pulled out of the water. Afternoons were reserved for technical refinement and specialized ability training. In the starting segment, he spent a lot of time practicing quick pushes off the starting blocks and the acceleration process of gradually raising his body. Standing support, quick high knee lifts, and starting reaction drills became routine. The national team had a more sophisticated starting reaction testing device, where even the differences to 3 decimal places were clearly visible, forcing Su how to turn his starting reaction into an almost instinctive response. Next, the focus was on the running technique. Inertia running training helped him feel the sensation of maintaining speed while relaxed through inertia, rhythm running, strictly regulated stride frequency and length, cultivating a stable rhythm for mid-distance running. Variable stride training forced him to find the most efficient running economy under different stride patterns. Every angle of arm swing, every hip drive amplitude, and the subtle sensation of toe contact with the ground were recorded by high-speed cameras, analyzed, adjusted, and solidified by Li Qing frame by frame. Moreover, over these months, Su Hao felt his palate was nearly fading away. Li Qing had devised a strict nutritional plan for him. The benefit was excellent for his body, but the downside was that it was truly terrible to eat. However, after such a long time, Su Hao had somewhat gotten used to it, and he was nearly forgetting what junk food. In recent months, there has been one thing: Su Hao would consistently select a lucky candidate for sparring each day. Initially, everyone found it fresh and was willing to indulge this exceptionally gifted junior brother. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Su Hao approached each sparring session with utmost seriousness, analyzing the reasons for a loss and questioning himself on how to improve even after a victory. The key was that this fellow's condition and speed seemed to be improving constantly. Initially, everyone maintained a playful attitude, but as some were defeated by Su Hao, many veteran team members began to feel immense pressure facing his challenge. This craziness garnered both admiration and a hint of trepidation from many team members. Thus, at some point, someone began to call him Crazy Su, and this nickname quietly spread like wildfire within the national athletics team. At first, it was merely a private joke, but it gradually became an accepted moniker. Coaches would chuckle and mention that little madman has added another set of training today. Team members greeted him, "Yo, Crazy, who are you challenging today?" Su Hao was unfazed by the nickname, even in Crazy. If one isn't a bit mad, they can't survive. As long as he could win a championship afterward, he was willing to be seen as a madman by others. This nickname even transcended the athletics team and spread to other national teams. The U20 National Athletics Youth Championships were about to commence. This event, organized by the Athletics Management Center of the National Sports General Administration, is the highest level of youth athletics competition in the country, held annually. Although labeled as youth, the competition is exceptionally fierce. After all, many athletes showcase their exceptional talent at this stage. In Linyi City, Hunan Province, the main stadium of the Linyi Sports Center served as the venue for this U20 event. As a formal member of the national team and a registered athlete from Guangdong Province, Su Hao would represent Guangdong in the competition. After finishing his last targeted training session, he traveled south by train with fellow national team members who hadn't yet reported back to their respective provincial teams, arriving in Linyi. In Linyi City, at a 3-star hotel, the Guangdong provincial athletics team was staying here. Su Hao had received a call from Coach Feng the night before, informing him of the hotel address and room number. Coach Lao Feng, having arrived with the main squad a week earlier, had engaged in adaptive training and pre-competition preparations. Carrying a simple bag, Su Hao entered the somewhat outdated hotel lobby and had not yet looked for the elevator when a familiar figure appeared before him. "Xiao Hao, you finally made it. Let Mom take a look." Yang Min grabbed her son's hand, examining him up and down, her eyes instantly reddening. "You've lost weight. And you're darker, but you're also much sturdier. You must have endured a lot with the national team, right? Mom, what brought you here?" Su Hao was both surprised and delighted. Rushing forward, he hadn't expected his mother to travel to Linyi with the provincial team. "How could I not come? It's your first national competition." "Oh, of course Mom has to be here." Yang Min wiped her eyes, her face glowing with pride. "Your dad is too busy with work to take leave, but he made me promise to tell you to run well, not to be nervous. It doesn't matter about winning or losing. Your health is the most important. I'll be cheering for you in the stands." Mom, don't worry, I'm in great shape." Su Hao felt warmth in his heart as he nodded vigorously. After a brief exchange, Su Hao asked his mother to rest in the room while he reported to the provincial team coach. Following Coach Lao Feng's room number, Su Hao took the elevator to the 4th floor. As soon as he exited the elevator, the door of a room diagonally opposite creaked open, and a figure with tousled hair, wearing a tank top and shorts, emerged, rubbing his eyes. It was Su Bingtian. The moment their eyes met, both froze for a moment. How go? Su Bingtian instantly woke up, his eyes widening in surprise as he rushed over and punched Su Hao's shoulder excitedly. Damn. It's really you, Hao Go. I thought you'd never come. Take it easy. You've really grown stronger. Su Hao returned the punch with a smile, taking in his brother whom he hadn't seen for months. Su Bingtian appeared to have bulked up a bit, his skin still a healthy bronze, his eyes bright, emanating an aura of sharpness from systematic training. Of course, without you in the provincial team, I've been pushing myself hard in training. Su Bingtian proudly raised his chin, then curiously scrutinized Su. How good, you haven't been slacking off in the national team, have you? How just keeping my head above water. What about you? How prepared are you? This U20, don't let it be like the last open competition where you couldn't even make the top 3. That would be embarrassing on a national level. Su Hao, don't bring that up. Su Bingtian's pride instantly deflated, his face flushing red as he retorted, Hao Go. I'm not the same as before. This time at U20, I will definitely make it to the finals. Make it to the finals. Su Hao raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. In a national competition with so many experts, you think you can make it to the finals with your current results? That seems a bit unlikely. I estimate that if you can make it to the 2nd round, it'll be considered an exceptional performance. Su Hao, don't underestimate me. Su Bingtian was enraged, his face alternating between shades of blue and red. He knew Su Hao was speaking the truth. The level of competition at national events was on a completely different scale than provincial meets. However, he had trained tirelessly over the past few months, steadily improving, and felt a burning desire to prove himself. At this moment, the door of another guest room opened, and the provincial team head coach Mike Guoqiang stepped out, overhearing their banter, and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. All right, why are you two bickering so soon after meeting? Su Hao, don't provoke Bingtian. This kid has been known for his hard training in the provincial team these past few months and has made significant progress. In this competition, he might just surprise you. Upon hearing the head coach defending him, Su Bingtian immediately stood a bit taller, puffing out his chest and casting a knowing glance at Su Hao. He indeed felt more confident. Over the past few months, he had pushed his training to the limit, practicing while others rested and training even more when others trained. Starting middle distance strength core, every aspect had been honed countless times. He felt he was on a rapid ascent, with both his condition and confidence reaching new heights. Looking at Su Hao, he even felt a hint of malicious anticipation rising in his heart. Perhaps this guy's progress over these months wasn't as substantial as mine. Thinking of this, Su Bingtian's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. He plastered a smile back on his face, feigning cleverness. How good, just talking is boring. How about we make a bet? A bet? Su Hao perked up, raising an eyebrow. What are we betting on? Su Bingtian grinned widely, feeling he had the upper hand. Let's bet whether I can make it to the finals in this 100-meter race. If I make it, then that wager from the provincial meet. You know where you made me tie my shoelaces will be wiped clean. After that, we'll be even. What do you say? As he spoke, his heart raced, filled with both nervousness and anticipation. Agree. You have to agree. He knew that his progress over the past few months had been so significant that even he was shocked. He was increasingly looking forward to seeing Su Hao's expression of frustration and helplessness when he was eventually left behind. Tying shoelaces. Coach Mai's ears perked up suspiciously, glancing at the two. What's this about tying shoe? It's nothing. Su Bingtian's face flushed as he quickly coughed, waving his hands. We're just joking. Coach Mai, we're just messing around. Su Hao, however, was calm, watching Su Bingtian's intense expression, and found it amusing, nodding. All right, let's make the bet. Looks like someone is very confident this time. He paused, then shifted the topic, his smile deepening. How about we add another bet, including the 200 meters? 200 meters. Su Bingtian was taken aback, sizing Su Hao up again in disbelief. How good, please don't tell me. You signed up for the 200-meter race in this competition too? Yes. Su Hao nodded as if it were obvious. I trained a bit and felt it was all right, so I signed up. He spoke casually, but he was clear in his own mind. During these months in the national team, while his training was centered on the 100 meters under Coach Lee's support and planning, he also systematically conducted specialized training for the 200 meters. Coach Lee believed that Su Hao's outstanding explosive power and speed capabilities had potential for the 200-meter event. Engaging in multiple events could broaden his technical range and enhance his control over different distances, which would also benefit his 100-meter performance. Su Hao also realized that with the sharpening of his 100-meter technique and overall improvement in physical fitness, running the 200 meters wasn't as exhausting as he had imagined. Additionally, the intermediate explosive start optimized his initial acceleration, and turbo boost enhanced his performance in the latter part of the race. His slowdown in the final stretch was not as pronounced as that of ordinary competitors. After several months of targeted training, his 200-meter performance had long surpassed the 26-second mark he had during his time in the sports school. However, Su Bingtian was completely unaware of this. His impression of Su Hao's 200 meters was still stuck at that 26-second level from last year in the sports school, which was significantly inferior to his own. He primarily focused on both the 100 and 200 meters and knew well the high demands of the 200 meters on speed endurance cornering techniques and rhythm distribution, which could not be mastered in a short time. With Su Hao focusing on the 100 meters, how much energy could he possibly allocate to the 200 meters under the intense training conditions of the national team? Even if he trained, what level could he reach in just a few months? Could he run under 24 seconds? That would still leave a significant gap. How could he be so confident? Who gave him the courage? Liang Jingru. Su Bingtian's mind raced with countless thoughts, ultimately concluding. How Go must be getting ahead of himself. Thinking he's improved in the 100 meters, he can just play around in the 200 meters. This time he must learn what it means to be out of his depth. How Go, are you sure? Su Bingtian suppressed his inner excitement, and a hint of guilt from feeling unworthy quickly overshadowed by his competitive spirit confirming. Sure. Su Hao maintained his smile. Great. So how are we betting on the 200 meters? Su Bingtian asked eagerly. Very simple. Su Hao had already prepared. You must have signed up for the 200 meters as well, right? Let's compete to see who performs better in the 200 meters with the higher ranking. The loser will wipe the other's sweat hand over water and carry their bag during competitions. Whenever the opponent is on the field, the losing party must provide full service. How does that sound? Deal. It's settled. Su Bingtian agreed, without hesitation, fearing Su Hao would back out. To him, this wager was practically a free gift. He primarily focused on the 200 meters, currently maintaining a steady 21.50 seconds, already meeting the national first-class athlete standard, making him a standout among his peers with a good chance of medaling. What could Su Hao, who merely trained part-time for the 200 meters, possibly compare with him? This time, not only did he want to redeem himself, but he also wanted How Good to experience what it felt like to be his subordinate. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. This advantage is mine. Watching Su Bingtian's expression of cunning success, a subtle smile crept onto Su Hao's lips. The reason he proactively proposed this wager was not only due to his confidence in the 200 meters training over this period, but also because of a breakthrough in his system skills. Just a few days before arriving in Lini, he had poured the accumulated free experience points from several months into the Mr. Big Heart skill, successfully upgrading it from LV9 to Intermediate Mr. Big Heart LV1. Intermediate Mr. Big Heart LV1 Zone 0 effect. In a formal competition environment during critical moments, it can provide a mental advantage of approximately 0.15 to 0.32 seconds, indirectly affecting performance. The greater the level and pressure of the event, the more significant and stable the effect. New effect when the host participates in non-primary focus events, e.g. Primary focus is the 100 meters, participating in the 200 meters, 400 meters, etc. They can receive an additional 1 boost in peak training state. Incredible skill. A complete transformation. Not only was the maximum limit of the basic effect raised from 0.29 seconds to 0.32 seconds, but more importantly, the new effect. This means that when he participates in events like the 200 meters, which is not his primary focus, he can not only gain the mental boost from Mr. Big Heart, but also receive an additional 1 status buff. For example, if his best training time for the 200 meters is 22.0 seconds, then in a national event like U20, he could potentially run 21.78 seconds. This does not even account for the possible mental advantage boost from Mr. Big Heart. If it were at the Olympics or World Championships, he could additionally raise his upper limit by another 0.32s. This equates to providing him with a safety net for attempting other track events in the future. It means that even if he steps into a project he is not particularly skilled at for the first time, as long as he undergoes systematic training, he can unleash combat power that surpasses his usual training levels in critical competitions. Of course, Su Hao was well aware that his current strength in the 200-meter dash was certainly not yet on par with. If memory serves, Su Bingtian had stabilized his 200-meter time at around 21 seconds and 50 milliseconds during this period, which was already at the level of a national first-class athlete, undoubtedly among the top contenders in the domestic U20 age group, with the potential to contend for medals, even gold. Athlete levels are generally divided into national third-level, national second-level, national first-level, national sports elite, and international sports elite. Reaching the level of a national sports elite means being among the top experts in the country for that event. Su Bingtian was nearing the standard of a national sports elite in the 200-meter dash. No wonder he would later be dubbed Su God, breaking the myth of the yellow race, running under 10 seconds in the 100-meter dash. However, Su Hao was not too worried. Competitions were, in his view, the best opportunity to level up. Competing alongside talented individuals from all over the country not only earned him a substantial amount of free experience points, but also further stimulated skill growth, task completion, and more. Then it settled. Su Bingtian extended his hand, unable to suppress his excitement. "All right," Su Hao replied with a smile. In that moment, both felt they had gained something. The next morning in the hotel's temporary conference room, all the participants from the Guangdong Provincial Athletics team gathered, the atmosphere serious, yet charged with suppressed excitement and tension. Last night, the organizing committee has already distributed the preliminary grouping and list. Coach Feng cleared his throat, holding a list in hand, his gaze sweeping over the young and focused faces before him. "Everyone pay attention and listen carefully. This U20 event has the highest number of participants in history, and the competition will be extremely fierce. In the preliminaries, semifinals, and finals, every race will be a tough battle with no chance to catch a breath. Especially in the preliminaries, many capable athletes may be eliminated due to their condition groupings or tactical arrangements where one race determines life or death, sending them directly home. Therefore, every race must be treated as a final." He emphasized the importance and cruelty of the competition before starting to detail the race arrangements. The U20 National Youth Athletics Championships has a tight schedule. The men's 100 meters and 200 meters are usually arranged on different competition days, but the preliminaries, semifinals, and finals may be completed within 2 to 3 days, posing a huge test to the athlete's stamina and recovery. After explaining the schedule, Coach Feng picked up another grouping list, his gaze landing on Su Hao, his expression becoming somewhat complex, even carrying a hint of helplessness. "Su Hao," he paused, "you have been placed in the third group of the men's 100 meters preliminaries. Your luck. TSK. Su Hao raised his head, somewhat puzzled. "Coach Feng, what's wrong?" "Take a look for yourself." Coach Feng handed over the list, pointing to the names in the third group. Su Hao took it and quickly scanned through the names. The first few were relatively unfamiliar, likely athletes from other provinces with unknown strength. However, when he saw the last two names, his gaze paused slightly. Lu Yang from Zhejiang Province, Zhang Peiming from the capital. Lu Yang. He was previously Su Hao's old teammate in the national team. Needless to say, although his talent wasn't as monstrous as Hu Kai's, he was experienced and technically sound, a typical competitor whose results stabilized around 10 seconds and 50 milliseconds, making him a strong contender in the first tier of the domestic U20 age group. Zhang Peiming. This name was even more resounding. Although he joined the national team a year earlier than Su Hao, his talent may not have shone as brightly as Su Hao or Hu Kai, but his age was already 19. As far as Su Hao knew, this guy's best result should be around 10:45 seconds, and that was the data he published last year. Who knows how he is doing this year? In his past life, this fierce competitor from the capital would later become one of the core members of the Chinese men's 100-meter relay team, setting a new Asian record alongside his teammates at the 2013 Moscow World Championships. One Lu Yang and one Zhang Peiming. Coach Feng sighed. Your group is simply the death group. Facing two national-level opponents in the preliminaries, the pressure is considerable. Moreover, Lu Yang knows your details, and although you haven't interacted much with Zhang Peiming, he, like you, has been training hard behind closed doors. He is also one of the favorites to win this time. To secure a stable advancement from this group, you must give it your all from the very beginning with no room for error. A low gasp resonated throughout the conference room. Other team members, including Liang Jiahao and Wen Yongyi, cast sympathetic glances at Su Hao. Indeed, Su Hao seemed to have never had good luck in grouping. This was true in the past open competitions, and even more so now in the championships. To advance from the preliminaries, Su Hao had to place in the top two, but facing these two formidable opponents, the challenge was undeniably great. Su Bingtian even nudged Su Hao with his elbow, lowering his voice, his tone laced with schadenfreude and a hint of barely detectable concern. Brother, how your luck? Tsk tisk, it's something else. Running into two tough competitors in the preliminaries, you won't end up being eliminated in the first round, will you? That would be quite the spectacle. However, as he spoke, Su Bingtian felt something was off. Aren't you nervous, brother Hao? He looked at Su Hao suspiciously. Was this guy a bit too calm? Why should I be nervous? Su Hao replied in confusion. But these are Lu Yang and Zhang Peiming. Su Bingtian insisted. Hearing this, Su Hao crossed his arms and smiled. Should I avoid their brilliance? Su Bingtian. Alright, he was once again outsmarted by this guy. Not just Su Hao's group. At that moment, Coach Feng's voice rang out again, pulling everyone's attention back. This U20 event has a high overall level, and the competition will be exceptionally fierce. Besides Lu Yang and Zhang Peiming, you should also pay close attention to a few others. He picked up a pen and wrote down several names on the whiteboard. Hu Kai from Zhejiang Province, I don't need to say much about him, right? An active member of the national team, recognized as the #1 in the domestic U20 category, with his best results reportedly nearing the 10 seconds and 30 milliseconds mark, making him the top contender for both the 100 meters and 200 meters. Lu Bin from Shanghai. Coach Feng circled this name. This kid is 18 years old, with explosive power and fierce potential. Although he is slightly weaker in the latter stages, and pacing he is full of drive with his best results also under 10 seconds and 50 milliseconds not to be underestimated. Mentioning Liu Bin made Su Hao's heart stir slightly. In his past life, Liu Bin was also a sprinting powerhouse known for his quick start reactions and strong front-end explosion, having achieved numerous successes in national competitions and representing China in events like the Asian Games and World Championships, being an important member of the relay team. Additionally, Zheng Dong from Shandong Province, Li Jin from Jiangsu, and Wang Cheng from Sichuan. All of them are top athletes from their provinces capable of challenging for times of 10 seconds and 60 milliseconds, or even better. So Coach Feng's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Don't think that just because you made it into the national team or excel in your province that you're secure. At the national competition, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Anything can happen. Every race must be fought for. The atmosphere in the conference room became even more serious. Originally relaxed teammates now felt the weight of pressure. The national stage was indeed different.